tell me how a straight line and a curved line are the same.
Okay, so that's just not at all what I just said. I said it comes from it. It's not the same
How
thing.
does it?
You're saying
How
it's
does
the
the
same
straight
thing.
line come from the curved line?
So we're gonna find exactly where the rate of change is such a all right, we're finding basically the slope of an exact point on the curve. That's what we're doing. And now we're going
The
to draw
slope of
a
an exact
vertical line
point.
up from it and
Points
make the 90 degree
don't
angle.
curve. Do you understand me? Points don't curve. Lines do. Points don't. Curves curve,
You
but
take that.
lines don't.
What I'm just saying.
How much curve is on a point?
I got something to do. I'll be back.
Okay. Go while you're out. Tell me how much curve is on a point.
Sorry for interrupting you, bro. I just wanted to point out he's pleading the fifth. You can hear the
Yeah.
Doppler in his voice.
For any of the rest of the Globers, can you tell me how much curvature is on a point? Sorry, Crit. Just how much curve is on a point? Huh. Weird.
See, when you say something like that, you say, okay, you got a point. Not a curved one. I was wrong.
Nice.
I recant. But you can hear the Doppler effect in this guy's voice as he's running away. I'll play the fifth.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Great. How much curve is in a point?
It's a rhetorical question, right?
How much curve is it?
No, it's a real question. He says we're measuring the amount of curve at a point. So how much curve is in a point?
We're measuring the slope of that point.
How much slope is in that point?
It depends on the curve.
No, I'm asking you, you said a point. So now we're back to a curved? We're on a curve.
I don't know how you don't understand what I'm saying. You put a point on a curve and find the slope of it.
You find the slope of that point. So how much slope is in that point?
It depends on the point. This is so incredible.
It depends on the point. So how do you measure how much curvature is in a point?
How much slope is in that point?
Yeah, how do you measure the curvature in a point?
This is some calculus stuff. So basically,
go ahead and do it for me. I'll wait. Jekyll thinks that I don't like to wait for people. I'll wait as long as you just show me all the calculus, how much, how you determine the amount of rate of slope.
Give him 5 minutes. Give him 5 minutes.
I'll give him 5 minutes. Maybe I'll give him 10, Jekyll.
Says two. Talon has presented something for your question, but he's muted. Maybe he would like to talk.
Who's muted?
Here it is.
Talon? Like, if you look in the chat, he presented what you're talking about.
You should have learned this in Algebra 2.
Straight line on a curve.
This is geometry, bro.
Are you Jesus Christ, bro? Wow, you have zero clue what you're talking about.
So this is algebra. This is not geometry. We're not talking about lines and slopes and points and tangents. That's not what we're talking about.
They're not within their own realm.
Right. I know. I realize that, but I just want to know what kind of tool you're going to use. Not equation. I'm not sure equation is going to be able to help you find that. We actually are measuring something, right?
Describe reality.
It's measuring. Oh, so we're not talking about reality then. Oh, okay. So this curve and sphere and all the tangent, that doesn't exist in reality then.
So once again, you're taking away the tools to complete a question. So you're making the question impossible, but you can't do anything to get there. So you're asking me to dig up a piece of treasure, but you're not going to allow me to use a map, a compass,
why are you
anything.
Stalling or ad homing? Why are you just going ahead and doing what you need to do to show me how to do this?
Okay, well, allow me to use tools.
What tool do you want to use in geometry to get this measurement?
I'm going to use a formula. in order to gain this slope of a point on a curve.
Okay, so you're going to use math to figure out how much slope is in a point.
In a curve.
How much slope is in a point on a curve? Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Show me the formula for that.
It's f of a plus h minus f of a over h, which is basically you take
No, that's
one.
not the way it is. No, you got it wrong. It's the change in x over the change in y. I mean, change in y over the change in x. And then you make the distance between the x points infinitely small until you...
No. That's distance on a line. We're talking about a point. He told me there was slope in a point.
As you get the 2 points closer and closer together, they as you get the limit to infinity, it becomes the same point. And that's
Infinity, that's a concept. It doesn't exist in reality.
Correct.
Yeah, so we're talking about fairy tale stuff. Can you do reality for me where a point has curvature?
Point does not have curvature.
Point doesn't have curvature. Thank you very much. That was the claim by our globe-believing friend over here. The points have
I don't
curve.
think it was. I don't think it
Yeah,
was.
it was.
I think
Yeah.
he understood what
He
you
said
were
that.
saying.
Oh, I asked him several times and made him repeat himself, and then he said, well, we can't do that, but I give you a formula. Not in reality, but a formula. He said a point has curve.
No, that's you. Okay, you can interpret it that way. I
How
understood
many
it.
times do I have to ask the guy the same question over and over again? How much slope or rate of curvature is in a point? And he says, I'm going to use a formula to figure that out. I think that's an affirmative. So I think he knew exactly what I was asking, and that's the point that he made. Now, you can BS for him and say, oh, no, that's not what he was saying. But you just went ahead and answered that said, oh, I guess you can't have any actual curvature in a point. Thank you.
You can have curvature at a point.
Well,
Okay, how much curvature is at a point?
Depends on the curve
How
you're
much
measuring.
curvature is at a point?
Depends on the curve you're
Or do
measuring.
you have to have 2 points to measure how much curvature?
That's what Parmesan was describing. You can derive it from 2 points getting closer and closer to each other. It's the limit as it approaches zero, the distance between those 2 points.
So 2 points.
And then you make them into 1 point. You find where that limit.
So then you take away 2 points and then make it 1 point. So how much curvature is in that 1 point?
Depends on the curve you're measuring.
Wait, you don't get
Okay, just show me how much curvature is in the point.
You get
No.
Same question.
At the point. At the point. Not in
But
the
it's not
point.
a curve.
Point.
It's not a curve.
At a point. At a point, how much curvature is at a point?
It depends on the curve you're measuring.
It's a slope.
Hey,
no?
show me the curve that you're measuring and show me how much curvature is at that point.
The slope at that curve, that point, you mean?
Yes. Thank you. The slope at that point.
Yeah.
So 1
That's basically
point.
what differentiation is.
So 1 point.
Now you need a curve, and you want to
You
find
need a
the slope of that curve at
Uh-huh.
a particular point, because the slope
Uh-huh.
of it changes,
Uh-huh.
right?
uh-huh.
Does that make sense?
You're saying
Makes sense to
1
me.
point has curvature.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No.
I
You're
correct.
saying what?
I'm saying a curved line has a different slope at every point on it. Has a different slope.
Oh.
The slope of it changes because the line is
Okay,
curved.
so we're talking about rate of curvature, right? How would you determine that? Would you use a straight line to reference?
You can determine that by taking the derivative of the graph, for example, of the function. That gives you the slope at a particular point.
Say that again. The differential?
Yeah, differential derivative. Same thing.
Okay, differential derivative. And what would be the reference that you would be using to find that? By the way, we've already gotten off of
Reference.
angles, which was the whole point of this, by the way. Thank you,
What was
everybody,
the-
for
what was
finding
the
a successful
original
way to get away. Can you show me the original question, and maybe you can tell me, is how we actually get an angle between a straight line and a curved line?
Well, you can't do that. You have to have two straight lines.
Oh, you can't do that. Oh, shit. That's a bummer for all the globe
I would
believers.
disagree with that. I think you can do that.
Oh, yeah, you guys fight it out. No problem.
Don't you
So I
need
think
to have
it's
two?
well, it would be equivalent to the angle off its tangent. It's the exact same. The angle off the curve or the angle off the tangent of that curve is exactly the same. You can say you need a straight line for that, like, sure, but it's the same.
Well, what angle are you looking for? I probably joined the conversation late. What exactly is the original?
Well, my understanding, if you have like a line that intersects a curve, you can find the angle at that intersection.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So you'd have to take the angle between that line and the tangent at that point where it
Yes,
intersects,
which
right?
would be equivalent to the line and the curve itself.
At that location. Yeah. Yeah. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
All right, so you're going to take an angle at a point from where the straight line meets the curve.
And you
How do
use
you
the
get that
tangent.
angle? How do you get that
Use the
angle?
tangent.
Use the tangent. Oh, you're creating another straight line, so you're creating a tangent
Correct.
plane. So you're not
Oh,
using the
okay,
curved
fine.
line, you're making another straight line to get an angle. So you can't get an angle between a curved line and a straight line.
The angle you get from its tangent is the angle between the line and the curve.
The tangent plane that you create?
Yes,
Okay, so two straight lines then.
if you like.
Yeah.
It's also the angle between the line and the curve itself.
No, it isn't. It's the angle between the two straight lines, not the line and the curved line.
It's the same.
The curve and straight is the same? I remember that's what you Globers believe. Straight and curved are all alike. They're exactly the same. No big deal.
I mean,
That's
I don't
incorrect.
get your point. Like, what difference does it make? Yeah, it is between the two lines.
I'm asking a very specific question. This is not difficult. Can you get an angle between a curved line and a straight line without creating a tangent plane to make two straight lines? I'm asking about the curve and the straight. That's
Are
it.
you saying in reality or like mathematically?
Show me either way.
Then yes.
Don't use a tangent plane, though. Don't use two straight lines. Curved line and then straight line. This is not difficult. How come you
Right.
guys can't figure out what I'm asking?
I'm about to answer, right? So
Great.
to do that, very simply, you zoom in. That's it.
Okay. I want you to zoom in on reality and show me the angle that you get.
To what?
I mean, you can get a drawing. You can draw it with a pencil on a piece of paper. I know you got pixels, so that creates all kinds of little straight lines on a computer program. But oddly enough, things like AutoCAD say, nope, you're not getting no angles between curve and straight no matter what you do. Even down to infinity, it ain't going to work. So
Yeah, but
why
that's
you
not
guys
reality.
you should go talk to the people. Oh, that's not reality. Okay, so in reality, do you zoom in and find this curve? Where is it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, the curve becomes flat as you zoom in.
The curve becomes flat. So now two straight lines again.
Well, it becomes straight. It looks straight, right? But it is a curve.
It looks
You didn't
straight.
change the line.
Oh,
You didn't
it looks
flatten
straight,
it out with
but
an
it is
iron,
curved.
right?
How did you
Yeah, so
determine
that
it was
is straight.
curved? How did you determine it was curved if it looks straight?
You zoom out
You zoom out.
and
So,
you see the whole curve.
okay, and this is in reality.
Yeah.
So at every scale, there's going to be curve, even though it might look straight. How would we determine whether or not it was curving? And the rate at which it's curving?
You would have to do it over a greater distance than that zoomed in
Oh.
distance where it appears flat.
Okay, so like 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, you should have a tangent point at somewhere around, I don't know, 1.22 miles.
Something like, I'll take the math.
Okay, how come we don't see that in reality then? How come that shit is moving all over the place?
Depends how you're measuring it.
Where you,
If you're using something
what do you
that's
mean
subject
depends?
to variation and error, then you're going to get an erroneous
so
measure.
Okay, so we can't measure it then. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You can measure it. I'm saying depends how you measure it. You're taking a measurement that's
Well,
going
how do you
through
measure
something that
it then?
affects the distance you can see to.
Well, how do you it then?
You cut out there.
How do you measure it?
Not that way.
Okay.
Is he cutting out for just me?
No, he's cutting
How do you do it? Manufacturer.
One way, again, is to zoom out. Another way is you just calculate it. I don't know why calculation is looked on so poorly, but I think you
don't
can
measure,
calculate
you
that.
just assume.
No,
you
no,
don't
you're
measure,
not
you just
assuming.
assume. You don't actually, you just create it in
calculations
a
are not
mathematical.
assumptions.
No, you're just assuming because you're not measuring anything. The numbers don't represent anything in reality. You just make up a
They do
number,
represent
right?
things in
And it's all
reality.
conceptual.
No, you have
Okay,
if you're
well, in
calculating
reality,
something, that
what
calculation
did
has to
you
be based
measure
on
in
measurement.
reality? What did you measure in reality to have values?
I missed the beginning of this, but it sounds like this started from angle measurements to celestial objects.
No, you're wrong.
Then I don't know what the beginning of this was. I mean, that's what it sounded like.
Oh,
the
I'm
idea
glad
was.
you piped in. Thank you so much for coming into the conversation, not knowing what we were talking about. Thank you for making a
I knew
huge
what it was
blunder.
when you were talking about angles and curves. Now you're asking what the original
Yeah,
claim
and
to
yet you
measurement
are
was.
still way off base because I'm asking you about what's going on in reality, and then now you still can't tell me. I was
Well,
thinking
you
of the
could have
Earth. Maybe we're
clarified
talking
by
about the
now
Earth.
instead
This
of.
is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, right? I thought that's what we were
Sure.
talking about. Now, since you came in here not knowing what we were talking about and making an
I knew
ass
what
of
you were
yourself,
talking about when I
maybe you
joined
could bow
in.
out and I could talk to the people that we're talking about, unless you want to get up to speed and then interject. That would
I
be
would
better.
love to. Can you bring me to speed?
Just sit back and pay attention. I was talking to somebody else.
All right.
But
I
you
think I
basically
got
got the gist of it. Can you get an angle measurement between a curve and a straight line? And you're telling me to zoom out, zoom in. No, we can't do that. Let's just do it in mathematical formula because we need values. So where'd you get the value from?
You're gonna have to explain a bit more.
Any chance you asshole can stop streaming? Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Did I put a limit on the population of the room or something?
Yeah, it caps the room at 25 or something.
I think Talon is still streaming.
My hot mic? No, I'm good. I'm good.
No, we asked you to cut the stream off, please.
Oh, sorry. Go.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Was I getting in the way of YouTube?
No, it just caps the room.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, it caps it at 25, I think.
No, that's only for the camera. Streaming is okay.
The problem with
is just
streaming,
distracting if it's not what we're
yeah,
talking
the
about.
reason why streaming is looked down upon because it shows that people are very distracted. They're not engaged in conversation. They're taking up airtime while they're playing the video game. So it's like, how about you turn off the stream and pay attention to the conversation instead of wasting everyone's time?
It's cool. I turned it off. You don't have to move the goalposts and to justify.
No, I'm not. It's the same thing's been explained over and over again.
But you guys were
Cameras
wrong.
off
Turned off
because
my
it
stream
caps the
because you
room,
thought it
and
capped
don't
at 25,
stream
and that was
because
incorrect.
it proves that you're
You
not
guys
paying
double it
attention.
down now. That's okay. It's fine. I turned it off. I turned it off after your arbitrary incorrect request, but that's fine. I'll just turn it off if you know it makes you feel away.
So where were we? They're very silent now.
No angles between straight and curved lines. That's where we were at.
Well, no, we got past that. It was what that was with reference to, which is some particular measurement that I apparently got wrong. So I was going to listen to what the original claim was and catch up. But
the original claim is that you could get an angle with a straight and a curved line, and then it devolved into no tangents, where we create a tangent plane, and then we have two straight lines. And now you said no, you can get an angle between a straight and a curved line. I said show me. You said we can do it in math. So I want to see where you got the values in the math.
I can show you.
Okay.
Do you know what Snell's law is?
What?
Snell's law. Do you know what Snell's law is?
I'm vaguely familiar with it.
It's about refraction when a light ray hits a different medium, right?
Through isotropic media.
Yeah, and they know it's going to refract based on the angle at which it hits and the difference in the densities between the two media, right?
It's fairly predictable, yeah.
Yeah, but it requires an angle, right, of incidence, right?
You mean two straight lines?
It requires an angle of incidence, right?
Two straight lines, right?
Okay, so how does a lens work? Are there straight lines on lenses?
What?
When a light ray hits a lens...
What do you mean, are there straight lines on lenses? What do you mean, are there straight lines on lenses?
When a light ray hits a lens, it will bend at a known angle, right?
Two straight lines.
Let's try the question again. When a light ray hits a lens, it will bend at a known angle, right?
So a light ray then goes at another angle, which would be measured with two straight lines.
Yes, but the thing it hits a curve, doesn't it?
Yeah, it hits a curve. It hits a curved isotropic media, right?
And it bends.
But we're measuring the light ray or the curve of the lens.
Well,
are we measuring the light ray or the curve of the lens?
You know, if you weren't so resistant to learning, you might learn something.
I'm not resistant to learning. I'm making a clarifying question to you. What are we measuring the curvature of, the lens or the light ray?
Well, we can't know the degree to which the light ray will bend unless we know the angle.
Unless we use another straight line to get the angle.
Which straight line would you use?
But somehow the light knows how far to bend. How does it do that?
Oh, so now you're making the light, this is like an anthropomorphic fallacy, where you're giving it sentient knowledge. The light knows something now, Scott?
We're talking about reality. Somehow the light bends at a very predictable rate.
Oh,
does it bend or does it actually deviate?
They'll tell you it's gravity,
how does it deviate?
photons don't have mass.
Oh, how does it deviate? How do we know how we can predict it?
This is your example, you tell me.
Yes, because we know the angle at which it hits. Because there is
an angle would be measured by how?
There is an
Two straight
angle
lines?
to the curve. There is an angle to the curve.
Show it to me.
We can prove it by a lens. A lens.
Show it to me. Show it to me.
That shows you in reality that.
Show it to me.
You can look at the graphic somebody posted at 27 minutes.
Yeah, I guess someone just posted. You know, I can't see it. I'm on my phone, but I'm sure someone just posted a graphic of a lens working and all the light rays diffracting or refracting in very specific angles. based on their angle of incidence with the lens itself.
Right.
And they are hitting
How
a
do we
curve.
determine those angles? Thank you. You guys are great at these weird little magic tricks where you want to pay attention to the lens. And
It's a lens.
Excuse me, Scott, I'm making a point. The point is that you're talking about the angles of the light rays, which are conceptual, unless you want to show me a ray, okay? And those lines that depict the light ray are all straight, and they have different angles to one another. We don't care about the curve of the lens. You want to show me the angle between the curve of the lens and the straight line that you're creating?
Yes, that's how the refraction works. You would not have that specific.
Show me how you determine the angle between the curve of the lens and the straight line.
Yeah, we among the community who tries to get things done in this world will take the tangent to that point, and that is the angle of incidence.
Yeah, show me the angle that you get between the curve and the straight line.
You know it's impossible to show someone when they don't want to see it, right?
You haven't shown anything yet.
I just posted a video on how refraction works, but I bet you guys don't want to see what I'm showing. Thanks. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I thought this should be an easy one. You would easily see that you need to have an angle of incidence.
Yeah,
and
it should be really easy for you to show me that there is a curve and a straight line and you got an angle between them somehow.
You know what a lens is, right? You know it's a curve,
you can just go ahead and show me the angle that you got between the curve and the straight line.
You know what a lens is, right? You know it's a curve.
Yeah, right. Yep, show me the angle between the curve and the straight light ray.
And
show me how you measured it, Scott. This is the question. Show me how you measured the curvature. All right. You're not going to have the conversation you're going to engine, aren't you? Measure the curve. Measure the angle, I should say, between the curve and the straight line.
So I just
we do it all the time with the lens equation, man. It's really easy.
We do it all the time.
Hang on, Scott, just to be clear, I don't think anybody's arguing that you can't take a tangent to the curve and then measure the angle between said angle of said light rays coming in at a certain angle, and then take the angle between that or those light rays and the tangent. I don't think anybody's arguing that. The point is the point that
we are arguing that. That's not the conversation. The conversation is about whether or not you can get an angle between a curve and a straight line. It's very simple.
Exactly.
Is anybody arguing that the tangent at that point on the curve yields a different angle from that line in the curve itself?
Are you creating a tangent plane, making another straight line, which is exactly the opposite of what I asked you to do?
In clarification of Mick's comment, yes.
Yeah. So, the exact opposite of what I asked.
Yes, in regard to Mick's comment, my question is, are we saying that that's different than the angle to the curve?
I wouldn't know.
Well, we do, and it isn't.
Okay.
What?
Because, no, the angle to the curve is the instantaneous slope of the curve. And that has no length.
Nope. You guys are so dishonest. We're not asking about curvature rate. I'm asking about angles. Oh, Seth, you're going to make it now. It's an ad hom, right? You're going to say that I'm denying mathematics, whatever.
You are.
So, no, really. So you're denying. So you are affirming that you can get an angle between a straight and a curved line with no tangent plane.
Yes.
No tangent plane. Okay, show it to me.
It's instantaneous.
Show it to me.
All I gotta do is show you how to do a derivative.
Do it.
The derivative is a slope as the distance between the two points goes to zero.
Angle, not slope.
Same thing.
No, rate of curve, deviation, slope.
Angle.
Right? I'm talking about angle.
A slope's an angle.
A slope is an angle.
It's part of an angle, yes.
Are you talking about rate of curvature or angle?
Talking about slope. And we can have an instantaneous slope. It's not hard. And
Okay,
if you weren't so resistant to learning, you could even understand this.
Scott, how much slope? Show me. Give me an example.
Okay, fine. Let's take a curve 1 over or x squared, right? Y equals x squared. The slope of that curve at any given point will be 2x.
I want you to show me with like a circle and a straight line. I want you to show me the angle. I want you to show me the angle.
Why are you so resistant?
No, I want you to actually. Why are you resistant to actually showing me?
I just told you it.
I'm some dumb example. Scott, I'm just some dumb flat earther. I want you to show me an example. Teach us all. You said I'm resistant to learning. Teach me. Show me an example of this.
You just demonstrate you don't want to learn, though, because I'm
telling you right. I'm demonstrating by telling you that I want you to show me an example of this.
How do you want me to show you? What do you want me to do? What would you like me to do?
I just told you. Are you denying that I actually asked you to draw me a picture and show me how you got that at the tangent point, the amount of slope?
So you want me to get on my phone that I'm on right now and somehow bring up a graphics program?
Yes.
Because you are incapable of drawing a curve that represents y equals x squared.
Yes.
And you don't think that demonstrates your resistance to learning?
Me asking you to show me something?
I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure I can find a 10-year-old who can draw a curve y equals x.
Right. So now we go to the ad homs. Scott says I'm resistant to learning. I ask him to teach me, to show me how you get this instantaneous slope at the tangent point, to draw me a picture, to teach my dumbass how this works, and then he refuses to do so.
You don't need to mute him, dude.
Yeah, those are
sure I do.
At 31 minutes. Look at that one.
Maybe someone else can do that for him. Someone want to help out Scott and Mikey?
What is the proper
Any other
proposition
globers?
on the table?
You're not even paying attention. Holy shit!
To Dan take one.
Someone show me how you get an angle measurement between a curved and straight line.
Between a curve and straight line. What does that even mean?
Yeah.
And I think to qualify that, without drawing tangents.
Why?
Because I'm asking you to draw me the angle or show me or measure the angle between a curve and a straight line. I don't care the rate of slope or the rate of curvature of the curved line. I could give a rip. I want you to show me how you get an angle between the two without creating a tangent plane.
That's the why I'm asking. Why without creating a tangent plane? What does that change?
So you're saying that you can get an accurate angular measurement between a curve and a straight line, no tangent plane required.
You can do it with two curves. I'm curious why no tangent plane required. Why that caveat?
Because that's the claim on the table, that you can actually get angles to curves.
You can get angles to curves. I'm
not tangent planes. Not tangent planes to curves, though. So show it to me.
It is equivalent. I'm asking why you want to eliminate that step in the process. Because it's
so
exactly
tangent planes are equivalent to curves.
At the point where they intersect, yes.
So a flat plane is the same as a curve.
At the point where they intersect to get the angle, they are equivalent.
So the tangent point is equivalent to a curve straight.
I don't know what you mean by that.
You're saying
right where
it
are the same thing.
Right where it touches is that, then it is.
So that's where we have a straight, but it's a point. It's not a line. It's a point. Mm-hmm. How much curve is in a point? We'll just keep going over and over again. How much curve is in a point?
At the point. At the point. At.
Okay. How much curve is at the point?
That would be the tangent slope.
Tangent slope.
Yes. So if you dissect that line with some intersecting line, that angle.
No. You always guys, you're so slick. You're so slimy. I'm talking about the point. You said the point is the curve.
Basic calculus.
Okay, where's the curvature in that point?
At the point. Stop saying in. At the point. It's not the curve of the point, it's the curve of the curve.
At the point.
At
the point, how much curve is there?
Whatever the slope is at that point.
How would you determine the slope?
One way is like Parmesan said, you take 2 points and you draw them closer together at that point so they become one.
So now you create a line.
Take the derivative. That's how.
Yeah, you take the
You
derivative.
create a line. You have 2 points now on a line, so now you have a line, not
and
a point.
It becomes 1 point.
So then you measure the point against a straight line, and then you measure the rate of curvature.
I don't know what you mean, the point against a straight line.
You take 2 points, right? Now you have a line. Is that line curved or straight?
That line is straight that you've made with the 2 points.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you how you take that straight line that you made, and then show me how you got an angle between that straight line and another straight line. That makes an angle, right? But can you have straight lines on a curve?
Yes.
Okay, show that to me in reality.
That would be the tangent.
As a tangent is a point.
No,
The tangent line, excuse me.
So no, now we're at a line. We're at a line. So lines have you can curve a line, right?
The lines are straight. You can curve a curve.
Okay, curve, fine. Curve and a straight line, a line and a curve. Show me how you get the angle between the two of them. And you're going to say I'm going to create a tangent. And a tangent is the point, right? 1 point?
Yeah. There's
Okay,
a
1
tangent
point.
line at that point.
So how much curvature is at that point?
Depends on the curve.
I don't care which one you use. Go ahead and show me.
So if we take a circle, for example, right? We draw a circle about the 0, 0, right?
What?
You take an XY coordinate plane, right? You take the 0, 0 point and you draw a circle around that. Right?
Okay.
Now you have a perfectly diagonal line with a slope of 1. Yeah. Where that line intersects the circle, that's going to be it's going to create an angle of actually no. Any line from hold on.
That'll be 90
So any line from 0, 0 is going to be 90 degrees.
Yeah.
To what?
Allah Akbar.
90 degrees to what? Because 90 degrees is 2 straight lines. You're saying that there's a 90 degree from a straight line to a curve.
Yes. So where that line
So you have 90 degrees to a curve.
90 degrees.
Show me 90 degrees to a curve.
I just hold on. Let me see if I can find it. That's not helping.
I don't understand the point of this really. You do have to draw a tangent, and it is the angle to the tangent. So doesn't
The tangent
change
plane,
anything, really.
the tangent line,
Tangent.
2 lines. Yeah, so
Yeah,
you're
you
making
make
2
lines.
straight
Draw a line
lines.
and a tangent. Yeah.
I don't understand how you're not in, like getting this whole conversation where I'm asking a very simple question.
Yeah.
Can you have an angle
No.
between a curve and a straight line? It's not that difficult.
Well, yes, what they're saying is the angle is the same one as you would have to the tangent line. That
Exactly.
Yeah, tangent line. So 2 straight lines.
Yes, and it would be the
Yeah.
same as to the curve. It's the same
Really?
one. Yes,
Really?
that's basically what they're saying. Well,
Right,
what
but
it
I'm
is-
saying eliminate the tangent line because they're talking about a tangent point. I'm talking about a tangent point. How do you have 90 degrees to a tangent point? Not a line, not a plane.
Why not a line? Like, I don't.
Because the claim is that you can get an angle. This is the globe claim. You can get an angle between a straight line and a curved line without a tangent plane.
Yeah, you're not representing the claim fully, though.
Okay,
Because
so what's the claim?
From what I understand, okay, the claim is the claim is the angle between that line and the tangent is the the angle to the curve at that point.
Yeah, the tangent plane that you created and are not mentioning. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So two straight lines. So the ball is superfluous to our needs, right? We don't need the ball. You're using a plane and you're using a straight line.
Incorrect. Because you can't.
Oh, so you are getting an angle to an actual curve? Do tell me how.
So the curve is not superfluous because otherwise you wouldn't have a tangent, would you? You need to have a curve.
Yeah, that's why we're actually begging the question here with the whole curve thing. I'm assuming a ball, and then I'm just kind of ignoring the ball and creating a plane and then getting an angle.
Ignoring, no.
So what ball is it that we are actually referring to in this particular scenario, since we're on a 24/7 flat earth channel in a politics server? What ball?
Well, you tell me.
I don't know. I'm not claiming any balls or spheres.
Okay, I'm talking about this diagram that the guy posted. That the guy was talking about a circle around the origin.
All those straight lines that intersect with one another?
Yeah.
That you get angles to? Those are the angles you're talking about? The straight lines?
Those are the angles I'm talking about. I'm just saying.
Okay, so all the straight lines give us angles, but not straight lines to curves.
They also give you an angle.
Okay, show me how you get an angle from a curve and one straight line. No tangent planes, just a curve and a straight line.
You keep adding no tangent planes, but I don't get your point. Like, what are you trying to say?
I'm asking you how you guys think that you're going to get an angle between a curve and a straight line.
But we've already told you by using a tangent. But what is your
so
point?
you create another plane, so you don't need the curve. You ignore the curve. You create a tangent plane, and that's when you get your angle, right?
Mate, are you not listening? How can you have a tangent if you don't have a curve to start with?
That's my whole point. So you guys don't have a curve in this scenario? No, that is my point. So you don't have a curve.
No, you start with the circle in this case.
What circle?
In
this scenario, since we're talking about the Earth, is the Earth a big circle in your imagination? Because I don't want to help you beg the question. Why don't you tell me about the big sphere that you're referring to?
What's the point of this whole thing?
We're trying to see whether or not you can measure any curvature or, rate of curvature on the Earth, since it's supposed to be a ball. Since you believe it's a ball, I want you to tell me how you figured that out.
Okay, now we're somewhere. So you're looking for measurements of the curvature.
Yep.
Of Earth.
Yep.
Okay.
So if I understood correctly, we're claiming to get angle measurements off the surface of the Earth. What angle measurements are we getting exactly? Like what's
I'm not claiming that anybody's getting angle measurements. It's in the celestial navigation books.
Oh, okay. So when I said earlier it was angles to celestial objects, and you said you don't know what we were talking about, sit down and pay attention.
Yeah, we obviously transitioned through the conversation to finally we're back to the Earth, which is all the same conversation ultimately, right? So once again,
it was right when I said that.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. So celestial navigation taking angle measurements to celestial bodies.
That's the claim.
Okay, what did I say?
Well, that's one of the scenarios where you could get an angle, right? Supposedly to a ball. But when I look at all the manuals, it's just straight lines and there's no curves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can do this with tangent lines on a circle. To do this with a tangent plane in reality, how does that negate the ball?
I'm sorry, are you going back to geometry or are we talking about celestial navigation now?
Well, I'm trying to relate the geometry back to celestial navigation.
Okay, what's the circle in this scenario?
The Earth, presumably, right?
The Earth is a big circle, or is it a sphere?
Well, it's a sphere.
Okay. Are we on the surface of this sphere?
Sure seems like it.
Are we taking all of our measurements from the surface of this sphere?
Yeah. Well,
And this is all according to you. This is not actually my claim. This is your claim.
Me, so yes,
I'm just clarifying your claim that we are taking measurements from the surface of a sphere. Yes?
While standing on the surface of the sphere, yes.
Yes, so we're on the surface, we're taking measurements from the surface, and we're going to use that surface to be, a reference to make all of our measurements, right?
That's one way to do it.
One way? Okay, great. Show me that way.
But, well, with the sextant. Essentially, that's what
Okay,
you're doing.
so you use the sextant, and that gets an elevation angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that elevation angle is in relation to the surface of the Earth that we're measuring?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, essentially. So how do you get an angle to a curve, this sphere that you say that you're on?
So what we're doing when we do the dip correction is essentially that limit that we're doing when we draw a tangent on a circle. It's essentially the same operation.
So you're creating a plane.
Tangent plane to the sphere, yeah.
Okay, where's the sphere part that we're measuring?
That's in the dip correction.
So a dip angle, another straight line. This is a dip angle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's still straight lines. There's no curve there.
Well, the dip correction is taking into account the curvature.
Is it an angle?
Yes.
So straight lines.
Yes.
So no curve.
It's taking into account the curvature. Those two don't negate each other.
When?
So the dip correction formula is 1.7. Fuck, what is it? 1.76. I think that's in meters. Hold on a second. The correction formula. 0.0293. Is this in feet? Here's the one I'm familiar with.
That's a height.
1.758 times the square root of the height of the height of I.
Times the square root of the height of I. So that's a multiplier. That's a multiplier, right?
Yeah.
So that's an angle. That's a slope. It's not a rate of curve.
Well, the reason it's square root of the height of I, and here's an image, is that the higher you go, the lower that dips in relation to that curve. So if this were a flat,
so this is creating this is saying that the horizon is a visible the physical tangent point that we're measuring to.
Close enough to it, yeah.
Close enough. Mm-hmm. So we're not actually then measuring to a physical point, a tangent point.
Well, we still have to correct for refraction.
What refraction?
The refraction in the atmosphere.
How much of it?
That depends, I think, also on your height, depends on the weather, depends on a couple different things.
Okay, but you're measuring to a physical tangent point, so the horizon is a physical tangent point.
You're measuring to an approximation of the physical tangent point.
Approximation of a physical tangent point.
That's why you do the refraction correction.
Uh-huh. And then, so you do a refraction correction with a straight line, a horizontal, and then when's the curve come into play?
The fact that the height of I is multiplied by the square root of the height of, the fact that the height of I is rooted. Fuck me. The fact that you take the square root of the height of I, that's based on the fact that you're rising up above a curve.
Okay. So this is fascinating to me. So you're raising it by the square root of the height of I.
believe you.
I think this is great. Finally, somebody with some sort of evidence for curvature, maybe. Can you show me these formulas and then show me the curvature and how they determined it?
I can show you the formulas. I think the
Right, but the curvature is the part that I'm most interested in. How did they determine that?
There's different ways that could have been done. I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm asking you how they got the radius, the rate of curve.
That was already established when the formulas were done.
Right. How was that established?
I don't know. But the formula.
You don't know?
I think that's evidence enough, right?
That's a pragmatic fallacy. Just because it works doesn't prove anything. Oh, yeah.
No, it's not about its utility, it's about its function.
Okay. So then you're saying that, where's the formula anyways? Did you post it?
No, hold on.
Or your cell phone drops, hits the floor, therefore everything we say about gravity is automatically true. It works.
So this is in feet and in meters.
But give me some context, Manufactotum. 971 times height of I.
Yeah, there was a chart I had. What's this from? I think this is it.
So does this mean that you would correct to a tangent point if it was at the square root of the observer's height in feet or meters?
Sorry, say that again?
So does this mean you would correct to a tangent point that would be at a certain difference according to the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Correct to a tangent point. That would be at square meters.
You know, kind of like it would be very predictable, like the horizon is the physical tangent point at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Yeah, or you're correcting from the tangent point.
But we already debunked that.
Did you?
Yeah, so the horizon is not a physical tangent point, right? At 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
The physical horizon? The geometric horizon, you mean?
There's only one horizon, isn't there? Don't you only see one?
You only see one, yeah.
Okay, so then there must only be one. Is it physical or not?
Well, the one you see is a refracted.
There's only one. You just agreed to that. Don't say the one you see. You just say, yes,
you only see
the horizon is the one that we see.
Don't attribute agreements I didn't make. I agree that you only see one horizon.
Oh, well, where's the other one that we can measure to make sure that all this is not bunk?
But I don't know that you can measure to it.
So why would anybody claim there was one that you could measure to get a rate of curvature?
Because the one that we see moves around. So that can't be any...
Of course it does.
Right.
We shouldn't be measuring to that, don't you think?
Oh, sure we could.
Oh, you can measure to a point that isn't physical.
Yes.
Okay. How are you going to do that?
You just keep into consideration that it's not physical and add the proper corrections.
Corrections for what?
Refraction.
How much refraction?
Depends on the situation. It depends.
Okay, how would you measure on that situation and the amount of curvature? How, like every meter, what would you say would be accurate? Every meter, every foot? How much humidity? How much light?
Those are...
How many waves? All of this is going to be factored in, right?
Well, mostly the density of the air, which is dependent on the temperature and things like that. I don't know if the waves matter much. I suspect they don't.
Okay. So the height of the waves won't affect whether or not you're going to measure to maybe a false horizon? Or maybe there's miraging going on. You think if there's miraging going on, do you think maybe we should measure to something a little bit better than a horizon?
If there's mirages happening, yes, that's gonna throw off your measurements.
Right. So what day would it be the best to measure all this at, since you can't actually get accurate readings for any of this?
Well,
Maybe
you
no
make good
Atmo day?
approximations, though. Like how
Good
accurate do you need?
approximations?
Yeah.
When did you do this? I'm curious. Did you ever get this done? Or are you trusting somebody else?
I found my position using celestial measurements, but I haven't navigated with it, if that's what you're asking.
No, I don't care about that. I'm asking, why are you diverting to celestial navigation? I'm asking you about how you determine how much refraction and how much density and how much miraging is going on, okay, on the day that they measured the Earth curve.
No, that I have not calculated myself.
Oh, weird. But so this is a trust. Can you point me to the people that did?
That measured refraction?
Yeah, that measured the amount of refraction on the day that they got the size of the Earth, using the tangent point, or not tangent point, as you said. No tangent point, it's just an imaginary approximation of where the land might be or the sea might be. Who did that?
I might be able to. Hold on.
Great.
And Bluetooth keyboard. Hold on. This the guy? Oh, right. That's where we can see. Ah, here we go. So this guy calculated the error in Al-Biruni's experiment using Fermat's principle. So there you go.
Is that what I asked for?
You said who measured the refraction when they measured the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, the day that it was done, because it's supposed to be dead nuts accurate, right?
So
now you're telling me someone came along and said that it's not accurate?
You're asking for the direct measurement of the refraction on that day?
No, dude. Are you being purposefully obtuse?
I promise you I'm trying to understand what you're asking me.
I asked you who, on the day that the Earth was measured with the curvature that it had, how they measured the density and the refraction and everything to the physical Earth curve tangent point to get the curvature rate that we have today.
Okay, I feel like that's exactly what I asked when I clarified. But to answer that question, as far as I know, nobody did that.
Oh. So now you're saying nobody did, and yet you posted a video.
I posted a video of somebody calculating the refraction, which would have caused an amount of error in Al-Biruni's measure of the Earth.
Okay. He was using the tangent point, yes?
Al-Biruni? Yes.
Yeah, but it was refracted. It was refracted.
To some degree, probably, yeah.
So why did he get the certain figure that he got, and now this guy comes back along post hoc and says there was this amount of refraction to give him that number? So are you saying that the Earth curve measurements are inaccurate because there was a certain amount of refraction?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes.
Okay, so the Earth curve is not correct. It's not 3959.
No, I'm saying his measure was inaccurate. It's going to be an approximation.
Right, so the Earth
method you take.
So the curvature is not correct.
His calculation was off by some figure, right, due to refraction.
Okay, so it's not correct.
It's not accurate. Correct is you're doing a lot of heavy lifting with that word. The question then becomes, how far off?
You're saying that the Earth curve measurements that we have are inaccurate?
I'm saying Al-Biruni's calculation has some amount of error in it.
Right. And we figured that out because we keep measuring the horizon and it keeps moving all over the place. So as far as we can tell, there is no curvature or a way to measure it.
Well, as far as I know, we've developed better ways to measure it than Al-Biruni's method.
Which would be?
Against his numbers.
Which would be?
Well, satellites for one.
Begging the question, sky orbiting around a ball. No.
How does satellite
Measurements of Earth, dude.
Mm-hmm.
How do satellites measure?
Hold on. So there's
They don't.
satellites that map the ground for geodetic surveying. Not surveying, geodetic, what's it called? Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
All right, I'm going to mute. You guys take over.
Satellite geodesy. There you go. But I feel like we've kind of gotten off the point. But yeah, measurement of the form and dimension of the Earth. Location of objects on its surface, figure of Earth's gravity field by means of artificial satellite techniques, blah, 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 yada, yada.
So that information could tell us for sure, without a doubt, that the Earth has a radius of a given dimension, right? Is that what you're saying?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, can you show that information, show your work, instead of just touting somebody said this or somebody said they did this? Now can you show it actually how it's actually done to get to that conclusion that the Earth has a radius of a said of given dimensions?
No, Sonny, he said that the Alberuni was inaccurate in his measurements, so 3959 is inaccurate.
Right.
Did that number come specifically from Alberuni?
Well, that's the one that's existed since the day he measured, I thought, right?
Okay, so what's the radius that your satellite geodesy gave you? Radius of Earth, what is that size?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's 3959.
You're going out on a limb now. So now when I ask for the exact information as to how your method was supposedly done, you have to guess.
If you like.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to know the specifics of how it's done, yeah, I'm gonna take some liberties and
how it's done to get to that given dimension. And what given dimension was that they gave? You're gonna just
well, I suspect if they measured it different than 3959, I'd have heard about it before today. That seems to be the agreed upon figure. That would have been news if satellite geodesy disagreed.
So you're guessing.
I'm making an educated.
You're making it up. You're making it up. No, you're making it up as you go, is what you're doing.
What exactly am I making up?
You're
I'm
making
up the number.
They did it at all with satellites, that they were able to measure the surface of Earth with satellites. For one,
I'm not making that up.
You're making up how they actually did it and what conclusion they came to from that.
I'm being careful with my language of how, because there's very specific parts of that process that I'm unfamiliar with. The general idea is they measured the ground, right, using probably radio waves, I imagine. They bounced signals off it, something like radar, sonar, whatever it is, and they use that data to get the surface of the Earth.
So not using the surface of Earth to measure the surface of Earth. Okay, radio waves. Okay, good.
So when you say measurement, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to measure something?
Holy crap, here we go back to like third grade. What is a measurement?
Apparently, yeah. If it's such an easy answer, you should have a pretty quick response to
Yeah, it takes an energy exchange between you, the observer, and the measured object. It takes tools and energy. An energy exchange.
That says a lot less than you think it does.
No, it doesn't. That's an actual definition.
So an energy exchange is a measurement.
It takes
Hello? Did I cut out or did he cut out?
He overloaded.
No, I said just a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Manufactorum, if you want to look at, I posted there a site that gathers a few of the measurements of the papers that did measurements. 6 minutes past.
Basically, what it comes down to is that it's an action.
Okay.
It takes action. So calculating is not action.
Well, it is. But
No, it isn't. It's interaction with a piece of paper and a pencil. Yeah, okay, that's
This is
far, but it's
action.
not a measurement.
Okay, so let's say it requires an exchange of energy. That's not really a definition though. So what else does it require? What's a sufficient requirement rather than a necessary one?
It takes some sort of tool or a standard device that is basically a standard for that particular type of measurement.
Okay.
So
And-
it takes a tool and it takes an interaction, an action with
So
that
the-
tool, energy exchange with the tool and the object you're measuring with, energy exchange.
Okay. So you would say that the satellite used in the satellite geodesy is not a sufficient tool.
It's not a measurement. No, what is the standard they used? You can't tell me any of that. How did they use it as a measuring device? They need a standard for measurements. Whenever measuring something, have you ever measured something yourself? I'm sure you have. Right?
Yes. So for example, if I want to know the area of my house, right, the floor plan, I can measure the sides of the house, but then I have to calculate the area, right? Would you say
Yeah,
that I measured the area?
You started with the measurement first, though.
So, right.
So you can't
I
do the
measured
opposite. You can't just calculate something based on nothing, is what you're doing.
Sure.
With
No,
the
I agree
satellite.
with that. Sure.
So unless you can tell us exactly how they use radar or sonar or whatever you're saying, they're bouncing waves off the surface to get a measurement. I want to know the intermediate part of, like, when they're bouncing them off, how do they determine that that's a measurement? What is the standard they use to determine that whatever they're getting back is an actual measurement?
Okay. So what I'm seeing here is they used advanced dual band radar altimeters to measure the height of the Earth's surface. That measurement, coupled with orbital elements, augmented by GPS, enables determination of the terrain.
So you're begging the question. In a couple different ways, you're begging the question.
Well, I'm answering that specific question.
Yeah, but that's not a standard for measure. That's not a reference that they use to measure something. Like you guys are off into space. We're talking about measuring the surface.
Yeah.
It didn't say as much as I thought it said.
There were like 3
Just
different
because-
robots there. I didn't hear
Just
myself.
Yeah, you're roboting, but just because you measure altimeters, you measure altitudes with those altimeter devices doesn't add up to the end result being a radius of 3959.
It does.
That's
if you
what
put
we're
them all
looking for.
together.
That part. You're missing that part.
Well, if
You don't
put all
have a
that together,
measurement
you do.
because the reason you're missing it because you don't have a measurement in the first place.
Well, the altimeter measures distance, right? Are
And
we
that altimeter measures altitude
right? Which is a kind of distance,
from the ground.
right? So that
you-
is a measurement, right?
Yeah, you're measuring it in the wrong way.
Okay. So we're getting somewhere.
We're not looking for a top-down view, bird's eye view of Earth somewhere off. That can't be this place that can't be identified. as being real in the first place. So bird's eye view, looking down on the Earth, that's not a measurement, bro.
Well, it is.
Tell me how you, tell me, oh, okay, then tell me how you measure your kitchen table just by centering yourself above it and measuring it with your eyeball. Tell me how you do that.
Well, not with your eyeball, but there are ways to do that.
Okay, use a ruler as an altimeter now. Show me how you do that. Or
Okay, here's a question. Do you think we have measured the height of the Empire State?
Run away from the answer. Go ahead. No, I want to know how you measure with standing with your eyeball above a surface, and then you're going to use your eyeball to tell me how far, what the area of surface area is table. That's absolute asinine. But we all know it. Guess you're the last one on the bus. See, the whole thing, it doesn't really matter what you say anyway, Manufactotum, because that information would be in the records as to how they measured it and what they used, what, you know, what tools they used to actually measure it. But they would have come up with the end result being the Earth has a radius of 3959. Or somewhere close by. You guys want to say oblate spheroid, so what? Potato Earth, I don't care. It has to have a radius, circumference, and diameter. Oh, someone made it up. That's probably good. Anyway, old Haas. And
yeah, just yeah, no response.
You guys are awesome. Says who also. I didn't mean to cut in like that, but I figured I've sounded like.
No, welcome to the party. I sandwich myself.
Yeah. Seems like it didn't hurt. So they had no answers for those simple questions. How do they measure it? What is a measurement? They don't know. They need someone to tell them what a measurement is. From one day.
Not only, I guess, yeah, the last person on the bus, but he threw Al Baruni under the bus.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's common. I mean, right? That's their new shtick.
Hey, Sonny, were you asking how they measured the Earth with satellites?
Yeah, because that's what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And so you just ignore the whole satellite part?
No, it's not a measuring device.
Yeah, hold on. He prefaced bringing up satellites with saying, well, I'm guessing this is not a sufficient tool.
Well, but
so ask him about it. He's the one who prefaced it so precariously.
Should Sonny's response not have been, there are no satellites, so we don't even need to talk about it?
No, there are satellites. We know they have balloons out there and different things floating up there above us. Yeah. We know those things are up there.
Well, but that's not what they used, right?
But they're not measuring devices.
Scott, you're imagining the Arthur C. Clarke version.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's what Manufactotum was talking about.
So show me the show me the technology in those satellites that are actually doing the measuring. Which part of the device is measuring?
It's funny. You guys use that term "show me" a lot, but you don't want to know.
Yeah,
you know that,
you
right?
can't show it. That's the problem.
No, you don't want to see it.
You can't show it. You can't show it.
That's why you're
not to see it. That's why you're obfuscating right now, because you can't show it.
Scott,
otherwise you would.
Yeah, Scott. We were once fooled by the magic trick. Don't act like we weren't in the audience when the hat was being pulled out of the hat.
Except there's no hat being pulled out. No, it's a rabbit, right? Did you say rabbit and I misheard some? I thought you said hat being pulled out of a hat. But I'll assume you said rabbit being pulled out of a hat. Just to be generous. But no, there's no rabbit.
It doesn't matter. Continue.
There's no rabbit being pulled out of a hat, though. It's just reality. It's just people studied a long time to learn how to put satellites up in orbit. And they did it and they succeeded. And it's quite an accomplishment that our fellow humans have done.
Oh, time
With
out.
that-
Stop with that. So what reality do you have connected to these satellites other than you're just on board with the hype of it?
I just told you.
So
I
it's just
personally
you
know
have to
people
take
who've
you
done
have
it.
to take okay, you have to see these things as vast human accomplishments and then take it for granted that they occur.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Okay. So you have to take it for granted. What do you want us to do? Imagine along with you?
No, why would you deny that? These
Because
people
I
have
was
accomplished?
once in the audience when they were pulling rabbits out of hats, and then I noticed the whole thing was a charade. Not just the rabbit out of the hat, but the saw through the box, the rings going into each other. It's an act.
Okay, so what did you find out about the
So do
people
you
who built
take beef?
satellites?
Hold on. Do you take beef with Penn and Teller?
I don't
Because a
know.
lot of people do. A lot of people do take beef with Penn and Teller because they lifted the veil.
Why did you have to move to Penn and Teller? Because I don't care about Penn and Teller. We're talking about
Because
people who
it's a
built
parallel.
satellites.
I'm trying to do a parallel, Scott. It's 24/7.
But
Let me
you're
have one
assuming it's a
sentence.
parallel.
Well, tell me it's not. So
It's
when
not.
Penn and Teller, okay, so show me within my example that it's not. So when Penn and Teller show people how a box is cut in half and the two people survive on either end, giving the illusion that it's one person, and they tell the audience that that's what's occurred, what have they done? Have they discounted the accomplishments of magicians, or have they highlighted the accomplishments of the magicians?
They've shown how magic works, yes.
Well, how dare them? That was an accomplishment. Someone had cut someone in half on stage.
No, but everybody knew it wasn't real. Everybody in the audience knows it's not
did.
real. Everybody in the audience.
You're telling me people didn't scream when they started first cutting people in halves and boxes on a stage at the magic show?
I'm saying everybody in the audience knows you can't put a person
You
back
don't
together.
think people gasped when they pulled a rabbit out of a hat?
Well, maybe there's a few really, really stupid people who believe they really cut a person in half, but all the
you're looking at magic through a revisionist lens.
Every reasonably intelligent person knows you can't cut a person in half and put it back together. Everybody knows it has to be some kind of trick, and then the trick is to find out how they did the trick. Everybody knew that.
How come you still believe in the trick?
It's horrible.
How come you still believe in the trick then? If everybody knows. Sorry.
Because it's really cool to be fooled sometimes.
So you want to stay fooled?
No, your assumption is that they are now fooling me.
To be fooled by
You
satellites.
haven't fooled yourself.
You got fooled.
No problem, Scott. No problem. I'm with you.
I'm being fooled by satellites.
Scott, it's fine. How do you verify that the satellites are up there for yourself?
Oh, I've seen them. I've looked up and I watched them streaking across the sky.
Did you watch them?
So you saw them.
Did you watch them measuring stuff?
Hold on a second.
They look like they're a little light. They're tiny, but you can definitely see them on the right night.
When do you see them?
Early evening, just as it gets dark enough, but the sun can still hit the satellite as it's above the horizon, its own horizon. Yeah.
So you
seen them on
saw
many
something.
occasions.
Oh my gosh, I was got a terrible
Have
night.
you ever seen them?
Hold on a second, Scott.
Okay. Yeah.
You meet Globus quicker than you muted him.
Yui. But anyways, so I've seen the satellites with my own eyes.
So you've seen something. You didn't see satellites. You saw something.
I saw something, and I'm smart, and I'm smart, and I think
someone in half
that you can't verify. Go on. What's next?
Wait, I don't know what's next. He asked me how I verified the satellites are up there. I see it.
Yeah, because you went so far away because you went so far away from the initial conversation that you don't even remember anymore. But I'll remind you and I'm going to ask you a question based on that.
Yeah,
so
you do that.
tell me which satellite program exactly actually measured Earth's surface. Go ahead, Scott. Which program?
My question was not about them. My question
So
is
you
about
can't answer the
satellites
question? Why
themselves.
don't you just answer the question? You apparently know.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You're telling us you know that they measured things with these satellites. Now I want you to tell us exactly which program did it, because you must know that it's some program, because that's what you would have had to read about, because I know you didn't do it yourself. So which program, and cite the source. Which program?
I never claimed to know that.
Name the program.
I never claimed to know that. I don't know that.
Yeah, you did. You claimed to know they're measuring stuff. So which program measured which?
I did not.
Satellite program? Yes, you did.
Yeah, you said yes. You said those are the satellites manufactured is off.
Manufactorium, and you agreed with him. So you're on about which satellite program actually measured Earth's.
What do you think? What do you recall me actually saying about satellites?
Ladies and gentlemen, he does not have the answer to that question. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
What do you call me? What do you recall me actually saying about the satellites? I'm really curious what you think I said.
No worries, Scott. We can divert from that.
You said we wouldn't accept how they do measurements of Earth curve, but you didn't show us.
I didn't say that at all.
Oh, so you don't have a dog in this fight then?
Like 2 minutes ago.
No, I said that Sonny should have said that satellites don't exist, and therefore talking about them is irrelevant. That's what I said. Now, what you guys said is very interesting.
You started it with, how come you didn't call Manufactotum out the way you guys usually do by saying satellites don't exist, right? So
pretty close.
Sonny decided to entertain the conversation. We don't have to do it the same way every time. We can ask different questions. I hope that's okay with you.
Yeah, but then Sonny said something about he believes that satelloons exist, or those high altitude balloons. And I said,
those are satellites, by the way.
I don't believe they are.
I know.
Those things are known. Those things are known to be. So stop putting words in people's mouths. You said that I believe that they exist. No, wrong. I don't believe that. That can be proven that they do exist.
How did you prove that? How did you prove that, Sonny? Come on, man. Live up to your own standards. How did you prove to yourself that satelloons exist?
We're not changing the subject. We're still on about
there we go.
Exactly, talking measures.
There we go.
Yes. We're still on about that. Which program, asshole?
No, it's okay. Scott's correct. So we don't have satellites or satelloons because we can't verify them. No problem.
And so then what was Sonny arguing about then?
Well, he was talking to Manufactotum about these satelloons or satellites, whichever ones they were kind of agreeing on, were apparently measuring the Earth's surface. And Sonny was asking some very specific questions about how it was done, the software, the way the reference systems, all that stuff. And it couldn't be produced. So there's a big problem with this idea of satellites, satelloons, and everything. I think we should just throw the whole lot out. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah. Well, that would be consistent of you to not even have the argument at all. Just to come right out and say, we don't believe satellites exist. I'm not having that discussion.
That's
that would
not
be
even what he said. So you're making shit up again. I heard it right now. I heard you make shit up just now and put words in his mouth they didn't make. Statements he didn't make. And you're robot. You're robot.
Brother, you're breaking up.
My satellites.
All right. One question. Is this channel being live streamed or something? I'm not sure.
See, but now we can I assume no one else is talking. Is there someone talking?
No,
Okay.
I think everyone's having satellite issues at the moment.
Oh, you, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, but so now we can go back to the claim where you asked me how I know satellites exist. And I say I saw them with my own eyes. Now, why is
Okay.
that insufficient?
Well, you saw something. I want you to verify what you saw was a satellite in space.
Okay.
Or
How
you
would-
can
how
just
would
tell
I-
me that you believe that's what you
Yeah.
saw.
How would I do that to your satisfaction?
Well, I mean, it would be great if you could touch
I've
it.
done
If
it to
you
my
could go to it.
satisfaction.
Oh, well, my satisfaction is going to it, touching it in space, verifying it. That would be great.
Okay, so that's the only way I could do it to your satisfaction is to go touch it.
Yeah.
Why would you create such an arbitrary, ridiculous standard for yourself?
I don't think that's arbitrary or ridiculous. I think that's
not?
very reasonable to touch things that are supposedly existing, right?
But
and doing the things that they're claimed to be doing.
Listen, the person who says, listen, I've explained it to myself, and that's good enough. That's who's created the arbitrary standard.
Really?
No, see, your and I's, levels of like reasonable evidence are different, Scott. You go, someone tells me it's true. I see something sort of related to it. I'm satisfied. I'm just
No,
not there
not
with
right.
you. I hope you can appreciate the difference.
No, I can't actually. That makes no sense to me.
It makes no sense for you to have things verified. You touch them, you fiddle with them, you see if they're actually where they're supposed to be, if the place that they're supposed to be is actually what it is.
Well, they're exactly where they're supposed to be. You can go online for something like the ISS, which I have never seen, and they'll tell you exactly where to look at exactly what time, and it will be there every time.
And see, this is why old Hoss was talking about magic tricks, right? Because
still
magic
don't know?
tricks, it looks like he's sawing her in half. She screams like she's being sawed in half. And yet there's two different boxes and two different people.
And
So
you don't
illusions can be created.
Okay, so how do you imagine them creating an illusion of me looking up into the sky from anywhere basically on Earth that they tell me I can look from? How do you think they pulled
don't
off
know.
that illusion?
I don't know. I don't really care, Scott. Like, I don't have the money, the budget, the time to go knocking down NASA's door and say, hey, are you guys, like, is it legit? How do your magic tricks work, right?
So
you think that's going to go down very well?
Okay, so then why do you assume it's an illusion?
I don't make any assumptions.
I'll give you an anecdote.
But you do. You do make an assumption whether you know it or not, right?
No, I just decide not to entertain the story. I just ignore it.
Why?
Why? Because I got better things to do, like touching actual real stuff and measuring real stuff.
But you don't do any of that either, right?
Of course I do. I've got plenty of my own
What have you
observations.
measured? What have you measured?
I've measured the Earth. I mean, to my satisfaction, but like I said, it may not work for you. I've got an observation
how did
of
you measure the
112
Earth?
miles. I measured these mountains that are supposed to be at 112 miles from the place that I observed them from. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I did the math. I went on Google Earth, line of sight, all that stuff. I saw the mountain base to tip from 112 miles away when I should only be seen about 2,000 feet at the top. And that's not even prominence. That's just elevation above sea level. So, my evidence is not going to be as good as anything across, like, let's say, the ocean. It's over land. But I've done it. I've got my own observations. Now, if that doesn't satisfy you, by all means, you can reject it. I reject the way that you believe things. You reject what I observe, right, or believe. It doesn't have to be this contentious thing.
No, it doesn't have to be, but you are going to make it that, aren't you?
Well, I'm not the one being really hostile right now. It's you. You're coming at me. I'm just saying, you believe what you want. I'll believe what I want.
Wow. Interesting way you see the world.
Right, because I've done some measurements. I've touched these places. I've even been to the top of the mountain that I measured to, so I know it exists, right? And I took the photo and the measurement from the place where I was standing, so I know it exists. You are telling me that you see lights in the sky and you believe the story that surrounds them, but you've never touched them, you've never done anything with them, but you believe the story. It's a different level of like scrutiny that you and I have.
And you don't think that statement right there was hostile?
How is it hostile?
Because you're telling me that I am incapable of discerning whether what I see was real versus an illusion.
No, I'm just saying that your standard is different. We already talked about
You're literally
that.
saying that.
I'm saying that your standard is different than mine.
You're saying I'm being fooled by the Penn and Teller illusion, and you're not.
No, well, I mean, that's what I'm. Yeah, sure, I'll agree to that because it's kind of like the ladies in the box. You didn't touch the ladies in the box, did you?
But you don't see that as hostile, right?
No, why would it be hostile? I'm not being hostile towards
Because
you.
you're calling me an idiot.
Do you think Penn and Teller are
No,
hostile?
I didn't say idiot.
But
I didn't say idiot.
You didn't use the word.
I didn't
but you're
say
saying
idiot.
You didn't use the word, but you're saying I'm too stupid to know that I'm being fooled.
No, you're saying that.
Willingly gullible.
How is it that I can't tell the difference and you can?
Tell the difference between what?
The illusion. You're saying I'm being fooled by the illusion. How is it that you're not and I am?
I want to interject
You're being
here.
fooled
Maybe because you're choosing to be fooled by it.
Or maybe you're choosing. But see, that's hostile, though, right?
No, who's being
choosing
hostile?
to be fooled? What motivation could I have to choose to be fooled?
Scott, are you doing the same thing that you did yesterday by making yourself a victim in this scenario?
I'm not a victim. No, I'm just pointing out that.
So just cool.
Your behavior.
I'm not being
hostile. Your behavior.
Yeah, so here's my behavior, and you can tell me if you disagree. Here's my behavior. Your standard of evidence is, yeah, I know, and I think it's fascinating that you don't hear what I'm saying. Your standard of evidence is different than mine. Now, if you feel bad about your standard of evidence,
right?
I guess that's not my problem, but I'm not being hostile.
But my standard of evidence is insufficient because I am being fooled and you're not. Correct?
Well, you're the one that's saying that, not me. Okay?
But you are necessarily implying it. I know that's redundant, but you are implying it.
Really, I'm not interested anymore, Scott, about how your level of scrutiny is different than mine, okay? And if you want to believe what you want, by all means, do so.
Well, see, but I'm just pointing out to the audience you guys always talk about that you guys really are kind of hostile to the world. You guys have a great deal of anger and hatred towards people who have accomplished things in this world, and I don't understand why that is. What happened to you guys?
Excuse me, Scott. Now you are leveling charges against us that I feel are a little bit unfounded. So could you just go ahead and give me a specific example of what you're talking about?
This conversation itself is my example.
So we came to the conclusion that you and I have different standards of scrutiny, or we accept as evidence.
No, that's not the conclusion we came to.
Oh, so we don't have different standards? I think we do.
We do have different
I actually pointed it out that I don't. Okay, so then it is true.
And yours are better than mine, according to you, right?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said different.
Yes, you did.
When did I say better?
You implied exactly that. I'm being.
When did I imply?
You're in touch with the truth. I'm not.
When did I imply?
You implied that I'm being fooled by the Penn and Teller trick, and you're not.
Okay, so I guess we could just kind of figure out whether or not it's true. Let's figure out if that's true. Then
How do you do that?
Okay, so we have decided to see the lights in the sky and the rumors about them, whether or not they're satellites in the second law of thermodynamics violation, orbiting a sphere, to be kind of something that we're going to ignore now because there's no way that we could actually verify that. At best, it seems like a nice light show in the sky. You say, no, I believe that what they are telling me is indeed true, and I really don't care if I can touch it or fiddle with it or go to the place where they're supposed to be.
Yes, there are lots of things that I can verify for myself and that any reasonable person, and that's a hostile statement right there. Any reasonable person should be able to do this too.
Right.
And
so
therefore I conclude that there is some reason you have not to want to confirm this for yourself.
How do I confirm it other than just seeing something? I see the magic show.
You use your... I'll use a term that you might be like you use your God-given gifts of rationality and discernment to figure out what's real and what's not. That's why when I approach a Penn and Teller show, I know it's an illusion. I use my reason. When I look up in the sky, I see the satellites going across. I know that's not an illusion because I use my reason. I pull in everything that I've gained from my life of experience to be able to tell what's illusion and what's not. That's how I do it.
So that's great. No, I'm glad that you did that. So, all right, Scott, can you let me answer instead of just badgering me for a second? So, you've experienced in your life, with all of your reason, that things will indeed hover. Large metallic objects will indeed hover in open space and orbit things unpowered and take reference system measurements of a sphere for an indefinite amount of time, put in place by rockets that travel at about 17,500 miles an hour. You've witnessed this and seen it.
You made a mistake there. You said hover. They don't hover.
Okay, fine. We're using the term orbit, but they are indeed in free space, yes? And they are going around some sort of, in your mind, a large sphere. So when have you seen that at any other scale other than the story that they tell you and what you see from afar but can't verify?
I never have, and I don't need to. That's what reason comes
in. But so I don't think that's reasonable. I think the fact that you've never witnessed this on any other scale, but only the story that they tell you is unreasonable.
Why not?
It's
because you've never,
Scott.
I don't need to experience everything in order to know it's true, right? There's a whole bunch of things I can know that are true that are not.
Okay.
I can learn the mathematics that they used. I can learn all the other things. You know, for one, I mentioned this just yesterday. You know, we know the distance between every city on this. I'll use globe because it's what it is. And there's only one way that those distances from every known distance can be mapped out on a surface, and that's a globular surface. And that's how I conclude the Earth's a globe. Done. It's done. So there's nothing else to argue about. It's done. It's over.
Right.
That's from
okay.
reason.
So the globe is accurate. You're saying the globe is accurate.
Yes.
So it is what's being used to navigate the Earth.
Absolutely.
Okay. So people they don't go and get maps that are flat, Cartesian coordinate systems. They use the globe for navigation.
No, they use maps that are flattened and distorted from the actual globe.
So the actual globe is the accurate one, and they use distorted maps for navigation.
Absolutely, yes. And they make corrections for those distortions. They have to absolutely consciously make corrections in order to not die.
Okay.
And everybody who uses those maps know that. But
sure, good. Just show me that.
This is where I think you guys just dishonest. You don't want to see it.
Scott, I'm asking you to show it to me. Once again, the same thing as before. I ask you to show me, you don't show me. Show me.
All you have to do is go take a celestial navigation course.
Scott,
just
show
go
me.
online. Go online
Scott,
and take one.
Scott, show me.
You won't look.
I'm asking you to show me right now.
You won't.
What have you posted?
So if I post a link to a guy talking about celestial navigation, you're going to look at it?
Well, no, you made a claim that, excuse me, Scott, you made a claim.
Okay, you're not going to look at it.
I'm asking you about, so you're going to interrupt me while I'm asking you the very specific claim that you made. The maps, the flat maps that we use to navigate are distorted and people are making corrections to navigate. That was the claim that you made.
Yes.
Okay, show me them doing that.
Like a video of people making. Well, how do you? When you say show me, do you want to actually see a video of people making corrections sitting at the helm of a ship somewhere?
No, I mean, like you told me, the people that use flat maps, they're using skewed maps, you know, so they have to make corrections with the maps that they have to get where they need to go.
Yes. What documentation would be sufficient for you?
I just want you to show me somebody doing that because I've used a map before and I haven't needed to do anything that you're talking about.
Okay, so once again, you said just show me.
Yeah.
But Showing
You made a claim.
people doing that would be a video of someone actually doing it. That's what show me people doing that would mean. I don't
Well, I
assume
mean, how
that's
do
what
you
you
do
did.
it? How do you do it?
So I don't.
Oh, you don't do it. But you
No,
say
but I
people
read.
do.
But I
So
can
what
read.
people do?
But I can read.
What people do? Yeah, it's just a story.
The
What people do this?
Okay, so we now eliminated that we can learn from other people who've done this. And so if I haven't done this, you haven't done this, and we have eliminated other people who have done it because that's just a story. What do we
Well,
do?
that's the thing, Scott. You and me ought to be able to find the truth, right? Like, let's get to the people that are doing the thing that you just claimed. Where are they at? I don't want to talk to you anymore. But you made a claim, so if there's someone doing what you say is being done, where flat maps and charts are apparently not good, so they're skewed, and now they need to be corrected real time to get where you need to go, show me that.
Once again, you keep using that word show me without any definition of show me, because I can't show you a video of people sitting at the helm of a ship doing that.
Bring in a captain that has a chart that's no good, and he has to make corrections real time because it's all wrong.
So you really honestly don't understand that flat maps have adjustments for latitude changes. Usually
You told me that they were wrong.
Usually in
right?
the bottom right-hand corner.
You told me they were wrong.
That? Wait,
You told me they were wrong.
Yes.
Scott, you told me they were wrong.
They have latitude adjustments for longitudinal distances. Do you know that?
No, that's why I'm asking you to show me.
Okay, so if I could show you a map, if I can post a picture of a map, I guess, that has a scale adjustment for longitudinal distances at varying latitudes that must be corrected for to get accurate measurements, that will suffice? Or will you just say, yeah, that's just one thing and that's just a story?
Well, I mean, your claim is that people are taking these charts, these maps, that they're no good, and they're making adjustments to get to where they need to go. So I want you to show me someone with the map at the helm going, see how this is all wrong here? I got to do this other thing.
Okay, so that's what we're back to. You know I can't do that.
That was your claim. That was your claim.
That is my claim.
Okay,
but all I have is their stories saying they did that. But that's not good.
They're not doing it real time? Why wouldn't they show us doing this real time? Because if you're teaching somebody how to do something, like if you're a shipboat captain, whatever, and you're out there on the ocean and you're training the guy that's probably going to, do some of your work. Because you ever seen like Deadliest Catch? They put different captains on those boats and navigators sometimes. So it's like, all right, we're going to train you up on how to. You see how this map is no good? We got to go ahead and just kind of throw this map out. You got to change all this crap while we're sailing along, so you know where you're going. Can you show me that?
Interesting. But that's nothing what I said. But that's interesting. That's what you heard. That
you said that the maps are skewed.
You have to throw it out.
Okay, I'll take the throw it out part. But like this is no good. We have to change that. We have to like real time kind of figure out where we're going because this thing doesn't really work.
I didn't say that either.
So are the maps good or not good? Are the maps good or not good?
The maps are good.
Oh, so now they're good. So there's no correction.
No, that's not the same thing. A map needing correction that is on the map. The map tells you what corrections to make.
Why would someone give you a map that's not good?
Which is what makes the map usable. Because the map itself tells you the correction to make. That makes it a good map.
Why not just have a map that actually tells you where the stuff is at and go to it instead of having all these keys and stuff where you have to change everything? How come the map's no good?
Because the Earth's a globe and they can't make that map. It's physically impossible.
Okay, so the Earth's a globe.
So they do these corrections for you.
Great. So the Earth's a globe. Where's the curvature at?
Everywhere.
Okay, show me how I can measure it.
Take the distance between every city on the face of the earth if you want and plot them out.
That's distances.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
And distances are a really good way to measure curve.
Well, how would a distance help me measure curve? That's rate of slope.
He said if you walking isn't straight.
Wow. Wow,
That's the funniest shit I ever heard. This is like hilarious.
How is distance going to help me determine whether or not there's curve or not? We're looking for rate of slope. You got any rate of slope, Scott?
Yeah. If you have X number of points, and you know those points exist on the surface of something, whether it's flat or whether it's a sphere or a triangle or any other surface, you have distances between multiple points. You can plot those distances on that surface of that object, and if only one and if only one surface works to plot all those distances from each other along that surface, if only one can work mathematically, that is the only one that's possible.
So since no one's using the globe for navigation, I guess that one's out.
You just ignored everything I said, right?
No, I heard exactly what you said. So they plot out the distances on the globe, but no one's using the globe to navigate, so that's out.
And so therefore, when they turn those into flat maps, they tell you the corrections that you need to make. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
To map the distances that they would show up on the globe through.
So why wouldn't they just use a globe instead? Why wouldn't they just use a globe instead?
Yeah, why wouldn't they use a navigational globe?
Globes are hard to carry around, and you can't lay them on a desk, and you can't. They're a little harder to do all the stuff you need to do.
Well, yeah, but there's no curvature in the maps that they give you. But you're telling me that because the distances are the distances that they are, and they're not accurate on the globe, or the globe's too heavy to carry around, that the smaller maps that are flat, because I've looked at these maps, I have maps, Scott, like everybody has a map. There's no thing in there that says you've got to correct for this amount of distortion to get to where you want to go.
Yes. If the maps are small enough and they cover a small enough area, the distortion is trivial. It's a rounding error. You don't need to care about it.
Okay. So no one's accounting for curvature when they navigate.
That's not correct, because when someone has to navigate from somewhere like San Francisco to Australia, they need to know the exact distance or really close that the flat map will not get you. Not even close.
Oh, really?
Flat map
What's the exact distance?
Close.
How do you get a ground position then?
How do you get it? What?
How do you get a ground position then, and two different ground positions? How about three circles of equal elevation? How do you get that if it's curved?
The only way you can get it is on a curve. You can't get it on a flat. You cannot get circles of equal elevation on a flat.
Bullshit.
You can't.
That's
a baseless assertion.
Everybody understands navigation.
No, don't fallacy up the joint, okay, bro? That is a baseless assertion. I want you to show us how you can only get circles of equal altitude on a curved surface.
Yes, because circles of equal altitude are points on the sphere that are parallel to the light rays.
Oh my God!
Let me finish. The angle to the star. Well, you guys can laugh all you want, and you can refuse to understand the world that you live in, if that's what your goal is.
You never navigate anywhere in your life.
And you didn't understand what you were doing if you ever did navigate, because the only way that you can have us.
Bullshit, I got there, and I didn't run into the rock, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I know, but you have no idea why 1 degree is 69 miles or 60 nautical miles, do you?
Yeah, I do, because it's transplanting this celestial sphere that is above us down to the Earth's surface. That's all it's doing.
Okay, so how did they get 60 nautical miles from that?
They all work the same.
How'd they get 60 nautical miles?
Because they presupposed 360.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. How did they get a degree then?
By 1/360th of a circle.
So there they did. 360
of a sphere. Of a sphere, right?
That's my case.
And so as you move 1 degree away from a ground position, the ground underneath you curves 1 degree. And
because
therefore,
you're supposed 360 to get 1 degree. That's the only way you can do that, by the way. So it doesn't matter.
Why would they use 360?
The numbers until you get into the south, until you get into the southern latitudes, it changes because the globe can't account for it and doesn't know those distances are much wider the further south you go. I've experienced this as a navigator myself.
All you're doing is navigating a flat baseline and you're looking at an angle to a star. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
You're not, in
Yeah,
reality,
but
and if you're using a
but-
globe, you have to cut the whole globe in half and still
No,
come
you
back
don't.
to a flat surface.
No, you don't.
You don't?
No, of
Okay.
course not.
Why don't you show me how to navigate without
He
cutting the
doesn't know
globe
what
in
he's
half?
talking about. He's
Hey.
never done this before.
Oh, show me how to navigate on the globe right now. Because you just made a claim that you don't
Should I
have to
point
cut it in
you-
half, so you know,
Can I
right?
point you to a video of someone
No.
who would do this
No,
for me?
I don't need a video. You show me.
Oh, I show you.
You just claimed that you do not need to cut the globe in half at the equator to navigate a globe. So show me.
I don't know how to respond. That's beyond stupid.
Okay. I rest my case. That's cool.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to show
If you think
anything.
your case is made, that just shows
He doesn't.
that says a lot
he
about
doesn't-
you.
Scott doesn't intend on showing anything at all. He hasn't shown anything since he's been here. all
He
the
has
time.
no clue what he's saying.
I
No
can post a video in probably like 2
I
minutes.
don't
I
care
can break
about
out
your
my
video,
computer.
bro. I already know how it's done.
Why don't you
How's
post the
it done?
video?
I want you
Why
to
don't you
show
You
me.
tell me how it's done.
You don't. You can't navigate on a globe without cutting it in half, dumbass.
Okay, tell me how it's
You're
done.
the one who said you can, so you need to show me.
Tell me all the theory behind celestial navigation. Go for it, man.
You know,
Go
here's
for
what
it.
you do. You make claims, and then you spin around and do some other bullshit. You said out loud, you do not need to cut the globe in half to navigate. Did you not say that?
Yes.
Okay, show me.
All we
when,
need to
and
do
where?
is get an angle
How, when,
relation
and
to a star. And
No,
I could-
how, when, and where was it done that way?
How, where, and when was it done? What way?
The way you say.
It's done
The way
every
you're
time
saying it's
anybody's ever done celestial navigation.
The way you're saying it's done. We want a citation of somebody that's saying they are
I,
actually
I,
doing
I can
it.
point you to celestial navigation documentation. I can instruction manuals. I can point you to anything. What do you want to see?
Are they saying? I
What do you
want
want to
the
see?
one that's saying- I want the one that's saying that the saying celestial navigation is done the way you're saying.
Right, that's not going to happen.
Or whatever way you're saying, that's the way we need to see it. That it's written
Okay,
somewhere.
would a video
logbook.
suffice?
You won't even let me finish. So a logbook or some kind of a white paper on. They've actually done this. A logbook, a diary. Like I don't care what it is. Map, an actual chart itself, where it was documented on the chart. Was that's how lots of times we do that. You're always dead reckoning onto a flat plane. Every tool set for navigation, celestial navigation, a compass, a parallel rule, those type of things are crucial. It relies on a horizontal plane in order
No,
to
it
operate.
doesn't.
You're traveling all along the axis that represents the flat plane of the map, your chart you're working on.
Yeah,
So
she's wrong.
you're actually traveling. Oh, I'm wrong, huh? So
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
He can't
the
show
purpose
that
of
he's right.
celestial navigation is to
Because
show your
yeah.
position on the horizontal plane because that's the one you're traveling along. Numpty.
Well, I need you guys to tell me what you need for documentation. I will provide it. You tell me what you want.
Well, first of all up and down in the chat right now are the ways that the globe does it, and they cut the globe in half and they use the equatorial plane. And if you're saying that they don't do that, you need to show us where that is, and we don't want a video. Like charts and stuff that we've been just showing you right here. Charts how you fucking navigate off a curved surface, dude. Let me see. Cannot get a baseline off a curved surface. You realize that? So you're
No,
done
I
in
don't,
the
'cause
water.
that's
You're dead in
incorrect.
the water.
That's incorrect. You can't.
Okay.
Very easily.
You're Dunning-Kruger, man. You're so Dunning-Kruger. I mean, you're just like, you're so convinced.
Just throw him the
And
fuck out of here is what you should
of
do.
your-
He's an
of your
idiot.
fairy
He's
tale,
just sitting
yeah.
here making shit up.
He's just spouting
he's
his fairy
defending-
tale to us.
Says
like
the people,
it's
says the
fairy-
people making the shit up.
religious-
Yeah.
Hold on, Harp.
defending-
His adult fairy tale that he's trying to spout
Exactly,
out
his
week
religious
after week
belief.
after week. I know.
His religious belief that's fundamental to him, and he needs it. Can't let go.
Yet my religious belief is the only one who can plot the distance between every city on the planet. This is one thing you guys have to ignore, right?
Bro? You
We
really
don't have a
retarded?
planet. We're not ignoring it. You don't have a planet. So show planet, any part of a planet.
Do you have any
We'll
map?
present it as Exhibit A. Where's the proof of the globe? The curvature.
Do you have anything on which you
any
can?
measurement of Earth curvature any time in history? We'll use that for starters. When was
Do you
anyone
guys
ever
have
directly measured the fucking surface of Earth and determined that it has a rate of drop over distances? What curvature requires? We need to see that. And who did that? Who's ever measured it? Now,
We can do that by knowing the distance
Who's
of
we?
every city.
Who the fuck is we? Were you in the group
humanity?
at the time?
Humanity.
You in the group? Were
Yes,
you
I was
there?
in the group. I was in the group of humanity, and I will.
Were you there? Here's what
I
you do.
will
You
share.
go to
I
your
will share
little
in the
church
glory.
and you
Yes.
worship the fucking globe. You're an evolutionist too, aren't you? A big banger, right?
Can you put together a single chart of every city on the face?
Who cares?
Are you really this retarded, bro? Seriously.
Well, why
possibly
do you
be
guys
this
need to
retarded.
violently avoid this?
Because you're
Nobody's
retarded. The things you're
You don't have
saying are
curvature of the
insane,
Earth.
bro.
Wait. You're saying that we know the distances from every city to every city is insane? Are you saying we don't know the distances from every city to every
Are
city?
you goofy? Are you really this goofy?
Do we or do we not know the distances from every city to every
So that
city?
proves the globe, you fucking retard?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
God. Mike.
Yes, it does.
There's something wrong with your brain, bro.
What about over water?
Well, I'm not the one who can't understand that knowing the distance from every city to every city proves the globe.
So what's a ridiculous claim? What's the purpose
This has
of
got to
that
be one of
claim?
the most retarded fucking conversations I've ever had in my life.
Do the distances between cities need to be fixed?
Who cares? What's the purpose of doing that?
We do. The people who want to get from one city to the other care. That's who cares. I'm going to get on a plane in a couple weeks and fly to Tokyo.
I would tell you that no, they've never been. I would say no, they've never been accurately.
Distances, bro.
They're not accurate to what tolerance level of accuracy are you talking?
Tolerant enough so when the plane takes off, it lands in the city it was trying to land in. It doesn't end up in the fucking ocean. Call that tolerant. That tolerant. Is that good enough for you?
Yeah,
Is
so
that
they know
sufficient to care?
because they have radio beacons that tell them when they're getting close, when they're nearby. They're using elevation angles and so forth when they're doing that.
Do you guys notice how you're diverting from the very simple fact that we know the distances between cities, and your flat Earth
I told you
cannot plot
I
those?
stopped you several times. I said, "What about over water?" From
What
city to
difference does it
city,
make?
but it's only water between them.
Yes, we know those distances too.
No,
Yes.
you don't.
Yes, we do.
No, they
Yes,
don't.
we do.
They don't.
You
There's no
might not.
accurate way of
The
measuring
rest
it.
of us do.
No, you don't know.
Yes, I do.
Otherwise, they could make an accurate map, and there's more
And
than
they
30
have.
versions of the map.
You
No,
guys, your does not make the Google
No.
Maps inaccurate.
there's dozens upon dozens of different versions of maps. None of them are completely accurate, as you say.
Google Maps is exactly accurate.
No, not as you say. No, they are not. They're a
Show me where it's
they're
wrong.
a flat projection onto a globe. Yeah.
Show me
so
where
they're
it's
accurate
wrong.
As far as that, that's why I told you the numbers work the same. Whether you're on a globe or whether you're using GPS, they're using the celestial sphere, just like we do when we're navigating. That's the power we're using. We have a flat surface, though.
What distance
That
between
horizontal
a geographic location between two geographic locations does it get wrong?
From a flat horizontal plane, we get elevation angles.
See, this is the simple fact that you guys need to avoid at all costs.
No, that you're just
recognize
ridiculous
that
because you don't have the
cannot-
foundational claim set. You don't have it
You
set. It's
cannot
shown that
plot
Earth is
the
a
distance
ball at
between
all.
geography.
You don't have anything showing the Earth is a sphere at all. So the foundational claim that
Divert.
is blown out of the water from the very start and doesn't have any standing
Divert.
at all. And a court of law would be thrown out as ridiculous. You'd be
Whatever.
thrown out of this court. If I had
Whatever.
the ability, I'd throw you out because I heard enough of your nonsense. You're fair.
Yeah, are you guys going to
Don't
deny
fairy
that we
tale.
know the distance between every city on the planet?
Okay, tell us the purpose of your inquiry.
Do we know that? Do you want to deny that we know the distance from every city to every city?
I deny that it's accurate. Do you know about the? Do you know about the
How
shoreline
inaccurate
paradox?
is it?
Do you know about the shoreline paradox?
I don't care. I want to talk about the cities,
So you don't care what the shoreline paradox says.
This is what's
That
interesting.
means
You
they can't
need to
figure it out
divert.
because the more complex that shoreline goes, as
No,
it grows,
this
it
is
grows,
a
it grows.
diversion. This is your
No,
mind
it is
going into
not.
panic
No,
mode.
it is not.
This
You
is
don't know what
your
you're talking
mind
about.
going into panic mode.
It's you avoiding your claim, which is the Earth is a sphere, and you have no curvature measurement. And
No,
I
my
haven't
claim
gone
is
off
we
of
know
that
the distance.
topic.
My claim is we know the distance
I
between
have not
cities.
gone off of that topic since we started. So the Earth curvature measurement, please, and then we can continue. Otherwise, you're just a religious zealot that we all know you are, and I know it's for to get you airtime, so everybody can see how ridiculous you sound. Like this is all the globe has to offer. Nothing at all.
Yeah. All we can offer is airline travel between every city on the planet.
Where's
That's
the
all we can
cow
offer. We
You have
suck.
no substance. No substance.
We suck. All we can offer is air travel from everywhere to everywhere.
Aircraft are not measuring devices. We went over this already.
Didn't say it was.
Yeah, you're trying to. You're
Didn't
trying
say
to
it was.
That they are.
Can you guys
You're
offer
talking
air
about
travel?
distances and air travel.
Can you guys offer air travel from anywhere to anywhere? On your lack of a map. Can you guys offer anything to this world?
Can you offer
that helps
curvature?
anybody?
Can you offer curvature? Can you offer the globe? Anything with the globe that's helped anybody?
Yes, we can
don't
travel
do
from city to city across continents, across vast oceans, and we get there. That's what we've offered. What do you guys have offered?
Flat plane. Yeah, they're flying level flight. That's what I have to offer.
Okay, where's your map that shows them how to get from San Francisco to Australia?
You have to go do your own research. I've seen
Oh, so you don't have one. Okay, thank you.
I've seen
So you
like
offered
a thing
nothing.
where the planes go up and then they fly across the whole entire U.S. and they're going in a flat horizontal plane above the U.S. And this is showing all flights over the North American continent, and it shows them going up to the altitude elevation where they're at to 35,000 or whatever their flight is requiring, and they go through this corridor and they just stay on a flat plane the whole entire fucking time across the whole North American continent. Boom.
And you notice how your mind went to panic mode. It would not let you address the question I actually asked. Like, how do I get from San Francisco to Australia?
Your question because that's not.
I know you are. I know you are. Yes. At least to admit you're ignoring my question.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? Do people not want to get from San Francisco to Sydney?
Would you use a map? Would you use a
Do
map,
people
Scott? What
do
kind of
people
map?
not want to get from San Francisco to Sydney?
Yeah, what kind of
all the
map
time?
would you use? What kind of map would you use, Scott?
They would use the globe. For sure.
Really? What kind of map,
Yes.
though?
They take that with them on their flight. They use a globe.
They put a globe in their pocket, and then they're like, "Oh,
No. They would put
Going about right?
they would put the globe model into the airplane's
Onto a
computer.
map. What
Into
map
the
would they
airplane's
use, Scott?
computer.
Okay, yeah.
I'm telling you what they do. And
They
you
put
guys
the
know that's
globe
what they
into the
do.
airplane's computer. Did you hear that?
The model. I said the model. You guys heard me say the model. Well, maybe you didn't. Maybe your minds are
You
such
said they put
things.
it into the
where you-
aircraft's computer.
Maybe your minds are such things that you literally block out words that you can't let yourself hear.
Go ahead.
Maybe that's what you're doing.
Keep
We
on
heard
going.
it. You put the glob in the model, and boop, boop, boop.
No,
his
you put the
glob.
globe model, the coordinates of all these cities into the airplane's computer, and you plug it into the airplane's computer, and you say, "I'm in San Francisco." It knows that because it's looking at GPS, and it knows I want to get to Australia, and it's going to tell you the path or the heading that you have to take, and it's going to tell you how far it is.
Yeah, and can that happen over a flat plane as well?
Doesn't matter. Can it happen on a flat
Can
Earth?
it happen on both?
Can
it happen on both?
Can the flat Earth
Answer the
have you
question.
got-
Now who's not wanting to hear
it can't.
things.
No.
Answer the
The answer to the question is
Can that
no, it
happen on
can't.
both? Can that
No.
happen on both, Scott? Can that
No.
happen on both?
No.
Yes, it can. You can have
It can't.
flights above a flat plane as well as over a curved surface. So don't be ridiculous. So now that sucked. So next,
The heading and the distance have nothing to do with the plane it flies in. What is the heading and what is the distance on
The
any
plane
model
it
you guys
flies
have
in.
offered to the world? What is the heading?
Listen to him
On your
change
model that you've
definitions
offered
of
the world.
words in mid
You guys
sentence.
broke Scott.
What is the heading?
Yeah, I made toast for someone this morning. Is that
What
good
is
enough
the
for you,
heading?
Scott?
That's a good heading.
You guys just desperately need to avoid this, don't you?
Go
What
ahead.
is the heading?
You can't get a heading on a flat. You can't be in a gymnasium and get a heading.
What is the heading from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia? It's a simple question. You guys have been doing this for 9 fucking years. You should have the answer to this by now.
What's the distance, Scott? Because that's what you said you had. You had the exact distance between those two points.
Well, I can go on to Google Maps and I can go on to Google Maps and get that distance in 10 seconds.
Google Maps? You mean the one that's connected to Google Earth?
Yes, exactly.
Does he know that?
Scott, let me ask you this.
And that's why we think the
how many times
But you guys do notice that you're desperately avoiding recognizing that you guys have not offered the world anything.
How many times do you have to spin Google Earth around to get around once? For one revolution of the globe, how many times do you have to spin Google Earth?
Why is that relevant to anything? It's another diversion.
Well, have you ever done it?
I'm not going down your rabbit hole.
Because you're the one who just cited it. So have you ever played around
down your rabbit hole?
You said it's accurate. No, you said it's accurate. How many times do you have to spin it around to get around one revolution of the Earth they show on TV, on Google Maps, on Google Earth? Have you done it?
No, I've never done
because you said you said it's accurate. Well, yeah, you have to spin around like 2 3/4 time to get around once. That should tell you something.
But do you think anybody other than you understands what you just said there?
Anyone else who's ever done that understands. Yeah, you don't understand.
What does it mean?
A fifth grader would understand that. A fifth grader.
What does it mean to spin it around 2.5 times to spin it around
because
once?
It's not as accurate. It's not. You see it as a circle that it zooms in on a map, and you think, yeah, we're good. But the circle they show you in the first place, you have to spin it around 2 3/4 time to get it around once. You're lost in an illusion. You're lost in the magic show.
It doesn't make any sense. It's a circle. I don't even get it.
To spin it around 2 3/4 times to spin it around once.
Is it accurate? Is Google Earth accurate?
Yes, it's extremely accurate. Yes.
Then why do you have to spin it around 2 3/4 time to get it around once?
It doesn't make any sense. What? It's a sphere.
It sure doesn't. It doesn't add up.
If you put a dot on a sphere, if you're spinning it 2.5 times, you're spinning it 2.5 times. That's not even possible. It's like,
oh my god! Have you?
Somebody just pull up Google Earth right now. Yes, I have done it. You only spin it around once to spin around once. You're not making any sense. If you're spinning it around multiple times, you're spinning it across something multiple times.
Okay, so you do. How many swipes do you do to get around the Earth?
Oh, it's swipes you're talking about.
Swipes doesn't matter. That's just sensitivity of the UI.
Einstein. That's how you spin it on. That's how you spin it on Google Earth. You swipe it.
You should have said swipes.
That's what you haven't messed with it. You haven't done it. So you told me you didn't do it. So why should I even? That's how it's done.
But it
The
means
Earth is
nothing.
spinning only three swipes speed.
Why does the sensitivity of how much Google Earth moves mean anything?
You still told me you have to swing the bat. Anyways, yes, Scott, you're lost in the magic show. And I know we've got a train, but hold on. Just a minute. Can I make a call back to earlier? Because I've seen these lights in the sky, this thing they call SpaceX. Can you hear me, Scott?
I can hear you, but I got to do some dishes, so I'm gonna have to mute myself. But go ahead, I'll listen.
I'm sorry, I had to reboot the thing. Were you talking to me?
Yeah, Scott said he's busy right now. Scott said he's busy for like a second. He's listening. He'll be back.
I'll just wait until he's back. Until he orbits back.
What do flat earthers think about when schools put up weather balloons in the air and you can see the curvature of the Earth? Do they think that's like connected to the government?
What kind of lenses are they using?
It depends. It's either a GoPro. Like there's multiple different cameras you're using.
Answered your own question. It depends on the lens. Answered your own question. Bravo.
What? doesn't depend on the lens. You said it,
your words. I said, what type of lens do they use? You said
They
it
use
depends.
They use what? They use multiple different lenses. Depends what school you're talking about or what weather balloon you're talking about.
Yeah. So stay as vague as possible, and you'll be in clear.
What are you guys talking about?
I can't even argue with this. This is not even logical at all. This is just like semantics.
No, you're not
just...
logical.
Hey, can you give me a rundown about what is happening right now, real quick?
Yeah, dude, you broke it. You offered a question as an argument. You are broken, sir. Of course you can't argue. You haven't made an argument, and you think you're arguing.
A question can be a form of an argument if it has something that's true. That's the question. Say if you're questioning somebody on why the sky's blue.
Okay,
You're like, why can we observe the sky's blue?
We're not talking about the sky blue. That's not what you said. So why are you talking about something else now? What
Because
do
it's
you think
analogous.
is true about your question? What do you think is true about your question? Simple as that.
Because I have sent up a weather balloon before, and you could see the curvature.
What
It was
lens
not.
did
It was
you-
a flat lens. It did not distort anything. It's a regular lens.
So now you know the lens all of a sudden. Bullshit artistry.
I'm talking about personally. Like there's multiple different balloons. There's thousands of balloons that have been sent up.
Proof, bro, you're a liar, dude. Got video proof? Don't lie.
Yeah, I can link it. It's probably on YouTube.
The funny thing is, the moment you link the video,
Your video's on YouTube.
See your weather balloon, bro. Your weather balloon.
Yeah, what's funny is they're gonna say that your video is fake the moment that you send it.
Time out.
No.
Yeah, but
we're
he's the one
specifically wondering what kind of lens
depends
he's
on the
using.
lens. Yeah,
I didn't send it depends on the lens. I'm saying it's multiple different lenses. I'm not saying it depends on the lens what makes a curvature.
Weather balloon.
You
Your
think about
flat
it,
lens.
I think about it. It depends on the lens used.
But I'm not talking about how that impacts the curvature. I'm talking about that they use any lens.
Yeah, you were. You implied. That's what you implied when you came in on your high horse.
Just link your video.
Okay.
And it better be
What
your
chat should I
weather
put it in?
balloon and your flat lens. The chat for this VC, obviously.
Yep. So link your weather balloon because you said you did it yourself. I want to know what kind of freaking lens you're using.
Yeah.
So you
said a flat lens.
GoPro. You can make a concave Earth, and then if it goes above zero, like if your camera goes tilted up or down, you can make it have a convex or a concave surface, even from the surface of Earth, which we all know. If Earth was curved at that rate, you probably wouldn't see it at the surface.
Okay, I put it in voice links.
How about cut to the chase? Just mathematically define the curve you saw, and let's test that.
Supposed to be too big. Yeah, you know what? So you're okay going against Neil deGrasse Tyson, huh?
I love how you think it's one giant cult and he's like a cult leader or something.
Yeah,
he is. People are constantly disagreeing.
Incorrect, sir. Incorrect. I would say
you said he's a cult leader.
This is a point of agreement. If you think Tyson's wrong and I think Tyson's wrong, then we have an agreement, not a disagreement. You'll take an agreement and turn it into a disagreement by just calling people cultists. You're bricked, dude.
When did I?
Do you think Tyson's wrong? Is he wrong or is he right?
Do you listen to what I'm talking about? I don't know because I don't really follow this stuff.
Okay, so now you don't even know. You've just been burning airtime with complete utter ignorance.
Wait, so questions now are valid in arguments?
Was your question not answered?
You guys were just saying questions are not valid in arguments, and then you just gave
your
a question.
not answered?
Still waiting for the weather balloon,
answered?
by the way.
But that's not even what I'm talking about.
Still waiting on that weather balloon.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't look into this stuff.
Ask
right?
us a question.
That's what you said.
What's this question? Go ahead and ask it again.
Why are we now
I was
talking to a
saying,
liar?
how come when people send up weather balloons into space, you can see the curvature of the Earth with a lens that's non-distorted? You can see the curvature of the Earth.
Where do you
No,
have that with the
Mavi.
non-distorting lens? Can you show us that with the non-distorting
Yes,
lens?
I put it on in links, in voice links.
Voice
Well, you
links. No, it
didn't
needs
do
to
it
be in the
yourself then,
text.
right? So you're a liar, right?
I did do it myself. It was.
So where's your video?
Hey,
You
guy,
said you had one.
hit the chat.
I
with
did.
this
I sent it
VC. It's
in
not
the
in
voice
here.
links.
Voice
Here,
links.
I'm gonna ping you.
Text.
I'm gonna ping you.
You've been pinged, XKO.
Where the
Drop
hell
it
is
there.
it? Where is it? Okay. Going there now.
So, who is the little figure that you put on your thingy?
The principal.
That's the your principal.
Yeah.
You went to the school.
Yes. In Pittsburgh, New
Very
York.
cool. Oh, cool.
I recommend any flat earther to do the same. Just send up a weather balloon.
Yes, I recommend people watch this video. Yeah, it's a fisheye lens. 2 milliseconds after they let go of the box, you can see the curvature on the horizon.
Yep.
You could see it's pregnant. Look at. I'll send a screenshot.
Dude, it's a
Stop the
fisheye
cap.
lens, bro.
I'll send you a screenshot,
away.
bro.
Oh my god.
You got curved right away, dude.
Your prayers are noted, sir. You've been caught with your hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, and he's a liar because he didn't have anything to do with this.
What? How did I have nothing to do with it?
Laugh. That's a boy. Just laugh. That's a boy. Eric,
Because
look
it
at the
doesn't make
curve,
any
dude.
sense.
Are you kidding me? It's not. It's right. It's a couple hundred feet off the ground, and the Earth's curving already, dude.
What's wrong with that?
Really?
No. It's not a couple 100 feet off the ground. It's 6 feet off the ground in the Earth's curving. I'm going to send a screenshot.
Okay, I see yours too. Yeah, mine's a little higher. People are nuts, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
our
get it.
screenshots are going from highest to lowest right now, and they're all within 100 feet. It's like,
So when we look at
compared
real
to
weather
this-
balloons that go up 100, 120,000 feet, we still don't see any curvature. So, being totally dishonest, you're a liar. I'm calling you a liar.
Okay. But look
Yeah.
at the difference from there, and then look at the end.
Clearly
cares?
see.
You can clearly see that it's way more curved at the end. You think they're switching the lens midway through?
Define the curve.
Fisheye
Mathematically.
lens.
Just put some numbers behind your claim. Let's see the numbers.
You don't even need. You can see it visually. It's
Let's
just like
run
you
the-
don't need to put in numbers in a wavelength of the color.
Let's run the numbers.
You don't need to say behind it. You can observe it. It's a natural observation that it's more curved at the end.
Yeah,
than the
so
beginning.
define it.
Horizontal lines, dude.
See, this is
You
the
can
best
see
part.
the curvature of the Earth from 100 feet now. Is that right?
The best part is almost everything in the world can be mathematically defined, but the curve of the Earth.
But the tent.
You can mathematically define it. It's just going to take a while.
You can see the tent curved on both sides at the same rate at the ground. That last one I posted at 22 minutes is right at the ground. And look at the tent. And look at the field. It's a fisheye lens. It's showing curve at the ground level.
Yeah, XKO, I just posted something 15 seconds in. Yes, and they do use two different cameras because right at the beginning, I've only watched 30 seconds of this thing, and you can see they've used two different cameras in the very beginning. They're switching back and forth between cameras. For some fucking devious reason, because they're not even they're showing a fisheye on the camera that's not even attached to the balloon, and they have a a different camera. I mean, yeah, it's sick.
Because there's multiple balloons. There's 2 different classes. It's 2 different balloons. There's one with a principal and one with an assistant principal.
Okay, XKO, do you see the screenshot I posted 15 seconds in?
Yes.
Is that the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Well, what are you seeing there? Do you not see it curved?
Yeah, it's curved. Yes.
Okay, so it is curved. Is the horizon curved? Is the ground curved in that picture? In that screenshot, 15 seconds in. So
yes, because that's close by.
Is that the curvature of the Earth?
If you look at it more throughout the video, when it's further away from those things, it's flat in the background.
Oh my lord! Yeah, I'm going to send you another
perspective.
Hold on, XKO. I'm going to send you another another GIF, and this is a GIF of people skydiving using a GoPro. Check this out.
Did you just say if you see curved or flat, it's due to perspective? I swear to God, I heard you just say that.
It's
It will be more distorted when things are closer. You can look at it when it's further in the video. The horizon is basically flat.
Stop. Jeez, man.
Really? Hey, you guys, just try to get through to this guy the difference between a question and an argument. That could be a win right there. A win-win situation.
Okay, he's got to win. He's got to win. Wait a minute, on the concave and convex Earth in the same shot with the skydivers. There you go.
He's got his fisheye lens, man.
It's got both concave and convex. So which one choose? Because as soon as you tilt the camera, then you have concave. Then you tilt it down, then you have convex. So
it's flat in between.
Yeah, right at level. But only then.
I just want to say Happy Easter.
I can't believe the Glovers are still providing those idiotic claims. Fisheyes on the ground, saying that Earth curvature.
You're overlooking
to answer the original question. Depends on the lens.
He did this himself. He said he did this himself, so he's a liar. So why are we talking to a liar again?
Yeah, I know. I agree, but we talk to them all day long here.
Why?
Because Harp, it showcases the difference between the flat Earth and the globe Earth. When people come in, they hear the conversation going on, and they see some guy say that his fisheye lens perfectly captured the curvature of the Earth, and then instead of making an argument about that, he poses a question, then calls it an argument, and then when he's brought to task to evaluate his evidence, he runs away. That's what needs to be shown, because
So you're counting on people watching having a good critical brain.
yeah, obviously. I mean, if they don't, then we've got bigger problems than just a few people who don't know what a fisheye lens is.
Or how to navigate, not even a concept, that you have to cut the globe in half to get an equatorial plane. But
Or how to make an argument. Does he even have the ability to make an argument, let alone phrase one? Just if you presented him arguments and questions, you had to put them in different boxes. That's an argument, that's a question.
Right.
Would he even be able to tell the difference? The tool of discernment is missing. The logical framework to determine what is and what is not is just blank. It's like an empty void. It's a dead end.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I was encountering here this morning with Scott Mackey as well. Same kind of vacuum.
we just did it again.
Nothing really coming back at all. It's like you're just talking out there into outer space. You might as well be talking to these guys.
Really, it's crazy. The first time I ever debated anyone was in 2016, and it was in person. And this kid was getting ready to go to the Army. And he started questioning me, and I was answering him, and I knew quite a bit already. Not really like I'm now, but, And next thing you know, he's just yelling, no, no, no. And we were outside, so he's running around this table that we're all sitting at. And I'm just looking at everybody going, see, this is what happens. His cognitive dissonance has blown away. He doesn't know what to do. I just threatened his livelihood, and these two kids that told him, because I told them, you know, there's flat. They kind of said, well, you're going to have to talk to Kenny, you know. So nobody really believed that what I was saying at the table, but they were wondering, like, why I had him running around the table. I understand what you're doing, kind of, but I don't know how you can do it like day after day, bro.
Because we 24.
Yeah, repetition and redundancy, two different things.
Yeah, we rotate out. I mean, yeah, obviously no one could do it. You know, like sitting with talk to globalists all the time. It's taxing. It's exhausting. But that's why we rotate. You won't see the same people here all the time or always taking the lead. We try to switch it out because they do try to tear you down to their level. They want to play. They want to be the pigeon and shit all over the chessboard.
Then become a victim.
Yeah, sea lioning tactics.
Flat earther.
Wait, what?
Wouldn't that be a figurative? Wouldn't that be a figurative comparison, not literal? I love all these people. Literally, have they start? He was talking about something figurative, and he said literally.
He got that from not Professor Dave. You copied his vernacular.
Literally.
Literal configuratively.
See, I don't watch these Professor Dave characters and Dave Megans and because all these different
Me
guys.
too. I don't
this
watch
newer
them.
one, Peterson. These guys are brain dead. Like they look to Bob the Science Guy for answers. Like he's one of their priests. You realize that, right? Bob the Science Guy is like one of them guys' priests.
That's what they're like. Yeah. Only on the internet, folks. I know you're shocked to hear it that these people in this day and age can't think of anything better than the nonsense that you heard in the last few hours on here. I mean, from the Globe side.
Yeah.
From every other topic except the one on hand. No?
Should be able to just have such an easy conversation and show us all kinds of wonderful proofs without giving us all this crap and making up stories.
Yeah.
At one point, he said, all I'm getting is stories. He literally said, all I have is stories. And I wrote it in the chat, and, they admit that they're just a belief. All they have is stories. It's insane. Then you get the FTFEs.
Well, that's the funny thing, because yes, they will admit that they're stories, and then when you tell them 5 minutes later that all you have is stories, they say, no, and then it starts over. And then at the end, well, it is a story that I believe, 5 minutes later, so all you have is stories. Well, no. That's it.
Right back at the very beginning.
Same circular bullshit. Yep. Call it spherical bullshit, spherical talk. Because I always call it circle talk, because that's all it is. You go back around in a circle.
Oblate spheroidal reasoning.
Say that again?
I said oblate I'll start over. Oblate spheroidal reasoning. It's a tongue twister.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Circular, spheroidal. I used to walk around in circles on the job. I got on the job my first week or so, and I was like walking around. I didn't know exactly what to do. And instead of asking the dude, which I should have done, I was thinking about going and asking him. And he was right there, like looking at behind the door, and he goes, "Bookity book, bookity book." And I had never heard that before. These are old timers, man. This was back in 1980. So it's the same thing as circle walking up, because we had that on the job. People, they just start walking in circles. It's like, dude, just if you got nothing to do, come on over here and I'll give you something to do. But these people just circle talk. It's the same thing. Just go around in circles and they don't stop and think. Instead of keep walking and talking in circles, you got to stop. You're robot.
Hey, Harp, you hear me? You mentioned when you mentioned that, it made me think of another term I used to hear old timers say, "Side goggling." You ever hear that one?
Side goggling?
Side goggling, side goggled or side goggling. Yeah, like if something was crooked.
Oh, cock in the eye.
Well, no, it's just no. Yeah, maybe that's where it comes from. But yeah, side goggling.
Well, I never heard
I hadn't
that
heard
one.
the
I'm
term
on
that
the
you
East
heard.
Coast.
Yeah, I hadn't heard George either.
Yeah, see, yep. We got all. Maybe you're on a different coast, or because I'm on the East Coast in Pennsylvania. We always
Yeah,
had
it
a
must
grand time.
it must be music. Yeah, it's regional, I guess.
People get their own languages. Now, I bet you there's one universal one though, and that's butcher. Butcher. Yeah, it's not good to be a wood butcher. Maybe it's not universal.
Yeah, butcher the language. Yeah, I guess it might. I don't.
Yeah, butcher. Like, yo, Butch, because people, if you make the cut and you fuck it up, I'd be, yo, Butch. Or, yo, Scrappy. You know. You gotta throw that piece away, put it on the corner. We could use it for something else, hopefully, or else that's coming out of your fucking pay, jackass. You know what I mean? Anyway, so you'd think they'd be gathering information to come and blast the piss right out of us as we're talking. You know what I mean? I see him sitting there. They should be gathering all kinds of proof and all kinds of information. And people look up in the sky and they think because they see a designated light in an area where they're told it might be, then that's what they're told. Now, a little while ago, it's funny because I had just looked into Starlink, and this is really weird. I walked out my door and I saw all these fucking lights coming at me, a big giant line of lights, and it was like 23 degrees on the angle, right? And they were really freaking.
When I was, yeah, I've witnessed, filmed it.
Yeah,
They look like flares. Look like flares to me.
They look like, they could be drones for all you know. But there was 22 of them, I counted.
They look like a string of flares.
Yeah. But they're right there. They're
I watched them burn out. I filmed them burning out over the sea.
Oh, okay. Well, that's weird. Because the Starlink actually works, is what I hear, but that doesn't mean there's satellites. Are they just putting on a show? I don't know. But these things came and they went. I didn't really understand.
Yeah, the funny thing is, the first time I was able to film them, it was about 20 minutes after or 15 minutes after a local fireworks display just ended. So they already had one looking up in the air. Yeah, Scott said earlier, how could this? I'm not going to. Anyways, they claim earlier. Yeah, people say, well, what else could it be? Not just Scott. That's sort of the claim. It's sort of an appeal to their disbelief that it could be anything else than what the must be real.
Right. So when they get these coordinates and they say they measured and triangulated, they think that can't be faked. They think that the speed can't be adjusted and it can't be brought to scale so that when you're looking at something closer, you think it's farther away. And it's traveling faster than it really is. It's because it's not traveling as fast as they say across the sky. And when you see them things that close and they come right over, they were right there. I was wishing I could film them, but it was happening too fast. I just wanted to watch. All they could be is drones. They have drones out the ass. You know, the X-37B is one. XB-37? Yeah. Really cool. Little space shuttle looking thing. Real small little thing. Very easy to use that for all the things they're doing, including the ISS and everything.
I don't think that can be replicated because the parallax angle that is used to triangulate the distance to something, it only exclusively depends on the distance to that thing. There is no other variable that influences that angle.
Yeah, bullshit.
So what would be the other variable? What would be the method that you could replicate the same result?
So how are you getting the coordinates? Have you done it?
The coordinates? The coordinates are irrelevant.
You just said you could get them, and that's the only way they could be is the way they say it is. You just said that.
No, I've never said that. Maybe that was someone else. But the method that I've seen people usually do that is that they take a camera, they coordinate their photography with another person in another place. They measure the distance between them, and they look at the ISS and photograph it at the same exact time relative to the background of the moon or some stars, for example. And based on that photo, they will see if you align this reference in the background, for example, the moon, you will be able to measure the angle of parallax because the ISS will appear a slightly different position relative to that,
so
moon
you're
for
using,
one person and for
so
another.
you're using math that's not really real. That's the thing. See, so
how is
that's
that method not real?
Because are you using 238,000 miles for the moon? And are you using that as the parallax?
No, you're not using the distance to the moon for anything.
Okay, what are you talking about then?
You just assume
What are
it's
you using
like
parallax?
infinitely.
How are you using parallax?
You just assume that it's infinitely
Assume?
far, like so far that it is irrelevant to the observation.
Just assume. Right. Exactly. Good job.
Yeah, assume because the parallax of the moon can also be measured.
So you just said
can
you
use
don't
the
use
same exact method on the moon.
And I'm
yeah.
telling you that your distances, whether it's the moon or the stars or whatever the fuck you're using, are wrong. They're out way off.
Yeah, I agree.
The moon is not 224,000 to 238,000 miles away, ever.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Yeah, what do you base your argument on?
So you don't know the distance of the moon, but you're saying it can't be 200,000 miles away or 200,000
I'm saying,
kilometers
yeah,
away,
it's
right?
definitely not that far yet. I'm saying
How do you know?
How do you know that? How do you know?
Because the way all your mathematical bullshit works is dependent on these
so you
distances.
can't tell us how you know that?
I'm telling you, everything is dependent on your distances. That's why you make them the way they are. Can you prove that the moon is 238,000 miles away? No, you fucking can't.
Can you prove it isn't?
Yeah, you can, because the gravitational forces at that distance would have zero
don't go into
implication.
that.
No,
Here we go.
Hey, I can do it mathematically. Okay, you can't do shit.
know.
retard.
What did I just say?
Show the desperation.
What did
Do
I
it.
just say about your fucking math? Jesus Christ.
You just said you're going to reject it. That's what you just said. You said you're going to reject it without
No,
reason.
I never said that.
That's exactly
I
what you
you're full
said.
of shit.
Exactly. That's saying
That's what
I'm going to
words in my
reject
mouth.
without reason.
You're full of shit, I said.
Saying
Hold on,
that we're
guys.
full of shit is you saying you're going to reject
I
it
wish I
without
could
reason.
mute your ass because you're a dumbass. Shut up.
Yeah, let me respond. You guys are the three. Well, whoever's claiming that the moon is the distance that they say it is. So you're telling me you see these features clearly from the ground of something that's 250,000 miles away?
Absolutely. You can see forever,
That's
bro.
what you guys are. That's the situation you guys are in.
I mean, to see these features clearly, you have to use a telescope, yeah?
Nah.
Not really. I got a camera I can use right out the window here. No problem.
Yeah, get outside a little more.
Yeah, seriously, get out of the basement.
Yeah, I'm not talking like about the biggest details like the lunar seas, but rather the craters.
Yeah, I get it. You're
You aren't
seeing
gonna see them with your eyes.
you're seeing clearly. That's where your position is.
Actually, you just roboted the fuck out of that statement, and so no, I don't think anybody.
Yeah. Can you repeat that again?
You're having problems over today here.
Yeah, I've got satellite dishes today. Yeah, I was just reiterating what I said before.
Okay, satellite issues. Gotcha.
I was just reiterating. You guys are in the fanciful, this fantastical position that you look up. I mean, the guy, he knows it's so ridiculous that he tells me, "Well, you have to have a telescope to see these features." No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Have you ever seen craters with the naked eye?
Well, how do you know those are craters?
There you go.
See, you're left. Yeah, yeah, these are features.
It's so in your head, bro.
I know I'm splitting hairs here, but yeah, you're left with just assuming.
Yes.
It's irrelevant what they are. I'm using them as a reference in order, like in the matter of
No, I've never seen a crater. I've never seen anything from 250,000 miles away.
Never.
Yes,
You won't.
So you admit that to see the smaller features, you have to use a telescope still.
No, your comprehension skills are as good as my connection.
Okay.
Let
Let me formulate the question. The object that the globe cultists assume to be craters, have you ever seen these objects with the naked eye?
From 250,000 miles away? No.
No, I'm not talking about the distance.
No. You have to be basically on the rim of a crater to see it.
I'm talking about the basic observation. What happens in reality? The observation, or rather the lack of it, is that when you look at the moon with your naked eye, you don't have enough angular resolution to resolve the craters, or at least.
I can sort of see craters. Yeah, I can't really make them out like I can with a camera, but you don't need a telescope. And how do you believe that you're looking at 250,000 miles away? Can you somehow duplicate that on the Earth somehow and look through the, because if the Earth is flat, especially, you should be able to see forever then. That's how you guys think. But that's not how it works. And even in the sky, it's not how it works. When you look up at a cloud, can you tell how high above your head it is just by looking at it?
By simply looking, no. But if you have two observers and you triangulate it with the same method as I described previously, then you can. But with one observer, it would be hard. But that's not a method of observation I'm talking about.
Here's the thing. You're going by numbers that they give you, and you're telling me that that can't be faked. Going by numbers that they know you will come up with. The same answer that they want you to. But if you have different numbers, like a much shorter distance, then what's going to happen?
Then the parallax angle will be greater than is observed in reality.
And
do you know what the parallax is? Because at this point I can't tell if I'm even talking about something that
I know exactly what the fuck parallax is. I said that 3 times. Don't keep talking. You're annoying me.
Okay. So you are aware that the only thing that determines the parallax angle is the distance. Like, for example, you're driving a car and the trees that you're driving by.
Don't do this, bro. Don't.
Yeah, they look.
I'm not a fucking little kid. Look it. I'm telling you that they give you numbers that you go by. Now, if you can't get this through your fucking head, I don't understand how you can't. If it's different, it's going to come out different. If you use a different formula and it's lower, say you use, I don't know, 5,000 miles up or 10,000 instead of 250,000 or whatever you're using, 238 or 224, whatever. It's going to be way different, isn't it? But because you're using the given distances that you think you already know, you're coming up with the answer that they want you to. You don't get this?
No, the distances are the thing that you're trying to derive.
How far is the moon away? How far is the moon away?
The moon, it's approximately.
You use that as a parallax,
I don't know the exact value. No, you don't use the moon as a parallax. Use it as a reference
saying
for the
earlier
parallax.
that you can use the moon as a parallax.
Of the ISS. You can go with the stars, for example, if you don't like the moon. Yeah.
But you don't understand that if you change those measurements completely, it will all be different. As long as you use their given distances, you're going to come up with their answer.
But you don't use the distances to the moon.
Okay, I watched the dude take a couple of sticks, and he had a partner, and he did these sticks. He was on an 85-mile road that was flattest road he could find. Now, how does this make sense? Listen very carefully. This is a flat road. Period. Physically flat. Physical. You can see it visibly, right? He takes this and he turns it into a curve by using a presupposed method of measurement. Now, I said, why didn't you just use a different measurement? Because you know that the road was flat. He shadow banned me immediately.
Okay, so I think I know what the problem is. Are you trying to say that when you use the baseline for the triangulation, you're using the distances that are calculated, assuming that the distance between these observers is an arc on a globe. But if the baseline was assumed to be just a flat distance, then that baseline would be slightly longer, and the angle that would come out would be bigger.
How do you have an 85-mile flat road on a globe? How do you have an 85-mile long flat road on a globe? You want to tell me that?
You don't. I would ask.
Okay, well, I just got done telling you. You can go look it up and find this dude. He's on a bicycle. He's using little oranges, and he's wearing orange like a good little Freemason would. And he's doing this thing, and he does his formula. He tells you this is the flattest road I could get to. Literally tells you that this is physically a flat, let me spell it out, F-L-A-T, road. By his measurements and his calculations and his presumed globe, he turned it into a curve. And he did the Eratosthenes thing.
But don't you think that in this context that could mean something else? Like, for example, an elevation above the sea level?
I asked him directly, why didn't he use local measurements instead of what he did and the presuming of the globe? And he shadow banned me immediately. You understand? It means he's a fucking liar.
Yeah, that's crazy, but I'm not that guy. I'm not the person you're describing.
You're the same guy that's telling me that it's not possible to change the coordinates and get a different answer. And you're going by the distances that you're given, and you just stand by that. And you just circle talk like everybody else. The same dog shit. You can figure all these things out, and you know all these things mathematically, but if you change the math a little bit, it becomes a whole new ball game. I'm not saying I know the distance to the moon or the sun. I'm saying, just change it to 10,000 instead of 250. See what happens. Because that's how you understand the example of what I'm saying. Every time you're taking their presumed distances, you already know the answers to these things, and you're just presuming that you know this is how you're going to work it out. Dude, they've been doing this for since 1492, like when they put the first globe out. The first globe, by the way, 1492, not 2000 BC or 200 BC or whatever the fuck. No, 1492. No carvings, no statues, nothing about a fucking globe until 1492. All your bullshit about we knew 2,500 years ago, fuck you. You're a fucking idiot. The people they make up are more fictitious than Jesus Christ, all right? I'm sorry if I might have offended somebody there, but I've been a Christian my whole life and I renounced it and blah, blah, blah. Whatever. They're just religious figures to you guys. That's all they are. And it's a religion. People who have a brain, right? Back in the day, were looking for this world religion that's coming. Where is this fucking world religion? We're watching the Catholic. I'm looking. I had no idea what the fucking one world religion was until I was shown something and I went, oh. Belief of the globe is worldwide. It's a worldwide religion. And if you question it, you get laughed at. Like, this is stronger than God. Literally, this is your globe is stronger than the creator who created the flat earth. Your globe is God to you. And the Big Bang, it was created by a Jesuit priest, a Catholic priest.
And we know all this. Just curious though. Prior to 1492, what would they have put on the western hemisphere of this globe if they had made a globe?
I'm sorry.
Prior to
Hold on one second.
They had
Isn't
globes
it your
on
guys?
mechanical mechanisms similar to umbrellas. You can just open them up like an umbrella. You open your glob up.
If everybody knew it was a
They're all posted
globe,
in chat.
I got a video that where Brian Cox says nobody ever thought the Earth was flat. He literally says nobody ever thought the Earth was flat. So where are all the fucking globes?
But that's what I'm asking you. Prior to 1492, what would they have put on the western half of the globe?
A globe, dude.
Well, why would they do? What would they
They knew where the land was. You see, you're jumping way ahead.
Okay.
And if they did know where the land is, they're going to put some land. If everybody knew it was a globe, and where are they? What did they represent what they were talking about with? Where is the proof of any of that bullshit being true? Show me one.
Can you calm down, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you calm down?
I was just going to say something similar. Why are you so angry?
How dare you question his emotion? He's being passionate, like appealing to emotion.
Yeah, and I apologize. Let it go. Let it go. It's cool.
Let him go. Let him cook.
All right.
But if it feels like you think that we're trying to do something to you.
Don't start fucking analyzing me, dude. Answer the fucking question.
Okay, which fucking question should I fucking answer?
Show me your globe from 2,500 years ago.
Well, I don't have one.
Okay,
so
very
now
good.
what do we do?
Well done.
Does that mean it's not a globe
none,
now?
Right? So then how are you guys telling us that everybody knew it was a globe?
I don't care. No, I've never made
now
that
you don't
argument.
care. Well done. Good job.
No, but you were saying a second ago maybe 10, 20 minutes ago while I was doing the dishes so I couldn't interrupt, is that everybody needs to try to think every now and then. Do you remember making that statement?
Say that again?
You said about 20 minutes ago that we, being the Globers, should try to stop and think every now and then.
Right, should, yeah.
Yeah. And so have you ever stopped to think that we do know the distance between every city on the face of the earth?
What the fuck does that have to do with a globe? Are you dude?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking.
You to be muted if you're going to do this dumb shit. All right.
Have you stopped to think about that?
He's respawning.
You're a moron, bro. That's all I can say.
Okay, so you haven't stopped to think about that then?
Dude, it takes 1 second to think. Are you retarded?
So I take that as a no.
You can take that however you want to, because I know your mind doesn't work right. I've been listening to you for like 2 fucking hours, and you're an idiot.
But see, we have stopped to think about this. We know.
Stop to think about it. Then prove it.
We know the distance between every city on the face of the earth.
You don't know shit.
Are you suggesting we don't know the difference from every city?
You don't know
suggesting
shit, bro. You don't. Look
you're,
at where's
you're
the
suggesting
evidence
that
of
there's
the
not
globe?
commercial airline flights to
Based
most
on a
of these
globe. Yeah,
cities.
that's based on a globe. Yeah, good job. Oh, based on
It
a globe.
is.
Distance is based on a globe. So if I walk down
It
the street,
is.
the distance to the store is based on a globe. Are you retarded?
I was saying, did I just not say commercial airline flight between cities?
Dude, you said distances
And do you notice how you had to change it between walking down the street and the city? Do you notice how you changed that because you don't want to answer the actual question?
You understand we didn't always have airplanes, you fucking idiot?
Did you notice how you changed it to not answer the
I
actual
didn't
question?
change anything. I'm trying to get you back to the beginning.
Okay.
You keep wanting to just come here and do this. We've known this and we do this and we
So
know
do we
because it's
have
a
airline
globe that we
flights, commercial
measure
airline
distances.
flights?
Are you retarded?
Do we have commercial
Seriously.
airline flights to every city
Holy
in the world?
crap.
Probably.
Not on a globe, bro.
Do we have them though?
We have flights all the time. Okay,
To
I'm
every
not
city
going here with you.
practically on
man.
Earth, right?
Okay, I'm not going here with you. You're a
I
waste of my
know.
time.
I know you're not going there. This is where
You're a
your mind
waste
shuts
of
down.
time.
You cannot allow yourself to go here with me because you know
can
what that would do to
Take
your
a
very
horse
identity.
and buggy and measure the fucking ground. Are you retarded? Do you
This
think we
is-
had planes before we were
this is
measuring
where you-
distances? Are you out of your mind? You're driving me crazy, dude.
I know.
Are.
And you don't even know you're being psychoanalyzed right now, and your reaction
Look at
is proof that you will not
you
go there because
understand how
there's
stupid
something
it is?
about you. There's something about you that needs not to go here.
Well, Freud
You
was
are
an imbecile,
fucking-
Scott.
I agree. Freud was an idiot. I agree.
Yeah,
But-
I'm sure
but
he
do you-
said
but-
the
but do
same
you-
thing to many people, what you just said.
But do you not understand that your resistance to admit to simple fact of
You're a fucking
very
idiot.
basic reality
That's a fucking fact. Stop
that
trying
we-
to ask
that we
me
know-
stupid questions.
How
God
is
damn,
the
what's wrong with
distance
you,
to
man?
cities a stupid
What
question?
the fuck is wrong with you?
Nothing.
How does measuring cities prove a fucking globe?
What would you like to understand, or do you need to resist for some reason?
Tell me how.
Yes, because there's only one shape on which,
You're
if we
an idiot.
assume the cities are on a surface, which we
You're
do.
an idiot.
Well, okay, so you
That's how
don't
we
want
do
me
it,
to.
huh?
So
That's
you
how
really
prove
don't.
what we know, huh?
So you really don't want
Is
me
an
to show you how,
elevation
right?
Dude, you're
above or
talking like
below
a
your
dumb
feet,
fuck.
Scott?
Because you don't want
you're
me
an
to show you
idiot,
how.
dude.
You just want to scream, "Show me how,"
I
and then
can't
not
take-
listen to
because I
how.
can't take idiots.
You
You're a
want to
fucking
scream,
idiot.
"Show me how,"
Scott.
not
You weren't
listen to
showing how. You weren't showing how, Scott. That's the
Well,
problem. That's why he's
because he
mad.
was-
All you're doing is
And
you're
he's not
talking
even
like
mad.
a
He's
fucking
just
idiot
like,
and you're
he's
pissing
trying
me
to
off.
reach you.
And you're
He's trying to
enjoying
get to
pissing me
he's
off
trying to
is
get
what
to
you're
you,
doing.
Scott.
Okay, how's he trying to get to me?
All you're doing is purposely pissing me off. You can't be as fucking stupid as you're making yourself out to be.
I'm
Stop.
not the one screaming like a madman.
So, I just went real nice and quiet there, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Now respond.
To what? What question did you ask? All you did was call me stupid.
Show me how measuring a distance between a city proves the globe. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yes, because we know that these distances, these cities must exist on a surface of an object, correct? With me so far? Don't want to lose you.
Just keep going. Explain to me. I'm listening.
But I don't want to lose you. And I don't want you to come by the end and say I messed up
You're
somewhere.
really starting to piss me off again, right? You're going to do that again? Because that's what
Okay,
you
so
really want to do. Dude, that's what your fucking goal is here.
So we assume that all these cities exist on the surface of an object. And we know mathematically that there's only that we must be able to map them onto a specific kind of surface. And if there are multiple surfaces we can map them onto, great. Then we have competing theories. But if we can only plot them on one particular surface, and only one surface, no other surface do they work on, we must conclude that that is the surface on which they sit. Correct?
No, it's just concluded.
You're talking in circles now. What surface?
It's just
what are you talking about?
concluded Scott. It's
Okay,
not
wait.
measured. It's just concluded.
No, the measurement is the distance to the cities.
No, it's concluded because they think they're on a sphere. They conclude that must be the distance.
No, you got that backwards. Sorry.
Yes.
No,
that's exactly
that's just
Hold on,
factually incorrect.
Look it. I don't stop because it's very simple how to measure shit, dude. How do you think Google Maps were put together? Do you know? Do you know that people drive through all the streets and take film and pictures of everything? Do you understand how that's all put together?
You
We're
ever
not
zoomed
flying
out
around in a plane doing that, bro. We're driving cars. We're measuring distances, just driving on the ground with a car. Don't need a
It's
plane.
just not how they did it, though.
Okay, then you tell me how they did it. How'd you get all
No,
the pictures and film of Google Earth?
That's
Your
Street View.
streets
That's different from the map itself. The map was taken by
That is
coordinates.
the map. That's the street map that you can go right to the street and look at.
Yes, I know, but that's not how they figured out how far the streets were, or how long the
I
streets
didn't
were,
say that.
and the path the streets
I
go.
didn't say that.
You asked how they created
I said
Google
They
Maps.
show you every street by driving down. You don't think they know how far that they drive when they're done in a straight line?
No, that's not why they drive those cars
Really?
around.
So we don't have an odometer.
That's not why they drive those cars around.
Oh my God, dude.
It's just
drive
they
those
didn't do
cars
it.
around to take all the film to put the Google Earth together.
Yes.
You already know the distances of these streets.
Yes, how did they figure that out?
And it was not figured out by airplanes, you fucking moron.
How did they figure it out, though?
Holy shit.
You don't even know,
You're
do
kidding
you?
me. You
You
think
don't know,
they're
do you?
measuring the Earth with an airplane?
I didn't say that.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm done. Because you did say that.
No, I didn't. Never.
So far, you
This is
haven't
interesting.
shown
This,
me
but
how
this
it
is
has to
interesting
be
how
a
you
globe
guys
to be
hear things
measured.
that never get said.
So far,
It's
you have
bizarre.
not shown me how you need a globe to have a measurement. You're retarded, is what you are. You can't measure a city without a globe. Are you kidding me?
It's the only surface on which the measurements that we've
And how do
taken
they
to all
measure
the cities
surfaces?
work.
How do you measure?
What
surfaces?
measurements?
Exactly.
No
How do you
fucking
measure these-
measurements.
He has nothing. He's just talking out of his ass. This is what pisses me off.
T-Dub, I assume you're T-Dub and not Timbo because I don't have it, but do you not think we know the distance from every city to every city?
You are fucking
Accurately.
retarded.
You don't.
Why do you, I don't know how this phrase goes.
Not across
How do you come to the
continents.
conclusion we
No.
don't?
Yeah, on the same continents, yes.
Yes,
Because they
definitely.
can actually traverse the fucking land.
Yeah,
and
we have for a
survey
long
it.
time. Yeah, for a long time. That's what I was getting to, surveying the land, measuring the land. How do you think
And
that
so-
dude knew to go to an 85-mile flat road? Because it was
And
surveyed
so-
flat.
And so when we do all these measurements on land that we can do just by line of sight
Who
and
does?
measuring
Who?
distances,
Who?
and then they
measures?
take those same measurements and then they turn around and they point at stars and do what's equivalent to celestial navigation and realize they
It's
get
all done from a
exact
flat plane surface. Yeah.
and realize they get exactly the same measurements.
Wow, are
Do you not
fucking
think it's then reasonable for those same reasons? Yes,
Dude, you don't know anything about celestial navigation. You need a flat
I know.
plane.
I know tons more than you do, and I'm actually
Okay,
correct.
then
in
why
my,
don't you
what
show
I
me
know.
how you do that off a curved surface then? We'll go back to that. Let's go back to that. And show me how you fucking navigate off a curved surface, you fucking retard.
Well, I was trying to respond to T-Dub because he was actually asking
Of course you
questions
were,
instead of
because
just
you
calling
don't
me a
know what the
fucking
fuck you're
retard.
talking about.
Well, I actually do.
Can't.
And if
Okay,
you would stop
can say
screaming,
that all
maybe you
day
could
long,
learn
bro,
something.
But nobody's seen any proof.
But
You
you're
have
far
not
too you're
produced
far
one-
too busy resisting learning
Oh my God.
for some reason.
Shut the fuck up. You
You might want to ask yourself You might want to ask yourself what's the real reason you don't want to know this stuff.
I already know it. You're an idiot.
What's the real reason you don't want to know this stuff?
Dude, I already know it. You're a fucking retarded idiot. Show me how you navigate off a curved fucking surface, you blowhard retard.
Well, all you got to do is go take a celestial navigation. All you have to do is take a celestial navigation course, and you can figure that out for yourself. You don't need me.
for that one.
Dude, you're a fucking blowhard.
You don't need me for that one. You can do that by yourself.
Angry,
You know how
bro.
the fuck it's done,
Why
you
is he
fucking idiot.
allowed to scream and he doesn't get muted? That's ridiculous, dude.
Why are
Because
you?
this
Hey,
dude is such a dickhead, he's causing me on purpose to get
Did you
pissed
not control
off.
yourself? Are you a child? Come on, man.
Would you shut the fuck up?
Grow up.
Shut the fuck up.
Grow
Show
up.
me some
No,
proof,
Scott.
bro.
He's
Show me some
asking for
fucking
some
proof.
specific
Anything you've
things, and
said
you're
today at all.
refusing to give him the evidences that he's asking for. Simple. He asked a simple question.
Maybe Geeks can try. Maybe it's a soothing influence
Mute
sometimes.
yourself.
I think.
I know more than you is all you have said so far. I know how to do it. It might be good to go take a class. You're fucking pissing me off is all you're doing. And you know it.
I know. And you can solve that by taking
and
a
this
course.
is why you're backing down and doing what you're doing, because you know.
I'm backing down because I got to take my niece and my nephew back
This is
home.
what you're doing. Show me how you navigate off a curved surface. Oh.
Geeks can try. Geeks can try to do it.
Take a CN course. Done. Then get back to me.
Show me, Mr. I know how to do
Take a
it. Show
take a
me how to
CN
do it.
course and get back to me.
Dumbass, you can't do it.
Well, everybody does celestial navigation would disagree with you. Take
Really?
a course and get back to me.
Ask everybody who does celestial navigation if they don't cut the fucking Earth in half and use the equatorial plane.
Okay, fine. Take a course and get back to me. Anyways, I gotta go. Argue with
Good.
someone else.
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking idiot.
Mr. Harp, can Geeks try? May I try? Answer your question, Mr.
You're
Harp.
just gonna piss me off. Just don't start. I'm telling you right now.
You get pissed off by everybody.
Don't fucking talk in circles, and when I ask you a question, you need to answer it.
I promise you, Mr. Harp, I'm not going to talk in circles, and I understand where your frustration is coming from.
I'm well aware of who you are. You understand that, right? I'm well aware of who you are. So
Do you really know who I
Yes,
am?
I absolutely do. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like famous or something?
It sounds like you'll have
Hey, I
bad
like to
opinion
drink
to
a lot
start
and
of him
troll people.
beforehand.
I like to drink a lot and troll people. That's who you are. Go ahead.
Sounds about right. But can I try? I promise I'm not going to talk in circles, and I promise I'm not going to
Tell you
troll
what,
you.
you're going to piss me off immediately, so I'm just going to go have a cigarette. You go ahead and talk.
You have to be here. Can you hear me though?
I think he's going for some calm down time.
I'm going to go
You
have
can
a
grab him
cigarette.
when he gets
This
back.
last idiot, man, I'm telling you, I can be calm and normal, but when you start getting stupid on me and you tell, you can't measure distances unless you're on a curb, like, what are you, fucking retarded? Come on, stop.
I'm going to try and answer that. Mr. Hart. I'm going to try and do that for you. The best I can.
Go ahead.
Well, Harp doesn't come here often, and so you Gloobers kind of need some tough love. So,
I agree with you entirely.
Harp is carrying you. That's just an indication of your weakened fecklessness and feebleness and argumentation. So,
It's not really scary so much as it's funny.
Fecklessness. That's a good word. Yes. So, Mr. Harp, the question that you were getting frustrated at, I think, with Mr. Scott was to do with how do you do navigation? Was it specifically how do you do navigation regarding a curved surface? I don't want to misrepresent you. I want to
Sure,
make
you
sure.
can do that. Go ahead. I mean, if you're gonna go and take his claim, go ahead.
I don't know what his claim was, but
His
I have my
claim
own
was you
claims.
just don't need to cut the Earth in half and use the equatorial plane to do
Well,
celestial navigation.
I'll try something else because that
Okay, because you know that's bullshit, right? Okay, good job.
Yeah, he's not going to talk in circles, but yeah, first lap completed.
That's just rude.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a cigarette.
Yeah, Mr. Harp.
It is what it is.
Yes, of course it is. You're familiar with what a nautical mile is, as opposed to a statute mile, correct?
Seriously?
serious.
I think you should
Is that a
take him
serious
up on this,
question to me?
Keith. I think you should step in.
I just handed that
Well,
other idiot his ass, and you're going to go there? Really?
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm trying to engage in good faith. It doesn't seem like you're willing to do that. So,
How do
okay,
you get
I'll
a
stop.
nautical mile? How'd you start? How'd you start out by navigating? Where'd you go? Where are you at to get your nautical miles? How'd you
Do you
start?
know what a nautical mile is? Let's start there. I'm not trying to test you. I'm not trying to trap you or anything.
Yeah.
I want to make sure
Are you serious? Like earlier, I said, are you serious? Indicating that I absolutely know that it's 60 miles. Okay.
It's not.
And the standard would be 69. Yeah. So what's your point?
It doesn't seem like you're in the right spirit. So I'll step out. But nice.
I'll tell you what. I'll go have a cigarette.
Yeah, do that. Do
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Let's re-engage after that. I think that's probably a good idea. Yeah, because I do want to speak to you, but on
because
good
I
terms.
definitely want to stay calm. I do not want to start fucking yelling again.
Yeah, I totally
You know,
agree.
like-
I think that's
and he
definitely
purposely
the right
did
way to
that.
do it.
People do that to me all the time.
I know, but I'm not going to do that.
If
I'm
everybody
not.
does that to him, then maybe something he's doing.
No, I don't agree.
Yo,
Sorry.
Geeks, I'll explain what I'll do a quick rundown on how it'd go that debate. Essentially, like you can't measure an angle from a curved surface. How do you answer that?
What?
Yeah, that's what it'd say. You can't measure an angle from a curved surface. Therefore, you cannot use celestial navigation on the surface of a sphere.
I'm not talking about celestial navigation, but thank you.
Well, it comes into it when you're talking about nautical miles and this whole 1 degree, which is an angle from a curved surface. So I could like predict the future where it was going, to be honest.
Okay. Well, in that case, I guess no need for debate.
Listen, dickheads, shut up the fuck up, right? You don't live on a globe, right? You're all talking fucking shite, right? You've been up all night on your fucking beard and your weed and all that.
Excuse me, I am the globe pope. I am infallible. I've decided that the Earth is a globe. That's.
Come on,
Mr. Wondeck. You were quite pleasant last time I spoke to you. What happened?
Wondeck's coming in swinging.
Yeah,
it's pretty simple. Level. That's all. You have to sort of argue level isn't level.
But that's a valid approach, I guess, what Mr. Wondeck is saying. Like, if it is indeed, this is how it is, don't even talk to me about it.
Prove it
then-
isn't how it is. No, you are at the position where you need to prove it isn't how it is. That's what you need to be doing.
No,
This
it
is what
doesn't
we're
sound
saying.
like- it doesn't
we do all
sound
these
like-
building projects in reality, and then you're
Doesn't sound
saying,
like that-
well,
that's
actually,
needed, apparently. So.
you're
Aren't
wrong.
you supposed to disprove the established claim? The established claim clearly is that the Earth is a globe, so it needs to be disproved.
No, the established claim is that level is horizontal in reality. In your applicable, practicable definition of the term, and what you actually do, build, navigate, whatever you're doing,
Yeah, but the point of
is
that
going
question
to be
or to
derived
change
by
the-
elevation
I
from
had a feeling
horizontal.
Elijah was going to come in. I had a feeling. Go for it, Elijah.
Established a claim first.
We can't hear you, man.
Probably a good thing.
He says I established a claim first. Therefore, you have to no. The claim in itself has to be evidence for it to be established. You making a claim isn't the establishment of the premise that you're trying to put forth. That's ridiculous. I mean,
Your mic's low, dude.
Mike's really low. Yeah. I was,
I got you turned up all the way. Yeah.
You need to use the same configuration you do on Oakley's, man, because we can hear you when you run Oakley's show.
Yeah, use that speakerphone, Eli.
okay, well, I did get back there. I had a cigarette. Geeks is still here.
I am indeed as spirited as ever.
So we're going to get to snowstone navigation and how you do it on a curved surface?
I don't know what the celestial navigation. Can we take celestial navigation out of it just for now? We'll come back to it in a bit.
Take it out.
Let's just. I don't want to get there just
No,
yet.
that's the topic. That's the topic because it's speculation Sunday. So now it's cage match. Speculation Sunday is cage match, geeks.
Hey.
So you got to go with it.
Well, break. It sounds like you could. You know what my arguments are. Maybe you should just argue for me.
Come on.
Yeah, the glob hum. The glob
Don't start with the tactics
I'll
already.
post diagrams in chat.
Yeah, you do that.
There we go.
So, Mr. Harp, Break's going to take my place because he knows what I'm going to say. So there you go.
No, he's going to show you immediately that if you try to do navigation off a curved surface, it's not going to work.
Sure, that's
Everybody-
also a valid. That's also a valid position. In which case, no point in discussion.
Okay, then you concede to that.
Yep, absolutely. Conceded.
Okay, good.
You win. Congratulations.
Okay.
You can call me Nostradamus, dude. You know, you can call me Nostradamus after that one. I did say that.
No, but you can't actually navigate, can you? Have a curved surface.
No, you can't.
Nope. Nope. Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Break.
You need to, like,
Everyone
not
else
from
I didn't even need to say a word, and you guys won before that. Thank you very much for teaching me a lesson.
No examples
Well, I mean,
of
anytime
navigation.
you want to do like what Scott said, go look at some books, maybe take a class. They're going to show you. You got to cut everything in half and take measurements from hell.
You don't need to.
Jason Oakley over there.
It's already been proven.
Oi, Jekyll.
Any flat earthers in here?
Yeah, me.
So how do you guys
Half the people
explain?
here.
How do you guys explain when we? Okay, so the Earth is a flat plane, right?
Yeah.
Now, when we go west,
Relatively.
when we go west, if we go west long enough, we're gonna end up in the same spot, right?
Who's we?
You just ask who's we.
Hey, 22W. Can you hear me, 22W?
Yeah.
If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
That's completely has nothing to do with the question at hand.
Yeah, it's completely.
No, I think it does.
You're
Good
derailing
luck.
the conversation. You're being
Running in
unfaithful.
a circle, I'll explain the difference.
Oh.
Running in a circle is different than running west and then ending up in the same spot.
Do you not think that
Yeah,
would
no,
be a
it's not.
circle?
I mean, it doesn't, because then it wouldn't matter. So, like, let me explain this, right? For it to be like analogous in the case you've just presented of like running around a track, you're doing that in a direction, right? You go this way, then this way, then this way.
Yeah, and you're asking someone to go
in this
west,
aspect-
which is a direction.
In this aspect, well, the point is it doesn't matter for the specific direction. If we go west long enough, if we go north long
Right,
enough, if
shut
we
the
go east
f-
long
hey,
enough,
oi.
we're going to end up in the
Robert.
same spot. So,
Robert,
like, how
shut
is
the
it
fuck up.
possible if the Earth is flat?
Robert,
don't get it.
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
So why is this guy allowed to just say "shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up" over and over and over again?
Yeah, one deck. You're kind of being a cunt.
Why are you
right
just
now, man.
making it all about that? Why are you just making it about that? Just address the argument. You're doing a format fallacy.
Right, where's
Sit down.
west?
If you
Yeah,
go west,
King, they're in a
north,
really
east, or
bad.
south,
They're
you're
in a
gonna
really
end up in
bad
the same
mood
spot.
today, King. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but like they're in a really bad mood. Then
Where
It's
is west?
speculation Sunday. Calm down. You need
Here,
to calm
I'll
down.
make the flat earthers argument for you. So the way the gravitational, not gravitational, the electronic poles of the Earth or whatever works is that there's a giant source of
pool works. You have a pool.
Stop.
There's a horizon that you can't measure to.
probably speculation Sunday, is it? It's more like being a cunt Sunday for some reason. Whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, the globe cunts think you can measure to a horizon.
The reason why going west is analogous to going around a track is because when the Earth is flat and all compasses point north, they're pointing towards the center for some unexplained reason. So you're actually running around in a circle around the Earth, around the flat plane.
Is that the flat Earth response?
That's what I've heard previously, and it's the only one I've heard.
So then why can we go south, east, and west and north and end up in the same spot? If it's like a track, you wouldn't be able, in a track, you couldn't just walk north and end up like in the same spot.
Well,
You have to run
you
in
see,
specific
I'm gonna make
directions.
the argument for them again.
Nobody's
That's actually
ever
just a
done what you're
hypothetical. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's
Nobody's
just a
ever done what
hypothetical.
he's saying
This
is
for-
done. No, never done it.
Yeah, keep letting them
Nobody has
imagine
ever
it.
circumnavigated north to south. Ever. Never. Only
I have.
east to west. Show me.
People have flown north to south.
You're not interested. You're not interested, it seems. So I'll show you another day.
Show me where
Nah.
and who has
I have though. I've
circumnavigated
done it.
north to south and back around to north. Show me.
The storytellers are showing up. It's like VH1 in here.
Storytellers. Yeah, they're storytellers.
They said Speculation Sunday, and they were all in. I knew it was just the ticket I had to give them. The Avenue.
No, I thought this was being a douchebag Sunday. Whatever.
Plus, they do think the horizon's a physical location, and it's not.
Why isn't it?
Oh God.
Okay, I'm back. What happened?
Yeah, because the Earth's not the ball that they've promoted on television. That's why. Pretty simple.
So the response was that like no one's done it before?
I did it, King, but they didn't like
Cool.
that.
So
Started
how do you
shouting.
explain people that claim to do it?
No one's going around north, down to south, back up to north. Ever. Never. Can't happen.
Well, we're
Why
talking
does that
about
matter?
someone who just goes north entirely. Like, what happens to them?
I don't know. Did you ever do it?
Are they going to end up in the same spot, or are they just going to never find an end?
Yeah, you're going to hit the center, according to me.
How's that possible?
Oh, here's what you do. You draw a circle on a piece of paper. Get a magnet. You put it in the center of that piece of paper, in the center of that circle. Take your compass, and you start going around the magnet that's on the piece of paper on your table. Watch it continue to point to north. It's very simple.
Yeah, but
Everything-
where's south then? Where's
Look
south
at my
then?
screen, man. I'm gonna try to show
Everything
you.
the
I'm gonna try to
opposite
show
of
you like,
north-
how this works. Look at my screen.
Your screen.
In 1980, a group of explorers actually went from starting in Britain down to the south of Africa, down to the South Pole, then around to Sydney,
No, they
Australia,
didn't. No, they
and back up
didn't.
to
Yeah,
Los
this is the
Angeles, and
storytelling.
then
No,
to,
they didn't.
Harp, can you look at my
Yes,
screen?
Yes,
real
they
quick? I
did. There's
want to show you
evidence.
this. Okay,
Try it.
No, no.
Back
they
to
didn't.
Hollywood, huh?
like, okay, I like how you say there's no evidence, and we bring up evidence as fake. That's
No,
Where's the
always how it
evidence?
works.
A 1980 article that you've dug up desperately. That
First of
should
all,
not
I see
not
it's-
raise a red flag, sir.
First of all, I see a circle and he's drawing a bunch of arrows. So
Where
Okay,
is
Hold on, I'll
north?
explain. I'll explain it. I'll
I
explain.
don't
when I'm
need your
finished.
explanation, dude.
Where
Yeah,
is
he doesn't
the-
need
I'm
explanations. He doesn't need
I'm
explanations.
trying to explain
just
what's
run.
going on here because, like,
I
I don't see how your
need
explanation
to
works.
hear your explanation of how to circumnavigate from south to north to south.
Well, it's not
It's
south to
never
north to
been
south.
done.
Where's
So what?
north? Where's north on
Yeah,
a
but we're not
circle?
we're not talking about south to north to south. We're talking about someone who just goes north entirely. Like they're gonna
You're
end
gonna
up.
hit the
What
center
we
of the
think is
circle,
they're gonna
sir.
end up in the same spot eventually, but you think they're just
No.
gonna keep going.
You're going to hit the center.
How is this? Okay, so what happens? Okay, so if you look at my screen, let's just place. Let's place
Just
a
make
dot
it clear
here,
that
right?
north
Let's place
north
dot
is a
at the center.
direction, right?
That's
North is a
right.
direction,
Okay, so we
not,
place a dot
not
at the
a
center, and this
location.
person goes.
Not a
This person goes
location.
north.
Shut up for a minute. I just want to clarify that north is a direction, not a location. Okay? Now you may continue. Thank you for letting me get a word in.
So where is
Fuck's sake.
north on a circle?
How do you measure to the horizon?
Yeah, so
North
I'm
is
not-
a
I know north is
direction,
direct-
Brenda, not a location.
Yeah, I know it's not. That's why I'm
I just
saying
said that. Stop asking where it
If you
is.
go north, yeah, I'm asking if
North
you go
is-
north. If you look at my screen on this circle, on this circle, which would be like the flat Earth. If we go north from the center, we just don't end up back at the center.
Yeah.
So like,
You-
if I were to do that,
Are you
would it
doing this
disprove flat
purposely?
Earth?
Because what the hell are you drawing? Like, first of all, we're looking for
drawing a
proof
circle
that somebody did it. Now you're
going
asking me about how you're going north and your center. The center would be north.
No, I'm saying the north, like your friend said, north isn't a place. It's a
Okay. Dude, dead
direction.
north. When you find the source of the magnetic north, it's going to be the fucking center.
Magnetic north isn't the North Pole on the Earth.
Dude, please shut up.
Well, it's true. Those are two different places.
Yeah, north isn't a place, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay, great. North isn't a place.
North on the flat Earth is actually just a monolith in the very center of the plane.
There can't be north on a flat Earth.
Wow. Okay, whatever you guys say.
Yeah, because you're right. There's no north
No,
on
you
a
can't
circle.
think. I know. We've been showing you how it's possible for 10 years. I know you can't get
No.
it. I know you can't get it.
Because
How? How? Dude.
Yeah, the reason
think
the
about
reason
what sex you are, bro.
the reason that we call north the north on Earth is because it's the northern pole, the northern axis of rotation. You don't have an
Want to
axis.
show me
of
that proof? Show me that proof, real quick.
It's just a definition.
It's a definition of dumbass.
It's the northern axis of rotation.
Dude, just be quiet. I thought we were listening to
Yeah, but I mean,
22W
the
trying to
north-
figure out how we
flat Earth-
circumnavigated north to south.
The flat Earth doesn't rotate.
How did we just, and first of all, how did we go from you proving circumnavigation from north to south to where north is on a flat Earth? How does that even work? What happened to you proving circumnavigation from north to fucking south?
It was done on the MV Benjamin bow ring in 1979. September 9th. September 2nd is when it started.
Oh, yeah, but what is the horizon?
Want to show me proof of that, please?
There's images here.
Images.
Wait, let me try and find like an actual paper written about because they probably had funding
I'll
for
tell you
paper.
what. When you look at the mapped out thing
He's
that
gotta
they
find a
did,
linky.
when you looked at the mapped out thing they did, they went up one side and came back on the same side. Exactly what they do. They go north and they come back, or so-called north, but that's not north.
Wait, so you're saying they start going north?
I'm
and then they just
saying
turn
they
back around?
go from what you say is south and north.
They started in Britain, went down to Africa, and then to South Pole, then went to Sydney, and then Los
over to
Angeles,
South Pole,
and then North.
so came
North
back.
Pole.
Yeah, right. So came back. They went to the South Pole, then went to Sydney. I'm sorry, that's coming back.
Well, yeah, because on the globe Earth.
Yeah, because
I'm not
yeah, that's
saying
coming back.
I'm not saying
Yes,
that
you
I'm
are.
a glober. I'm just saying that what's being shown here is like if you stand in
Where's
a
the map?
place and you go north, if you go north, you keep going north, you're gonna end up in the same spot. You're gonna continuously traverse the same places you were just in.
No.
If you just keep going north. But you're saying if you keep going north,
I DM'd you the
don't
image.
end up in the same spot.
You end up stuck in the center, I think. Speculation, right?
I sent you an
Can't move out
image
of that
of the ship's path
Where? So
in
what?
DMs.
You guys do know that traveling over the Earth isn't proof of anything, right? The conversation or the argument of traveling somewhere on the Earth isn't evidence of the Earth's geometry. You do know that, right?
We're
This is a
using as
bunk
backup
argument.
evidence that there's no way that there can be a South Pole because you can't go.
No. Okay, here's what I'm going to ask for you to provide for me. What's the geometry of the Earth just based on what you're talking about? How do you get shape from traveling over the Earth? This is a stupid argument. Back in 2016, 2017, a lot of people in the flat Earth and the globe Earth were arguing this bullshit. You guys need to keep up with the times. There isn't any argument you can garner from learning about traveling over the Earth. What the fuck are you going to get from traveling over the Earth? Tell me right now. From geometry. How do you know the Earth? Dude, shut the fuck up. What's the geometry?
You just asked me a damn question and I'm answering and you're like, shut the fuck up. Yo, bro. What am I supposed to do?
This is a stupid argument. You guys are ridiculous. There's no fucking way you can get geometry from traveling over the Earth. Stupid shit.
I'm not making an argument. I'm just asking how this works.
You
with
can
flat
get
Earth.
No, that's
linear
some bullshit
distance
right there.
measurements, though.
How the fuck do you know the Earth's a geometric shape from traveling over the Earth? Right now, tell me. I need to know.
I don't.
Thank you. Then why
saying,
are
how does
you
it work?
arguing for it? What does it provide evidence
I'm
of?
not arguing. I'm not arguing.
If somebody
for the globe, though.
listen, all right, yeah, well, it sounds like it. And then you know what?
You sure will.
Furthermore, yeah, wait a minute. Furthermore, when is anecdotal testimony evidence of anything? Who gives a fuck if somebody did something in the 70s? I don't give a shit. Are we gonna take their word for it and say, well, yeah, they traveled north to south?
Are we gonna take their word for it? Of course not, because it proves the globe.
That proves the
Dude, I
globe.
just-
How the fuck does
Here,
it
look.
tell us geometry, dumbass? Go ahead, tell me. How does it tell us geometry right now?
Because they basically went straight through the South Pole, which you can't do on the flat Earth.
Who gives a fuck about flat Earth? We want to know how it proves globe, dumbass.
It
does
proves
it
the
prove
flat
globe?
Earth wrong. It has nothing to do with the globe.
How does it prove globe? Globe.
It
Globe.
proves that the flat Earth is wrong.
There you go. So then we're not gonna need this as evidence of anything. We could hand wave dismiss
Evidence
this bullshit
that the flat Earth
straight
is
out
wrong.
the door. It's hand wave dismiss, sir. You don't have evidence of the globe. There you go.
Yeah.
No
This is the
evidence
flat
of globe.
Earth VC. I don't care about the globe. I'm proving the flat Earth
Yeah,
wrong.
flat Earth. No, you're not proving shit because you haven't provided evidence of the thing that it is. You have to first provide evidence of the thing that it is, and then you can disprove something else.
Well, the
Because
point
you're
is-
providing evidence of what it is. Wait a minute, dumbass. You're providing evidence of what it is, and then you could say it's nothing else but this because I just
Wait.
showed you what it is.
So you're telling
This
me
is
I
so
need to
stupid.
prove that the Earth is flat first to disprove it?
You fucking no, you dumbass. You need to prove that it's a globe. Fucking idiot.
I'm not arguing
You
that
need
it's
to
a
prove that it's
globe.
a globe.
I'm arguing that it's
Well,
not
then
flat.
You're implying.
Listen, that's your fucking fault. That's not ours. We're here to see if anybody has the idea or evidence or proof or data or any fucking thing that the Earth is a globe. You get it? That's what the whole VC is about.
I thought this was
Prove
flat
the
Earth room,
fucking
though.
globe.
Yeah, this is the flat Earth room, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know that, dumbass. This is the flat Earth room. Now prove it's a globe. It's
Why would
your
I do
burden.
that in the
You
flat
have
Earth
to
room? I'm
provide
proving it's not flat.
evidence
We're arguing
of that.
over flat Earth, right?
No, we're not gonna. No, we're not. We're not gonna argue. We're not gonna argue over that bullshit. That's your little fucking gimmick that comes in here. It's not flat. You didn't prove it was a fucking globe in the first place. You guys,
guys.
Yeah, but you
need
don't
to
have
prove
to,
that
though.
it's a globe.
You know what we should do? We can end this argument right now.
Yeah,
Just
you
name it the Globe Earth Room so we can start arguing about globes. Because it's not clearly named the correct thing then.
Wow, dude.
It's been proving the Earth as a always.
Your mic's messed
always,
up.
always.
Yeah, his mic
No, do
isn't
you
working,
have?
but no,
Yeah,
your
let's get off.
suggestion is
Let's
noted.
get off this.
Well,
Let's
there's a weird problem here. Like, if we can't debate flat Earth, then what's going on?
Let's go reset the room. Hold on. Reset the room, and now we're starting from proving the Earth is a globe. Go. Room reset. Now go.
Your mic cut out for like half of that. No idea what you said.
Anyway, I'll be back.
Yeah, prove the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now.
Go.
You're dropping. What's up, Mig? What was the matter,
up,
Mig?
guys?
Was I yelling louder than you had to come? God damn. Long time, man. Long
Yeah,
time.
I'm actually driving, so I have to talk over my road noise. But this
Oh.
argument was dispatched with in 2017.
Which one? Circumnavigating north to south?
Now, provide evidence. Yeah,
Oh, just
that was
prove
some
your
bullshit.
globe.
It's a bullshit argument.
How is
It
it
doesn't
bullshit?
provide evidence of Earth
Because that map
as
doesn't
anything.
prove
So
it.
now I need you to provide evidence. I need you to provide evidence that the Earth's geometry has been substantiated. Now, I don't care
The
what you
Earth
do. That's what
Be
we
a
need
cube
right
and that
now.
would still happen. That's not proof of the globe.
I don't give a shit about what you cubes or triangles. Tell me how it's a globe. Where's the evidence of that? Any evidence? Go.
No, I'm not here to argue that. I just had a question for flat Earth.
That's what I fucking
You
thought.
haven't-
That's
but
what
you
I
haven't-
fucking thought. You see how you
and you
guys
haven't.
look? Listen, this is what I'm saying. I'm sorry. But listen, this is what I've been saying. You guys think that you have an argument? You ain't got shit. unless you provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. And that's what we're all here for, because we're waiting for somebody to come forward and say, hey, I know how we can measure the Earth as a globe. Here's the metrics. Here's how I figured it out. And we don't have that. Just because you go from point A to point B on top of the Earth doesn't give you geometry. And if it does, I want you to detail to me how the process is made. And if you can't do that, then we don't have an argument. All we got is your idea that you think you live on a globe and everything else is not that. It's not a flat Earth. It's not a flat Earth. That's what you chant. I don't give a shit if you say it's not a flat Earth. I want you to provide evidence that it's a globe and nothing else. It's really simple.
Are you talking about me?
I'm talking about whoever said that the Earth is a globe. Anyone. If you say that the Earth is a globe and you're on this call right now, the burden of proof is on your shoulders, because we don't say, where do you see a fucking globe when you go outside? Are you looking outside and say, the Earth looks like pretty much like a globe. I see it globalish. No, you don't fucking see that. No one does. So that's what we want to know. If you're saying the Earth is something else other than what you can see it to be, then you need to provide evidence of what it is and how you know it is. Geometry. It's simple. Not hard. You know what it's like listening to this fucking bullshit when you're on the third person perspective? It's irritating as fuck. You know that traveling over the Earth doesn't provide shape of the Earth being a globe. You know that shit. Then why the fuck are you talking about it? Some bullshit right here, man. That argument was dispatched in 2017. What? Say again?
It's not an argument for the globe, though. It's an argument it's a question as to how it works on flat Earth.
It does.
I
Listen.
answered you several times, bro.
Actually, he's been.
I heard your answer. You said if I heard you correctly, you said that if you keep traveling north, you're going to end up at a place that you can't leave, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
But I did say you would most likely end up in the center. That's what I said from my opinion.
Yeah. So listen.
And if you
it could be, listen, for the flat Earth, it could be logically consistent because we're not providing shape with what we're saying. But for them, it's providing shape. So it's, on the one hand, you have flat Earth talking about something that's logically consistent. On the other hand, you have the glober thinking it's a globe. So it's like two people talking past each other, and it's irritating as fuck. Because on the one hand, it is logically consistent to say that the Earth is not a globe and that we're using it as a flat and stationary plane. On the other hand, the glober thinks it's providing evidence of geometry. Going from north to south is going over the great circle course of the Earth. You get what I'm saying? So both sides are talking past each other. That's why I'm telling you, you need to go to geometry where you can differentiate, where somebody says, I know how the Earth has an actual geometric shape. I know how much drop over a distance there's going to be. I know how it is exactly an oblate spheroid. And on the other hand, flat Earth can refute that or agree with that based on the evidence provided. And if there is no evidence, then I'm sorry, you don't have any argument to say, well, we're circumnavigating the Earth as a globe. No, you don't know that. You're assuming that. The pilots assume that. But here's a dirty little secret you didn't know. When we talk to pilots always tell us that they're using the Earth practically as if it were a flat and stationary plane, which means that they're assuming it's a flat and stationary plane. Every fucking pilot knows this shit. They're not saying that it's a globe, okay? They're just using it as if it were flat and stationary for practical purposes. But when they actually think about it, they're like, no, I think the Earth's a globe. I'm just using it like it were flat and stationary because the Earth is too big. We talked to pilots before. That's what they say. When they operate their job every single day, that's what they're saying. They're not telling us that they're flying over a flat Earth. They're telling us they're flying over a globe, but they're using it like it's a flat and stationary plane. That's how they practically use it. Now, you guys don't know that. So you're coming into the argument like you know what you're talking about, and you don't. That's what it is, man. I'm sorry I'm breaking it to you like this, because if you're sailing over the Earth as a mariner, or if you're traveling as a pilot, or if you're driving your car, there's no way you're going to know geometry from doing those things. It's a dumb argument. Unless you're providing evidence that you're actually measuring shape, you're not doing anything for globe, and you damn sure ain't doing anything for flat Earth, because we already know we're operating on this Earth as a flat and stationary plane. That's obvious. So I don't need to tell somebody the obvious. I need to tell somebody how either I know it's a globe or it's not. Like, that's the only thing. If you can't provide evidence of geometry, then my argument and every other flat earther's argument still stands, that we're traveling over the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. Now, I need you two guys who think the Earth is a globe to provide that evidence. It's just that simple. That's what this VC's open for you guys.
That doesn't mean writing Eratosthenes' name
Oh, shit, man.
and saying done and done.
Yeah.
Jesus
If
Christ.
you have
guys.
evidence, if you have evidence, the floor is yours. Yeah, I
Well,
might be a
have a
little rough,
speculation.
man. I'm only rough because I know that when you're going in a different direction or an argument, it doesn't provide evidence of shape. And then until you do, I will give you the floor. You have the floor, but you have to provide evidence of geometry. So go ahead.
What if I have a picture?
If you got it.
I mean, the sun sets.
If I give you,
I mean, the sun sets. Guys, please stop being retarded and try to fucking think. This is what I said earlier. The sun sets. Therefore, it's a fucking globe. My God.
We do think. You need to try to think every now and then.
One sec, Scott. I've got a speculation because it's Sunday, right? Do you know you always like we can't circumnavigate enough to say fair enough. Maybe it's flat, maybe it's a globe, and maybe a reason why they don't do that is because of the secrecy in the safe and the Antarctic Treaty. It doesn't have to be about the shape of the Earth, right? It could just quite literally be like a demilitarized zone, no-fly zone. There's other reasons.
Yeah,
right?
that's fine. That's fine, Turquoise. But we need them. Yeah, you can speculate. It's speculation Sunday. I get it. But there's some globers in here coming in pretty hot. So they have to provide evidence of their globe, because that supersedes speculation Sunday, by the way. It supersedes it. Anybody that's still doubting that the Earth is a globe, when we have speculation Sunday, we actually having a back and forth about what we can speculate on. But if somebody's coming in here saying, well, you could circumnavigate the Earth as a globe, then you're going to have to provide evidence of shape. That's what we need.
Right. I'm with that. And evidence. Right?
That supersedes speculation. So I get where you're coming from, and I mean, if you want to do that, or somebody else wants to do that and run with that, that's fine. But when I hear arguing about like how it's,
I get it.
Yeah. So
it's one of them. We don't have much like verifiable evidence that it has been done, right? People are going to dismiss it if there is any, or there's like less than a handful of claims that we've done that, right? Ever.
I know that, man. But what happens is it gives them a foothold to say that that's why it's a globe. So it becomes an argument. Like, it might not start out that way, like maybe innocent, like the way you're doing it, but it turns into one. And so the room here has to get back to the point, why we're here. Yeah, the other guy just left out the back door. I seen him leave. The one that was in here pretty staunch, saying that he can travel the north, and he's somebody from the 70s. He left. He's not in the call no more because it's not fun anymore. No, not you. The other guy.
Didn't you send me the map, Humongous?
Yes.
Humongous, whatever. Right. So how does that prove a globe one again? Like, this is what we're saying. This is just.
Yeah, I was arguing that disproved the.
That does not disprove a flat Earth.
Nah. You can't tell me. Listen, you can't tell me what something isn't until you tell me what it is. Tell me what it is first, and how you know what it is.
How stuff works.
Yeah, that's how it works. So if I tell you that it's a globe and I prove geometry to you, I can tell you it's not a flat Earth because I'm proving it's a globe. So that's how I know. But if you're saying, well, it's not a flat Earth, but it's not a globe, and it's not a pyramid, I don't know what it is, but it's not that. No, you can't tell me what it's not. You have to tell me what it is first, and then disprove it from that premise.
I was under the assumption that many times you find the truth by doing process of elimination. Does that just not work at all? Is that just not something you can do?
No. Yeah, because the process of elimination, you always start with the premise. You're working with some type of premise. So the premise would
be
a
certain shape.
No, that's faulty because you have to provide evidence of that. So if you think that it's something in free space, then you have to provide evidence that it's in free space as a standalone object, like as in it is this particular thing that I'm saying it is, and then I'm gonna go from there. But you can't even
I have
tell me you're
evidence
in
that
free
the Earth
space.
is some kind of shape, not exactly within space, but it takes up area in some form or fashion, and I need to discover what form that
that's-
is.
Yeah, I know where
orbiting
you're
planet?
coming. Listen, I know where you're coming
still
from, but
fixed on the orbiting planet, though. Yeah.
I know where you're coming from, but here's the thing. When you say that we are in some type of like environment, do you know that we're in some type of vacuous space like that surrounds the Earth? Because
The only thing I'm aware of is that I have solid ground below me, and it has a certain shape to it, but I don't know what the whole shape is.
No. So shape to you, like, would it mean that something's in free space and its entire shape is either known or unknown? Like its entire shape.
I'm trying to figure out the
shape of
reality. I don't know
Earth.
whether it is in space or not. Whether it could be the sky
Well, then
and the
here-
ground.
right,
Maybe the ground
right,
goes on
right.
infinitely. I need to
So
discover that.
So here's what I gathered from that what you just said. I'm trying to figure out means I don't know yet. In translation, I don't know yet. I'm trying to figure out what
Exactly.
it is. Therefore,
I'm trying to use process of elimination.
yeah, but you don't. Then you should have eliminated. Then you should have eliminated the globe along with the flat Earth. If you're eliminating things, because it's not that.
How is it not that?
Prove to me how it is. Because tell me, how is it? If you're saying that it is, how is it?
I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that it could be because we're using process of elimination.
No. Well, we eliminated the globe because there's no globe that you observe in reality. So let's toss that out. Why can't we do that? Where do you see a globe, sir?
That's just wrong.
Well,
No,
why
it's
is it
not.
still in the running?
Not a straw man.
Where do you make your observation that the Earth is a globe? Where? Tell me where you see a globe. Where do you see it?
TV.
I don't see it, but I can't rule it out.
Well, why isn't it ruled
There's no
out?
curve.
I want to know why you haven't ruled it out. Tell me.
This is insane.
Rule it in.
I can't
It's
rule it out because I
insane.
haven't gotten any
You can
evidence
rule it
that
out.
proves it wrong.
Yeah, you can rule it out. There's no
What do you
curve.
mean proves
You
it
have a
wrong?
wall.
What proves it? How have you proven it right? Give me one
No,
way. you
again,
proved
we're
it right.
using process of elimination. How hard is that to understand? Prove it wrong.
It's eliminated. Okay, number one, you don't observe a globe. You don't feel like you're on a globe. So I'm eliminating it already. Where the hell are you
not good
coming
enough
up with a
evidence.
globe? It's not
It's
good
only
enough.
what?
Why not? Why not?
You need better
Why not?
evidence.
Like what?
You need evidence in which it is the only reality in which it can be the case. Because you may not observe a globe, but it may still be a globe. Being
How?
on
You
two-dimensional
dude,
time can move around on a
Stop
spherical
pretending.
shape without understanding that it is on a sphere.
Stop pretending, bro. Stop pretending. You're a
You
I'm
have
not
a
even. I'm not
globe.
going to listen to you if you're going to be like, stop
full-blown
pretending.
glober, dude. There you go. Yeah, he's
You
pretending.
know, listen.
He's gone,
listen,
bro.
you're
He's
stuck.
gone, man.
Yeah. Oh, he left.
He's gone. Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as I told him he's a full-blown glober, he had to go. Because he is. He's just,
Now you don't want to have the argument.
No,
He knows
exactly.
where
You don't
this is
wanna-
leading him.
So all he was
You don't
doing
wanna
was
have the
trolling us. Yeah. He was just saying, let's do the process of elimination, but he refuses to get rid of the globe. So he's a glober.
Yeah, my thing is too, is that these guys come in here and they want to have an argument about anecdotal testimonies, and here's the skinny about that. Flat earthers sometimes, and I'm using that word so you can understand like who's arguing the conversation. So you'd have flat earthers and globe earthers arguing over, James Cook, circumnavigating the earth and proving that it's not what the globe. And you got people talking about some dude in the 70s proving that he did north to south circumnavigation, proving the earth's a globe. There's a lot of arguing coming from a standpoint of ignorance, which means there's no way that anybody can garner anything from these travels, from them going from point A to point B and such. Because it could be easily dispatched by saying they're just going from there to here and back again, like, as in a straight line. Like you walk somewhere and you come right back to your location. That's not saying anything important about it. That's just telling me they're going from some place to another place. They're not proving geometry in no way. So it's
I
like
think that
we're in like
circumnavigation
about
proves
an hour and a half deep into this argument, and it's like we're not getting nowhere because we're talking past each other. For the flat earther, it's logically consistent that it isn't a globe and we're just actually going from here to there on a horizontal plane. On their argument, they're actually trying to say they're going over the Great Circle course or the Great Circle route, whichever one it is. Yeah. And so they're saying that with assurance, and we're saying, no, you're not. You're just going from there to here. And so, you know what I mean? We're talking past each other. So we have to highlight the fact that that's not the argument. The argument is geometry. How do we know it's that shape? And that gentleman that just left because he didn't have that. Process of elimination, we would have already ruled the Earth as a globe out because we don't observe it, we don't feel it.
So the guy said that you got to prove it wrong, right? This is a burden of proof reversal. So he obviously doesn't understand what he's talking about.
That crap. They are always trying to do that shit. Well, you got to prove it's flat. No. Pretty much the military, the airports, the pilot, everybody has shown us they do everything according to flat. Just like Mickey was saying, it's just fucking easy. Yeah. But these people do not want to accept that truth. They just don't want to do it. I heard FTFE and McToon the other night saying, okay, well, you didn't read the rest of that statement where, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if you're using the Earth as flat and stationary, but it's really revolving, something's going to fuck up.
Yep. If it were practically used as a globe, as it were, like if it was spinning and wobbling and tilting, we'd have some major problems traveling.
We sure would, yep.
Major.
I remember Brian Mullen back in the day, man. He was going, man, I got a problem with this. And I'm going, good boy, yes. And then he was threatened and taken out of the picture. He had the physics behind him, and he was coming out and he was showing, man, this physics doesn't make any sense. And then, we straightened him out. We made him understood how it actually works. Yeah, bullshit. They threatened him.
They silenced him, yep.
Yeah, he's gone, but Balls Out Physics is still all over YouTube. Luckily.
What's that? Oh, what in the...
I said, what I said was, Mullen is gone, but Balls Out Physics is still all over YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Luckily.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Well, I had the playlists, but then they changed how you grab saved playlists, and you can only have created playlists now, right?
Yo, was that Brenda? Was that Brenda in the chat earlier?
Yes.
So, what's
how
up?
do you know? Where's North?
How we doing on Flat Earth today? Is it still triangle?
Is that Matt Nuclear?
No, bro.
But here? What are you talking about? That's not me, man. You know how I sound like by now.
I'm Palestinian Prime.
Triangle.
All right. So the room is built for people coming in and providing evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape. So how do you know the Earth's a globe if you do think that it is?
It's not a globe. It's a triangle, bro.
All right, you're just trolling. We'll talk. We'll keep talking.
How do you know I'm not? How do you know I'm trolling, bro?
All right.
Show us proof.
I'm going to show you. Let me just show you. Watch this. Provide evidence that it's what you said it is right now. How do you know it is that? Evidence, please.
There you go.
Because I can perceive it, bro. What do you mean? I have my senses.
Okay.
Tell me how you perceive it. Go ahead.
Because I look at it, bro, and it looks like a fucking triangle to me.
All right. That's as easy as it. See how easy that was? You don't have an argument, sir. Sit down. We're waiting for the.
Anyway, like the whole Earth,
we're not gonna talk to you.
The whole Earth belongs to the Palestinians, all right?
Silence. Quiet, you.
Are you gonna start killing people this month, bro? You were called to fucking kill everybody, weren't you?
Yeah, no, let's not go there.
Killing everybody.
Let's not go there. Yeah, we don't say that. Sorry, we don't go there because I'm sorry, sir, but that's against TOS. We can't even joke around about that stuff. So,
no problem.
Yeah, let's not go there. Thank you. All right, so evidence of the Earth as a globe. You guys have the floor if you think that it is. If not, we'll be talking amongst ourselves.
Speculating.
As usual.
Yeah, my speculation is if you keep going north, you're going to hit the center. And if they allow it, which they won't, so you will never hit the center. You'll be probably shot to death before.
Genuine question here. Because the Earth is contained, right? There's a barrier.
It is contained. Yes.
So like obviously the water, like the water that we see at sea, right? That's also contained. So it can't fall off the edges because it's contained, right?
Yeah, you don't need.
Do you ever go to the shore? Did you ever go to the shore,
Yeah,
bro?
I was just gonna say that.
I'm just trying to ask you some questions here to understand the flat Earth.
Yeah. So like, did you?
Okay, well,
okay,
keep
so
them-
he gave you something
Don't
very
make 'em
simple to
stupid.
think about, right? So when you go to a beach, is the water falling off of the beach?
No, I'm just trying to
stores
ask
up.
you because I want to conclude that there's
I'm
a
telling you.
barrier, right?
Well, the barrier is the shore of the beach. That's the barrier for water. You went to water,
Do you
right?
reckon? Do you reckon that there's an edge to the flat Earth? It doesn't extend forever, right?
Well, it's not an edge, but a
There's
limitation.
infinite.
Yes, it's not an edge. An edge would insinuate. An edge would insinuate that you could fall off of something as an edge.
Right.
There's a limitation where you can go no further. Yeah.
Where's that limitation at?
Who knows?
The extent of where the limits to the Earth. Yep.
What's underneath the flat Earth? You
You
gonna ask
said a
that
whole
next?
bunch of nothing.
Yeah,
You said there's
what's
just a
underneath the
limitation
flat
to the
Earth,
Earth.
right?
Where?
Yeah.
And how do you know that's true?
Stop it.
Because we have gas pressure on the Earth, or else the equation for PV equals nRT wouldn't stand.
There you
Pressure, volume, temperature. We need all of that, sir. So if you don't have that, you don't have gas pressure.
Ever heard of a biodome, bro?
It might be a little bit above your pay grade to think about this, Matt. But look into it. PV equals nRT. It's a very simple equation for gas pressure. And study that a little bit, and then you'll figure out that the constituent parts that gas pressure needs as an antecedent would be a contained system or a container.
Otherwise,
It's
there
obvious.
would be no pressure. There would be no pressure.
Yep.
Gotta have the pressure before you
Yeah,
go
but-
to the gradient. And we know the whole thing. How
Well-
do you have the gradient? Of course you have a gradient. Well,
Yeah.
the wind would be flying up, or you'd overheat, or this. Do you know what a biodome is? I mean, seriously. These guys don't look into anything real at all. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's because they're coming from a place of fantasy, and they've been enabled. I should say that's a better word. And they've been enabled to think that the Earth is something that it's not. And the processes on the Earth, right, that are happening, whether it's the water cycle or anything, they think that it's operating on a Earth as a globe, in the vacuum of space, and it's so ludicrous. How can somebody think like that?
My computer just crashed
the
on me while I
practicality.
was asking my question.
Well, it doesn't matter. We moved past your little question. It's really not a relation to reality.
What was your answer?
I told you. Well, it was PV equals nRT, the simple equation that tells us how we have gas pressure. There's requirements that you need to have.
What does
in
that
order-
have to do with what
in
I was
order for
asking?
gas? Because you want to know about a container, or if there is one. And I told you, yes, there is. And if it's
I'm not talking
contained, that
about.
means there's a
No,
limitation.
you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying a container that's like
No, I'm not.
above us. I'm talking about the container that would be to like where you couldn't horizontally keep going, right? So there would be a barrier to where you couldn't keep going on the flat
Yes.
surface. I'm not talking about above.
Yes,
Yeah, what
we're inside.
about-
We're inside of a contained system, sir.
Yeah.
You know
Yes,
that, right?
so
It
where's the barrier?
encompasses us.
Where's the barrier?
What I'm telling you. Listen. What I'm telling you is that the location, right? The geographic location on Earth where it is, nobody can give you that information, right? What we can tell you is that in order for gas pressure to exist, the antecedent for that would be a contained system. You have to have
It's
a
fine
contained
if you wanna say
system
that.
in order.
But I'm
No,
just
it's
trying
not
to ask
fine.
you what-
It's not fine. It's actually evidence in practical reality that that's the case. If it wasn't, then we would not have gas pressure like we do.
So you would agree though, Alpha, that eventually, theoretically speaking, if you kept going, you'd eventually hit some sort of a barrier, right? Because it's not infinite.
Yeah, it's a contained system.
we
That's
could get
logically
to that
consistent.
barrier-
No one's hit that barrier yet.
Ah.
Maybe one day.
No
Not that
one's
we
what?
know of. Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
no one's hit that
Hold
barrier.
on.
No
Yeah,
one's
but this
been
is
there and
not
come
an
back to
argument.
report on it.
Hold on,
No one's
bro.
Yeah,
reported back on it.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. That's not an argument. You saying that is not an argument. That's just speculation. And so what?
How's that speculation?
And let me tell you something real quick.
Provide
Most-
evidence that provide
We don't
evidence
have any
that actually
documentation
happened.
of anyone hitting the barrier yet.
No, of
Seeing
course
where
not.
the
So
edge of the
what does that
earth
have
is.
to do? What does that have to do with all the tea in China, bro? Like what? What does that mean when you say that? That you're just saying words. That doesn't mean anything.
What does that have to do with China?
So what? Yeah, what does that have to do with anything in this reality, dude?
And have
Because
you
if
ever
it
looked
was an
into
edge,
Operation Fishbowl at all? At all? Like
you,
know,
Yeah,
Dominique?
let's.
what
I don't wanna
about
be the-
Operation Fishbowl?
That's not,
Yeah,
no,
What
we're not
about
gonna
it?
be
Us
the-
trying to
Stop.
destroy
Right,
the container?
right.
No.
Fine. That
No.
again, you're
knows.
misunderstanding what I'm talking about, dude.
Oh,
No, I gotta
dude, he
stop him
knows.
now.
It's
Fucking
funny.
hell.
He knows. It's funny that he
No,
knows.
we're not gonna go to the fucking fishbowl. No, no. Stop
Come
it.
on.
We're not going to fucking fishbowl.
Okay, so my point was
That-
kind of
that-
we don't know.
Another
we don't
fallacious
know,
fucking flat Earth argument.
right? But we don't know that they haven't been there because we don't have the means to do a lot of shit. In case you haven't
Who's
noticed,
they?
the people that
all right.
rule us.
Dude,
People
hold
that rule
on,
us.
sir. Sir, take 5 real quick. I'll handle
Dude,
him. All right,
I'm
so
hard.
there's no.
Hey, Miggy,
I know, dude.
it's
I don't
hard.
know. I don't know
Call
who
me
that
by
is.
name.
Who's
Please
that?
don't call me sir.
I don't know who that is.
Harp. I was your head mod on the fucking YouTube channel 4 years ago. Are you kidding me? Come on. Harp. will not be
Honestly,
silent?
sir, I don't know who you are.
Oh, you.
Maybe
All
I
right,
do. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Anyway,
You forgot.
well, what I'm
I
saying
told you
though is
earlier, it's been a long
there's a
time.
lot.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. There's a lot of fallacious arguments on the flat Earth side that they start using, and trolls like him, they like to run with it like it's something to say.
Trolls.
It's not. Okay, first of all, I'm asking him, what evidence does that have? What is that going to provide evidence if somebody hits the barrier or not? Matt, what does that mean? Because it doesn't mean anything to me. What does it mean to you?
Well, it would
It
prove
means
a
that
barrier.
it's going to prove that we're
Matt-
contained. If you can keep
Dude,
going on a boat
we have
and
to
there's
be
a barrier, or you
contained.
can fly. Hold on, hey dude, why is that guy interrupting me? Or you can
Alright, go
fly a
ahead.
plane and you're like, holy shit, there's the barrier, everybody. There's the barrier to the Earth. We're gonna be like, holy
No,
shit,
you don't
that's
need.
crazy.
Yeah, I've already told you. Listen, I've already told you the evidence that supports the case that there is one. I don't need to run into it in order to know that it is. You need to run into it because your mind is like, well, I know that
can't.
we need to
Doesn't
have.
exist.
No, dude, you don't understand. In order to have pressure, you need to have volume, right? How do you have volume without a contained system? Let's say you want to have volume. Think about it like this, Matt. If you wanted to have water in a cup to have volume, how do you have volume without the cup that you're going to put water in? Let's say you want to have a specific volume. How do you have a specific volume if you don't have a container for the volume?
I get what you're saying, but it just
No,
has
I
nothing
need
to
you
do
to
with my
answer my
original
question.
point.
I need you to answer my question.
It just doesn't have
Answer
nothing
it.
to do with what
How
I
do
was
you-
asking you.
How do you? Yeah, I know.
And
Because
I don't know
you're
why you
running
take
away
so
from
much
it.
offense to that either. I don't know why you take so much offense to it.
All right, so here's what we got to do. I need you to answer my question.
Yeah, he just
How do we
wants to
have
throw us
volume?
from-
All right, so how do you have volume without a container? Go.
What do you mean? Just you can spill out the water, you still have the water. What do you mean? Isn't that
That's not the question. How do you have volume without a container? Go.
volume doesn't require a container? What do you mean by volume?
Bullshit, you're wrong. Now I need you to provide evidence. Citation. I can have volume without a container. Citation right now. I need
you
evidence
claim
of that.
You're good at arguing.
No, it's not claim. I need you to provide evidence that you can have volume without a container, Matt. It's now on you. Provide evidence that you can have
Okay, hold on.
volume
Stop with the
without a
muting. Stop with the.
No, we're not going to stop at the muting. We're going to start with you explaining how you can have volume without a container. Go.
Can I stop being muted for just a second?
Not really. Not really, because I'm not getting evidence over here.
You
And
need
I'm
to
waiting
start
for
your
that.
sentence
How can I-
with proof. Yeah. You need to
Yep.
start your sentence with
Starting with
here's the
proof.
proof.
Hey, Miggy,
Can I stop
with,
being muted?
Evidence of volume without a container. Go.
Okay,
You
define
said so.
volume for
Now I
all,
need
all of
evidence.
us so we know what we're talking about.
No, we know what volume is. We're not
Wow.
17 years old and in high school like you. We need to know how volume. Heck, we know how volume can be achieved without a container. Citation. Provide evidence that we've discovered you can have volume without a container. Go.
Can you just define volume for us so we're all...
We're not going to define volume. We know what it is. You're not going to reduce the argument to absurdity. You're not going to reduce it to absurdity because you want to. I need volume without a container evidence. Go.
You need to define it.
So you don't know what volume is, bro?
We're not. Listen, here's the thing. I'm gonna unmute you one last time, and you could choose not to give me the evidence of volume without a container, or you can choose to give me evidence of volume without a container. You can do either one. I need you to make a choice. If you choose incorrectly that you're not going to give me the evidence of volume without a container, you will sit on mute. Your choice. And I want to give you the floor so you can tell me how you're right. Now tell me how you're right. Volume without a container. Take it from the top. You're unmuted. Go.
Okay, can we make sure we know what we're talking about when we...
No. Sorry, that's not the answer. Happy sitting on mute for a while. I'm going to leave you there for a couple minutes so you can marinate on the fact you didn't have the answer.
Does he
Just
not
that
know
simple,
what
sir.
volume is? I mean, does he not know what volume
He does.
is?
No, he doesn't.
He does, but he doesn't want to admit it.
I'd say he
Maybe
doesn't know what it is because otherwise he'd be able to tell you.
Yeah, but
That would be
he
his
could have
idea.
looked it up. He could have looked it up in that time span.
Yeah, but he believes anything that aligns up with what flat earthers say is
you're
wrong.
right.
It's
Right, you're true.
misinformation.
Yeah.
I'm talking. You're talking about a guy who parrots word for word, not a Professor Dave.
Okay, I'm really new here, so I'll be like you know how it is. You gave me a lot of leeway in the beginning, man. I really appreciate that.
Dude,
I haven't done this for a while, you know.
Yeah, of course I'll give you a lot of leeway. You're one of the OGs, man. It's nice to have you around.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah,
I can't fucking believe Mickey doesn't fucking remember me. That pisses me off.
Wait. Yeah, now that I think about it, I was thinking about it, all right? I think I remember Harp, but it was like Harp 2.0 or something. Was that you? Yeah, like a 0.0 or something.
Right, and Harp will not be silent in YouTube.
Oh, Harp will not be silent. Yeah,
right.
Because I don't remember you just by Harp. It wasn't Harp. It was something else attached to it. I remember that
Harp
was.
will not be silent. Right. Harp will not be silent.
You were on YouTube? Were you on YouTube?
I was your fucking top mod, you dumbass. Literally, I was
my
your
bad.
top
Hey,
mod.
look, I'm gonna take that because it's my bad, right? It's been a while, so
it's all good.
But yeah, hey, kudos to you, man, because
you too, man.
You haven't been around. Where the fuck you been, man?
I started getting really sick of the argument. You know, I got really sick of the argument, and I figured, here's what happened, right? So Nathan Oakley, I listened to him, and he was started opening up, going to here and there, and he came over here the other day. I was like, okay, let's see what happens over here.
Yeah.
And he, whatever. Nathan Oakley, he has some good arguments.
Yeah, he does, but he runs things like where he's the only one, and I value everybody else, like Crit and Cyclone, and I like to sit back and listen to these guys. So for me, it's like I think what we've made here is like a little team, so everybody can take turns and have their spotlight or whenever they want to do what they do. But I think with him, it's more of like how he's running it, which is fine. That's his show or whatever. But I like this environment better, where everybody.
Yeah, I like it too. That's why I came back.
So.
Shit happens.
But yeah,
weird,
welcome. Yeah, welcome back. By the way, Harp. Yeah.
Cool, man.
It was a little miscommunication on my part, and I'll take that. I'll take that.
It's all good. I knew you'd remember.
Hey, Maggie.
We used to be
I was thinking about it. Like fucking Harp. I remember his name with something else at the end of it. It wasn't just Harp. So yeah.
It used to be pretty cool. The globalists would come in and try to fuck with Harp. And you'd be like, "You're about to get harpooned."
I don't remember that part, but it could be true. Yeah.
This was like on the Asylum. If they tried to fuck with him.
I think it was Harp 2. I think it was Harp 2.0. Unless you were at 24/7 before my time.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Sonny. I knew his name was like something 2.0 or something at the end of it. I don't remember it just being Harp, so that's what was throwing me.
I think it was
Harp,
2.0,
but
it's hard to remember.
On the YouTube, it's always been Harp. Then here's what I did. I made another account, and that's my HARP 2.0 that I'm on now. Because I was starting to worry about my original account being deleted because of all the craziness that's been going on.
Don't worry, mate.
I don't want my original account to be deleted. So that's put away, and now I'm using this one. So it's all good.
Sonny.
I posted my YouTube in there. HARP will not be silent. Me.
Quiet.
Yo.
Quiet. Hey. Sonny.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy a ukulele.
Sonny, you're a guitar player? Are you the guitar player?
For fuck's sake, mate. Let me speak.
Hold on a second. What is this first guy saying? Don't interrupt him, Harp.
Harp, shut the fuck up, mate. Sonny. I'm talking. One deck's in the area.
Yeah, one deck. Yeah, hey, man.
Listen, I want to buy a ukulele.
No, do you play ukulele?
You been drinking?
Is that
I
so?
remember that one little jam session we had, though, that came up with words with like Neil Young songs.
Oh, man, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, it's nice to hear you, man. And of course, Alpha.
I'm actually going to buy a ukulele, mate.
You should build one yourself.
You can build it, you know.
Probably.
Buy a kit and build it.
Who's he talking to? I have to drop and come back.
Let's get back to the flat Earth guy. Somebody was talking about trying to demonstrate you can have gas pressure with warp space time. What's going on there?
Yeah, let's get back to the flat Earth, gentlemen.
Hey, Miggy.
Go ahead. What's up?
I was just gonna ask for Matt's sake, just to be a little bit specific. Would it not have been a little bit more fair for him to ask, for example, you're asking him, can we have volume without containment? Would it not have been more fair to ask gas volume without containment? Because you can have water or that are self-contained.
No, any
volume,
anything that, any volume. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's gas or liquid. You need a volume. In order to have volume, you need to have a contained system. Any container needs to define. That's how you define volume. You don't have volume, you don't have a container.
So if you don't have a container, you don't have a volume. Yeah, for sure. If no container, no volume.
Yeah. But I was just specifying, like in the case with solids, they themselves are their own self-contained, quote unquote, system, right?
Contained, correct.
Yeah. Liquids too. Like if you pour a glass of water on the ground.
It spreads out.
Right.
No, you can't get.
They do spread out.
Listen, you can't get volume. You can't get volume because it keeps spreading out, and it'll spread out to infinity unless it's contained, like the waters of the oceans and a pond and anything else. So that's contained. When you see a pond, that water's contained. So it has volume. All right.
Good point. I was thinking more solids, but yeah, good point. I mean, even if it's a 0.5 millimeter thick or whatever,
self-contained.
Just with surface tension, it kind of stays, but whatever.
Yeah, you need a container or a contained system for you to have volume. All right, let's get back to the guy who has a question, sir. If you have a question and you're in here, go ahead and open up your mic. The floor is yours. If you have evidence of the Earth being a globe in 2024, please provide your evidence. Jedi will take your call, sir.
Will I? Awesome.
Jedi.
Yeah, you're when you're here, man, we just gotta sit back and kind of listen.
I'm just passing through. I just heard those ultimate words. You can have, gas pressure and all that shit. So, being as we understand that we solve pressure by force over area given in feet or meters, whichever metric that you're going to be using, the physical boundary for the gas to press against. Can we demonstrate gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press against, creating a volume? That's the question. Jekyll, do you want to answer that?
I can smell blood in the water.
I just think that you need to demonstrate the other way to have gas pressure. Not saying it's begging the question when we can demonstrate it all day. You need to demonstrate you can have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press against. Can you do that, sir?
Yeah. Would you like me to start?
Dude.
All right. 1 second.
Are you going to get a little thing that says it's partial vacuum on it, which is still a pressure? That's fucking pointless, dude.
Well, you'd be begging the question, wouldn't you, if you say that because it says the word pressure, then it's obviously contained. But We're not. I'm going to assume you're not going to go down that route.
No, well, I understand that to solve for pressure, it is force over area. Area, given in feet and meters, a physical boundary for the gas to press against, which is clearly defined in all formulas. I want you to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a physical boundary to press against.
Force over area, did you say?
Force over area, yeah, given in feet and meters, a physical boundary for the gas to press against.
Yeah, and in air pressure, is there an assumption that this is within a physical container? Can you get a source for that?
Sorry, what?
In air pressure, is the assumption there that there's a physical container? Do you have a source for that?
Air pressure is gas pressure. I understand as pressure is solved pressure, which is PRESS. It's in the word. It's pressing against an area given in feet and meters, a physical boundary for the gas to press against. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press against?
I think you misunderstood my question. My question was, in scientific papers, do they suggest that there is a physical container when they measure air pressure?
Air pressure, no, is the assumption of gravity. Can you demonstrate that?
Gravity? Well, I can get you close to what gravity is. 1 second.
No, that's fine. I want a demonstration, remember.
Yeah, 1 second. So, let me set this up first. Obviously, the argument is effectively you can't have low pressure next to high pressure without high pressure moving to the low pressure. Gradients can exist on the surface of the Earth, and all of that. That's basically the argument. I just want to make sure that we're in agreement that I understand what your argument is. My
argument's what I said, dude.
Yeah, well, that's the effect of that's effectively your argument.
Circles.
Now, this is a inductive argument based on what you can do on the surface of the Earth. It's based on what you've observed on the surface of the Earth, and it is a synthetic claim. Yeah, on the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
Demonstrate it, yes.
On the surface of the Earth, yes, and it's a synthetic claim, meaning that it's true in virtue of its meaning and empirical observation.
Not on the surface and in the atmosphere.
In the atmosphere, okay. Well, you'd have to show me the container in the atmosphere, but we'll get to that in the end. If you just give me a second.
Just everywhere, dude.
All right. Okay. I'm just gonna post this in the chat.
Okay. Cool. Well done. It's better be a demonstration.
Oh yeah. Well, it's to the effect of a demonstration. Yeah.
Without a container.
Yeah. So what you have in these graphs is the definition of a medium vacuum. The definition of a medium vacuum is just shy of 1 Pascal, often defined as 1 Pascal.
Take your charts and shove them up your ass.
And the demonstration is that if you can have high pressure move to okay, I'll be quiet.
You're an idiot. Let's see some graphs where it proves pressure without a container. Good job.
Well, do you mind if I speak to this other guy, Jedi? Because he seems to. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead and
all right.
do these charts, Jedi.
Oh, you're because you are being a bit loud in the background, and I think you should probably be a bit quiet. But do you know what the definition of a medium vacuum is, Mr. Hop?
Excuse me.
The definition of a medium vacuum.
Medium vacuum? Who gives a fuck? Does that have anything to do with pressure gradient on the Earth?
It's going to get to that point, right? So medium vacuum is very, very low pressure, right? The higher in altitude you go, the lower the pressure gets, and at some point you get to a medium vacuum. And on the surface of the Earth, if you ever open a medium vacuum, air will rush in just as you expect. But higher up, something different's happening. There's some other physical mechanism happening because the air doesn't seem to want to move into the physical area. Yeah, that is called a medium vacuum. Well, it's in the graphs. It's in the graphs that you can see. It's in the graphs that you can see in the side chat. And you know how high a medium vacuum is? It's about 65 miles up. It's about 65 miles up or 100 kilometers, right?
Really? Have you been there measuring it?
I'll get to the people who've been there if you like.
I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to tell you people who've been there. Now, a negative observation is the absence of is the opposite of absence for evidence. It's evidence of absence.
Dude, troll us the rest of the time. Where the fuck is Miggy?
You don't want to debate it, do you?
I'll stop. He doesn't want to talk to me. He doesn't want to talk to me. It's fine.
Dude, you're a troll. I figured that out Friday when I first day back here. I figured out that the whole G-Force bullshit 6, you're all trolls.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll stop. Go
ahead. Because you're not proving anything. You don't realize that, do you?
Well, I have all the reasons to believe there's no container laid out in my arguments.
Believe. Yeah, good job.
To know, rather. Yeah, to know, sorry. I sometimes confuse my language. You're the one believing right now, you know?
Gravity holds it down, right? Is that right?
Freudian slip, isn't it, Jekyll?
Yeah, Freudian slip. Well, you know, gravity, I tend to not say gravity in this context because gravity is this wide idea, right? And you have to prove all the things that come along with it. All I'll lead you to is the idea that there is a force that has the ability to change the vector of gas.
Force.
Call it whatever you want. I don't really mind.
A container.
It's kind of like
Well, the
it's
container.
kind of like you have a piece of metal and a magnet, and you're constantly pushing it back with a bunch of like particles being thrown at it, right? Like you have a whole piece of metal and you're throwing beach balls at it. Those are the air molecules impacting it. It's constantly being pulled down. Well, not really pulled down. It's just moving down. That's how gravity
That's
works.
not what he's saying. Let me ask Jekyll. Jekyll, is that what you're saying?
Can you repeat it for me? Sorry. What was can you say again?
A good way to think of it is you have a piece of metal and you have a magnet, and you're throwing a bunch of beach balls at that piece of metal, and it's pushing it back equally to how much it's being pulled, depending on how far away from the magnet is, because the magnet gets weaker the further you go away. And
no,
basically,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to get out, right, is
That's a pretty good analogy.
Well, I'm not trying to say that necessarily. What I'm trying to say is that there's a medium vacuum somewhere about 65 miles to 100 kilometers up, and that's lower pressure than anything. If we produced it here on the Earth and opened it up, the air would rush in. So there's something different going on up there. Why the gas won't escape into the medium vacuum, and I lead that down to the point eventually. You know, skip a bit of argument and then get to the end where I say one of three options are available. One is that the container's near, in which case there's such a low pressure which requires a container here, there, or whatever. Option two is far, which means as long as it's facilitating a gradient, it can be as far away as you like, which could be the edge of the universe, like an elastic container. I don't mind if you believe that, because the point of it is to deny space, or like deny we can go to space and, you know, whatever. Then the third option is that there's a force that has the ability to change the vector of gas. Now, in terms of a magnet, I don't know if I would say that, because you're adding extra properties onto it that I don't want to defend, right? It's just some force, however it does it, whatever it does, I just want to say that that's the effect it has, right? I don't want to think about causes or anything like that, because that will lead you to having to argue other things that are irrelevant.
So in the long run, you're saying gravity.
No, what I wanted to point out is that there's room enough for only articulative globers in here, not, you know, these fucking Cracker Jack box globers that come in here and think that they know what they're saying with wrong analogies. So you need to get with the program. Join GF6 if you want to be a glober. I want their army to be big enough so that we can, when they come in here and face me, I want to meet a horde of them so they know who defeated them. So I'm gonna wait till their army grows. Yeah, but anyways, if you're a plastic glober, you're gonna find out there's only room for one of the guys in here. So either you can articulate your point very well, or you're gonna use beach balls and magnets. So that doesn't work, by the way, because beach balls aren't magnetic.
Right.
Wow, you just completely missed a analogy. I tried to use to dumb it down to a level that a kindergartner could understand, and you didn't understand what I was saying.
Yeah, but even the most articulative globers that are in here, they would disagree with you. So that's gotta say something.
I think they would agree with me. They just wouldn't agree with
I don't
me
think
and
you
you
did.
because it's a way that you just derail the conversation.
In my argument, it adds too much baggage, I think, because then you start having to explain other things in that fashion. I'm just talking about what the effect is that you see, like that this. Well, you know, if you don't want to accept option 1 and option 2, which they have to, because no one's going to say option 3, then it was the effect of this gas will have to change its vector. Whatever's causing that, whatever creates that, is you know, it's irrelevant to me at that stage of the argument, because the point of the argument is to try and get them away from a container, not to tell them, oh, gravity is real or anything like that, or any analogy that might talk about what could cause that is real.
So how can you get somebody who is educated in volume behavior, gas behavior, water, fluids in general, You're going to get them away from that shit needs a container? That's kind of retarded.
I heard all I heard him really saying is that there's something there's something pressure at the ground. It's got a high amount of pressure. It's created at the ground. It goes up and up and up until it loses something, and then it goes back down. Therefore,
that's the worst. That's the cycle that we have. Yeah, that's a biodome. If anybody ever looks into a biodome, you have a cycle. Same thing. It's a mini Earth. It really is.
Well, but to answer your question, he wouldn't need to get them away from the container thing because they would already be there because they already know you don't need one.
Oh my
Can you tell me, guess
I mean,
what's
that
in
is an
our
option.
container,
That
Scott?
the first part of the argument, does address whether or not there is a necessary antecedent. Because it's a synthetic claim, which means it has to be demonstrated in terms of its meaning and in terms of empirical evidence, and because it's inductive and it's not a deductive operation, then you need to do extra work to sort of establish its necessity, right? If I can demonstrate there's a medium vacuum without a container separating it, there's negative observation there, and in that sense, there's reason to think that actually something different's going on up there than down here, which means it's no longer a necessary antecedent. It's just that you think it's likely, even though there's negative observation.
Bullshit.
Oh, what's
There's
the
a gradient.
What's
There's a
the
gradient, and the only way you can have a gradient is in a container. That's the only way.
Why are you
Especially
presupposing
when
that that's the
Then
case?
you'd be begging the question because we've already
Really?
annihilated.
Anything about containers or pressure
I'm granting
or
you.
cycles or anything, right?
I'd be granting you that everywhere, and I don't have to grant you this, but I'll grant you that everywhere on the surface of the Earth, when you have a gas, it has to be contained, right? I'm just going to ignore all the heavy gas or whatever that doesn't have a load on it or whatever, right? I'll grant you that, right?
Right, what happens to the heavy
But
gas?
the problem here is if something is going on differently up there than what you can do here on the surface of the Earth, the strength of your argument starts to disappear because you're meant to be saying that up there is analogous to what's going on down here. But if it's disanalogous because there's medium vacuums the air's not just expanding into without a container separating them those two places, there's something different going on.
Yak. That's what I hear. Now, let me make you understand real quick. When you have a container, if you put a certain amount of gas into that container, and there's pressure in that container, there's going to be more pressure at the bottom, most definitely, if it has not reached equilibrium, right? Now, you all say that if we were contained, that we should absolutely reach equilibrium, which is insanity because we'd all be crushed to death by the air pressure. It's a gradient because it's cycles. Everything is done in cycles with water and heat and cold and and once again, the word biodome escapes you guys. I know. It's all good.
All right, so it's fine. In fact, he's an option B kind of guy. He's the kind of guy who might have to say in the end, as long as the container can facilitate a gradient, then we can put the container at the edge of the universe, right? That's what you're describing to me. So there's air pressure all the way up to the container, 13 billion light years away, to facilitate a gradient, right?
See, now you're just going nuts. You're crazy.
Well, what's the issue? It's facilitating a gradient.
You're kidding me, right?
What's the problem?
Hold on. Because you just took this to infinity from when you were just saying we got a Kármán line. Okay? So we got a Kármán line that's right up here, 63 miles or whatever the fuck you say?
Now you're an option A kind of guy. You switched to option A.
Now you just took to infinity. No.
Yeah, you're kind of switching to option A. The issue is option B is if you're going to say, well, the container just has to facilitate a gradient, doesn't matter how far away I put it, right? Then you're an option B kind of guy. You're an option A kind of. You're an option A kind of guy. You're an option A. You're an option A kind of guy. If you think, I'll tell you when you become an option. You're an option A kind of guy if you think that there's such low pressure, there's such a threshold to the point where the container is required.
He's telling me what I am and what I
think. Hey, Harp. Okay, generally how we do things here is like if you're willingly engaging with somebody, it's not really a place to ask for a mute then, because if you disengage and he keeps it up,
it's all good. I got you. That's all you got to say, bro. I'm not stupid. I quick understand shit. So. He's telling us now that we're going from the Kármán line to infinity, right?
No.
And I'm the option B, whatever the fuck? No, I'm not the option B. I'm the option A. You need a fucking container.
Yeah, option A is a container that's
There you
near,
go.
right? In which case you'll need to tell me at what low
near?
pressure. Near, meaning at what low pressure threshold is a container required? How low can the pressure get? Because I've been told, I don't know if you believe this, that you can't have gas next to 10 to the negative 17 torr without the gas expanding into that space, right?
Right.
Is that how low it has to be, or is a medium vacuum low enough? And what's the difference?
Because gas in any shape or form is going to evacuate into a vacuum.
Yeah, do you understand the question that I just
Along
asked?
with that, here's the thing. Along with that, it would be escaping, which would cause more gas to go up and escape and escape and escape, and it would blow the whole thing.
Yeah, do you understand?
You cannot have a spinning ball in an infinite vacuum of space and expect to have a gradient of pressure. Period. It's impossible.
So the question I was asking is like you say, okay, yeah, you can't have denser atmosphere next to 10 to the negative 17 torr. Based on that explanation, I was asking you, what is the meaningful difference between the medium vacuum, which is about 65 kilometers up and about 1 Pascal, to the vacuum of space, which is only a few kilometers further?
Yeah, never been there. And if you're talking about a vacuum, everything's going to escape into it. Doesn't matter. Look you're talking about near perfect vacuum. And if you're going to switch up on that, I don't know. But you're talking about the Kármán line, which changes to a near perfect vacuum. See, every time this is discussed, you guys, and I see it in the books too, it's changing. You're changing the atmosphere, its location. Everything about what you used to say is being changed because of us.
What's the meaningful difference between the vacuum of space and the medium vacuum?
You tell me.
They're very low pressure. In fact,
I just told you.
No, you haven't.
It has to escape. It's going to escape.
Yeah, into the medium vacuum, right?
All right. Here. Okay. Pretend you make a little biodome on the Earth right here in your backyard, right? And you have all the pressure is good, and then you have a vacuum at the top. You poke a hole. Now everything's going to go. That's it. You're done. Over. All the gas is going to escape into a vacuum. So you have to make a man-made vacuum above it, obviously, to represent what's going on. It's all going to escape. Everything's going to die.
You're not really answering my question. I'm asking you, what's the meaningful difference between the medium vacuum and the vacuum of outer space?
One is a near perfect vacuum, and other one is pressurized gas.
They're both defined by air pressure.
Vacuum is not pressurized.
They're both defined by air pressure.
Oh my God!
It's just lower pressure than the other.
It's not just lower. You know what a near perfect vacuum is?
Here we go. I'll get the similar units so you know.
You're gonna get me some charts and diagrams.
Right. 1 second. It's defined as in torr, because I know you like torr.
I don't give a fuck what you talk about as. Look, if you're gonna take pressurized, I just told you and answered this, and inject it to a vacuum, it's going to escape into the vacuum.
All right.
And what you claim outer space to be is a near perfect vacuum.
Yes, they're both defined as vacuums.
So you go from the Kármán line, which has air pressure, to a near perfect vacuum.
Yes, they're both. They're both not perfect vacuums. They're both nearly perfect vacuums.
Holy motherfucker! Really?
So,
really?
In torr, a medium vacuum is 1 times 10 to the negative 3 to 10 times. Okay, all right, to negative 5. That's the definition of a medium vacuum. Only a fraction of the difference between that and an interstellar space.
That's your definition. If you have pressurized gas and you object it to a fucking vacuum, it's going to escape into the vacuum.
But not the medium vacuum for some reason.
Every time.
But not the medium vacuum for some reason.
Doesn't matter how low the pressure is at that line, it's going to escape into the vacuum.
How do you determine that's the threshold? Like what? How did you determine it has to be at this stage?
Who do I determine? You're the guys who set the boundaries.
Yeah, but you're saying that the pressure's so low, right? You're saying the pressure's so low that it has to escape at this stage. How did you determine that?
Pressure? What was that word?
The pressure's so low that you determine that now it has to escape.
Pressure, yeah.
Yeah. But did I hear you right and you say the container has to be before it reaches past the Kármán line? Is I hear that 100 kilometers up? Is that a altitude that I hear? 100 kilometers? You don't know?
Here's the thing. What you say is what you repeat and what you've been told. I don't know the exact mileage of where the rocket hits the dome or the gas escapes or whatever, but I do know that you cannot have gas pressure of any kind next to a vacuum. Period.
Listen, you said that again.
Yeah,
but
and so what the fuck? Are you retarded?
So
Or
does
do
a
you
medium
think that's
vacuum
wrong?
qualify as a vacuum to you?
Go ahead, you show me that. Go ahead.
Show you the medium vacuum. Oh, I've got a graph for you.
Yeah, show me an example of where you're talking about.
Yeah,
And
it's
you're
about
perfect
65
vacuum.
miles up.
So all of a sudden,
Maybe
you know,
63-ish.
How do you know?
Hey man, listen, you can do this much
How
simpler.
do you know?
What is the process things to flow into a vacuum? Could it be air pressure? So if you have a vacuum on Earth, what forces things into that vacuum? You're saying if you have a vacuum next to something, the things would get, blown into the vacuum. Why do you think that space has suction?
All right, we got a new
Here we go.
We
got a new retard.
Hold on.
I'll give way. I'll give way.
Hold on, Jekyll. We got a new
don't be
interlocutor. We're
quiet.
gonna let this guy come in. No, hold on. Yeah, but what we gotta do is we gotta let the new guy who's actually chiming in enough room for. And does anybody want to take point on this, or Harp? If you want to continue, you can do so. But we're gonna allow the room to whoever wants to take this argument to the next stage with this guy can do so. And Harp, like I said, if you want to continue, it's up to you, sir. You don't have to if you don't want to. We'll allow the room to actually.
Can I add
engage
something?
Them.
Can I add
Is
something?
it relevant to the conversation?
No,
is it relevant to
is,
this?
it is relevant, yes.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
Okay. So it's the same with the globe. It's very simple, right? I always try to make it simple. So the truth is this, and it's very simple and obvious. Everything that has to do with pressure, pressing against something, is something that is observably measurable and repeatable when it comes to containing that pressure that is pressing against its containment. Therefore, everything in reality that creates pressure has a container. So if there's someone, deluded people out there, that want to claim the complete opposite of it being in existence, it's their burden. There you go. The debate is over.
No, we did the burden.
Very
We fulfilled
simple.
it.
No, you didn't fulfill shit. Sorry.
Play.
See, he couldn't have put it
You're
better.
putting, yeah, hold on. You're putting a rhetorical statement, but I was asking who wants to engage with the gentleman who just came in. So I know you're putting a rhetorical statement, but I'm asking for whoever wants to engage the gentleman who just came in. I think his name is G equals GM. Ma'am, that's what I'm asking.
He wanted to go after
Does anybody
that
want to
statement,
take? Hold on, Harp. Hold on. Do you want to continue with this guy, Harp, or we can have somebody else come in?
Sure. I don't have a problem.
Okay, go ahead, guys. G, you're up.
Yeah, it's really a simple question. Why? What necessitates, let's say the globe Earth model were to be true, what necessitates the vacuum of space as having a suction force? Why would that be the case? And also a add-on question, do you know why vacuums that we create have a suction force? Because I do.
Yeah. I know the answers to both. And first of all, so you can't have, and I mean, this is probably the fifth or sixth time I'm going to say this, any type of pressure next to a vacuum. And if you can show me that you can have the tiniest amount of pressure, like if you can do this little experiment that's in here, in game over, vacuum, blah, 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 right? The gas escapes, boom, done. If you can show me that you can make that exact thing not happen, let me see you do that.
Yeah, so if you're asking
it
me
must
to
escape because of the pressure. I'm saying it must escape. I'm not saying the vacuum is sucking anything. I have a vacuum right here, and I know how this works. It's different than the vacuum of space.
Right, so I think I understand what you're saying. So you're saying you want me to show a demonstration similar to how Earth keeps things attached to itself, next to space. You want that as a demonstration created on Earth in its smaller formats. Now the thing is, you said in every vacuum we have created, it requires a container, otherwise the gas escapes. Do you know why the gas escapes? When you create a vacuum on Earth, what is the reason for the gas escaping?
Because pressure.
Exactly. It's pressure. Now, what is the air pressure on Earth? I think it's 14.7 pounds per square inch.
14.6, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, right.
On the ground level.
So if you create a vacuum on Earth, which has a 14.7 like air pressure at 14.7 pounds per square inch, the gas is going to require a container to hold it. Now, if we have the vacuum of space as described, but the thing is, it's because of the air pressure we face. That's why you can't create an accurate representation of the Earth relationship to space on Earth, because we have air pressure on Earth, which is going to interfere.
No, I just got done saying that earlier. You can use a biodome. See, you don't listen, right? Or did you just come in? Oh, I'm sorry. You did. You just come in. I explained this earlier, right? So I said, you take a small Earth, you make a biodome, and you put a vacuum above it. You have to do all this man-made, obviously. You have to have some type of container to create that vacuum, right? Above this biodome that you're creating to try and see what's going on. As soon as you have the tiniest bit of pressure on above, it's going to escape up into that vacuum. I don't give a shit what you think. Go ahead and do the experiment and prove me wrong, because that's what's going to happen.
Has it been done, or are you referencing this
not
as
that I know of.
tried?
Not that I know of. It should be done.
Okay, so if it hasn't been done,
somebody should do it. Yeah, because they're going to prove me right.
So you think,
absolutely.
So you think you can accurately demonstrate the Earth relationship to outer
With gas
space
pressure, yes.
on Earth?
With gas pressure, yes, to a vacuum.
So I mean, this would that
here's the
sounds
thing, right?
interesting. I understand what you're saying, but the thing
Here's
is,
the
it goes both ways. If you want,
here's the thing. No, you got to stop for a second. Just a second. Now, on Earth, we're not moving. So when you do this experiment, we're not spinning 1,000 miles an hour. Okay? Because that just takes everything and throws it all to hell. Because you're not containing shit on a spinning water ball. Unless you want to show me how you do that.
Yeah. Anyways, my explanation.
Yeah. Anyways,
do not
good job.
need a container. No, I'm gonna elaborate, right?
Anyway,
the simple explanation is because space lacks air pressure. That's why gas escapes on Earth. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you wanted to then disprove the spherical Earth, do the experiment yourself as you described and show that it doesn't work. Because if you're correct, then this experiment you do should not work.
Okay, so now you're reversing the fucking burden of proof on me. Go fuck yourself.
No, no.
Wait,
I mean,
one second. One second.
Go fuck yourself.
One second. Let me just point something out. You're not consistent with your own model. Your own model itself suggests that your atmosphere is constantly distributed into the empty vacuum of the void of matter, space, however you want to call it, the emptiness of darkness that you're ever expanding through. It reaches the double of distance behind the moon, where they obviously claim to have still detected your atmosphere or parts of your atmosphere. So in your model, in your paradigm, if you want to believe that junk, you gotta claim that the atmosphere is everlasting and it just expands and expands,
Correct.
And how is that in alignment to your silly understanding of basic physics that you're trying to propose here?
And let me just back him up there, because that's what I was saying about how you guys keep changing where the atmosphere, so-called atmosphere, sphere of air, whatever the fuck, is. You got this son of a bitch going to the moon now,
The double the
so
distance
it's not just
behind
62
the moon.
miles up. Now you're saying from your standard distance, it's 250,000 miles up.
Even further, it's double the
And even
distance
further.
between moon and Earth in their silly model. It is ridiculous. They have an ever expanding universe, while they have an ever expanding atmosphere that just unlimitedly produces gases.
Recently changed that shit, bro. See, that's
That's so
not how it
crazy.
is. They keep changing their fucking shit, and then this is so powerful that it's rewritten in books. Like level is curved. Level is curved.
Hop, get this. You know, it even gets crazier, right? So they believe in their silly model that the moon is supposedly creating tides. It moves trillions of tons of water forward and backward. Why they have all these very weak or strong particles of atmosphere going double of distance behind the moon, but the moon never collects any of it. Never. Nothing collects around the moon like a ring of Saturn or whatnot. This is the inconsistencies of thinking within your vain imaginations of heliocentristic paradigm is ridiculous.
Tides are every 6 hours, bro. So 4 times a day, you got your tides. Besides the fact they're discovering, and I got to start finding out where this is happening. They're finding whirlpools like I don't know how to explain this, but like a black hole in the ocean, right?
You've been speaking for a while now, I'm not really saying.
Please be quiet while I'm finishing this, please. Thank you. So they're discovering these holes in the ocean. Could you please shut the fuck up? Thank you.
Bro. No need to be emotional.
I asked you nicely the first time, jackass. So they're discovering these holes in the ocean, right? They're like giant whirlpools, man, and they correspond with the tides. So I've always said, can never prove, that the Earth breathes because it's a living thing. It's not a flying ball.
Bro, just like the just like the atmosphere, it can pull apart every inconsistency and numb vain imaginations within the heliocentric paradigm. It's just so vague, man. It's just all just relative. It's the land of imaginations, man. Really, like they just you know, there's this song in German, and it's like Ich mach mir die Welt, wie sie mir gefällt, and it translates into I make the world the way I believe it to be. That's the standard by what these people live by. They just go with the flow, man.
Right.
If they're just gonna say tomorrow the sun
everything
is
that
now
we say
95
has
million miles
proof
away,
behind it. That's
they're
been
just
tested.
they're just gonna
you have
believe
no
it.
proof.
With the proof.
You have nothing, man.
You have no
nothing.
proof.
You probably
If
don't
you
even
had
understand
proof,
what I'm
we'd all
saying.
be Globers.
Wobbling to the spaceball, flying for never expanded for the darkness.
I told you this motherfucker was a Glober, Miggy. He just showed his true colors. Yeah, he's a Glober.
Talking about me?
Mm-hmm.
I've been in here forever, so you should have known I was a Glober. You forgot, bro.
I just met you today, bro.
Yeah. Earlier, I was never mind.
Why you
pretending not to be a Glober?
One thing is one thing I want to understand is why you're so determined to defend this imagination.
Hold on. No, we're not gonna get into the mindset of somebody who thinks something. What we're gonna do is ask the specific. We're gonna ask a specific question, reset the room, and let maybe other people come in. Guys, listen. We're asking in 2024 if there's evidence of geometry of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. They're telling us that there's a WGS-84 model of the oblate spheroid. We want to know how it was garnered. How did they get that information? Or if you have any evidence of the Earth having geometry, we'll change the topic to curvature of the Earth. If anybody has any evidence of that, go ahead and put it forward. If you're in here thinking the Earth's a globe, guys, the floor is open. We had Harp in here and Clay under seal. We had another guy named G, but we're going to reset the room and ask you guys if there's any evidence of Earth curvature. Go ahead and produce your evidence. If you want to step forward and open up your mic, one at a time, please, so that we won't have audio chaos.
Thank you, man. Very simple.
I was just wondering if I could have Clay. Can you tell me what you're saying again? Something about the spinning space ball or something?
No, we're not gonna. Who unmuted this clown? Dude, Matt, you're gonna sit on mute if you divert the conversation. Simple.
I'm not diverting. I was just gonna see if we could talk about something.
Listen. You were unmuted with the gracious host, but whoever unmuted you right now they're trying to reset the room. So we're doing that now. I need the answer to the question I just proposed. So I'm opening it up to the floor. Anybody can jump in and give the answer to that.
Evidence of the curvature of the Earth, or what was it? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Let's take it from the top. Anybody who's got evidence, you have the floor.
The mathematic proof of going 500 miles in a certain direction and then measuring the shadow of the sun. you would be able to tell that the full circumference of the Earth is the ratio of that degree angle to 360 of the full circumference.
All right. Does anybody want to take up this argument?
Yeah,
anybody?
real quick.
Listen, and
Did you just say there's a shadow on a curve?
Yeah. Yeah, hang on. I gotta wait a minute. Wait. So I'm opening up the floor. If anybody, bro, can I get through this? If anybody wants to take the gentleman on what he just said, you can. But take point, and then everybody will sit back. Do you want to? Anyone? Because he just said he's got evidence, and that was his evidence. So if you want to take point, go ahead.
Yeah, he just said he has straight shadows from a curved surface somehow. Go ahead. Tell me again how you did that.
I don't understand your question.
What? Repeat your statement. I may have got it wrong.
So basically, if you measure the shadows that the sun makes of like a stick, any height, doesn't matter.
So I did understand what you just said. Son of a bitch! And I hate that when you fuckers do that. So how do you get a straight shadow on a globe on a curved surface? I knew exactly what you said. Don't fuck with me, bro.
I don't know what you're schizoing about.
Dude, you're talking about straight shadows on a globe. You want to show me how that works? I know what you're saying.
The shadow that the stick makes, you can measure the angle of that shadow. And you can measure it comparatively to another location, preferably a location where the shadow would be 0 degrees straight down from the sun, which would make it a lot easier. And that angle will be the percentage of the full circumference of the Earth, and you can apply that to the distance that you
So
use.
you already presumed the globe. You already presumed the globe in that statement. Yeah, you did. Presumed the globe.
It's evidence for the globe. We imagined that.
You imagine.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
So you're just gonna throw out that absolute evidence of the globe?
Where is it? You're telling me about straight shadows, straight angles. Where's the globe?
The shadows change their angle, and it'll give you the full circumference, and you can prove the globe with the shadows
changing. Show me how you
changing.
do that. Go ahead and show me how you do that.
I just
about
told you.
Eratosthenes now? Are you talking about Eratosthenes now? Because
I don't understand the semantical things.
You're making the argument. I'm
Eratosthenes
trying to figure out where you're coming from. Is that Eratosthenes you're talking about?
The name doesn't matter. That's semantics. You can drop that immediately.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That semantics has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Semantics. The words don't matter.
Oh yeah.
Whoever discovered what the thing is
So you
doesn't
don't
matter.
even
The
know
evidence
who
itself
discovered
it matter.
what? This is pitiful, dude. You're fucking pitiful.
Alright, so you're just disregarding my evidence because I'm refusing to name the person that
you're
found it.
parroting. That is pathetic.
I do know who I'm parroting. I'm just gonna not say it because
Who
you're gonna
is
derail
it?
the conversation for reasons that don't matter.
Who is it?
So you're just gonna not partake in conversation until you find something that you can derail me with.
Tell me why your argument is what it is and where you're coming from. Why you got this argument? Where does it come from?
Where it comes from doesn't matter.
Yes,
Literally
it
doesn't matter at
because
all.
It comes from Eratosthenes, and he presumed the globe. So you're full of shit. Don't tell me it doesn't matter. It absolutely fucking matters. Please show me a globe from 2,500 years ago, by the way.
Nigga, the globe doesn't exist because there was never no globe in history until...
Not before 1492, it didn't. 1492, you had your first globe. Before that, all that 2,500 years of everybody knows it's a fucking globe, there's nothing.
What happened in
statues,
1492?
No drawings, no gravements.
Oh, that's not
nothing.
true. I've got evidence against that.
Show me one.
Alright, okay, here you go. Let's get
Show me a
the
globe.
paper.
Show me a globe predated from 1492.
No, give me a second.
Hey, Hop,
You're going to show me a drawing.
Hop.
You're not going to show me a drawing, right?
I'm going to show you
get
an
back
academic
to-
paper.
Let's get back to what Alpha has put to the table, you know? Like, let's not go into the weeds of the play toys.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's okay,
So-
man.
So, what did he bring again? Straight shadows and Eratosthenes, and he doesn't want to. The dude that he's parroting is irrelevant.
The name doesn't matter. How could the name of a
doesn't
person
matter,
matter
right?
to the evidence? Then tell me how that like, possibly matters.
Because it's Eratosthenes, and I know who you're parodying.
Oh, because it's Eratosthenes, bro. Separate the art from the artist.
What's wrong with you, man? Are you ashamed of your globe priests?
Priests. You're saying it's religion?
Priests. Yes. Catholic fucking priests. Yes. Go look this shit up. See, this is your problem. You don't look up anything. You just parrot bullshit.
Why is you angry?
Harp, can I ask a
You're
question?
parroting bullshit and you're denying it. And you're saying that the guy you got it from, it doesn't matter.
You believe that we're on a spinning web of darkness?
Oh, that triggered you guys very hard, right? Just
Sorry,
spinning
what?
web
Who's
into the
next?
I
Spaceball.
was asking, do you think we're on a spinning web within a space ball and have a spinning web of darkness?
Oh, dude.
No,
I love
absolutely
this.
not.
Okay.
You're asking your mogus.
You need to clarify that.
But you believe it, man. You wholeheartedly believe it. You would take a knee and
with a name like
and praise
Blake
NASA.
Stereo.
Wait, Clay, what do I believe, Clay?
You believe in the globe.
You probably believe in the spinning wobbling till it's spaceball.
Mm-hmm.
Finish it, dude. Finish it.
Nah, I'm not
See,
gonna
here's the
finish
thing,
it. I'm only
I
gonna
just wanna
finish.
ask-
I'm
I
only
just wanna
gonna
ask-
finish it. as a-
Wow, dude, this
Is
is
that
this is
the
like the first dude I ever
siren?
had a debate with. He just lost his mind. This exactly reminds me of the dude Kenny. I swear to God, in 2016, he just started laughing, giggling, screaming, and running around the table. I swear to God, these people all. Please don't tear my world apart. What the fuck, bro? Why don't you want to know reality, man? Why?
Where the thing is this, the more they repeat it in their mind, and the way I am rationalizing it through that sentence, the more they realize how ridiculous it is in the first place and how they have been lied to since childhood. Therefore, it spirals into this in this laughing mode of insecurity.
That's right. So why don't you just accept you've been fucked all your life, been lied to from birth, Santa Claus, the
You
Easter
convince
Bunny,
yourself
the
that
whole
that's the truth,
goddamn
or
thing.
are you just like parroting here? Because if your mind is demented enough to just come up with this random shit that isn't happening, that's
Is this a projection?
Are you talking about yourself? Seriously?
I feel
you
like the
have
word
not shown me
projection is
anything.
often used by people that project themselves.
Yeah, good job. That would be you.
Yeah, good job, man. You're right.
Yeah, I am right. So you are the one projecting instead.
Yeah, we're the ones. Yeah, we're the ones that
Yeah.
are projecting. Because we have no proof of flat and stationary everything, only backed by the military, airplane pilots, and everybody the fuck else. I used to go fishing every.
Are you trying to do globe talking
I used to
points?
go-
How literally everybody disagrees with
I used
you guys?
I used to go fishing every other day. Not
I
one
find
of
it
them-
crazy how you could ask anybody from the U.S. government to the Chinese government to fucking terrorists in the Middle East, and they'll say the world is a globe.
Yeah, ask
They're
them how
all in on the
they-
grand conspiracy, bro.
Here you
I forgot
go. Here's
war
what you
doesn't
do.
exist in the Middle
Here's
East.
what
That's
you
all
do,
just
bro.
perception.
Calm down. Calm down. I know you're going crazy.
So does
Ask-
Russia exist?
Calm down. Ask them how they use their airplanes and their radar and certain things that can only use line of sight. How does that work? If you're on a fucking spinning water ball,
You
out of your
shoot
mind?
light at things and get returns.
Here's
you get
the thing,
reflections.
right? In my book these days, you have to be insane to believe the stupidity. And then to debate it and defend the globe for 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 years, I'm facing the same assholes with the same stupid fucking arguments. 9 years! How do you not look further than your stupid Bible of the fucking globe? I renounced Christianity, for fuck's sake. I have gone through shit where I figured out, holy fuck, am I dumb? Fuck! It's all a control book done by the same fucking people.
Who are those people?
You tell me, bro.
So you don't know?
You're diverting into a
Wow.
topic that is,
Who are they? Oh, if I knew and I could get close to them, I'd murder them.
You're having a mental breakdown right now. I don't think it's
That is
healthy.
actually insane.
Well, yeah. Now you kind of
You're going on about some conspiracy bullshit, some grand conspiracy.
Okay, now
bro.
it's a conspiracy
I
bullshit.
bet you're saying you don't know because they're like some anti-Semitic dude that's like, oh, it's like the Jew World Order or something like that.
Is that what it is?
But yeah,
That's what I
humongous
assume.
question. Can you like not poison the well and just provide your own observations as to what you see
There you
this
go.
place being a globe? What do you have
All
for
flat.
that, man? Please.
Flat and stationary. Militarily done, flat and stationary. Pilots, planes, everything. Dude,
No,
I used to
I
go
mean, Harp,
fishing
I
like
totally-
3 times a freaking week, all the time, sometimes every day. And nobody ever took into account any kind of globe on that ocean at all. You know what?
Killian, you're going to tell Hop to stop rambling?
We used to think that it was so big that you couldn't see any kind of curvature. Then what happened was, you sons of bitches gave me a mathematical formula of your geometrical curve. And I went, uh-oh, you got a problem. And then, once we denounced and debunked and threw your curve in the trash, you had to call refraction.
Is anyone going to stop him from rambling?
I don't know,
No,
why don't you
because when
come up with
somebody's
something
making
against
sense,
me?
you-
Why don't you try and come up with something logical against my ramblings and stop me?
And I
But
have
you
no
can
place to
counter
moderate anybody
ramble
here.
him, maybe, Jekyll? Can you maybe counter ramble him?
Yeah, somebody counter ramble me. There you go.
Spinning, wobbling to the space before forever, total darkness.
There you go.
Yeah, so again, poisoning the well,
Good job.
and this is why I was asking maybe Humongous or whatever his name is to step forward with his globe evidence, because all I was hearing from him was
None.
poisoning the well of other people. So if there's something of value to be said, please do it.
Yeah, he's got none. Nobody has globe proof, just yes and no. No, it's not flat, and yes, it's a globe. That's all I got.
It's nice to know that the Earth is a
Anybody?
stationary topographical plane.
So nobody
you have to have-
refuted a goddamn thing I said. Just want to talk about how I'm
Foundation
rambling, right?
to start like building upon, like in any kind of like aspect. So I mean, if you're going to take away the foundations of the earth and then build everything upon nothing, and then you're going to have shaky foundations. If you're going to build your foundation on believing that nothing is what instantiates the world, then you're not going to know anything to be true. You won't even know if you exist. So you got to have a foundation.
Exactly, everything has a foundation.
Everything has a foundation, including the earth.
Nah, that just
Such a crazy concept, it's borderline
Exploded.
mind-boggling.
Why do you
Crazy
think the Earth's
concept for
flat,
the earth to have a
Killian?
foundation.
Why do you think the Earth's flat, Killian?
I'm agreeing with you completely, Harp. Why do I think the Earth is flat, my friend? I don't have to explain further to you why I believe and know that the Earth is a... Wow.
All right, that one's
Killian,
gonna,
why do you
emotional.
accept,
that one's
why
gonna
do you
get clipped.
Why do
Say
you
what?
accept the world as it presents itself? Why couldn't the world just be something exactly opposite of your senses, your intuition, your measurements? Why can't it be all the exact opposite? Like, what a backwards question. How could it be a globe? It would be antithetical to all experience.
There you go.
Sorry, what was your question?
There's a little video I just popped in there. Brian Cox said nobody ever believed the earth is flat. That's Brian Cox. That's what he said.
Did you see the page from the paper I sent you?
I know you
I
would.
sent a page from a paper talking about how in antiquity they were talking about the Earth's a globe. They were building things, making things like this. So it's called the Globus Cruciger around that time, and that is meant to represent God's power, authority over the Earth. And that was
wrong.
Producing that in the early
You know what that is?
early first centuries.
You don't even know what that is, do you?
Globus Cruciger, I just told you.
Yeah, and what does it represent again?
God's Christianity's authority over the
represents
Earth.
As above, so below, you dumbass. The spherical
No, it's
plane.
Christianity's authority over the Earth. But that's not even the
sorry.
point. I've got an academic
I'm
paper
sorry.
that debunks what you were
I'm
saying.
sorry, hold on. So you don't know, you don't have a clue what this represents.
There you go.
So look at the, shh, calm down. Look at the ball underneath the cross. What does it represent?
God's Christianity's authority over the earth.
No, the cross above the spherical, what you call spherical ball, represents Christianity.
Yeah,
The ball
over the earth.
represents Atlas, which is the sky.
Atlas
That
isn't the
top part.
Atlas. What, like the Greek god Atlas?
In other words, yes.
Do you know what?
Sky.
Do you know the story about Atlas?
Sure
He
do.
holds up the
Started
earth.
out with the sky, Atlas
Holds up
holding
the
upon
earth.
his shoulders. Oh my God. So you don't know anything about what you're showing me, right?
Yeah,
You
he
don't
holds up
know
the
that
earth.
Atlas is the fucking
Atlas
sky, and he had the sky on his shoulders, right?
Well,
Not the earth.
even if I granted you, which I don't have to, because it's obviously everywhere you look at the Globus Chrysica, it tells you what it represents. Maybe you could argue it's changed its meaning over time. Some people say that. That's fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The paper right below you, directly addresses the idea that the globe did not just come about in
Nah, they rewrote
1490.
it. I know what the fuck that represents, dude, and whatever you're saying is bullshit.
I think the globe came about in like
the sky and the earth.
You mentioned Atlas, who holds up the earth. You mentioned Atlas, who holds up the earth. I was just talking that
I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
Atlas holds up the sky.
The sky. The sky. The sky.
You fucking idiot.
Atlas holds the sky. Forget
Sky,
that.
you dumb
that
fucker.
image in in
You don't
those
know nothing
documents.
about what you're showing, you fucking retard. Why don't
Alright,
you
by the
just
way,
go
can you
away?
look at the paper
Dude,
below?
why don't you just go the fuck away?
Look at the
You
paper
have no clue. I don't give a fuck about your little.
And what you're saying is holding up the earth from falling on to what? I mean, it doesn't make any sense what you're saying, Jekyll.
Actually, there's multiple mythology surrounding it.
What's he standing on?
There's not one single Greek mythology. But look at the paper.
I'm just asking you, like guy to smiley face. Like, what's
Yeah,
he
I'm not going to
standing
waste time. Like I take the interpretation holding up the Earth. It's a sphere. It looks like how we describe
I'm
the.
just asking you what he's. Yeah,
In
maybe what's he
every
standing
paper you'll read about it, it talks about it represents Christianity's authority over the earth. You're just making up your own interpretation. You're using a variation of Greek mythology, not the entirety of it, to say, well, Atlas holds up the sky. In some mythologies, he holds up the earth. In most mythologies, he holds up the earth. And look at the paper below. Look at the paper below, where it literally says in the first line of the second paragraph. Every major Greek geographical thinker, including Aristotle, Eratosthenes, Ptolemy, based a geographical and astronomical work on the theory that the Earth was a sphere. Likewise, all of the major Roman commentators, including Pliny the Elder, Pomponius Mela, and Macrobius, in the early centuries AD, were all talking about the Earth's a globe.
So, Jekyll, this is what you do, eh?
That's like
You're full of
affirming like
shit.
their
You're a fucking
presupposed
troll.
worldview of the earth being
Down
a sphere,
Church
so of
Fathers,
course
Augustine 430 AD, Jerome 346
I'm not gonna
420,
try to
Ambrose 397, all agreed that the Earth was a sphere.
Why are you crying? Relax.
Wow. Jesus,
So,
Mary, and
let me-
Joseph all agreed the earth was flat.
Give me
So
a
how's
quick
that?
sec.
Where's that in the Bible?
Prove my statement is wrong. Dude, stop parroting garbage.
Where
Give
did
me a
Jesus
quick sec.
talk about flat Earth?
You don't even know what
So-
the fuck Atlas is.
Where did Jesus
Shut
talk
the
about
fuck
flat
up.
Earth?
Jekyll, this is what you do. You
Well-
always appeal to words as your authority to prop up your globe. Because
Yep.
earlier today, you went to the definition of level versus being able to state that the use of a level would actually be the trump in that aspect. But yet you chose to appeal to the definition of the word level. Now you're appealing to papers to try to prop up your globe. Interesting. I withdraw. Thank you.
Wait,
Yeah,
papers.
I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Sorry?
Tony. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So,
imagine
look,
appealing to academic
agree.
papers.
People wrap up
There you go.
whatever
There's
whatever
Atlas holding
evidence they
up the
have
sky.
around the
There's
worldview
Atlas holding up the sky.
that they presuppose. Therefore, is my mic coming through?
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
Let's get you the Globus Cruciger.
Sorry, man. I was just showing him the sky on Atlas's shoulders there in the chat. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean it's no big deal. It's like if Jekyll if he's a religious man, I guess he would just have to like kind of make it make sense. Like what's this Atlas tell us? What's he standing on?
Right, so I'll get you this quote from Wikipedia with the Globus Cruciger below. Right. It says quote. With the growth of Christianity in the 5th century, the orbis terrarium, the world of the lands, whereby orb derives, was surmounted with a cross, hence globus cruciger, symbolizing the Christian god's dominion over the world. There you go. There's your Wikipedia, and there's your quote. Now, where are we on the other thing?
I mean, just like in your worldview, who has a responsibility to oversee the world?
I don't care. The point is that
are the dogs supposed to oversee the world? And make sure
he thinks the globe came about in 1490, right? That's the challenge here.
1492.
1492. There you go. He's even more specific. But then you look at this paper, you're talking about early Greek, late Greek, early antiquity, and early medieval scholars all talking about a globe Earth. How weird.
Who were they? Were they on cell phones talking? Like, who were they talking?
Yeah, really. That's great.
How were they disseminating information?
Were they on cell phones?
Like, how did everybody know the Earth was a globe? I mean, how were they disseminating? Did they have newspapers, or what did they do?
The paper describes that it's called. No, it's not a newspaper. Just wait. Don't get excited. The paper goes
how
into.
Everybody knew.
Wait. Don't get excited. The paper goes into the myth. It's called the Flat Earth myth. Not to say Flat Earth is a myth, which I do think it is, but that's beside the point. The Flat Earth myth was a globe idea in the Enlightenment, which said that people before were all stupid and they all thought the Earth was flat, and that was a historical revision made by globers in the Enlightenment. And funnily enough, all the modern historical research into this suggests no, that's obviously not the case. Most of the scholarly class thought that the Earth was, in fact, a globe. And that you guys are co-opting a globe lie. How funny is that? Of all the things you could co-opt, you co-opt the one thing we lied about.
Yeah, how did they disseminate the information? That's all I'm asking. Like, how did all the masses wake up and
Jekyll is losing his
they were
mind.
like, listen, I'm obviously moving.
Yeah, I am losing my mind.
Unless I get like a paper, an article, or some kind of like,
I want to get back to Mr. Smith down here. Where is he?
I would never imagine anything but the Earth.
Where are you? You said 1492, didn't you?
No, I said 1905.
Good to hear from you, man.
You said 1492, didn't you, Mr. Hop?
Yeah.
Bro,
I mean, but who are these people? How are they getting it across?
Will I get a concession? I wonder.
How are they corroborating it? What was their evidence to these things? I mean, I'm just.
Give me a concession.
Where does your religious belief come from, Jekyll?
Jekyll, we really admire your passion to trying to defend your religion, man.
I'm defending history, right? And I want Harp to renege on the comment that we only started to think about the globe in 1492.
1492 was the first globe shown. 1492. What you're showing here is the atlas. It's the air. It's the what you're seeing is as above, so below. You don't understand what you're even looking at, bro.
What was their evidence?
That Christianity rules it. Cross.
What was their evidence back then?
Listen, hold on, bro. Cross is not even a cross. It's a sideways X, and it's Saturn. Okay? So you don't have a clue what you're talking about, let alone that represents the Earth. It does not. It represents the Earth and the sky, and Saturn rules it. Christianity, believe it or not, is Saturn worship. And so is Islam and every other fucking religion that you want to believe in. It all is based on Saturn, and so that's a one world. It's a one world religion, and whatever. Now,
let's not divert
1492 is the first globe presented, and you can look that up because I did many, many, many times to make sure I was right before I stated what I said. You will not find a globe before 1492. That is not the globe. That is Christianity ruling the air and the earth. The whole fucking. That's why it's in gold too, and it's the Catholic Church guaranteed that did that. Greek Catholic Church.
Yeah, they are Antichrist. Martin
I don't know. I mean,
Luther
is Jekyll on the fence about? Oh, he's muted. I don't know if he was on the fence about. If he's saying, "Listen, I know what's necessarily true in order for us to exist in a particular way, or if he was like a religious guy, if he knew God in a personal way, or if he knew that the Earth was a globe in a personal way, or I'm not sure what he was getting at.
Well, earlier today, him and I chatted for about 25 minutes or so, and he went to the definition of level versus the observation of level. I found that interesting. Figure I would put that up for consumption, not to poison his well like he was doing earlier, but I do believe that was a fair steel man of his position.
Yeah, like that's I mean, sure. Yeah, like looking up a definition is one thing, but like how level is defined, I don't. When I say that, I don't actually mean it as something you look up in a dictionary. Like the way we define level is, no parts higher than another, within a plane, right? Because it has to be within a plane to have no parts higher than others. If it was outside of the plane, then one part would be higher than the other. Perpendicular to vertical. That's how we define it. But the definition could be something else. The definition is just in a book that's an agreed upon, definition. Not the same thing as like an encyclopedia. Definition is just whatever we all agree to it. But is that what truth is? Is truth just relative, and is whatever we all agree it is? I don't think so.
I posted a picture of the first globe there in the chat. That's what they say is the first globe. Now they also have other pictures of paintings like of Eratosthenes and Aristotle, supposedly talking over what they have is a globe in their room, but there's no physical evidence of any of that. None. The only physical evidence of the globe I just posted right there. That's it. So for you to say anything about anything before that, you can't prove, you haven't proved, and you're just full of shit and you believe stories. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I can sympathize with the utilitarian nature of a globe, because how many pieces of paper you would need to get the correct depiction. Just wrap it around a thing, spin it, and you're good to go.
And
takes up less
by
space.
the way, he posted something from 1483. What are almost 600 years compared to multiple thousands of years before Christ and after Christ? One fifth. So again, it really doesn't mean anything at all. And we do know that there was a great debate about the Earth's shape, even going back into the 700s and 1800s. Still, it's not like that was broadly accepted automatically. This whole concept, it was
I agree.
It was introduced mainly through the Catholic Church and the Jesuits. They have pushed it because they have failed with keeping the Bible veiled by lying to the people and lying about scripture and making them do all kinds of stuff. And then Martin Luther came and he translated it, and there was a Reformation that happened, and then the Catholic Church was like, oh shoot, we gotta get a new controlling story up, and that's how they made the globe. It's the best control ever, because now they don't even need to create anymore. They're just gonna vanish it, and they're just gonna make people depraved and have no moral compass anymore at all. And it will lead them to hell. So yeah, just a replacement for the first thing that kind of gone wrong, because people could suddenly read the Bible by themselves and realize that they have been lied to the whole time by the Catholics and by the Vatican itself. So yeah, that's basically the story.
Who's that? Quad. Great picture, Quad. Who are those guys, Globers? All standing together for some kind of weird reason. Wonder what that might be.
Meeting of the mindless, perhaps?
Still trying to push the Christianity as above, so below as proof of a sphere Earth. Wow.
Where the problem is, people could then read the Bible because of the Reformation. They have no control over the people anymore. People could read what biblical cosmology actually means So what they need to do is now destroy the truth, divert it, create a new kind of controlling model, and that's how they came up with heliocentrism. And that's why you have the Jesuit priest there in the middle, right next to your physicist.
That's correct.
And I don't know all the other guys. Because
I was
they just
wondering if
made...
a Glober could answer that, though. You know what I mean, Clay?
Yeah.
Like, I know you could answer it because I know you know.
Because I've looked into history, yes, indeed.
Sure. But these guys don't want to do that, except for just believe Brian Cox when nobody ever believed the Earth was flat.
That's the thing that's kind of like
that video a couple times now.
contradiction. Yeah, I mean, he was making the argument earlier, saying like nobody believes it, but there's people right now who know the Earth is not a sphere right now. So what kind of argument are you really making? You know, when you say nobody thinks the Earth is flat, everybody thinks.
If you watch the video, right? You can watch the video. It's pretty good.
And guess
you know
guess
what would be cool if somebody would stream this video and all these Globers would come in here and watch it.
Earth is a globe, you dumb fuck.
Say what?
Wow, that's a good way to not work.
Yeah.
And guess what? Guess what? In 1519 to 1712 was the Reformation, where people could finally read scripture for themselves, not being lied to by fanatics. And guess what? When was heliocentrism established in 1543? There you go.
Right after the Jesuits were established. How coincidental.
Yeah, and right after they have failed with keeping the Bible a secret.
Yep. 1540 Jesuits, 1543. Coincidence.
And they just gave the people a different story to control them.
And it took them a long time.
But
here's
now
what happened.
Now we have...
Listen, bro.
Yeah.
So they killed off our ancestors, right? So we don't have anybody... Like, if I would have known this way back and I could have talked to my grandmother, guarantee she would have said, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Earth is flat." Because we never discussed a globe, ever. It was just a thing they told us. That was it. Now, it has been driven into the generations and into the brain and the mindset. Like, I was so bad when I was first confronted with it. He said, "Harp, man, I think the Earth is flat." And I laughed at him. And he said, "Well, how do you think the oceans are not level?" Like I said, gravity. I said, gravity. And then I didn't look into anything for 3 years until I was forced by YouTube's algorithm. And then I went, oh, fuck me. 3 years ago, which was 2012, I could have realized when I was doing a show that had no taboo, no questions unanswered, nothing untalked about, I shut down the topic of flat Earth for some crazy reason. And I never even knew why. And I just, instinctively said gravity. I didn't even know what I was saying. See, once you can get by that, then you're on the way. If you can't get by that, man, you're done.
Isn't it weird how suppose 35 quote unquote lunar craters named after Jesuits since 1645 and last 40 craters to honor Jesuits. Isn't it
pretty
very weird? And how
Very
all
weird.
the guys that supposedly go to space that constantly contradict each other with what they see in space are Freemasons, probably also with a
All
Jesuit
of them, yep.
background. It's very weird.
Yeah,
It's almost
all
like it's a religion or something that was established to counterfeit the ongoing Reformation, where people woke up to the ongoing push on society of keeping them in check because they couldn't read scripture for themselves. It's very weird.
Yep.
Like it's like they came up with a different kind of control system.
Dude,
you know?
these guys are unbelievable evil genius. Like, if you've
Yeah,
ever
they're very
read
smart,
the
yeah.
Chronicles of the Elders of Zion and the Jesuit Oath, all these things go together. And you come to a realization that there is one people that have infiltrated everything. And I'm not going to say it.
Yep.
So,
Because I
okay,
have studied
Hart.
the piss out of this.
So, Hart,
Go ahead.
question for I don't know, the Glovers maybe, and even I don't know if Jackal will be allowed to come out and play, but Could we ask them for direct evidence of the globe versus circumstantial evidence?
Sure you can. You ain't gonna get an answer.
Well, we can go back
It's
to
all
Biggie was trying to do that earlier, right?
They're just going to
Yeah, who is
infer
that?
a
That sounds
globe.
familiar.
They're not going to be able to describe or prove. I mean, they
That's
describe
Killian,
it.
bro.
All inference.
Who? That's who?
Killian.
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 Yeah, I
K-I-L-I-A-N.
remember.
Yeah, Killian.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask
Another
to
OG.
just pull the conversation back on track, just to be like, yo, like Globers,
Man.
anybody listening, like, and understanding like the difference between direct evidence versus circumstantial evidence, like the circumstance existing so that the evidence can be collected, i.e., being there when Eratosthenes tested the shadows and yada yada yada. But if we can cut to the chase and ask for some direct evidence, that'd be super awesome. What do we got? Anything?
Yeah, fat chance. There's no way that's gonna happen. You got excuses though, and you got explanations, but there's no direct evidence. Yeah,
The
they're
question
bankrupt.
is, if you have a very influential cult on Earth, and in your cult the sun is your god, and you worship the sun, how can you make everybody else join your cult without them knowing that you're joining their cult? That they're gonna join your cult?
Good job.
Yeah, but
Which
Clay,
which
Good
model
fucking
or
job, bro.
religion should I
But-
come up with to make that happen?
There you go.
Even to jump on that right quick, Clay, just to say, I'll withdraw after this point, just to say, how is it possible you can worship something that was introduced on the fourth day if you truly believe in scripture? I'm not taking it to the scripture discussion, just asking the question.
It's kind of a comparison, right?
Well,
Yeah, you make
Kind
it.
of an
You make
analogy.
it sound. You make it sound like it has no basis in scripture, that it has to do with science and logic and reason. So once you make it sound like that, then somebody can jump on board because it has nothing to do with any type of religious doctrine. So if you do that, then they could be on board with that idea versus it coming from a religious doctrine.
Right.
So
And I'll admit, like when I used to read the Bible, I would come to these points where you got four corners, foundations, keystones, pillars, all this unshakable, unmovable, and I was going, how the hell does that work on this globe? It doesn't matter. How many corners are on a globe? And this doesn't make any sense. Well, it's all metaphorical, it's an analogy. And I started thinking, nah, I don't know.
And by the way, to make it even worse, at the end of the whole tunnel is that it's not even about sun worship, but it's actually the worship of Lucifer, who is the so-called light bearer, and that's what you see in every, it's what you see when you look at the statue in New York holding the light in their hand, or you watch a movie and you see this intro with this feminine figure and the light flashing.
The goddess, yep.
Yeah, speaking of movies, I just saw this. It's a pretty good
Colossus
show.
of Rhodes,
It's
it's all
like a
the same
globe
shit.
fantasy show and everything, but it's called The Three Body Problem on Netflix. It's pretty cool, right? But it's all about the Earth being the globe. And what's funny, kind of stuck out to me, is in the show, right? They're like, oh, it's a three body problem. Yeah, right. So I'm like, for like a couple
we don't
weeks,
have
I'm
a
like, I don't-
problem.
yeah, for like a couple weeks, I'm like, I don't want to watch this shit. It's going to be some brainwashing shit, but whatever. I gave in and watched it. I'm just watching it. But so they got the three body problem. They're saying, well, they're an alien race, and because they have three suns, therefore it's a problem. Their world can't survive. But that's what people are now going to imagine, that you just can't have three suns. But it's three bodies. If the Earth was a globe, right, and then you got the moon and the sun, you got a three body problem. You can't have it. It doesn't work. Yeah, but they put it in the TV show as if only three suns would be an issue, three bodies. Yeah, so it's kind of a little fucked up. But yeah, I mean it's impossible.
That's the thing too. When
Spoiler
you're dealing with the post, when you're dealing with Joach and the pillars, right? So you're dealing with the sun and the moon and the earth. All these religions are always dealing with the sun and the moon and the earth, all the time. Rhea is the Mother Earth and the sun, and then of course you have Saturn, which people don't realize. But Helios is a religion. It's the one world sun worship religion. We revolve around it. Him, God, Helios.
Helios is the Greek god for sun, which is completely correct. Well done.
And you know what's weird? Hey, what's weird is that there was a guy in here who goes by RTH, right the hand, who said that the Earth is God. I kid you not. That's what he said. Yep.
That
But
sucks.
he's on a different. He's on a different.
He's a
Yeah,
naturalist.
he's on a different idea.
Well, bro,
Yeah,
if you're gonna
Earth is God. Yeah.
if you're gonna hold the scriptural
can't
stance, are we
have
gonna
Father
just
God and Mother God.
harp? If you can give me a quick second on this, brother,
All
I'll
right, go
withdraw.
ahead.
Just in saying thank you for the space. Just how are you gonna whistle past the first paragraph where it states that his face moved upon the waters?
The face of Elohim moved upon the face of the
He's
abyss. What it says
he's
is
not
the face of
scriptorial.
Elohim. Hold on, bro. What it says is the face of Elohim hovered above the face of the abyss. Now, people have spent a
Yeah, but
lifetime trying to figure out what that verse means.
My point is that he's not coming from that. So if he's not trying to look at the scriptural reference and then say that Earth is God, he's just saying Earth is God. So he doesn't believe. I don't think he's scriptorial, but right the hand
So
is.
when you see the so the thing is, so in the scriptures, like Elohim, which is God, hovers above the face of the abyss, which is the
Some
word.
kind that join Clay in what he said about his analogy. I too think or believe that they choose the sun as a symbol of Lucifer or satanic evil force or Satan himself, because it symbolized the fire and that thing, and they changed it and made it being the center, and everything evolve around it, like they serve it, and they changed it, the earth being the symbol of the human, which the sun were created to evolve around or above its surface. So it were meant to be the sun being the servant or being for the earth, and it was made for it, like a part or a component of this system. But they changed it, and they made the symbol of humans, the earth, the dirt, small, and they made that satanic symbol, fire, huge.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? So a lot of things in the Bible and like Satan, the word Satan, can you define that? Because I can. And it is not the being that called Lucifer, which was King Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible. So you have things being completely distorted, changed, and lie to you. Lucifer was not Satan, was not a fallen angel, it was a king. And if you read the shit in context, this is why I denounce Christianity. Because, like, the ball, like, hijacked perspective, that's what the New Testament did to the Old Testament. The Old Testament is Hebrews. The New Testament has nothing to do with it unless it was the same people who put it all together and hijacked it on purpose. But you cannot go back in the Old Testament and I will devour every time you tell me this is the Messiah. I will show you exactly not. No, it's not. You can show me every fucking verse you want to go to, and you will not find Jesus in the Old Testament. Not there.
Yeah, this is not a biblical debate channel. So
I know you were going to say that.
Yeah, it's going to divulge. It's going to divulge.
I
into
just
that, so
circulated over there. I'm sorry. This just happens a lot.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm announcing it to the room because somebody might take your offer and run with it. We're not going to do that in this channel.
Right.
So.
Right. I got you.
I'm not even a Christian or a Bible guy, so I use those words that just to make people who understand, just to make people understand what I mean. I used Lucifer. I used the satanic force, or
well, that's wrong. See, that's wrong.
What we called Satan. So
Satan is the enemy, bro.
Yeah.
Satan is the enemy, the adversary. That's what that means. So how are you doing that with? Here's the thing, right? So they take
Harp,
Satan
let it
as
go,
a
bro.
god. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, Harp, let it go. You heard, right? We
Yeah.
were just
Yeah, we
asked
got it.
politely by Miggy. Politely, sorry, dude, if I spoke with.
Yeah, but every time, this
Brother,
is the thing, right? So
brother,
this is how you
again.
know. This is how you know that I was raised that way, right? And then it took a lot for me to study so much that I renounced it. That's why when people start talking like this and saying what this is and what that is, I automatically go into that gear, for lack of a better word. You know what I mean?
I got you,
'Cause I
brother, but that's
know
where.
what the fuck
But
I'm-
listen, Harp, this is where, right?
I got you. I'm just
You can actively engage in literally putting on your own training wheels, right? And taking, just like, honestly, I say this to you respectfully, taking aside for a hot second, just to pull things back on track so we can focus this conversation, right? Because we were asked again to pull this back on track. So, like, again, Globers, what do you have for the direct evidence of the globe? Anything that we can actually put on the table and look at for examination? Please go ahead. And then comes the uncomfortable silence, of course.
right. So probably better for me to explain the Bible to you guys. No, I'm kidding.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
not really.
I don't know for you, Kenny,
It's all good, bro.
you would agree with me. But last days, I started thinking about this. I think that the flat Earth, the idea of flat Earth or globe Earth, it will always be a personal thing. So it depends on the person itself. So if you start asking them for proofs, for
All right.
them they have some beliefs. Some beliefs that for them those beliefs are the proof of the globe, and you can't take it out for them. And for you,
Yeah.
for example, for us, we have that horizon, we have the long distance observations that we do.
Necros,
For the global,
Necros, let me jump in here. I don't want you to get too long in the tooth with this, right? So the evidence is clear. We're not saying, well, we don't know and you don't know. We're not saying that. There is evidence on one side. Either you're holding truth or they're holding truth, but both can't be holding the truth. And both can't be saying that they don't know what the evidence is, so no side is right. That's incorrect. There's one side that's correct and there's one side that's not. So you're saying something that's fallacious. You can't keep continuing to say that both sides don't know because they're just speculating. No, that's incorrect. One side knows, and that's a side with evidence backing it up.
Yeah, you
So
said
that's
so.
why I'm asking.
There's no
Yeah, that's
middle
why I'm.
neutral
Go
ground.
ahead.
Either way, you're making a claim. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're making a claim either way. So you're going to either provide evidence of the claim or you're not, and therefore, if you don't, then obviously you would know. But everybody else that does know, they hold that burden also. So if you say the Earth is a globe, the burden of proof is on your shoulders to provide evidence of that. If you're saying that the Earth is flat and stationary, then you're not making a claim, and you have to provide evidence of that too. So if they say it's a globe, however, that's what we want to know, because we know we're holding truth. Are they?
Yeah. Well, you are. Maybe you're not making a claim exactly, but you are taking a position. There's no neutral position. You're definitely taking a position on either one. You're either saying I take the position that your evidence is false, or your evidence is true. It's not a neutral. It's not like a neutral position.
Yeah, if you're holding a neutral position, that means you haven't been in the conversation long enough, or you haven't done a lot of research to back up some of the points, the talking points that you have. So
oh
I would
no,
say
I'm not
start
holding
doing some research, start understanding the talking points, because if you're coming in this half-heartedly and saying, "Well, none of us have the information to substantiate our claims, so we both don't know," that's where I'm comfortable at. No, I'm sorry. That's where
No,
you're
I'm
comfortable
not
at.
saying
We,
that.
however,
I'm not
know the
saying I
Earth is
don't
not a
know.
globe and that it is flat and stationary.
I'm not saying I don't know. I'm talking about to prove the thing to the other side, because for the other side, when you propose some observation to show them the reality.
Yeah.
For him,
Yeah, we have that.
he
Yeah, we
have
have that.
already in his mind, because I already been on that. He have already in his mind some excuses like the refraction. That refraction is considered as an excuse for him. It's
Yeah, I understand that, Necros. I understand that. I understand they have excuses, but what they can't realize is that in order for them to have geometry, they need to substantiate the evidence on their side. If they're not doing that, whatever we present is valid because they can't say no to it. There's no way for them to disprove what we're saying. There's no way. They don't have a foundation. We do. We have a foundation. We can say easily, I observe the earth to be flat. I can measure the earth to be flat, and I can navigate across the earth to be flat. We can say all these things and we can affirm it by saying, let me show you some examples. Now they can't do it on their end. All they have is speculation. I think the earth is a globe. Well, how do you know the earth is a globe? Well, we can go to space. Okay, how can you go to space if you don't know it's a globe? Because you need radius first in order for you to get up there anywhere. So if you're going up out into so they need the globe, they need geometry, and they need to provide evidence of their claim. And if they don't have that, then how are they going to disprove what you're saying? They don't have a foundation.
Their radius, bro, depends on being pinpoint accurate. Otherwise, they cannot orbit the Earth with their so-called satellites and rockets and other bullshit. Because if they're off, they're screwed. So, how did they get that radius again when the air is refracted constantly now that we pointed out that you don't have a radius? Everything changed with you guys.
Yeah.
Our arguments pretty much stay the same, get persistent, more persistent. The more you guys fall, the more we regress forward, and the more you guys keep falling backward. Until your atmosphere is the end of the universe, and there's, there's two fucking horizontal planes, right? There's the geometric one, and then there's the, what do they call that? Because it's redundant, right?
Yeah, they're both geometric. I mean,
No. When they call the plane, it's an apparent place, right? So they call the other horizon that they have in their head the apparent horizon, which means the apparent place, which is redundant. See, you cannot have two horizons. There's nowhere where they're telling you we have two horizons on the Earth. Unless you get into the depths of the Earth and other crazy shit like that, where you're using farming and all kinds of other shit like that. But it has nothing to do with the horizontal of the Earth. It's flat.
I think
it's always flat, no matter what you do.
Gentlemen, yeah, I'm just going to come in to say that I'm going to be listening to the argument. If needs be, I'll moderate from the background, but I'll be on listening mode. I won't be participating in the voice call too much, but I will be listening. So yeah, gentlemen, please carry on. And one thing before I leave. Remember, it's Speculation Sunday today, so you can't go in a little bit of speculation amongst yourselves if there is no Glober to come in. But if there is a Glober who comes in here, I need you to pause the conversation and attend to the Glober. Like, you need to stop the speculation and go into... That takes precedence over Speculation Sunday, so just letting you guys know that.
Yep. Supersedes, which means replaces, like theory of relativity replaced Newton's mass attracts mass. Gotcha.
You mean like the law of nature trumps everything else? Nah.
The law of what, Killian?
The laws of nature, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the cover up on that. Exactly. No thanks. The laws of nature.
So happy we're talking about you never seen someone bring in two horizons, and I can tell you here in this channel there was a guy who called himself
no, you misunderstood me. What I said was they do this now. They have the redundancy, they have the geometrical horizon. Okay, Caesar, good job. They have the audacity to come in and say they have a geometrical horizon, and they also have the apparent. Good job. See how you. Good job.
I'll take care of him.
You want to kill what the fuck I'm saying there, bro. I know. So you have to have that redundant apparent horizon. Also the geometrical horizon, which what they do is they draw a line, they measure out to where they think they want their horizon to be, and they draw a line across it. They say that's the geometrical horizon, and then out there is the apparent horizon. And the apparent horizon, once again, is redundant. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but horizon, the very definition is the apparent line or place where the sky meets the earth. The apparent place. So to have an apparent place is redundant and stupid. And if you just draw a line in the ocean where you think the horizon should be, but yet it's not, according to the very definition, and you're just nuts.
So Harp, like to further push on with what you're saying, the application of the sextant to observe celestial bodies and figure out elevation angles would be a correct application of what you're illustrating right now?
Well, you're using all straight lines, yeah. You're using lines of sight, everything's straight lines.
Trigonometry, right? The study of three-sided objects which require three straight lines with three interior angles, all adding up to 180 degrees, which coincidentally seem to match the horizon, which seems to almost be synonymous with horizontal. Wow, what a concept.
Amazing. Yep.
Yeah, you're gonna need straight lines to measure the globe for sure.
But yet, how do you do that on the curve?
Well, you could do it on a curve.
I mean, I know. You're going to talk maybe of a drop, but they're not. They don't do that. See, this is what they do when they shoot a straight line of sight. They have the balls to say that's not the Earth, and that's not parallel with what we're measuring, even though we're circumnavigating the Earth. They will say that. I've heard them on Nathan's show because I go and listen to them, and I go all over the place, and I listen to these people go, and I'm thinking, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Yeah, it's just that
we're in sight unless something beneath you is parallel to what you're having that line of sight with, and then you do your dip correction. It's so simple.
So, and no thanks. I apologize if you're coming. Are you coming with questioning on that point?
No, it's not important.
So, like, would you say that the nature has to exist first before the science can be applied to the study of it? Or would you say the science exists before the... Sorry, I can't even get through the sentence.
See, you couldn't
science
even do
exists
that
before I can't, bro. It's like, yo, horse before the carriage? What's happening?
You can't have science without the uniformity of nature and without induction. You can't perform science without the uniformity of nature having some kind of congruency to
observation.
It. And
right.
No, I mean, and then you can't make sense of any type of science unless it's logical and rational. So rationality comes before science.
Can I poison Killian's well for a second? Killian, why do you think the Earth's flat?
You sound like that weirdo from earlier.
No, but see, hold on. You're coming in like a charging bull, and we're just kind of, we're organically hanging out and observing things as they come up. Because right now you're out for blood, which is me, and I'm not interested in personal attacks right now. What I'm here for the conversation, and what was posted that I find really, really funny by, I believe it was Echoplex. I had said to you specifically, actually, Jekyll, that I called you Paperboy. You asked me, what does that mean? And I said, you always pushing papers. And then Echoplex responded, yes, that's how science is communicated. You lot claim to be truth seekers, and you don't even know how science is accurately communicated. So I then responded and said, science or nature first, and his response was, what do you mean? In the art of conversation right now that I just picked up with the boys here was the fact that, does nature exist first or science? So I'll withdraw at this point in time, but I thank you for being the punching bag.
What, me or Echoplex?
You got to remember, Killian,
I'll get him in VC, but
it is Easter, and people like Jekyll are gonna flip out because it's Easter.
Yeah,
they're just gonna have something in them that makes them they feel like something
Satan's overtaken me.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that right?
Yeah, Satan overtook me. Actually, it's coming to the end of Easter right now, so.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah. Yeah, well, Killian, just so you know, I mean, flat Earth versus globe Earth conversations take priority over bantering.
Well, which one's more rational, Jekyll?
So go ahead and give us that proof, bro.
Center.
What did you say, Tanks?
Which one's more rational?
Between what options?
Between horizontal and level being synonymous, and
Say
level
that again?
being curved. What's more rational? That level is horizontal or level is curved?
Rational. They both are just definitions.
Yeah, which one's more rational, as we can demonstrate in reality?
Are you asking me which definition comports more to reality?
No, which one's more rational? Which one can we justify?
Rational.
More easily, more easily. Which one's easier to justify?
Rational comports to the
Can you
reality.
tell me-
yeah, same thing.
Well, I mean, in the sense that you've kind of butchered the globe definition of level,
Level is
it
curved.
would depend upon what the empirical observations show.
I'm sorry, isn't it level is curved? Isn't that the definition of the globe? Level
No.
is curved.
Can't you
It can-
bring
it,
forth?
it
Okay, I'm
conforms-
sorry.
it
Like, give me a quick
conforms to the
second.
liquid parts of our
Killian come in there.
surface, which are measured to be level. So
Definition of
Dude,
level is no point is
sorry.
higher than
Let
the other.
Killian come in for a second, please, guys.
Thanks, Jedi. My spirit exploded, and I apologize for the explosion. Like, Jekyll, can you do a better job? Maybe even bring forward like refraction for us to talk about, or gravity, or something like absolute Coriolis effect, even something that you can give us that we can literally unpack instead of pointing at the papers.
Are you
Give us something
asking?
to talk about?
Are you asking for me to argue something that you probably have a script for?
Wow.
I take my own. I'd go my own way. I'm a Sigma male, right? And I could talk to you about why gas pressure doesn't require a container. I could talk to you about how the Black Swan doesn't debunk shit, if you want.
Show us. Either one of them. I'm game. Go ahead.
I want Killian to pick. I want Killian to pick. I want Killian to pick.
Oh, cool. Let's go
I
kill
would
him.
absolutely. Oh, no thanks. Go
What do
ahead,
you want,
brother,
bro?
if you'd like.
no, it's the Jedi had something to say after Killian.
I would love to hear about this gas pressure not requiring containment. If you guys are game for that, I think.
Fuck
let's
yeah,
get-
bro. Let's hear that.
Dude, it's going to be something to
Get your chart out, Jekyll. Go and shine your chart.
Well, just if I may ask, because I already had this conversation with Harp a few hours ago, like an hour or two ago. Please don't interrupt this. I want to speak to Killian directly, right?
I will interrupt anytime I want. No, I'm kidding.
Right. So, can you tell me
Just
what
to
you think
know,
the
you're an
argument is
asshole,
first, Killian? Before I don't want to straw man your version of the argument. If you have a different version.
Absolutely not. Here's why. We're asking for the evidence. Therefore, the burden of proof is on you. Therefore, and you presented the idea of gas pressure not requiring containment.
So
Therefore, you can present your
That's
little
fine.
show. Dance.
All right, that's
doggy
fine.
Dance.
That's fine. If you want to go down this avenue, I'll just have to assume what you think, right?
typical.
Just as air. First of all, we can't appeal to this pure definition, right? And there's two reasons for that. Just as air pressure is defined by gravity, the gas pressure will be defined by the container. And we don't assume gravity based on definition. We don't assume a container based on a definition. It's a synthetic claim. A synthetic claim means it has to be true in virtue of its meaning and true in virtue of empirical observation. And it's an inductive claim, meaning you based it off everything you can see or do on the surface of the Earth, not
All right,
everything.
and then, just one
that's possible to
clarification:
observe.
is the gravity the cause or the effect in whatever you're about to go into?
We're not you save that for the end. We're not going to get to that until
That's
later.
the end. Okay.
Yeah, because you didn't put it in the end, bro.
Killian,
Put it right in the mix.
if I may, when people say it's a necessary antecedent, it would be true to say a European living in England and thinking the world ends at the horizon and never knows anything of the world beyond his borders could consider a white feathery coat to be a necessary condition for a swan. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know who you're talking. You just
I don't
sound
agree
retarded.
with
Go
this
ahead,
idiot
go
on
forward.
anything he says. Seriously.
Feathery coat
Killian?
in England with swans.
I'm just waiting to get to the evidence, my friend.
All right, okay.
I just want the evidence.
I'll just do the whole argument then. So you're gonna have to give me a minute, right? When presented with a black swan, however, the Englishman can no longer, within reason, make that case in relation to the flat Earth claim about the container, because it is a synthetic proposition. the globe earther must be able to show them that gas is not filling the available space or moving into a vacuum to dismantle the argument for the container. Because it is only an inductive claim, you can only go as far to say you believe or think this is the case because there's room for error. So, what is the observation? We have this graph here.
Is that a graph found in nature?
Well, it's data that we've got from nature, so yeah, it's as good as. And I'm going to grant you, for the sake of argument, that all vacuums on the surface of the Earth will have the effect that you described, where high pressure will move to low pressure, just as you would describe. In this graph in the side chart, Killian, you have on the left the pressure gradient going up. There's another table which also expresses that on the right bottom, and then you have the definition for a medium vacuum at the top right, which is, if I just zoom into it so I can actually read it off the top here, it is 1.0 times 10 to the negative 4 to 3.3 times 10 to the negative 3 pascals, right? And then where we go from there...
Can we make one of those on the surface, at sea level?
Well, no. This is based on going up in altitude, and
It's funny, I asked him the same shit, bro.
This medium vacuum can be found at about 65, less than 100 kilometers, about 63 miles up, right?
Well, the vacuum. I know you want to get to it, but like a vacuum is just a differential in pressure. So can't we duplicate that here at sea level? That low differential.
You can't on the surface of the Earth. If you open a medium vacuum up all the time, when you open a medium. Oh, you mean like a gradient within a container?
I gave you a way to do it, and you're a liar.
Wait, hold on. It's either you're saying, can we create a medium vacuum on the surface of the Earth and expect pressure to not move?
A biodome with a fucking vacuum above it. Yes, we can.
That's not what I was. That's not what I was talking about. I thought you meant. I thought you meant on the surface of the Earth. Can you have a vacuum where you open it up and the air won't just rush in? Obviously, that's not the case. With certain conditions, you can create the effect of a vacuum somewhere at the top, or some defined vacuum somewhere at the top. But the point is to say that there are three options available, right? Either you think, well, by the way, if you think that's the case, and you're just going to say that actually you can have a vacuum next to a gradient, you're going to be an option 2 kind of guy. But we're going to go for option 1 first, which is that the container is near. There is a defined low pressure at which point a container becomes necessary. Then the question is, what pressure is that at? And what is the reason for why a medium vacuum isn't low enough? I can give you the differential in a second. Option 2, if you think that, well, as long as you're facilitating a gradient, which what the other guy was talking about just there, the vacuum must simply facilitate a gradient so long as there is low pressure, the container may be far away, that is at the edge of the universe, at which stage the flat earther has granted space to the globe earther, and they can no longer say we cannot go there. And option 3, of course, there is no container, and instead there is some force that has the effect whereby it can change the vector of gas.
Well,
now,
it still wouldn't handle the argument if we can't go there. You could pretend it exists. Doesn't the go there part still is?
Okay, I just want to show you the differential. The difference between sea level and the common line is about 1013.25. Okay, I'm just going to post this because the numbers are just too fucking long. I'm not going to see all these.
You measured any of this shit yourself, or are you just repeating garbage?
As for the measurement, this was done in 1958 with an ionizing.
Right? So you were there then?
Did I say we?
You always say we, yeah, right?
I just said this was done in.
How much longer do you go for on this script read that you have, dude? How much longer?
I'm done. I'm waiting for. I'm actually done, Killian. Awesome. If you want to pick which option you want to go
what's
for.
What's the tire? I'm not going for any. Yeah, I need to ask questions so I can understand Steelman your model. What's the tire pressure in a passenger car?
Oh, I don't know.
I'd like you to look that up on Google, please.
What does it matter?
It does matter very much.
Because you sound like you're going to be an option 2 kind of guy, Killian.
It's complete. You don't need to classify my decision. What I'm asking you is that I have questions about what you've claimed, and I'm asking you what the tire pressure is within a passenger car vehicle. You can simply go to Google and consult with
it. Doesn't matter because if you're just going to say. I've already addressed this.
It completely does. If somebody would like to moderate this conversation, I'm being completely intellectually honest with my ask. Otherwise, I can withdraw. It's your choice
Well,
at this point
it's
because
Easter.
you've chosen
He's gonna flip out.
address this to me
Okay,
personally,
if you want to
including
go
making
one
it.
on one with Jekyll, then I would ask everybody in the room to shut the fuck up and let you and
You're
Jekyll
gonna
go.
shut the fuck
Jekyll,
up, bro.
Pete.
You go.
Cheers, Dick. Thanks.
So again, my honest ask of you is to
You
consult
see.
with your Google and see what the tire pressure is of a passenger vehicle, please.
I'll consult with Jedi. He says 20 to 35 psi.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Jed. I greatly appreciate it. So, question being the use of a barometer at sea level. Do you know what that measurement shows?
14.7 psi.
Correct. Now, would you say that that's the equivalent of approximately 50% of that value that Jedi just posted?
Sure.
Right. So you would say that if you sprung a leak in your passenger car, whether it was caused by maybe you ran over a nail or a roofing nail or something like that, and you sprung a leak and that tire went down to 0, you would have a problem, would you not?
I'm okay. I'm going to ask Killian because I've gone through this with like a few people before, but you're going to be
answer the question.
you're
Yes or
going
no,
to be
bro?
option. You're going for option 2. You realize that, right? That's the direction you're going.
Okay, so
He
from a
asked you a
standpoint
question. You
of
can't answer it, bro.
Don't mute him, dude.
thank you for the modification. Well done. Thank you for the modding on that. And again, so my only point, I'm going to withdraw after this because I really don't feel like talking anymore. I'm about to go eat some gummies and listen to you guys talk about stuff. My point of this is that if a passenger car has a rolling pressure of approximately 30 psi, we observe 14.7 psi at sea level. These are two pressures that are observed without undulation, without change. And if that is something that we observe down to the 10th of a decimal point, I think that is substantial enough, again, without undulation, for us to make a claim that there is in fact an enclosure to this entire space. Thank you guys for the space. I withdraw.
Yeah, but I think Jekyll's argument is that you can pop a tire and it'll go mostly flat, but not. It's not like it's going to suction until it's like like a pancake flat. I mean, it's gonna sit
Oh,
there
yeah, it's pancake flat, bro.
flat.
I've driven on these things, and the tire erases, it's gone, and then you got a rim. So,
If I may
yeah.
just respond to what he said, right? Just so I could get my tail end of the argument out.
We were waiting, guys.
Well, we've gone. Well, I was muted at the time, but I've done this with like what's his name, President Orion before, and the basic problem with this going down this route is that I've already satisfied evidence of absence. I've already talked about low pressure next to high pressure, and if he wants to invoke a tire or anything else on the surface of the Earth and talk about pressure differentials, right? Then he's going to go down option B, and option B just says that as long as you can facilitate a gradient, you can put your container wherever you want, right? That's option. He's an option B guy. That's fine, but he's going to give me space.
But again, you can't claim a gradient, right? You can't claim. Hold on a sec. Give me a sec. You can't claim a gradient, right? When we notice again, we observe this pressure down to the 10th of a percentile. This is the problem that I'm having with your argument: is that you're claiming something that we can't, in fact, observe.
Yes,
because
we can.
if there wasn't, all right, cool.
You see my graph?
Yeah, you go. No, you go ahead with your badass graph, bro.
Yeah. Have you even looked at it?
Dude, come on, stop it. You can't even answer a yes or no question. You want to show us a fucking graph, bro? I'm sorry.
Yes or no questions
Dude,
are
I'm not
for
being-
chumps, right? I don't do
I'm
this.
not being intellectually like creepy with you and dishonest and not observing what you're posting
Intellectually
for
creepy?
consideration. Yeah, because if you posted something, you went to the trouble of posting something and I didn't look at it, that would be intellectually creepy because you went to the trouble of it and I'm just completely just dismissing
Have
it.
you seen it?
He's like, ew. Yeah, I looked at your
And what does it tell you?
that there's a decreasing gradient as you go up.
Do you know to what level, to what degree?
Listen, I don't have to suss it to that degree, to your level of questioning, to understand what you're portraying in your paper.
Not a paper. It's a set of graphs from several
It's a
papers.
paper. It's a paper.
Several papers. The reason why the pressure differential is important, which is what I posted shortly after, is to say that whatever you're observing up there is not something you could replicate on the surface of the Earth, unless you're an option B kind of guy, right?
Bullshit.
You're an option B kind of guy, obviously. So of course.
I already told you can replicate it.
Yes, you're
I
an option
showed
B
you and
guy.
told
I
you
know.
how.
You're an
told
option B
you
guy.
How.
You're an option B guy. I know.
Told you how.
Yeah, and I said you're an option B guy because you're saying, well, you know, you can as long as you have a gradient, it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm not an option B. I literally told you how you can replicate a fucking dome with a fucking vacuum above it. And if you can go and do that, you're going to see that the lowest pressure at the top of that fucking dome is going to escape into a vacuum.
Whoa, so wait, you're saying it will escape into the vacuum?
It absolutely will.
So you're an option A guy. Why don't you say so?
You don't even know what I am because I'm trying to tell you
You're
about
just flip-flopping between the two.
Reality is if you could go out yourself and make a biodome of the Earth, put a vacuum above it, and punch a little hole at the top while you're inside, you're going to notice that you're not going to be breathing in a little way because all your fucking air is going to be gone.
Option A it is then. How low does the pressure have to be before a container needs to be there? Option A it is. I didn't think you were going to answer that question. They never do.
Is option A reality? Because reality is what I'm talking about.
All right, if you say so.
Jekyll, just for me, because I'm getting old, can you remind me of A, B, and C, please?
Option A, because these are the three options that I can tell. If there's a fourth, you can tell me. But near, far, nowhere, right? I think that covers all bases. Option A is there is a defined low pressure at which point a container becomes necessary. So, for instance, if you think that you can't have high pressure next to a vacuum, a container has to wall that boundary off. Then the question then I'll ask is at what low pressure does that become necessary? Like, is a medium vacuum not enough? And that's when I show the pressure differential. Option 2 is to say, well, look, yeah, we have a gradient, right? And you can have a gradient in a vacuum, right? In a container. And so then, the question is then, as long as there's pressure in the universe and globers don't say there's zero pressure, you can facilitate that gradient you can put the container as far away as you want. And option 3 is that there is no container, and instead there is some force that has the effect whereby it can change the vector of gas.
Sorry, say C for me again, just a little bit slower.
Option C is there is no container, and instead there is some force that has the effect whereby it can change the vector of gas.
Cool, thank you, mate.
It's weird.
Usually people
really
start on
open.
option B.
Hold on. Your option C. Let me question your option C real quick. Because that's really open. There's some type of force. What does that mean? What type of force? Gravitation?
Oh, I don't
magnetic?
I don't do that.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about electricity, or are we talking about some kind of garbage space bending bullshit?
I'm not going to put a name to it or extra properties to it because it could be a few things. They're relevant right now about what exactly it is. That's the effects, right?
About you're defending a globe, and it's either gravity or it's not. Okay.
I'm actually attacking a container. I'm not defending a globe.
Right. So
even the globe admits that they must be contained. Even the globe.
Yeah, sure. Changing the vector of gas. That's what they say.
Exactly. That's what you're doing. You're changing gas behavior.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah.
In order to have just a gradient that goes infinitely.
But I don't think the container's necessary for flat Earth, and I don't think it's necessary for globe Earth. You can take the force if you want. Option 3 doesn't kill flat Earth.
It's necessary
but
for
what
gas
it does do is open the possibility of space, right? And that's
it's necessary for volume containment. We already went over this like hours ago, bro.
Right. So, Hart, from a standpoint of his option A, again, being like, seems as though option A works directly with the tire pressure I was asking about earlier.
You an option A kind of guy?
Well, my dude, isn't it your model that you're presenting? As your student, as your student, I presented a steel man of your presentation, which would be a car tire. You tell me, would that be with? Let me flip the burden onto you, teacher, and ask you: would that be with A, B, or C? A car tire.
What the pressure differential? Anything to do with pressure differentials within a container is going to be a question of option B. Option A is there's such a low pressure to the point where you need to have a low pressure where you have to have a container in place to stop it going any further or lower than what it already is.
Okay, so hold on a second here. You mean to tell me, based on what I just heard, you would classify a car tire as option B. Is that correct?
If you're talking about the pressure differential within a tire, then yes. If you're talking about the outside versus the inside of the tire, then option A.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that there's a pressure differential inside of a tire?
Some people have. Mr.
Yeah, actually,
Orion's
there
argued
is.
that. Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Now look at, if you have 14.7, whatever the fuck you got around you, and you have 35 inside your tire, that is a difference.
Yes, completely
Yeah.
agree. Though he said within the system
Yeah,
itself.
Mr.
i.e. the
Orion
tire.
argues that, and it depends on who you're talking to, really. Some people do argue that you talk about pressure differentials within a container, in which case that's fine. And if you're talking about outside versus inside, which I'm now suspecting you are based on what you just said, then that'll be option A. Yeah.
And that depends, though.
Okay, so
how
let's
would we
just-
know how would we know that about the outside of the containment of the Earth? We wouldn't.
Well,
within the
we
Earth
know
that
what goes
can
on 100
examine.
kilometers up.
But
No, we
okay,
don't.
hold on
We
a
don't
second
know
here,
shit.
please.
You're
If we
lying
can
now.
just,
You're lying.
if we can keep the observation local so that we can understand this better, right?
We're
From my
trying, yeah,
understanding, right, a car tire requires it to exert
Yep.
forces on all sides equally. This is why there's the sidewall of the tire. It has steel ribs
Right.
along the wall and allowing it to stand upright. So if there's something different with that, I can understand that, you know, it on a cold day, the pressure reading one thing, your TPMS sensor being on, and then you driving for maybe 10, 20 kilometers and the TPMS sensor.
I think you're
going off
overcomplicating
because-
it.
No,
No, he's not.
I know I'm exemplifying my point in a very finite way in saying that once you get rolling for 10 kilometers, the tire heats up and the TPMS sensor goes off.
That's correct.
All right, I think you're overcomplicating it for
No, it's not.
yourself,
He's
right?
showing you temperature differential, bro.
It's very
No,
simple.
I'm
It's very
attacking.
simple.
No, and this is unfortunate, and I'll withdraw after this because I'm actually
God.
attempting, as your student, right, to be intellectually honest with you and illustrate the points that you're pointing out in your
Yeah,
observations.
but I don't want you to confuse it or bog it down.
Finish. Thanks. My point in this is saying I'm attempting to provide real observations to help you steelman what you're presenting, and you're doing a horrible job, I may say, in coming back to me with fair rebuttals. Thanks for listening, though.
Well, you're supposed to be
Yeah,
steel manning.
isn't
If you're
your,
steel manning, I don't need to
chart
rebut
there,
it.
Jekyll? Isn't
I'm
that
s-
C in your chart
the
there,
rebut
Jekyll?
if
Yeah,
he's
Jekyll,
steel.
why are you flipping out, dude? I'm just
If
asking. Is that
he's-
C in your chart representing temperature or not?
The
chart you
red
keep
red
showing.
line represents pressure. There's another one
No,
with a blue
the
line that
T.
represents temperature.
Okay, the column T does represent temperature. Okay.
Okay. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, no, I'm not rebutting if you're trying to steelman. I'm actually just saying that you're making it more complicated than it needs to be. I'm just
really wasn't,
saying,
though. I followed, no
based
problem.
on the argument, which is to say that you can't have a vacuum next to denser atmosphere without the atmosphere wanting to expand into the vacuum of space, which
No
is basically the argument, then you have to look up in altitude and see what's actually going on up there. It's not, we don't have to use
Go right up there
analogies.
and tell us.
Analogies can go out the window. We're just going to be directing straight to the point,
Go ahead.
which I've
You
done.
get up there and show us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've done it in the graphs.
You have on a graph. Good job.
Yeah, I personally
So,
went up
let
there.
us
yeah.
get back into reality real quick, and you need container.
So just to confirm,
Just
I've
resetting the claim.
presented 3D objects, which the car tire would be a 3D object, yet you come back with a, quote, paper, which is a two-dimensional object in order to illustrate what's happening.
This is bad rhetoric.
This is an unfortunate position that we're in, folks.
Well, this is bad
And
rhetoric,
I do
Killian.
believe that the globe is dead. We can bow our heads for a moment of silence.
Killian, you can't dismiss the evidence I've given you on account of the fact that you think you want to make an analogy. Look, the evidence is concrete. Your analogy is you trying to articulate what I'm saying in a different way. I don't want you to do that. I didn't ask you to do that. The evidence is the evidence, and you need to stop.
That's not concrete. It's
about
like
now?
pressure and temperature. That's not made of concrete. I mean, you can make concrete.
Basic argumentation. There's no problem here.
Yeah, Jekyll, the evidence you provided us is a gradient.
Yes, a gradient.
There you have
But at what stage does, if you listen to the other guy down at the bottom, he says that if you open a vacuum in that place, that the air will gradually fill that vacuum. The vacuum is the problem here, right? At what low
Yes,
pressure?
it is.
That's an option A. That's an option A problem, right?
No, that's in your world with the globe problem.
Yes, option A, right? And Mr. Killian's diffusing. Mr. Killian's trying to dismiss it because he wants to make an analogy. I mean, that's not how argumentation works. I don't have to accept your analogy.
You can't have gas pressure without a container. My God.
The data is the data, and my argument is simple.
The data is just a gas pressure gradient.
Exactly.
Yes, but at what stage it reaches a medium vacuum?
Doesn't reach a vacuum.
But our point in this, Jackal, the point in all this, and you don't have to get emotional to match other people's emotion. That's just a poor debate tactic, honestly. From a standpoint of us observing this pressure, right? At again, hate to pander on it, but 14.7 down to the 10th decimal point. It's pretty substantial for us to actually come to a logical conclusion that necessitates an enclosure. I don't have to leave. You can wait. I don't have to leave the surface of the Earth in order to come to that conclusion, unfortunately. Thank you.
All right, Killian, I've gone through this at the very beginning of the argument. I said, right, that it's an inductive claim, and I granted you, on the surface of the Earth, you can take every observation to make your inference about what goes on in altitude. That was the very beginning. So appealing to what you can or can't do on the surface of the Earth when something different is going on in altitude would be retarded. Wouldn't
Here's
it,
the
Killian?
problem, right? So you're going to do this
It's
again,
inductive.
right?
It's not a
Here's the
necessary
problem with you, bro.
antecedent.
Here's the problem with you, bro. I told you now it's going to be 3 times. You can create a biodome and get yourself a fucking container and create a vacuum above it and do this shit for yourself, and you will find that gas pressure at any low gradient, what the fuck ever, if you open a hole into a vacuum, your shit is gonna leave.
Thank you. Option A. Thank you.
And so how do you not get that?
No, I get it. You're option A. You don't get it. That's the
There's
issue.
no option. This is reality.
Okay, I've got to make this clear for both of you because you both didn't hear the beginning of the argument clearly.
Oh, I heard.
I am granting on the surface of the Earth that whenever you have a vacuum, that high pressure will move to low pressure. That is granted to you. I'm not going to talk about heavy gas or anything like that. That could go into the bin for all I care, right? And to appeal to that, to say, well, all of this stuff over here means that has to happen up there, when what's happening up there is different based on the data I've shown you from what's going on down here, would be problematic reasoning to say the least. I'm destroying the induction with data. Do you get it, you two?
I'm sorry.
Right.
The point of the argument.
Your paper, dude, here's the thing. Take the paper, roll it up nice and tight, because I know you got a tight little asshole, and shove it up there, brother.
Oh my God.
Because you're a fucking idiot.
If only you
Sorry,
knew.
Jedi.
It's alright, Dave.
But I've heard enough.
Okay.
This dude is a fucking idiot.
It's just you two don't get the argument. It's like everyone else gets it except for you two.
Dude, I
Tell
get
it-
your
tell it
stupid
how it is,
bullshit argument, and I've told you 6 times now how to
Yeah, but
overcome
you're
it.
just
Are
repeating
you ready?
yourself as if I didn't get it the first time.
Here's the sixth time, right? Make a biodome, put a vacuum up above it, and put some gas pressure in there, create a gradient, pop a hole while you're standing in there and see how good you're going to breathe.
Really didn't
when
hear my
all
response,
your air
did you?
goes into the vacuum. Of course you have to overtalk me at the end. Good
I've already,
job.
yeah, but you've already said it and I've already responded to it. I'm
Yeah,
granting you
responded
on the
with
surface of the Earth that
absolute
happens.
stupidity.
But what's happening on the surface is different than what's happening up there. Do you understand?
No, I'm an idiot.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I don't understand gradient. I don't understand how this shit works. I don't.
But you're
understand
saying
how
if you pop a
fucking
hole
vacuums
in a
work.
vacuum,
Hey,
the high pressure will move to low pressure.
Fucking digressing.
You're making my argument for
gradient.
me.
Here you go. I'm on a spinning water ball with an infinitely digressing gradient.
In a linear relationship, yeah.
There you go. Oh, that's your claim. I'm on a spinning water ball with a infinite digressing gradient.
Sure.
That's your argument. Yep.
Not an argument, that's a claim. A set of
That's
claims,
your
actually.
claim, argument, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's retarded.
Okay. I mean, your counter argument
Prove it.
is giving me my is
Try to
making my
prove it.
case for me though.
Here's the thing, right? I gave you a way to prove what I'm saying. I gave you a way to go make this experiment because you're a hotshot. You're the Globe Force 6, right? You guys got enough money. You can go over there, get yourself a little biodome, put yourself a fucking vacuum chamber above it, get in that motherfucker and poke a hole, bitch.
Yeah, you're making my case. You're option A. Thank you.
Oh, for God's
Finally.
sake.
So if you're option A, by the way, if you're option A, this is the problem for you now.
That's the way gas
As
works.
soon as I show you a vacuum next to higher pressure, and that higher pressure doesn't want to move into the vacuum, you're an option A guy. You granted it, right? And there's no container to separate that effect. Then you're going to have to accept that there is evidence of absence of a container, right? Thank you. You've given me that. Yeah, that's what you've just given me. Option A gives me that.
Here's
Right?
what I
Option
just
B
gave
gives
you,
me space. Option A gives me evidence of absence, and option C
Here's what I just
gives
gave
me
you.
a force. Right?
Okay, here's what I just gave you. Other than this, I don't know what you're talking about. You create a biodome.
Is he going to say it again?
Yes, I am, because you don't get it.
I get it.
Now,
I think you're making me
create
very
a
happy that you're
biodome
getting.
and you understand how to do. No, you're just going to overtalk me. I get it. You create a biodome with the knowledge and understanding of how to do it, because it's been done many times. Things grow out the ass. It's incredible. It's really incredible. Then you plant yourself in that motherfucker after you put a vacuum above that biodome, because now you're going to open it up. We're not even going to spin. We're not even going to spin you. Nope. We're just going to open the motherfucker, and all your gas is going to leak into the vacuum, and you are going to die of suffocation in your biodome. At that
Option
point.
A. Thanks for option A.
Reality.
You're an option A kind of guy, right?
Dude,
because when you
it's
say that, and I show you that,
reality.
when you say that, and I show you that doesn't happen in altitude, then we have evidence of absence. That's the problem with taking option A.
Because we're
Thank you
fucking
for giving me that.
contained.
But no, because the graph shows you that there's a pressure that goes to medium vacuum, which you say would not be possible on the surface of the Earth
Wow. Okay.
without the
Whatever you say,
air
bro.
high pressure escaping to low pressure.
Whatever you say, bro.
Ah,
At this
thank
point, I don't give a fuck.
Take that as a concession.
whatever they
I'll
want.
take Killian as a doesn't know how to argue that. I wouldn't
You know
take it as a
what?
concession.
I hope to God Crit is listening to me right now, and everybody else who fucking says this is
I'm
on
listening.
account of. I'm fucking with you, bro. This is on account of other people who are coming in and seeing what a fucking idiot you are. Because I am not going to continue.
Yeah, dude. Please again to stick to my point. Please don't poison my well and tell me why I disengage with you. You're just an intellectually dishonest person. That's all.
I don't think I'm being dishonest. I'm telling you what my argument is.
You're an idiot. You're a fucking
This
liar,
guy is
bro.
an option A guy,
You're
which
a
is
fucking
fine.
troll. Dude,
Well, you
you're a
just.
fucking
I think
troll.
you're struggling to follow the argument. I'm not trying to
Dude,
be
I came in
mean.
here 2 days ago and I fucking marked you as a troll.
I'm
Because
not
that's
troll.
what you are. You're a troll, and the whole goddamn GF fucking bullshit.
Just
You're
engage
all
with the
trolls.
argument. Don't bother with all this
I
other stuff.
told you. You're telling me I'm option A, option. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because you didn't know what I'm saying. You don't get it.
Okay.
Killian, right? The only issue with
Yeah.
Killian's
Let's move
argument,
to
Killian's
another dude,
rebuttal,
because you just got destroyed, you fucking asshole.
that is definitely how no one else sees it in the room. But Killian, your response.
Okay, bro.
The issue
Bring
with
it.
your response, if I may, just really quickly, is that
I wish I could
again,
mute your
when you
fucking
give an
dumb ass,
analogy,
but I can't.
and I'm saying that the analogy is, I mean, you're trying to steal me, you said, so you're trying to represent my argument based on what you can do on the surface of the Earth. But I'm telling you to ignore that. I'm going to grant you every observation on the surface of the Earth. It's irrelevant to my argument. Your analogy is not helpful.
Right, but you can understand that if you're attempting to demonstrate or reinforce something by taking it to a place that we have yet to determine actually exists, i.e. being able to prove that this pressure grading exists some amount of distance away from the surface, we can't go there, right? We can't.
I'll run into that issue that when I meet a flat earther that says you can't go 62 miles up, because students from South California went up over
You're a
100
liar.
kilometers.
You're a liar.
And then
Nobody's ever gone
I've never met a
basically
flat earther that says you can't go 100 kilometers up. Not yet, anyway. Unless you want to be
I don't
that
know
guy.
about kilometers. I know about 40 miles or so, right?
You think you can't go up 40 miles?
You're talking about I think you're talking about the Go Fast rocket that says it
No.
went like 73 miles
No,
and
no,
saw
no,
the
don't
moon
go
or
back.
something.
No.
That's not
I'm
that
talking
one.
about climbing mountains.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
I've got one
I'm
from
talking
South
about climbing-
California from 2019.
Let's talk
I've also
about
got the V2 rocket
mountains.
as well.
Let's talk about mountains that are physical and we can know what happens when we climb a fucking mountain.
Yo, Harp, dude,
Jesus
take the
Christ.
pressure, man.
Sorry, Jedi, bro, but look at, man, these guys are
Seriously,
fucking milking
relax.
my fucking shit.
I know. Just take a breath, dude. I'm enjoying you being here, man. Seriously, just take a breath.
Thanks, bro. So look at, now we're in a rocket.
Harp,
Which
don't
one
take
of you
a
guys
breath.
have gone
Keep
in a
going.
rocket? Which one of you guys have gone in a rocket? None of us, none of you. Okay. Now let's climb a mountain. How high are we going with the mountain and what's the gradient up there? Have you gone there and done that and tested that? No. So let's now parrot what everybody else says that is promoting the globe. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead and promote the globe.
The SoCal demonstration 2019 was done by a group of students, right? Not NASA wasn't there, all right?
Yeah, what happened?
No, they sent a rocket up past 100 kilometers.
Can you translate that into miles, please? Because I'm over there in the
65 miles is about 100 kilometers.
Okay. So I heard that Go Fast went about 73 miles up. I can't verify that, but I've heard that they've gone as far as 73. That's about it. I can't verify that.
Okay,
So
but I'm
what's your
talking.
point?
Yeah. Well, I'm
Okay,
not
so-
saying.
Well, what's your point? So going to altitude, going up a mountain, launch it. Like, what's your point in all
And
that?
how did we get the pressure gradient out of a
Talking
rocket?
to me or
Real
him?
quick.
Because he's saying you can't go up more than 40 miles. I'm saying a group of students did it in 2019 and went up 65 to 100 kilometers.
Okay, and I just fucking agreed that I saw something that went supposedly 73. Can you prove it? And what's your point? Why are you going backwards?
The proof of it. Oh, I could show you. I could show you the article.
How are you going
about
to
it.
prove pressure gradient with a fucking rocket?
Well, actually, that's a good question. We can get into that,
job.
and we can put that to one side, because the first thing is with the SoCal thing, right? Is that when the rocket went up, this was done by a group of students. It's an amateur experiment that you can go and ask the
I'm sure
university
you
or
guys
the
are gonna
students
get
about,
some
or
good
read a
sound out
paper
of that.
about it. There is a paper about it.
Yeah, of course there is.
And you can go look into that. I mean, if you think you can't go 100 kilometers, I rarely meet a flat earther who ever says that, but that's a new one. If you want to know how they measure pressure, right? In 1959, they use a Phillips
one of the early
ionization
visual
gauge to send it up in altitude to. And I don't like to use this example because they actually went up 220.
How do they measure
They went
the pressure?
220. I just told you the tool they use. 220 kilometers. I don't usually like to. I always say 100 kilometers. I want to be fair, right, and say nearer rather than further. They went on 220
How do they
kilometers.
measure the
There's a
pressure
paper
up
on
in
that
the
as well. I can show you if you want.
Can you just answer a question? How do they measure the pressure at 60 miles? How do they do it?
So they use a.
60
Well,
miles
in
up.
this case, in the Viking 7 rocket experiment, they use a Phillips ionization gauge.
Really? How's that work?
Oh, I don't know the physics of it. You'll have to ask
Good
you have to read
job.
the
So
paper.
let's just
You'll have
get
to read the
rid of
paper
that.
about it.
And let's talk about an altimeter, right? How does that measure pressure?
I don't know the physics of it.
Okay, so what the fuck are you doing here?
What do you mean? I've just debunked your entire argument based on
Really?
what's
So
been
you don't
reported
know
to us by
anything about what you're talking
universities.
about, and you think you're debunking?
Universities doing
Are you
this.
out of your mind?
As far as I'm aware, with an altimeter,
need help.
some of them base it off when it squeezes the crushing of the altimeter
You
under
need help,
pressure.
bro. You need to go
And
get
you're
fucking,
saying because I couldn't tell you all the different ways an altimeter measures pressure.
your claim. You
In this
goddamn
case,
better
it's
know better than
squeezing
I do.
the can.
Are you kidding
the tin.
me? You don't know as well as a flat earther knows. You're
You haven't
just
actually.
gonna
Okay,
ferret bullshit?
how does an altimeter work then?
Measures what?
How does the altimeter work?
You tell me.
I'm saying it squeezes it.
You're the guy who told me about all this measurement.
So you're not going to
shit.
answer
You
the
told me.
question.
Fuck you! I'm not. Going
I'm
up
basing
your
this off
fucking-
a university
you think you're
experiment.
gonna help me? You were fucking
I've told
trained?
you
Are
what
you
tool
out
they
of your
use.
mind?
I'm basing off a
Chris,
university
you're too
experiment.
stupid to
What tool they
understand
used,
how to
how far they
do it.
went up, the year it happened, the rocket they used, and you're saying, well, you can't tell me what an altimeter is. And I said it squeezes it, right? Squeezes it to measure the
Squeezes
pressure.
what? You stupid motherfucker. How does an altimeter
The pressure gauge. Like there's like a tin thing attached to it.
Look it up. Very good. Very good.
I actually already knew this, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't know if it was right.
Lying motherfucker.
Manufacturer was there yesterday.
Pressure.
We talked about it
Now,
yesterday.
How do they measure the pressure? What do they use? What did they put in
A
that fucking
Phillips
altimeter?
ionization gauge.
I'm sorry. What do they use in that altimeter?
A Phillips ionization gauge.
Which consists of what?
Consists of. Do you want me to name the parts?
Mercury,
Nuts,
you
bolts,
dumbass.
nuts.
Mercury, you dumbass.
Mercury. Dumbass. It doesn't matter. Listen, the point is
No, it
that they
doesn't
did this
matter now.
experiment.
Dude, you understand how fucking stupid
Yes,
you are to make
you're
a claim
just
and
you're
not
just
know
doing
anything
what you're
about it?
doing is an on the spot fallacy. You're trying to catch me
guy who
out, right?
told you
You're
what
trying to
your
catch me
claim
out
was.
on can I name every part of a Phillips ionization gauge? And if I can't, then I'm wrong, right?
Dude,
No,
it's Mercury.
listen.
It's a
There's a
fucking
paper on it. It was done in 1959 by the Viking 7 rocket, and it happened.
reading now?
They
Good job.
use that tool. And they use that
job,
tool.
you're reading
I've told you all the parts you need to know, and
told me
you're trying to
nothing until
find
now you're
one
reading
gap in my knowledge to try and debunk me. But that won't work here because we use
My God,
arguments.
You know what? When I asked you the question, you didn't know how to answer it. Over the time passed, you were looking it up, and you read.
I actually answered it immediately after you started complaining
you
about me
did
not telling you.
No, you did not.
I'll roll back the clip.
I'm pretty sure this is being recorded too.
Yeah, I'll get the clip. I'll see. Basically, what happened was, Harp, because you were talking over me, you said, "How does it work?" And I said, "I don't know." But then you started to
There you
go, "Oh, he doesn't know." But while you were doing that, I said it squeezes the container, the altimeter, right? And that's how it measures pressure, right?
Squeezes what?
The
don't
fucking
still don't
altimeter. There's like a tin thing it squeezes.
The fuck? What does the altimeter consist of? What is in that motherfucker to measure?
But I said that as you were complaining,
Oh,
and then you
good
said, "Oh, I was googling it. I was googling it." Maybe if you shut your toothless mouth and listened, you'd know.
Wow, bro. Now we're gonna consort to ad homs. Good job. I haven't called you an idiot in a while, so.
Yeah, in a while. But you did do an on the spot fallacy where you're trying to dismiss my argument on
because
account
you
of
are an idiot.
me being able to tell you everything about an altimeter.
Dude, if you know how shit works, you better tell me about how it works.
I'm telling you what the experiment was. The
If
test.
I claim about a motor in a car, I better know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, but look, I've told you the test and you're trying to get out of it. You're trying to run away and talk
No,
about
I fucked
bullshit
you up
things
and
like,
you backed
can you
out.
name every part of an altimeter? Which is irrelevant to my argument.
Dude, it's
That didn't
irrelevant.
sound
Yeah, okay.
Honestly, that's.
It fucked you up
didn't
and you
take
backpedaled.
him saying that. I wanted him. I thought he was asking you how it worked. That's what he was asking. How does it work?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then when I
asked
say
you,
it squeezes
what the fuck
it.
is in the altimeter
There you
that
go.
makes it work? And you
Right, there
couldn't
you go.
answer.
Oh, you mean so you're just asking for mercury then? Look at this on the spot fallacy.
So here he goes, right? After I told him Mercury, right? Come on, dude.
Well, when I say how it works, I'm talking about it squeezing it, and it measures pressure that way.
whatever.
I
So
can't
you
remember
don't know
exactly
what
how
the
it does
fuck
it.
you're talking-
It's
Dude,
irrelevant to my
you
argument.
just proved that you have no clue what you're saying.
My argument is still holding right now. You haven't debunked the argument. You're trying to get me with an on-the-spot fallacy.
I did debunk the argument.
You were an option A guy the entire time.
Don't tell me what option I am. I'm a
And you
realist.
granted me,
I'm telling you
unless
the
you think
reality of what the fuck happened, and
you
what they
granted me
said-
evidence of absence.
I didn't grant you a goddamn thing.
Look,
Except for
this
you're
is the
a fucking
point.
moron.
The reason why the on-the-spot fallacy fails, right, and this is why you can't do it, is because my argument is still standing, right? No matter,
On-the-spot
you can ask me,
fallacy.
you can ask me what time of day they did this test, and I might not remember it. I actually do. It was 11
Dude,
o'clock. But
when you're
even if I
talking
didn't,
about an
even if I
altimeter-
didn't, it doesn't make my argument false, does it?
When you're talking about how the fuck they got the altitude, you have to know how the fucking altimeter works. You had to
They
look it
know.
up.
They know.
You had to look it up.
They know. That's
They
the
know.
important thing.
So
The data they give me is me
Everything you're
is
telling me
conveying.
based on a belief.
It's based on the
They
data
know.
they've conveyed to me.
They know. Therefore, I believe they are my God. And here we are at my
That is
religion.
based on the data they've conveyed to me. And if you deny the data
Bullshit.
because you don't want to believe it for no reason whatsoever, based on
Dude,
whether
I used to
deny the
believe
data.
it, you fucking retard.
If they know how an altimeter works, they know how it works, they know how to build a rocket, they know how to send it up, and you're going to say it's not true because I can't tell you what an altimeter does? That doesn't make any sense. That's your religious belief.
Please shut up. Please shut
How many priests did you have to ask to get these poor, shitty arguments?
Please shut the fuck up, you idiot. I used to believe all the same crap. You are still fucking throwing at me. Christianity.
Look, I expect better from QE.
Oh, good God. You can't let me finish, right? Can you? Because you're a fucking lying asshole piece of shit. Now, I went through all this fucking bullshit. And I used to believe that it was all fucking real and true. The next thing you know, I got called out. I dismissed it. I waited until I was confronted to the death and realized, fuck. You my friend, cannot do that.
Your entire, I don't need your entire life story.
You, my friend, cannot do that.
Yeah, I don't need your life story. I need you to engage with the argument and the data. If you don't want to do that, then concede.
You fucking idiot.
Have you
I'm just the messenger.
Show me proof, you fucking jackass motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm the messenger.
You're very angry.
I'm the conveyor. I'm the builder of the argument and the conveyor of the data. I'm giving you the proof.
What?
I've cited the data. I've told you where it's from. I told you who measured the pressure.
Yep.
And all you're doing is saying, "Tell me what an altimeter is." I don't care. I don't care. The argument stands. You're an option A. You're an option A guy, and 2, you are denying the data because you don't want to believe it. That's what it is.
You're an idiot. That's a fact.
Okay, I'll take that as a concession. Thank you.
Yep, that's a concession. Yeah, right. Reality. I'm going to concede that my reality is bullshit.
Yes,
You're
you have to really.
Goddamn fuck all. I'm category A. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, you're a category A flat earther.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. How's that? You have not proved a fucking thing about your sphere.
The sphere? We're talking about a container.
Categorized, motherfucker. What?
We're talking about a container right now, not a sphere.
I'm sorry.
Talking
We
about a
not have the
container.
discussion about an infinite container with your fucking sphere?
No, I didn't even
Okay,
reference
I'm
a sphere.
done. I'm done.
In fact, I said that you can have no container on a flat Earth.
Nah, this is how it's going to work right now. Fuck you, I'm done.
Oh, is that a concession? Oh, I think it's a concession.
No, it surely is not. What it is I have a fucking headache because you're retarded beyond belief.
It's because I'm making your brain work more than it's worked in the last 30 years.
Fucking, I wish I could mute your dumb ass, but I can't. So if anybody
My brain's
else
fine,
wants-
by the way.
If anybody
Barely
else
used
wants to
any
take on
muscles,
this
asshole,
fucking
to do this.
idiot, if anybody else wants to try and talk to this fucking idiot, have fun. He has proven nothing. He has said nothing except for just dog shit. And you can make
Why
that's
don't you
cool.
actually
That's
entertain
awesome.
his argument?
Dude, that's nothing what I look like, but that is how I feel, brother. Because when you talk bullshit, dude, I'm gonna be 60 fucking 4 years old in 13 days. You think you're gonna talk bullshit to me? I don't think so.
And in that 64 years, did you go up or down in intelligence?
Way up.
Curious.
Way up.
Sure, maybe years of drug abuse.
Why don't you challenge me, jackass? Instead of ad-homing me,
I'm
fuck all,
concerned
get back.
about your
Let's talk about some shit, jerk off.
So blood
Stop
pressure is
ad-homing
my
me and ask me some stuff, ball fucker. You like to fuck your balls at night?
All right,
Is it
guys,
that tight?
you've got to remember
Come on,
that we are live
motherfucker, I'm
streaming
gonna
on
fuck you,
YouTube,
man.
my friend, so keep it dialed back just a bit. I don't mind the passion and stuff, but he's got to be watchable by children as well. So please, please.
Bro, keep it going, Jedi, please.
I mean, just engage in the
Can you
conversation.
unmute Harp? Dude, you have to unmute him, please.
Oh, I haven't muted him. I didn't do that.
Please
I haven't done
unmute
that.
him. Unmute him,
muted
please.
himself.
Yeah, I didn't mute him in the first place, but I will unmute him. No problem. Give me a second.
I mean, blood pressure though is a real thing. I mean,
Stop
Dude,
ad
yeah, I
hominem.
mean, unmuting him is kind of like a safety hazard.
All right, engage in the conversation, Blake.
he is very upset.
Oh, he's just looking for proof of people's
What's the
claims.
matter, little babies? Is it too much for you little guys with your emotions? Take your fucking emotions to the lotions and get some tissues for your fucking issues. And
Just one
back
thing I
the
was saying.
fuck off and sit the fuck down.
No ageism. Okay, that's a TOS violation. Age
Is it
is a
actually?
protected. Yeah,
It
it's a protected
is.
social class.
No, it's not.
Finally.
Are you being
Ageism-
serious?
What?
Are you being serious or no?
Yeah, TOS is serious.
What's ageism?
Age is not a
Nobody.
fucking social class.
Yeah. Sorry.
What is
God,
bro
man,
talking
it's really,
Also,
it's really
if it
crazy
is-
having to do this.
I think Generation Z should be the most protected, to be honest.
What is ageism? What's that?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It's like
It's discrimination.
Yeah, no, hold
based-
on.
it's like
I'll-
the shape of the earth. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, here I'll bust it down for you. Here, this is something that way. If when you get muted for doing it again, you'll know why.
Wait, if I say someone's a child, is that ageism?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I tell them to go clean their room, is that ageism?
Harp has to be the funniest flat earther on this earth.
Social class is racism. Now everyone's confused.
Do you just
I
say
don't
this
understand.
earth?
Yeah.
Harp, I just want to let you know, man, you're a flat Earth legend, dude. Putting on the
I agree.
best entertainment
I
I've
agree.
ever
Dude,
seen.
listen,
agree.
listen, right? I just went to the bathroom and I was thinking, like, man, I'm fucking losing it over here because I haven't done
Okay,
this.
yeah, hold on, Harp.
Dude, I haven't done this in a while, man, and I'm just fucking, you know what I mean?
Here,
It's all
California
coming out.
I mean, you misconstrue. Like, I am seriously concerned.
Also,
about-
protected classes are races, color, okay, religion, sex, gender. Where is age?
Yeah, hold on.
What
It,
are you guys
it
talking
didn't
about?
say it.
We're saying age is a protected class.
Listen,
mean?
listen. I think I am a
Bullshit.
protected
Here we
class,
go.
That
you
is
will
bullshit.
respect me, and
Here's
you
a
will
better. Here's a better one right here. These are the things you
Race.
can't do. You can't attack someone. All these are protected social classes. Your identities. You can't even other identities too. So you got race, color, religion, sex, including
That's
pregnancy,
employment
sexual
discrimination.
You're
orientation.
talking about
Wait,
employment, though,
Yeah,
bro.
these are protected
What
social
if I
Applicants
classes.
and employment.
Hold on. What if
You're
I
talking about
identify as
jobs,
the
right?
correct person in this argument?
This
Is
is
that
jobs,
protected?
though, bro. This is
Yeah,
employment.
you can identify as that.
Seriously?
There's no problem.
That,
Yeah,
those are applicants. That doesn't apply to Discord.
Is it
No, it
protected?
doesn't. This is job shit, man. This is employment.
Hey, Crit, if I say identify as the correct person in this argument, is that a protected class?
no, that wouldn't be a
Dude.
protected class.
Dude, here's the thing, right?
Right.
You're automatically.
But it would be your
I don't
identity.
care- okay, Crit.
Okay, so
hold on,
Crit,
right?
you kind of made up the. You kind of made it
Okay,
up.
Yeah,
guys,
but you just said
wait.
identities need to be respected. Is that not a respected
Yeah.
identity?
Look at okay.
You want to be
hold on,
just
right?
say that you identify as the right person in an argument, and you got that's how you identify. So that'd
but
be
isn't
your that's
according to
your
TOS?
worldview. So now you'll know
Yeah,
that is. Yeah, hold on a second here.
Aren't identities protected according to TOS?
Yeah,
Shit.
identities are protected.
But that's
Bullshit.
right.
That just.
That's
But
not-
but you do realize it says applicants and employees, right?
Bullshit. Yes, absolutely. That's what it says. Now look
So
at.
why is Crit making this about Discord? What is this?
No, come
And
on,
you
man.
said
Stop.
TOS in terms of service, but this has nothing to do with
Dude,
Discord.
people are
so.
prejudiced. I don't give a fuck. If you deny anyone in here, if you deny that you're prejudiced, you're a liar. Okay.
Okay,
'Cause
here
you-
we go. This is what we'll
You
do
will
right here.
take one look at someone and you will judge them immediately. And then when they
Yes,
start
and?
speaking their knowledge, you will judge them again. And
Yes, and?
in order for them to come and get employment in your job, like I used to do this because I was a builder for a long time. And I had these motherfuckers, and if they were stupid, they wouldn't be working for me. You know? So you have a prejudice. You can't get away from judgment in your own
But
mind.
that is not
And if you
Discord
say
TOS.
that I
Okay,
don't
we
judge
remove
people, you're a
content
liar.
promoting violence or hatred against individuals
Yeah,
or
you wouldn't
groups
let me
based on
finish.
any
That's
of the
cool.
following
That's cool.
attributes: age,
So we're
Cool, you
on
wouldn't let me
YouTube right
finish,
now.
bro.
Yeah, Harp, hold on. We're on YouTube right now, so YouTube guidelines. I'm sure I'll find it in Discord too. This is right here.
There is none.
Right. Well, I'm just
Age,
trying to say
caste,
everybody's
disability,
prejudiced. I'm
ethnicity,
not saying
gender,
anything wrong, bro.
race. All these things are protected social classes. If there's
Right,
hate
but everybody's
speech being
prejudiced. That's what I'm
broadcast,
saying.
it'll shut it down. So that's right there. Age, number one, the very first one. I'll find it in Discord terms of service too. I'm sure there's
Right, well, I'm
something
not
very
trying to
similar.
say any of that, bro. I'm just trying to say that if you deny being prejudiced, you're a liar. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to break any rules.
I'm not
I'm just
denying it. I'm
saying
embracing it.
People, right? I didn't write anything or say. I mean, that's how.
But there
people
isn't
are,
hatred or
bro.
violence against these groups. It's just
Yeah, well, that gets
like calling
crazy.
someone
That's
old.
extremist. Yeah.
Listen,
that gets
what if I say, okay, because you're too old, you're not gonna fucking talk in this debate? Is that ageism?
Because
That would just be an add-on.
We
That would
can
just
start
be an add-on. It wouldn't really
moving
be.
back
No,
to the subject
that's
of like
prejudice.
Earth,
No, that's
we can
prejudice.
start, yeah, we're going to start
Yeah.
moving back to the subject matter, not how and who
Yeah.
we can debate about it and what.
I'm just letting you know that if you break TOS and you get muted, don't cry about it later. It's very simple.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Bro
Got
made
that.
up his own TOS.
Yeah, but he called us all retards. Isn't that discrimination based on
No,
disability?
no, it's an adjective. It's not a noun, bro. When I use
that is
a
really- that
retard,
is kind
it's
of
an
offensive.
adjective, not a noun. Sorry.
Even if they're actually retarded, then.
I'm not talking
Let's
to
get
them.
back to flat Earth.
I'm using it as an adjective.
Okay,
that's
so I guess
discrimination.
all of those things are allowed.
Like,
Then.
if I called you a black, that's also an adjective.
No, that's a
Can you
noun.
just get back to flat Earth before I mute
Yeah,
all of you?
they're too gone. Just a simple thing about follow TOS turns into complete spiraling. Just like a total
I just
meltdown. They're like it's like holy shit, dude. Like, are you just like a cat, like a laser pointer with a cat? You just shine the laser pointer around, they just run around in circles. Like, holy fuck! You expect to have a conversation with people like that?
It's what the world's coming to. We don't respect the pronouns, bro.
The whole concept of this is about being a safe space for people to identify that their identities are safe, so they can learn something. If they feel like
No,
they're
it's not.
always if they feel like
No,
they're
it's
always
not.
under attack, if their
That's what
identities
you
don't,
think. Dude, here's the whole premise of these discords. It's to make people argue. The very definition of discord is to argue. Now, they monitor all this shit with their supercomputers and they know exactly who the fuck's saying what. That is the reason for all this.
The reason for what?
Yeah, that's the question. Johnny B is in the house, just so you know, guys. So I'm just saying, welcome. You're all welcome to say welcome to me.
What is it the reason for, Harp?
Well, let's get back to the subject matter, I guess.
Okay, the goal of this channel is to educate people on lots of topics and talk about epistemology. And if somebody feels like they're under attack, like they're threatened, they have some kind of victim status, that will be a barrier to learning. So the idea is to knock down as many barriers as possible, so the only excuse they have left for not being able to learn something is they're just fucking bricked. They ain't gonna learn it anyway. You can make it as safe and as open space as possible, but they ask questions and still can't even get past the first level, the very first part. Just remember Bloom's taxonomy. Just remember information presented to you. Then they know that is where they're at. They're just not going to ever get anything at all. Yeah, this is why, right here, I'll give you. This is why the college campus is set up the way it is. If a lot of you globalists ever get a chance to go to a college classroom, you'll learn this stuff right away. The very first day, they'll talk about these concepts. So right here, Bloom's taxonomy, the very first part, just be able to remember So some of these people have a completely open, free space for them to express their ideas, and they can't even get past remember. They've got no excuse.
Well,
None.
Why are you not telling them the Earth is measured flat? It's very simple.
Yeah, go ahead, John. You got the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. The very simple, so simple. The Earth is measured flat. Oh, how it is measured flat? Yeah, for navigation of celestial navigation, for example. Yeah, you can do it in many ways. But my favorite way to point it out is celestial navigation. And you cannot get any angle over vast area. Yeah, you cannot get any angle on a spherical Earth at all. That is just principle. It's just like it is. Nobody can say anything against it. How can we get the angle over spherical? No. How are we doing? How can we go from one place to other places, from A to B, like we have done through the years, if we are living on a spherical Earth and we are using angular measurement? That's impossible. Do you understand what I'm saying? And also, angular.
We all understand you, bro. We've been talking about angular all day.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I just come in, so maybe it's tiresome, but
Yeah, these guys want to circumnavigate off a curve, and we've been trying to ask them how you do that, and they can't tell us.
Okay, there is no answer. You cannot make any measurement of a spherical object and using angle. That's impossible.
They'll tell us, yes, you can, and then not show us. All day long, bro. Like, literally, I've been here for like 6 hours now. My God. I must say, I'm having a good time, bro. Good to see you too, man.
So I came in late and just kill it in the end. I didn't know that. Just saying.
It's all good. You're just backing up the whole fucking thing, bro.
Okay.
Nobody sent you a script, though, right?
No, I didn't know. I'm not
Of course
scripted. I'm a captain myself. I know how to navigate. Therefore, I will take this example.
Oh my God! I wish you would have been here earlier. Wow. Scott Mackey, who is now muted, was telling us how he could navigate off of curved Earth, but never did show us how.
Yeah, I didn't know, so I was not able to be in time. But I'm telling you guys, that's how it's done. Also, I will tell you some other things. If you get the 90 degrees, it's a 90. You get circular equal altitude, and circular equal altitude is the long way you are aiming to from the elevation angle. Then you are talking about thousands of miles of flatness. Thousands of miles of flatness.
No problem, bro, because it's 100 square miles, you know, local flat.
Yeah. And try to dream on, or say 38, 59 or something radius of the Earth. No, it isn't. It's impossible. You cannot have any radius of any sphere or 3959 like that. Yeah, 3959 maybe. I'm not saying this exactly, but close, maybe close, is the pattern of the sun that's going above the Earth, and that is a circle. So everything is about circle, not spherical. It's everything, all the measurement and everything is about circle.
What kind of chicken you making? What?
Do you understand what I say?
Nice.
It's about circle, not spherical.
Right. What do you got to say, Scott? Come back with some proof? Proofsies? Come on, baby.
Nobody can
come
say
back,
anything against Johnny B. That's impossible. Nobody's able to do it. I eat them. I eat them up.
Scott, I see you have your mic unmuted. We have a baited fucking ears or whatever. I'm sure you're going to bring proof of something.
Yeah, he's hiding. He know he cannot fight me. He really wants me out, so he can say.
Look at his mic is making noise now. He's getting closer to saying something.
Yeah, he won't, but he know he can't.
Yes, he will. He has balls of gold. And you know, Steve Vai made a song like that.
He's a fucking stupid fucking shit. Nobody of these guys can front me. And I was younger, I would just punch him in the fucking face.
Balls of gold, brother. Awesome tune. Awesome tune. Just go listen to that Balls of Gold tune right there.
They are fucking fried. They are chicken. Absolute chicken like a fried.
Hmm?
Yes.
God, come on, brother. Come on, man. Tear him up with your ball proof.
Yeah. Talk now. Oh, can you say something? Can you talk against Johnny B? No, you can't. Oh, you're a fucking shit. You have no fucking ability to do so. Do you know why? Because you are wrong and you are not strong.
Where do you live, Johnny B? You live over there in the
Iceland.
I'm living in a hotel now, and
in a hotel. Yeah, where?
In
a hotel where?
We have girls and everything. They take care of my illness and massage. And stuff. Yeah, I'm in Sweden.
You're in Sweden, okay.
You sound like Icelandic. Icelandic.
Yeah, but I came from Iceland. Yes.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So what?
I'm just looking really forward to Scott Mackey giving me some kind of proof other than, measuring a distance proves the globe.
He posted a video for you.
It's probably mowing his lawn.
Posted a video of Celestial Navigation Made Easy. Oh, I didn't even see that go by. Let's see what he does.
And Johnny B is always right on. I know everything about it. Just let us flow on. Is somebody here that say, I'm a baller, I have something to say about it? No, of course not, because they know they're wrong and they cannot. Nobody can. I know, and I'm a captain. I'm telling you how it's done. So, finito.
Johnny B, are you a flat earther or a glober?
It's just the obvious. Why are you asking me so stupid question? Why are you asking me so stupid question?
Okay, it took me about 10 seconds. And there you have it. What's he doing? He's taking angles from hell in the center of the earth in the equatorial plane, you dumb fuck. Oh, try again.
So Johnny's right. you cannot take angle.
Except he's not.
Spherical Earth. You
Except
have
he's
to have
not. So that picture that I
you have
just
to
showed
have
you
a-
is not what he's
a
doing.
base.
Nope.
You need a
Hold on, bro.
baseline.
Hold on, Johnny,
It's not.
Johnny, hold on a second, bro. So, Scott, the picture I just showed of the video that you gave me is not what it is.
Correct. It's not what it is.
Good job.
Well, if you're not bright enough to understand, it's not what it is. I don't know what to do with
so
you, man.
you see the circle in the center where he's
What do you have for
measuring
Michael?
angles
I have
from
to take it
hell,
down. It's too
and
high.
you're gonna deny it.
No, I'm not.
He's measuring
watch
literally
more
from
of
center.
it.
You're an idiot. He's
Watch
literally
more of
measuring
it.
from the center. Shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. He's literally measuring from the center of your fucking globe, you
Nope.
fucking retard.
He's not.
Oh, he's not.
No.
Anybody who sees the diagram here, hold on, I'll post it again.
Wait, is there a
What is this
line
again?
from the
What
center
is that?
to
What is that?
the outer edge?
Exactly.
Scott?
What the fuck is that? You fucking retard.
Watch the video. And he'll explain it.
I captured one shot in 10 seconds to prove you wrong.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't.
doing
And you
right
failed
there
miserably.
He's measuring angles from the center of the earth
No, he's
like
not.
he's in a big giant. Somebody just shut this fucking idiot up.
Yeah, I understand.
Wait,
It's
what's
frustrating.
the problem with that?
He's literally denying a fact that's in front of his face that he posted. He posted.
No, it's not funny at all. It's frustrating, and you're fucking just a genius
Frustrating.
boy.
He posted me the
You
video.
don't
I started
understand
watching the
what
video.
it's about.
Immediately, the
You're fucking
motherfucker
shit.
goes to the center of the earth. I take a little shot, and he says, "No, that's not what he's doing."
What's the issue with the line from the center of the earth?
Yeah, I have an issue from the line from the center of the earth.
Why? What's the issue?
The issue is exactly what I told you. He's measuring from the equatorial plane, which is the angles from hell in the center of your globe. You
Angles
have
from
no
hell?
idea what you're talking about. Please refrain from ever talking to me ever again. Thank you.
No, I'm asking for clarification.
He's quite right. Do you know what equatorial plane is about? Do you understand what he's trying to tell you about?
Not really, no.
No, he's an idiot.
The problem is it should never be
because you don't
depicted
know.
like that.
You don't know.
Because nobody's ever doing that in reality.
That's correct.
Why is
Whoever
it
said
depicted
that,
like that?
T-Dub,
Nobody's
that's
ever doing
correct.
what,
Nobody
T-Dub?
ever does that in reality. You're absolutely correct. Nobody ever stands on their boat and draws a fucking circle and uses a protractor because they'd all be lost and dead by the time that process went on. What they do is they use books and it tells them where the fuck they're at because it's all been recorded. You see? So nobody talking here understands how to fucking navigate the earth.
I do. Don't forget me, my brother.
Well, maybe you should watch the video.
Why? See that
maybe-
somehow the center of the earth, the angles from hell, are not what I'm telling you?
Yes.
Maybe I'm the only one.
If you watch the video, you'd
Give
see
me
that.
right to tell you how it's done. I'm the fucking.
This idiot doesn't know how it's done. He just shows you videos. He doesn't even understand what the fucking video is telling you.
Well, at least I watched it.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You posted this video and you don't even know what he's telling you.
No, I do.
You're
I
a
do. You
fucking
don't.
dude. You are an idiot squared.
You should watch it. So you should too, T-Dub. It'd be
I
good.
started
It's good. It's a
watching
good video.
it, idiot.
No,
Brainless.
but finish
fucktard.
watching it.
Dude, you don't have a brain. Why would I fucking entertain anything you have to say?
Well, it's not me. It's him, right? He's the one you're saying is wrong.
Dude, you're fucking show. This is now your claim. So don't say it's him. This is now your fucking claim that I just pounced on and destroyed. You're just saying, no, you didn't. And that's not how it works. Blah, blah, blah. You haven't shown a goddamn thing except for you destroyed yourself Retarded fucking idiot.
So, are you saying that his claim is invalid because nobody measures angles from the center of the Earth?
That's correct.
But we know that.
Yeah.
He's not doing that.
What's
in the
your
video.
refutation to that, Scott?
Not only that, but
No,
his
that's not what he,
claim
that's
is
not
that
what he
you
does in the
don't
video.
need the
He does
center of
not
the
measure
Earth.
angles from the center of the Earth in the video.
What does he do then?
He measures them from the horizon. With
No,
a
he
sextant.
doesn't.
Babies.
Oh, yeah,
take it
that's
easy.
right.
You have,
Hold on,
how
hold on.
you
Dude,
can take
wait,
ankle?
listen
You
to
cannot
what he
take
just said.
ankle of a circle.
Johnny. Please repeat that, Scott.
He measures them from the horizon with a sextant.
Or from the horizon. Very good. Very good. Well done. Go ahead, Johnny. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will just say, babies. You're all babies in my mind, and I am the old guy, and I have been all over the places. I know how to navigate. I know what you really have to do. Okay, but so you just understand. I'm not somebody on the internet behind the keyboard. I am the real guy, and you really have to answer me. And I'm telling you how it is done. And if you say something else, I will just left. So take it easy, man. I'm telling you, you cannot take any angle over a long distance over a spherical Earth. That's impossible. You need a baseline.
That's correct. Very good. Well done.
180.
A drunken,
I'm 180.
drunken
And
Johnny
180
B.
is
As I
also
told
a
you earlier,
degree.
man.
It's
I'm
also
literally
a
drinking Johnny B, which is weird. Oh, Johnny B's
Yeah, and Johnny B is the best. Always the best.
That
That's
explains the fits of rage. You're
Oh,
mean.
does that
Always
explain the
right.
fits of rage?
Some of us are happy drunks.
Other than you
Others are mean
wanted me to
drunks.
piss. Other than you,
I can eat guys like you to
dude,
breakfast.
seriously,
That's
you're an
very easy.
idiot.
I don't care enough about you to want you to do anything, man.
I don't care enough about
yeah.
Wait, so Scott, if he's using the horizon for measuring the angles, what does that prove exactly?
There you go.
It proves how
because
social
you
navigation
don't
works. That's all I was
understand
showing,
what
is how
you're
social
talking about.
navigation
You're
works
just
on a
talking.
sphere.
Johnny, calm
It can
down.
only
Bro.
work on a sphere.
The flat horizon can only work on a sphere. Are you retarded?
You're talking with
It can't be a flat horizon
This
for.
motherfucker is literally retarded. He's
You know, you have to
mentally
mark.
fucked
You have
up.
to mark the time, and
Well,
we use the
the demonstration he's
almanac.
giving can only
The
work on a
almanac.
sphere.
The almanac.
What he's talking about cannot work on a.
I'm telling you
Calm
how
down,
it is
bro.
done.
Oh, fuck, Johnny's here.
I know everything about it, but you guys don't know
Hey,
anything.
Johnny,
about it.
calm down, bro. We're trying to figure out how Scott thinks because he really doesn't.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the most information that you need is in the almanac, but you have to have some information.
Well, he's telling me how
to use the almanac.
Look at, he's telling me how celestial navigation works.
Why do you think the almanac have the position in every fucking time where the sun is, in every time, in every position? It's because it has been taken down over a long time.
Okay,
And therefore
some moderation is probably going to be needed.
Never be able to put it down.
Johnny,
in the tables.
Johnny,
Tables.
Johnny,
I'm talking. Don't talk over
Johnny,
me.
share the mic, dude.
It's about tables. It's a tables, and then in the almanac, it's in all of this fucking information in the table, and also correction to the sea level. And what is sea level? Oh. There, yes, you can also have table for sea level correction.
Okay, bro. So, Scott,
There
you
you
want
have
to
it.
tell us how you navigate on a sphere?
Yeah, he explains in the video.
Yeah, I already showed you how your video shows you that you use a celestial or equatorial plane.
But you didn't.
You literally deny.
Yeah,
Literally
it's wrong.
deny what I'm showing you.
No,
I
you're
am the
just wrong.
fucking man. You're a fucking
Literally
pussy.
deny what I'm
I
showing
am
you
the
that
real
you
man.
were showing me for fucking spherical Earth navigation. You're literally
Where's the equatorial
denying that
plane?
he's not going. He's going from the center of the Earth, which he absolutely is in that drawing, You're denying that he's doing what he's doing. And last time I asked you that, you said yes.
He's
Do
just
that again.
explaining the mathematics.
I'm the fucking captain, and you're just a fucking bullshit.
God damn it, Johnny.
I'm just saying.
Johnny will never
Learn what
shut up,
similar
guys.
angles are. Open your mic, jackass Tibbs. Who the fuck are you? Open your mic, bitch. Tell me all about your fucking angles, motherfucker. Tell me all about what you're fucking claiming. Open your mic.
They're
that,
hiding, man.
bitch.
They're hiding. They cannot go against two guys like I am and you are.
They
So
don't need
they're
you,
hiding.
dude. They don't need your drunken ass. Tell you the truth,
I know,
Dude,
you don't need me. But
Okay,
they are
please be
fucking
quiet.
hiding.
Please
They are
fucking be
hiding.
quiet. You're starting to piss me off.
He will never shut up. Never.
Now, why don't you, retard, prove to me anything that you've said that I've shown you that you're fucking a retard, and then you just say no. Or watch the video like that's something I didn't do.
Obviously you didn't.
Okay.
And
why
everybody
don't
who's
you
watched the
show me-
video knows you
Yeah, I'm
haven't.
sure they all realize that what I'm showing you is what you're saying and not what I'm saying. And he's not taking the angle from the center of the fucking sphere,
Correct, he's not.
because it doesn't show that line coming out from the fucking center of a sphere. Two of them, as a matter of fact, trying to get these weird, what you think is when you hang a plumb bob, it's crooked for some goofy fucking reason. And you tell me plumb bobs are not parallel from each other. Now,
Oh, that's
what I'm
true,
showing
too.
you is your video, retard. And he's doing
Yeah.
exactly what I told you he was doing.
But he's not.
Fucking idiot. And
But
you
he's not.
just say,
Parallel plumb bob.
and you just
Parallel
say no.
plumb bob.
And you just say no. Right? I don't need any fucking help.
That's what you gotta love about a lot of flat earthers.
Come on, Scott.
Well,
Speak
just a
up
nice,
and
simple
show me how
reality.
the fuck your video didn't just back me up.
So are you
Hey,
guys still pretending that you guys don't know what a
Don't
what a
be
sphere is?
too much. You're starting to piss
This is
me
really
off
getting
now.
sickening. This
Relax.
is really getting boring. You know what I mean? Really getting boring. I got a drunken fucking flat
Yeah,
earther
but you
trying
have
to
to
help me
relax.
out, and I got
You have to have some fucking
a fucking
behave.
troll
behave.
who wants
You
to
have
tell me that
behave.
my diagram from his own video doesn't mean that they're taking the angles from the center of the earth.
Well, that's what it means.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Welcome.
Can you try to
welcome, Harp.
behave and
Oh,
don't
Harp,
be
you
so
thought it was
fucking
all going to be
aggressive?
fun and games. Welcome to the real fuckery, right?
Yeah, okay. I'm on your side, but
Okay,
please,
Johnny, I know you are. I
behave.
know you are, brother.
Okay.
I just don't
That's
need
fine.
your help. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I know
then shut
you
the
want
fuck
to be,
up. Thank you.
you want. Yeah, I know you want to be the fucking big guy, but
No, I don't want to be the big guy.
it
I just want
sounds
to be
like you do.
coherent. I just want to talk to somebody who's somehow coherent, even though you're more coherent than Scott.
Of
Because
course I am.
you actually are talking about the truth, where he's just making shit up.
Yeah, and I'm not
I
stupid.
know.
What did he make up?
The irony. Fucking irony, bro. You know?
What did he make up?
What did who
It's
make
not
up?
iron.
Scott?
Yeah,
Did you just not listen or see or anything?
I
of
just
what
got
I'm
here,
gonna-
so you know.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, what he did was he said that you can do celestial navigation without using the sphere or without using the equatorial plane or the angles from hell. I looked at 10 seconds of his video as proof for what he was saying, and I caught that right there, which shows you angles coming out from the center of the globe. In other words, the angles from hell. And he just says no. That's his rebuttal. And that's exactly what they're doing. They use an equatorial plane. They have to cut the Earth in half to get a flat surface. You cannot have angles without straight lines. And if you think you're taking a straight line of sight over a globe and measuring the Earth accurately when you're measuring two different things, you're an idiot.
Yeah, good thing
Because
that's
when
not
you're
what they're
using
doing.
a parallel thing, when you're using like a sextant or whatever the fuck, and you're measuring Earth as parallel, that's the dip correction. dip correction is the parallel line beneath your fucking shot on the sextant. Now, if you want to deny reality and just keep doing that, that's all good. Because I pray to God that Crit is right and people are watching this shit.
I'm here.
And then we go look this shit up.
2 hours and 40 minutes. What the fuck?
Easily.
No,
You
it's
don't have to
one
watch
part
that
of the
much
video.
of it.
Can celestial
10
navigation
minutes or
only
so.
happen? Can it only happen on a sphere?
Yeah.
Yeah, prove it.
Why not on a
So far,
flat
you've
plane?
proven that I'm right.
Well,
So far,
because
everything you've shown proves that I'm correct and you're wrong.
You see that picture that he has? You see on those two lines, the one coming directly from the center of the Earth going straight out? That's the ground position of the star.
Mm-hmm.
And the other line going parallel to it? That parallel is a
Not parallel.
necessary part of
No
celestial
lines on there that are
navigation.
parallel. Dude, do you even know what a parallel line is? Because there are no parallel lines on that diagram. You're an idiot.
Yeah, he's not a perfect artist. Yeah, that
There
line might not
are
be exactly
no parallel, even close to parallel lines.
I see
No,
two
but-
parallel
but-
lines. What are you talking about?
But the theory, yeah, the other line is parallel to it, and that's the only
Yeah,
way
you
you
think
can
it
make
is.
celestial
So
navigation
what are you
work.
doing? Are you measuring from inside the globe, like I said? Yes, you are.
No, no.
Okay, where is that exactly?
Where's what?
Your fucking lines!
Dude,
What are you
stop
fucking
doing
brain
that.
dead? Where the fuck are your lines? Jesus Christ! I'm sure people are going to get really good sound clips from this, and that's all good.
Oh
Fuck
yeah,
yeah,
we're getting
dude.
it all, buddy. We're
Oh,
getting it
fuck
all.
yeah.
You're getting
bro.
clipped, bud.
So Harv, you don't see two parallel lines in that image that you posted?
Where do they come from?
One is going from the center of the Earth, right?
Where?
And the other is not.
Okay,
So I mean,
so they're inside the Earth, correct?
That's just
Sure.
for educational
So
purposes.
Scott, your own fucking globetard just fucked you in the ass with no
He's
lube.
just explaining how the
I'm just
angle
literally
thing works.
saying what I see in the picture, right?
Yeah.
I
Dude,
see a
you're an
circle,
idiot. That's
And I
okay.
see
You're an
two
idiot.
parallel lines, and I see another line. And presumably that other line is going into the center, right?
Yeah.
Or there's two
And
of them
they're
that go
all
to the
from
center.
inside the Earth. Right? You need to have the equatorial plane, which is your center. This is ridiculous. If you're gonna
No,
come
I
at
want to
me,
hear the
at
flat
least
earther explain.
you're gonna come at. I just did. If you're gonna keep coming at me, go get some fucking education.
Well, I gave you the education.
These
All you gotta do is
lines are
look at
coming
it.
from
You
the
refuse to look at
center
it.
of the Earth.
But we're looking at a
You keep
diagram.
telling
Okay,
me
so you
no,
could say
they're
that
not.
the diagram. So is all you're saying is that like the diagram is wrong because the Earth is flat? Like, is that all you're saying?
Oh, I'm telling him that in order to celestial navigate with a globe, you have to go to the, my God, I'm not going to do this again, center of the Earth.
No,
and
you don't.
Create the shut the fuck up!
Nope.
The equatorial plane, and that's how you get your angles.
Not true.
Okay, so what we're seeing from what you showed and posted with your video is where I took the fucking pictures.
Yeah, no. Watch the next
You're
5
going
minutes
to
of it.
deny
Where I
what
explain
the
it.
fuck. Look at here it is again. The globe
Watch
lie
the next
trickery.
5 minutes.
There's the equatorial plane. Look in the fucking thing right here.
What is an equatorial plane?
He doesn't
Center of
know.
the Earth when you cut it in half, you moron. Stop talking about shit. You have no idea.
Why?
Telling me I'm wrong. Get rid of
Why
these
would you call that an
motherfuckers.
equatorial
Seriously,
plane?
I'm done. I'm fucking done. If
Wait,
you
wait, wait,
wanna
wait.
Entertain these. Shut the fuck up.
Does
If you want
it
to
have to
entertain
be?
these trolls? Have fun. I'm
Does
done.
it have to be at the equator, or can it be any cutting the Earth in half?
Oh,
Oh,
please
look
don't
it
do that,
up.
please.
Stop
Well, you're the one that's
fucking
talking about
arguing
equatorial
something you
planes.
don't know
bro.
what you're saying. God damn it.
What if they took the angles
Let
from
me
the
ask you a
surface
question.
of
What
the
the
Earth?
fuck is funny about this?
They can't
When you're
do that.
coming in
That's
here
the whole
acting
point.
like fucking
Sorry,
idiots
Dave.
and you're pissing
Sorry,
me off.
Bob.
What the fuck is funny about me getting pissed off
Bob.
because you're purposely doing this shit?
I'm
too?
not. I asked you what is an
Okay.
equatorial plane.
And I told you over and over through this whole
You
thing.
told me
I don't
one
know,
time.
You just
I just got
arrived.
here.
I'm sure you just arrived. Yeah, like the rest of the assholes that I got to keep repeating myself for, right? So far, Scott Mackey has not shown that he can navigate off a curve. Understand? Everything he shows, including the video that I took a pop shot out of, and showed that everything comes from the center of the Earth, the equatorial plane. I'm not going to do it again. I'm going to go have a cigarette, and you can fucking fuck each other in the ass. Because I'm not doing this no more.
A cutaway? What's the word when you...
I'm talking about segments. If you scroll up to 20 minutes past the hour, there's a segment taken out of the Earth there. Is that what you're trying to describe?
The video you're talking about?
No, the picture or the GIF or the image at 20 minutes past the hour. You're talking about that section that's cut out of the Earth.
Okay, I'm looking at a picture that's 3 minutes past the hour.
Okay, well, you're looking at the wrong picture then, aren't you? 20 minutes past the hour, my friend. Just trying to understand if that's what you meant by a section being cut out of the Earth.
Let's look at the last picture that was posted that I just posted. Here, I'll post it again. Look, where are you getting the angles from?
Okay, there's angles in the picture. You said that there's no parallel lines in the picture.
Oh my
And I just
God.
said there was.
Oh my God. Yeah, seriously, Crit, you guys, man. Yeah. Probably gonna be back here. I like this place, but yeah, gotta just go smoke a cigarette. And somebody who denies something that's right in front of their face that they posted as proof what they're saying, and it shows absolutely the opposite, but yet they say no. That's what they do. They say no.
I mean...
Wrong. That's insanity.
What are you talking about? You sound totally schizo.
Really? Maybe you ought to follow the argument. Are you another fucktard?
Okay, let's start with what is the argument?
Look at the fucking... Here, I'll do it again. So it's fresh. Right there.
You guys say that... You guys are arguing that celestial
the angles
navigation
from?
is perfectly possible.
I'm sorry.
on
I
the
asked
flat
you a
Earth,
fucking
right?
question. You asked me to ask you a question to get you up to date, right? So now, look at the fucking picture and tell me what that is. Are you getting angles from the center of that circle or from the edge?
From the
Oh,
center.
God. How long does it really take for you to fucking answer that question?
From the center.
Very good. Do we ever go to the center of the Earth?
That's your that's your rebuttal.
Have we ever
That's not what he's doing in the video, though.
Have we ever proven? Really? You're laughing. That's good. So, have we ever proven there's a center of a globe?
Oh, Jetta's a hacker. Oh, he's a hacker.
Mute. Mute him.
The picture, though, we.
Okay,
the picture's
hopefully
done
you
with the
guys will
assumption that the Earth is a
contain
circle,
and
right?
complete and get control of your fucking room. I'll be back.
He's modded, dude.
Yeah, it took me 2
I'm
seconds.
definitely not going to deal with more than I have to already. If you're going to keep ignoring the center of the Earth is where you have to go. Therefore, you have to create an equatorial plane. As in every book on celestial navigation will show you.
Is the
And yet
picture
this fucking
an
idiot,
equatorial
Scott,
plane?
is going to sit here and deny it. And anybody else who's a fucking retard enough to deny that, you tell me to go look and take a class? Are you kidding me?
Is the picture an equatorial plane?
You know
I guess the
anything about
argument-
celestial navigation or no?
No,
I guess-
I don't know how it works.
No? Okay, then shut the fuck up.
I guess the argument is that angles are being measured from a place that's inaccessible, right?
Yeah, and here we go. So I get a question. Is this the equatorial plane? No, it's a fucking center of your hell in your sphere. From that point, you fucking idiot, you have to create the equatorial plane. You fucking moron. Now, go fucking look. Don't fucking come in here and tell me to go take a class. You fucking idiots. You are the dumbest motherfuckers that I have encountered in ages. You have gotten my fucking adrenaline up so far, it's ridiculous.
Stay for the whole
You're
class
that
next time.
fucking stupid.
Stay for the whole
Why
class.
don't you tell me no? Why don't you deny some more shit, you fucking idiot?
I thought
Because
the
there's not-
equatorial plane was a slice of the 3D object.
That's correct.
Yeah.
taken from the center, you fucking idiot.
No,
Well,
he
isn't
didn't
that
take
in the picture?
He didn't take a single measurement from the
Go
center of the
look
Earth.
at the video and tell me how they fucking show you. Come on, man. I've already done this. You're
You clearly
pissing me
haven't.
off, and I'm
You
done
clearly
talking
haven't.
to you fucking retards.
I know
Because
the
if you
picture
watch the
looks
video,
like
you
a
know
like
he didn't
cut-
take a single
cut
measurement
away,
from the center of the Earth.
a slice through the Earth. That's what it looks like to me.
You're measuring the angles from the edge of the Earth, or the surface, rather?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
Okay.
Which is a bit of a problem because that surface is curved. After
Yeah.
you take your height of eye correction, after you've sighted the horizon, you mathematically speaking put your sextant up on the floor, so your altitude is 0, and then your reference is the horizontal line between you, the horizon, and the GP of the star beyond the horizon, so you can then measure your elevation angle up to the star in question. What you've done though is you reference yourself on the horizontal plane to get that measurement.
Maybe you should watch the video too.
I've watched the video, Scott, several times.
See, you thought
Hmm.
you could do that, and you couldn't. And I knew you couldn't.
Well,
Because these
then,
people are retarded, brother. And that's all there is to it.
do you
I'm
agree
gonna
that
go
the
have a
lines are
cigarette,
parallel
and I'm
then,
gonna have a
Jedi?
little... Dude, shut up.
What lines are parallel? What lines?
The line from the observer's position going to
Lines
the
from the
celestial object,
inside of the Earth,
and the
dude. I
line
just
from
went over
the
this.
ground position to the celestial object. Do you believe those two
No.
rays are parallel to each other?
I don't think
Gives a
so. I
fuck.
don't think any lines coming out from the radius of the Earth can be parallel, right?
There you have it.
All right, dinner's ready. I don't know if you
making
heard that,
shit
but
up,
I gotta
dude.
go.
Go.
Okay.
Please go. Don't ever come back. Because you are retarded beyond any fucking recognition I have ever seen.
Harp, relax, bro. No need to constantly insult people.
Sorry. But
there's a need, baby.
these motherfuckers piss me off, dude. I've been doing this for 9 years. I'm done. I'm sick. This is why I walk away from it. Because this is how I get. I can't help it. When retards talk to me and they say, no, that's not the center of the Earth, when they're literally showing the video that shows you the center of the Earth, I mean, that's insane.
Well, you got to appreciate Yeah, it's kind of a pretty good little trick, right? So they draw someone inside a celestial sphere, and they call that the equatorial plane, right? Supposed to be in a sphere, on a sphere, but they'll never be able to tell us if they're taking the measurement from the inside of the Earth or on the surface. So that's where it gets fun for us. So you don't need to get your blood pressure up, you know.
Oh, it just automatically goes there. That's how I was born, and I never was able to control it. So when you start pissing me off and just talking shit, my adrenaline increases, and my voice usually goes up. And there's a lot of clips out there. God is science, Steve. Shit like that.
Yeah,
There's
that's
all
my
kinds-
favorite one.
Where can I find that?
We got it on the
that's a good
soundboard.
question. Yeah, I don't even have a soundboard, believe it or not.
You don't
I
need
know
one, mate.
people got me all over their soundboards.
Oh man, you're my favorite flat earther now, Harp. You're my favorite now. Dude.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome, bro. Thank you. Look at, when people say don't get emotional because of the argument or something, but there is a point where you do get emotional because you're just being lied to, and you're trying to tell the person that's lying to you. I mean, how do you not know you're lying to me, dude? How are you repeating this shit? You showing me a video where I picked within 10 seconds center of the Earth and exactly what I just got done telling you. And then you just say no. And that's how it started with me. Exact same thing. The dude was running around the table yelling no. So when they start doing that, and then they say, look how mad you are, and look how, I'm mad because you're an idiot, and you're trying to trigger me. People have been doing this to me since 2008. I know what trolls are.
Oh, it's 2 back then, man.
Really? Well, I was 58. Or no, I'm sorry. I was 48. I ain't 74. I'm 64. I was 48. Yeah. I came in YouTube 2006. When they were basically formed. I watched, and I watched what it turned into. It started out really cool because there was a lot of people out there that wanted to get some shit out that they were seeing, like chemtrails and all that good happy horse shit, and we were doing that. And then within about by 2013, I just quit. I had 2 big channels and I just said fuck it and deleted them. That was so stupid. I can't understand how dumb I am sometimes, but there was so much fucking information I lost. Because then I lost the videos that were in another computer drive. So I lost all the shit that I did. That was really dumb. But whatever. You know, you live, you learn. And then you find out that the earth is flat, you know, and you're going, no, it ain't. And you're going out trying to say, no, it ain't. And you're trying to come back in and say, look, it ain't. You can't, and you can't. Not if you're honest. If you're honest with yourself, and you don't give a flying fuck about who says something about you or what they say about you, who gives a fuck? The guy was accused of threatening to kill McToon. And he ended a debate because I was shredding him. And he had no answers. So I said, because he started over talking me, right? And all my people fucking abandoned me or some shit, threw me under the bus. I was yelling for mods. And I said, will somebody please shoot this fucker in the face, right? And he took it upon, it was a death threat. He ended the whole thing. He came in an asylum, and me, him, and Apocryphon talked, right? And he was saying, nothing, blah, 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 unless you recede public. I was like, dude, you. I didn't threaten to kill you. I was telling my mods to shut you the fuck up. And you can say whatever you want.
Yo, Harp, are you a flat earther?
Yeah, and then he comes in and he tells me, "Oh, there's a guy."
My condolences.
Everybody's accusing me of, trying to fucking threaten to murder the dude, and I'm just saying, "Please show me the proof." And nobody could.
Who offered you condolences about being a flat earther? Who was that?
Who cares?
That was me, man.
All right, good, awesome stuff.
T.
Thank
Just
you.
like to know.
No, I'm just giving the guy my sympathy, right?
Why? Why?
Well, I mean, he's on the dark side, obviously.
Why? Have you got some evidence that would change his mind, do you think?
AT stands for a troll. AT.
No, it actually is a shortened version of Andrew Tate. Right.
Oh God, definite troll. No doubt troll. Andrew Tate, really?
Yeah, I mean, at one point he was the most Googled guy on the planet.
Here you go. This is way off topic from. Right.
Chess GM,
way off
kickbox champion.
Yeah, that's great.
Multi-billion.
Yeah, that's good. That's great.
Now he's
What's
a
the
flat
trolling
earther.
part here? I don't know.
So do you idolize this poor little black nigger fuck, whatever he is? You know,
Whoa,
big dude. He's
Whoa.
And this guy's on your side, man. I would be worried. I'd be worried.
That's the end.
You got muted.
I know we got that on clip.
No, I know, Jedi. I know the moderators have been more reasonable lately, and I'm glad.
So, Harp, if you're still listening, unfortunately, man, M-words, we have to be fair. TOS conditions and shit. Go and have your cigarette. You'll be unmuted when you get back, I'm sure. It usually takes like 10, 20 minutes or whatever it is. But M-words, man, can't let that slide, I'm afraid, dude. Just can't.
Yeah, Andrew Tate is a flat earther now, so you might want to update your fanboyism.
Oh, let's look at this. Can you DM me or put it in the side chat that he said that?
Yeah, he called his cousin a globetard.
They're all laughing at him.
Because it's not something that I've seen, but nor do I really care. I think AT is
Is it
just
more
a
of a
fun way
condition than
to.
a skin color? What?
rile up people because a lot of people have very opinionated views on a guy they haven't really heard talk. So yeah.
He was talking to his
Oh,
cousin, and his cousin goes, "Oh, can you prove it's flat?" And he goes, "Yeah, just look outside." And he goes, and then they started calling him a globetard, and he goes, "I'm not a globetard. I'm not a globetard." And Andrew goes, "Oh, okay. Is the Earth a globe?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Globetard, globetard."
Wait, can you send me that? I'll watch it. Sounds fun.
I don't have the clip. Someone else has it over on the home server.
Maybe I'll find it myself.
Hang
It's
on a
fine.
sec. I'll see. I'll see if I can find it.
Boy.
Is that Harp? Is that a new person in the ranks, or is he an OG?
He's an OG from a long time ago. He's just managed to find his way to the politics server. I think it was because of the Nathan Oakley AMA that happened a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, he's been an OG for time, man. Just haven't seen him for years.
So wait,
The
Jedi,
real OG.
can you
He's my favorite, man.
Can you clear this up for me? Because I don't know if I've been misinformed or rightly informed, but I was told like the reason why this room has been getting some traction, right, in politics is because the official Flat Earth server was shut down. Is this true?
No, if you want a
No.
link, you can find it up in Politics Partners to the 24/7. You'll see the room's got about 20 odd people in it at the moment. We haven't shut down, man. This is just us branching out into other servers to talk about the thing that we want to talk to people about. So
Flat
24.
Earth, they're expanding, man.
I can't believe
They're
those
expanding.
things exist.
It's kind of like
Yeah.
a virus, you know, it just keeps spreading.
You wanted to know, mate. I gave you the answer. You can.
No,
all
it
you
was a
want.
joke, Jedi. Thank you.
I get it.
But I
No.
heard you had like a huge one with like 6K people. And
Yeah,
Discord.
yeah. So maybe about
Yeah,
5.
Andrew Tate, you're lucky I let the V word pass there.
What?
Yeah, look at the rules. There's a V word is off topic.
Dude, relax with your fucking TOS.
Wait, even when you're not referring to the fuck. Okay, never mind. Thank you. I won't bring it up again. I didn't know it was like on itself.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. You can't relax with TOS because one, we're a partner on this server. Discord TOS will apply, and we're live streaming on YouTube. So YouTube TOS will apply. We have to keep a hold of it, otherwise this room won't be here anymore.
Yeah, understandable.
See, that's
So
why a lot of you guys
said, like, the
pretend
big
to
one-
play dumb. You pretend to play dumb like you don't know this. And you keep dropping V words and all these other crap. Because your goal is to shut the channel down.
Bro, I
you
don't
only can
care
get
if
so
this
many
server.
chances.
I don't care. I think you think I care more about it than I do. I read the TOS before, and if I wanted to troll, I would have had plenty of opportunities to yell N-words and stuff. You've never seen me done this. So again, you can believe that I'm in good faith, or you can think that I'm like devious and I'm trying to get you shut down. I'll tell you, if I wanted to, I would yell the N-word every time I join, right? Because it's a timed out mute. I'm not interested in that. I really don't care. You guys can insist or you can't. It's not really.
My comment wasn't directed at you. It was at the person who jumped in the background. So I know you get it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. But no, Jed, I was just told like there was a bigger one at one point, like a huge, like 6K, 7K people, and that one was shut down.
Nearly 30K.
30, holy.
Yeah. So it got it.
It's like an army, Jedi.
But that one got nuked, right?
Well, it got nuked from the inside, but it was only nuked for 24 hours until the people who run 24/7 set up another Discord server, and we've been running for the last 5 years on 24/7 2.0. But yeah, you are correct. There was one server that got nuked from the inside, but it's the same server, just 2.0.
Oh, okay, great. Can I
by the way,
join this
Jedi,
if
can I
I'm
get
not a
unbanned?
flat earther, just to, you know?
If you go up into
I was banned like in the first like AI join.
Links in there, dude.
Huh?
There's a link in Politics Partners. So if you go into Partners up the top, and you should
No,
find it
no,
in
I'm
there.
just saying. I don't know if I'm banned or not. I remember some guy when I first joined in there, they were like mad at me or something because I wouldn't join the VC, and they banned me before I ever joined the VC. They were like, join the VC, join the VC. So can I get unbanned from the server?
Wait, I don't see the
Mm,
partners.
It's in
Right.
VIP partners.
Info, announcements,
VIP
bump.
partners.
VIP partner. That's not regular partner. VIP.
They're VIP. You got to know that they're VIPs.
Wait, where am I?
Very
I
important
see
planet.
it. 29,000 members. Wow.
Can you wait? I don't know why I can't see it. Can one of you like put it in side chat?
I'm not banned. I just joined it.
No, we can't post it in the side chat.
It's just look at VIP partners.
Bro, I don't know where to look. I'm not trolling. I don't fucking know.
Well, consider
my
it an
gosh.
IQ test then. Just an IQ test. You're too dumb.
Oh yeah,
Right, go
perhaps.
to the top of the server and slowly scroll down until you see VIP partners. Go into there, and the link will be somewhere. You'll have to scroll up. It's like a word search.
So it's okay. Not info, not bands, not happenings, not text channel, not voice chat. So where? Guest info?
God, someone clip this. So someone please go back and clip this.
Bro, you can clip it all you want. I don't think it's very
Okay. Let
apparent.
me just tell you where it is. Okay. So you see where? Let me scroll. So you see where politics info is, like on the announcements.
Yeah.
Okay, so right below that, you'll see partnerships, which is another category, and you'll see partnership info, and right below partnership.
No, I don't
info,
have
you'll see
that.
VIP.
No, I'm fucking screenshotting this. I don't know why I don't have
You
this.
don't have that. It's crazy.
Peep this.
You don't
shit.
see partnership. You don't have a partnerships category at all.
I'll put it in side chat. You tell me if perhaps I'm mentally challenged. This is what I see.
What? For you might have to scroll more. I don't know. Ban list. Why is there a ban list for you? You a mod?
Because I've been banned prior, so I don't know.
I mean,
So
I
it's
can
not
just link
here,
you.
right?
I can just send you the link, dude. It'll be the
Yeah,
same
so
thing.
link me. I don't think I'm I just don't think I can see it.
Alright, I send it to you.
Thank you, bro. Oh, another guy sent it as well. Grisp, thank you.
Yeah, you got another VIP. They're VIP, so.
Yeah, I joined now. I'm a member. Let's see where this
I like the
goes.
profile picture they have. The profile picture of the sun and stuff that makes literally no sense.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
There's just like a little made up sun that's like really small hovering over the earth, illuminating like a specific part. Like the way that it's illuminating that side of the earth, it's almost like it's like a flashlight that is specified for it. The sun doesn't look like that at all.
It also doesn't really look like the moon is a luminary object here.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah.
Because they always say that the moon makes its own light. It's its own light. So.
Oh. I'm still waiting for the container to be displayed. That should be great when that happens.
What container?
Well, I mean the quote unquote necessary container in order to sustain gas pressure in a local environment such as Earth, right?
Is there gas pressure?
I mean, there is, right? And then of course it would have
Oh,
to
okay.
it would have to follow, according to the second law of thermodynamics of equilibrium of pressure, that it would disperse if we didn't have it, right? And gravity is not a thing, obviously. So, yeah. So they have to be
Equilibrium.
one.
Who said that? Oh well, if you say so, man. Show me this container.
No, I'm still looking for it. I haven't found it.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Where'd you look?
I looked up in the sky, man.
Did you? Did you look real good?
Yeah, it looked real good.
How'd you look? What was the method?
Like real good. You know how when you squeeze your eyelids a little bit and you can like see sharper?
Oh.
That's what I did, but like through a telescope. So yeah.
Well, I think you've exhausted every option.
No, I don't think I have. Like I'm still looking for knowledge. I would never rule out
All right.
anything. I'm not a scientist, you know.
Do
I'm
do
just
you want? You said you're looking for knowledge. Do you want some atmospheric studies into the reflectivity of the container
yes,
done by the
yes,
Russians in the 50s and the 60s, and
There
still
you
going on
go.
today?
yes. This I would love. Absolutely.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me some time, man, to dig it out, but I'll find
Yeah,
it
no
for
worries, no worries.
Yeah, dude, there's a lot of reflections going on that show a lot of ancient drawings. Like what you might think is the moon and the sun, but it's really not. It's these reflective drawings that happen like up in the north. There's a couple of people with these channels that are constantly showing these reflections, and they're incredible. I mean, big giant golden circles with half. I mean, how are you going to explain these things if they're not reflections? You have to look into these things and keep an open mind. Try to figure out what is real. 'Cause
I mean,
when
my
you say,
mind
I want
is
to know.
my mind is open. It's as open as my other end, right?
There you go.
Never mind. But I'll say this: I don't really think I grasped like what you tried to tell me there. You said on the northern hemisphere there was some reflections, and there's another server where they post these.
I said in the
I don't
north,
really know, like.
especially, didn't say hemisphere ever, but let me see
Maybe
if
I
I can find
misheard.
this real quick. Reflections.
Are we talking about like the northern lights?
Kind of. Not just like
Like the fucking blue
the
and red
boreal-
and green,
not-
like
not-
okay.
Yeah, not just the borealis. There's reflections. Now it's not going to show me, of course. Searching right now to try and find these. I literally wrote reflections off the dome, and people literally make videos.
The dome.
Yeah,
Yo,
because
but how would it?
it kind of looks like when you're trying to make a rainbow, right? If you've ever seen a full rainbow, it's a circle. It's not just an arc. Did you know that?
I didn't. I've never seen like a circle rainbow.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Maybe
It's
somebody
when
else
you-
could
when you
find these things that I'm talking
skydiving.
about, but
Yeah, I'll
when
see
you
if I
get
can find
above the
them.
rainbow, brother. Yeah, when you get above the rainbow, it's a circle.
Wait, really?
It's not an arc.
Are you fucking
Yeah.
with me right now?
No, I'm not fucking with you, bro. I'm telling you the
No.
truth. When you
The
get
only
above the
reason why-
rainbow, it becomes a circle. Yep.
Yeah, the only reason why we see it as an arch down here is because we're on the surface of the Earth, and that seems to we only get one view of it. I mean, if you go up at altitude, say in an aeroplane and so on, you'll see a circular halo of a rainbow. It's a different phenomena up at altitude.
Wait, you're right. I'm so tripped out. Either this is photoshopped or
Is that wild?
Yeah,
Is that
it
fucking wild or what?
It is fucking wild. What the fuck?
It's real.
Yeah, no, I can imagine.
It just throws you for a loop, don't it?
It does.
Because our perspective here only sees half of it. It's
Wait,
it's like
wait,
stars.
wait. So you're telling me we see something as, well, apparent flat around the edges, but when we zoom out, we see it circular.
Right, because it's a reflection off the dome. And they try to make these things in garages, but they can't do it unless they use a reflective something on the ceiling. So they constantly try to cheat and say, oh, I can make this. Nah, you're lying because you got reflective metal on your ceiling every time.
Bro, why is it that when I Google what is a rainbow, it autofills with what is a rainbow kiss? What?
Oh, I don't
It's
know.
like woke agenda being shoved down my throat. literally.
Maybe. You said you got an open mind, right?
What the fuck? You don't want to read what a rainbow kiss is? Never mind. Yeah, no, I have an
No,
open
go
mind. Tyler. Yeah.
So people like this is what fucks me up, right? People like Witsit. He's like fucking 30 years old. I wish I was 30. He's so far ahead of this game. Anybody who's in that range of age, so far ahead of this game because they got a life ahead of them. I didn't like when I was 30. I had no clue.
Wait, who's this person who's 30 and has it figured out?
I said, God bless
I'm
you.
I'm not saying he figured everything out. I'm just saying he's got a head start.
Who's this
And
person?
Witsit gets it. He's very intelligent. Very intelligent.
Is he on here?
I'm not-
Witsy? Witsy gets it.
I don't think he is in here, is he?
I don't know.
He's over at He's over at
I haven't
Earth
seen
Awakening.
Wits in here for a long time. He is on 24/7 from time to time.
Right, well, most of the time now he's on Earth Awakenings. That's where he does his shows from and everything. So yeah, he's here's the funny thing, right? I was born on April 13th. He's born on April 14th. So my Friday the 13th is his Saturday the 14th, which is kind of weird. And I didn't like him when I first saw him because he was brought. Here's the thing, right? So I didn't like him when I first saw him because Bob Nodell brought him into the Globebusters. I've been here for a long time, and I've seen the bullshit. I've seen the flat Earth leaders just want this argument to continue, and then they go into these hit pieces, like Netflix, Behind the Curve, and all this other fucking bullshit, the geo things, and they just make idiots out of themselves. Then the next thing you know, thanks, Bob, for proving the globe, right? I literally have an emoji. Even though he's dead, he'll never live it down because they continue to say Bob proved the globe because he had a reading of certain type of what the.
Was he the guy with the laser pointer? Where they like?
Yeah.
put it up?
No. That's Jaren. The laser pointer's Jaren. Same team, Globebusters, right? But it was the gyroscope.
That's a good name, Globebusters. I like that.
Fiber optic.
Fiber optic globe.
Fiber
Thank you. Fuck, I knew somebody was good. Right. So, but he was measuring was the ether. Don't say that.
You know what, Harv, even though you yelled the N-word, right? I think we got off on the wrong foot, but I think you're a genuine guy. I think you're a genuine. I like you, man. Like you can, you bring energy into this. Yeah.
Yeah. I was raised in Philadelphia, and it's more of a mindset than a color tone. Because I've seen white people, tan people, black. It doesn't matter. You can be that without having a skin color.
You're right, and maybe I was that. I don't know. Maybe I was.
Might have been. I don't know. I could have been. Whatever. It's all good.
But it's all good. I don't come from Philly, but I'm sure culture is a thing, and we have different things here that are probably weird to other people. So yeah, I get that, brother.
It took me a long time.
Water under the bridge.
Yep, and water under the bridge is usually flat when it's at rest.
Think so? I mean, I've seen some.
Yeah, I know so.
Some curved waters in my time.
What, because of waves?
Nah, like more so because like the whole shtick with the ships and the horizon kind of thing.
Well, there's another thing called the circumference of light. Have you ever understood
Oh yeah,
that?
refraction?
A lot of people don't even... No. The circumference of light. In other words, if you stand in a position and you're on level ground and you turn in a 360-degree circle, you're going to have what is called the circumference of light. Your vision works in a circle. And that's a fact. You can go look it up and all that good happy horse shit. Most Globers deny it. Deny reality every day of the week. No such thing. Okay. We'll look it up. It's there. Circumference of light. That's how it works. When you think you might be seeing a curve, what you're actually seeing is the circumference of your light, your azimuth. That's it. That's all. People don't want to learn anything about perspective, anything. Like when I was growing up, I was way into drawing and artwork and all kinds of shit. And I was making these drawings and they just weren't looking right. And I was saying to my teacher, why does this not look like my porch when I drew my porch? She said, because your perspective is wrong. Things shrink in the distance. And you have everything as it is, like, I don't know if she said geometrically or whatever, but I didn't change anything with perspective. I kept everything the same. That's what Globers try to do when they're looking at angles. They're not taking into consideration that shit shrinks.
I know what you mean. So like if you're going in an airport and you're taking off, then the men will at some point look like small ants almost, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You go.
But if you draw them as such, I don't know, it's gonna come out different on paper. So.
Oh yeah, well if you know how to do it, this is how artists make shit look real. Like I've seen artists make water. I was looking at it going, oh my god, is that a photograph? Nope, it's a painting. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. And I was just watching it and I was like, oh my god, this just looks like a photograph.
Oh, Harp, do you know what that reminds me of? Have you ever seen those street artists who can like paint
Oh yeah,
on the ground until it look like
yeah,
there's a
yeah.
hole? Yeah.
3D. 3D, you're gonna fall into a pit of snakes or whatever they're doing.
Yes, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, man.
You had
That's
those guys in
perspective.
Philly too, painting for
Everywhere,
a buck.
yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. Yep. They understand perspective. Isn't that weird?
They do. Yeah, they're great at it.
And 3D drawings are way beyond actual perspective because you have to draw them elongated so that when you look at it from a certain angle, it looks like it's standing up. Really crazy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and if you look at it from like a non-desired angle, it'll look like messed up. It'll look like so weird.
Right.
But yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. I don't know. I tried Googling a little bit about like the circumference of light. I'll have to do more reading because it's not something that is easily digested, I think. But the only question like I have right now is it doesn't seem like it's like a one expression kind of ordeal. It seems like it's like a conjoint like definition of like diffraction and geometric optics and like a lot of things goes into this.
What, in the circumference of light? Yeah, they're gonna, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you want to start getting into diffraction and refraction and all that, you're not standing on a spot where you're going to just be able to look at. If you go in a place where it's reasonably flat and you can't, with no cameras, you can use a camera after you do it with your own eyes, but all you got to do is turn in a circle. If you don't realize by turning in a circle that you're seeing a circumference, then something's wrong in your brain. Because you're literally turning in a circle, and that's how your vision works. It goes out as far as it can go beyond, as far as the eye can see. It becomes circular because of your vision.
Wait, what does that mean? Like,
it becomes a circle, not a globe. It doesn't fall. It just goes round.
oh, now I know what you mean. Okay.
You know what I mean? It don't drop. It just goes in a circle.
I got it.
Very
now.
good. You got it.
I got it. I know now. I know what you're saying. Okay, I was confused for a little bit, but I got it now. It's just a little slow.
It's all good.
Yeah, I
Because
mean, I
you
guess
can't-
like the only reason why that would happen is because, well, the difference between a circle, which is a flat 2D object, and a sphere, which is a 3D object, is that
You'd
yes,
be-
there is like this downward component, or there's depth,
Right.
to it.
Right. You got it.
And you don't necessarily.
You don't see
Well,
that.
You could put it like this, like like yes, you don't see spherically if you take out a dimension, right? Which is what you do if you don't. I mean,
You don't see a
yeah.
drop.
But I
there's
would
no
say like
drop.
you could go to like a concert and you could like shake your head in a sphere and you have like now a spherical vision, right?
No,
I mean,
it's
yeah,
circular.
Oh,
No,
it's
now you're
spherical.
getting goofy.
Yeah, it's a little bit goofy. We're at a
Nope.
concert. We're
Now you're
rocking
trying
out.
to headbang and get a sphere. No, don't do that. You're
Exactly,
gonna hurt yourself.
exactly. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. And that's not what you want to do, though. You just want to turn in a circle. You don't want
I
to
don't know if
headbang.
the music's good. I might pop it out. I don't know.
Dude,
It'd have to be a
I'm
good
a musician
band, though.
from birth.
You are?
I'm a
Do you like
drummer
rock?
from birth. Yeah. I'm a drummer from birth. Yeah.
Oh, you're a
And I
drummer,
will
man. How are
post-
your ears still functioning?
I'm a drummer. I'm a guitar player. I play bass here and there. I don't really like it, but I play the guitar because I don't have drums anymore. So I'm now on the guitar. Been in the guitar for a while.
I started off as an electric guitar player, but I have too short
Really?
fingers, I think. So I transitioned into
Nah.
bass.
Nope. I got some, dude. I have probably the shortest, bulkiest, except for my buddy who taught me. He's got hands that when he puts them on the guitar, you think there's no way, and yet he comes out with these fucking chords. And then the next thing you know, the way he looks, no, he comes out with this singing, and you're crying, and you're going, "How the fuck is this happening?" And I've seen him perform in front of black people, crowds.
Oh no.
Where they were laughing at him, right? They were like laughing at the thought. And he came out, he sat down with his big fat fingers that covered the whole neck of the guitar, and he started singing, and everybody started crying.
You know, music does that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, especially when you do it well.
Yes.
And especially when you come out looking like, what the fuck is this? And all of a sudden you go, Allah, and everybody goes, oh my God.
It's like a TV moment or like a movie. Yeah. I like that. It wasn't like that for me though. I'll tell you. When I played, people were like, yeah, that's shit. Move on, next person. So I started playing bass, and then I found out that music wasn't my like avenue of exploration. I was well better suited for the PC, so I got into tech, and now I'm a nerd.
Oh, okay.
But
So
it
you
turned
make
out that the
friends-
world developed in such a way that tech is now where the money is. So I lucked out.
Yeah, I know. It's
Yeah.
disgusting.
But it wasn't like a conscious choice that I was like foreseeing that would happen. That's just RNG, man.
Oh, you got lucky. So if you're
Yeah.
good at it, you should be making some money then.
Oh yeah, definitely.
See, I remember back there was a Rush song. You remember the band Rush? They had a song where they were saying, this machinery making all the music still be
I think
open.
Rush is before my time. The oldest
Yeah.
bands that I played and that I listened to was like probably like Guns N' Roses.
God.
A lot
Okay.
of like, huh?
So 90s bands. So you're young.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
again,
No,
like,
yeah,
what are
yeah.
you, like 30 something?
How old am I?
You in your 30s?
No. I'm 20s. I'm 20s. Yeah.
Oh my
23,
God.
sir.
So-
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. How fucking, I want to say I'm jealous, but I'm really not. Because I would not want to go back there unless I knew what I know now. You got the fucking world by the balls, bro.
Yeah.
All you got to do is open your mind and figure out what's real.
I'm trying to do that, man. That's why I'm engaging with like people that I don't like. I wouldn't say that I don't necessarily choose to engage with in real life. There's just aren't that many flat Earth people,
No, there ain't none.
gathering
I walk-
openly.
No,
like
I
that,
walk out,
man. Like,
when I go
yeah.
fishing, people don't really look. People are too busy trying to make a life. They don't realize that they're paid slaves, and that's all we are. Just slaves, and we're paid to shut up, not talk against anything, and just believe the globe and believe what they tell us, and that's it. And it's the Catholic world religion brought to us by Israel. Now, if you want to blame the Jesuits, and I hope I'm not getting in trouble for this, because I don't want to say any words that, ADL is going to attack us for. But if you look into the history of the Jesuits, who created the Jesuits? It was this dude, Ignatius of Loyola, right? He was a Jew, and all the first Jesuits were Jews. That's a problem, because this is no longer the Catholic Church. This is
It's the Jewish one. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, why do they all wear yarmulkes again? Because they worship Saturn. They all do it. The Pope literally has Saturn shoes and a Saturn hat. Literally, you can look it up. They all worship Saturn. Every religion worships Saturn. Whether they want to tell you, no, I have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ or not, it doesn't matter. Their relation to Jesus is fake. And there are spirits here within the realms of our consciousness that come to us when we start believing shit, and they reedify our beliefs, and they're not good spirits.
Have you encountered any of these?
I don't want to start sounding crazy, but I literally experienced this shit.
Bro, actually, this is one of the points where I'm more open-minded than you would believe. Yeah. So no, I would like to hear about it.
Well, there are things in the ether, and this is where people get all goofy with the ether.
I know people
So
don't
what-
like metaphysical. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't like anything to do with the ether. Most people don't. Even flat earthers, they don't want nothing to do with ether.
It's funny because usually I don't like. There's a lot of things that I shut down pretty quickly, but this is something that I don't. So yeah.
Well, because how can you? Because it's proven that there's an electrical grid in the air. That's a proven fact. So how are you going to, if you're a Christian especially, right? Where do these spirits live again? In the realm?
Heaven.
What realm? You know, they get so brain dead. And it's really weird when I go to FED, right? Nathan and crew. And if you say ether, they all become demonically possessed. It's crazy as fuck. I've never seen anything like it.
Do you think it's because
where
you're
the fuck
like?
is the ether? It's like, oh my god, dude, what's the matter with you? I thought you guys were Christians. Then they say, "Oh, don't cut me a Christian." Dude. Wow.
Do you think it's because you're sort of like closing in on truths you shouldn't know,
Yeah.
and then it's like,
Definitely.
yeah.
Without a doubt, bro. And then you get attacked.
I
They
would
don't even
like, how
realize
did
they're
you?
doing it.
Because I'm still pretty young, as you know, right? But I've had observations and conversations that have also maybe I'm probably not as strong as position that you have, but like I have like similar experience with some of these things.
I'm like 40 years older than you, so yeah. So
Yeah, but how did you like get so observant on the matter?
Experience.
Oh, okay. Well, makes sense.
See, I don't even want to. Here's the thing, right? So I do this every once in a while, and I start telling people, and they think I'm crazy. But all my entire life, I was born a Christian, raised a Christian, and I switched up when I was like 7 or 8. I became a Catholic, and I stood in the Catholic Church, and I saw this horrific crucifixion of Yeshua. That's what his name was. Back in the day, I didn't know that. So here's Jesus Christ in this dark place, and there's all these stations around telling you how he was tortured, and here's God. And it was like, what the fuck? Somehow, I found God there for some the Creator. He was going, this isn't what it is. So I went to school there. It lasted about 5 months. I was trying to get kicked out, and finally I stuck my thumb out of my zipper, and they thought I stuck my dick out, and they threw me out of the school. It was great.
Hey, what?
Yeah. I was 7 or 8 years old. Yeah. I hated that
Jesus.
place. Oh yeah. Oh my god. And you just learn, because I wanted to learn about God. My entire life I sought God. That's all, but mostly, like, other than the stupid shit I did as a teenager, every time we got drunk or high, I would be the guy that said, "So, do you believe in God?" And people would look at me like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? We're fucking trying to get high here." You know, it's like, so what? This all comes from God. So do you believe in God? And once in a while we get a conversation. I've been this way since I can remember. It got dangerous too, to the point where, I was preaching to people that they would go to hell if they didn't believe in Jesus Christ. Yeah. And people are going, what the hell are you telling me, man? What's wrong with you? And I was, and then finally I started realizing, oh, God damn it, that was horrible.
Yeah.
And then I started, because of the studies I had all throughout here and there and everything, just became Paulianity, because that's what it is. When anybody is telling you something about the Bible, they're always quoting Paul. Who the fuck is Paul? I'll tell you who Paul is. The first disinfo asshole in the Bible. That's who he was, yeah. That's exactly who he was.
That's what Paul was. Yeah.
That's exactly what he was. Romans 13, he tells you to obey your government. Lay down your shit. Romans 13. Isn't that weird? Romans 13. A lot of people
I don't
say
know like the Bible as
33.
well as you do.
Right,
I can't
right.
remember the verses. I just read it because I was brought up
Well,
Christian.
I'm telling you, it's the truth. Yeah, you can believe me. I'm telling you.
No,
the
I
truth.
believe that. Yeah.
So the thing is, everybody thinks the 33 is a big deal. But the 13 is what you're really looking for all the time. Here's why. Because on October 13th, which was a Friday, 1503, I believe, the Knights Templar were banned. That was the real Friday the 13th. Templars were disbanded. 1503. That's the actual Friday the 13th. Has nothing to do with Jason or anybody else. Has to do with that band of Templars.
That is
Yeah,
a
I'm
good
serious.
movie though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they all were. I watched them all. Yeah, it was all good. But the reality is,
Maybe there was a guy named Jason that got this band, and he did
there you
weird
go. It
stuff.
could have very well been.
Yeah, maybe that was
Sure
the
as
case.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah. But wait, so you said you were brought up, well, originally Christian, then Catholic at 8, and then you turn away from Christianity altogether, and now I'm
Yeah, and
assuming
it took a while
Jewish.
though.
No.
So here's how it worked. I went through the whole thing, and eventually, in 2010, 11, right around there, I was doing some really deep studies. I was talking to a lot of Hebrew people, Jewish people, and I think before that it became like Messianic. There's a little offshoot called Messianic that was created because Christians were over in Israel trying to create Christians from Jews, and this whole another offshoot became, which is called Messianic, which came upon and brought upon themselves the laws and called Yeshua by his rightful name, Yeshua HaMashiach, right, the Messiah. And then we have Yahweh, the Father, and but then when you keep going and you keep reading and you keep just fucking looking back and you're going, shh, something's not right. These so-called prophecies in the Old Testament are not about Jesus. They're about kings and they're about the people of Israel. They have never anything to do with Jesus, period. There's no virgin birth. There's no Lucifer who became from Satan. There's nothing that they tell you is real. So what happened was either somebody hijacked the Old Testament like the Globe hijacked Perspective, or it's all working together as those people called chosen ones, right? The chosen ones. And me and you, we are Goyim. And that's all there is to it. Now, when you go to war, what do you get? You have dog tags. Why do you think you have dog tags?
No clue.
Because that's what you are, a dog. You're a fucking dispensable animal. You're not a human. Only the chosen people are human.
And they
Rest-
don't go to war.
Exactly. They just create them.
They create them and they orchestrate like the whole.
And when people see you with the uniform, the tag, they're like, "Oh, you're so cute! Oh, it's so cute! You're so cute!"
They print the money and they create the wars. They print the money and they create the wars. Why are we arguing over globe
You
flat?
good,
What?
you
What?
good, Dougie. Do you do as you were told, good Dougie? Do you do it? Yeah, I did it. Oh, good Dougie.
There you go, buddy. Good little puppy. Give him a dog treat. Give him a tag. Give him a bone.
Now I'm just missing 2 legs and have heart problems, but it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not even funny.
Wars is a
Yeah,
crazy
it's not
thing.
funny,
I
but
don't
it's not funny,
usually
but
fuck
it's
around
laughable.
with war jokes. But yeah, like I got the whole dog. But yeah, hard like eye-opening talk. I don't think I see eye to eye on the whole globe thing. Maybe
all
I
good.
will. But I have like some readings now to do with circumference of light. And
you're
yeah,
not an asshole. You're definitely not
some
an
people
asshole.
disagree. Some people disagree. And I can
As far as
I'll
I can
say
tell from this, hey, from the conversation I've had with you compared to the assholes, you're not an asshole in my books so far.
Thank you. I won't
You
say
have
you
not
were.
made any claims. You have not made any claims that you just say, yeah, that's how it is, and you're wrong. You have not said that, so that's a good thing.
Well, I appreciate that comment. That's nice. And yeah, I like, you know what I like? I like how this started off in a completely wrong foot and we sort of like made a full circle or
Yeah, it reminds me of back in the day when it was like, oh, fuck, oh, ow, motherfucker, stop. Ah, cool. We gonna be good. We gonna be good now. We're friends.
let's grab a beer.
We used to beat the piss out of each other first, right?
Yeah, Puff
See, that's how
Daddy,
it was back in the day, man.
Puff Daddy does that to a lot of his friends. Yeah, I get it.
All right, I gotta run now. Duty calls,
All right,
but
bud.
you guys take care.
Yeah, man, you too.
Bye, AT. Bye, AT. See you later.
Bye, man.
Shame we lost a lot of people. It's a shame. Probably my fault.
Yeah, losing family is a shame. Yeah, we've lost a lot of them. Yes.
Pretty sure that these Globers figured out that once you unleash Harp, it's the end.
Hey, Harp, you're cutting out a little bit. Maybe you're driving or you're moving. What is it?
Right now?
Your connection is, I don't know. I can hear you, but then it cuts out. So there's something going on.
Let me see.
Are you using push to talk?
Volume is no.
It might be, there might be your gain or something.
My gain is about halfway.
You know what? You sound clear, but there's like a noise that gets between what you're saying.
Oh, it's a fan.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's a fan.
That's it. Go ahead. Yeah,
It's a fan.
no problem.
Sorry. I am not going to turn the fan off. I will die.
No, don't do that.
I have
Don't
to
die
have
yet.
circulating air. Yeah.
You got stuff to do. You can't die yet.
Yeah, I got circulating air. Has to be circulating. Oh, I got a question though. I don't know if anybody's here to answer it. Maybe Crit. Crit's not here anymore. Okay, so why did this float over to the politics instead of staying at 24/7 flat Earth? If anybody can answer that.
Well, the 24/7 is always the home base, but some days, some of the guys came in here, created a channel, and it just got popular, and people started hanging out here. And it's the same. We always send people to the other server from here, but since there's a lot of flow of people that come in here, VC, new people that wouldn't normally go to the other server, so the guys spend some time here talking to other people about stuff.
Yeah, because it's kind of weird that this became more popular than the actual 24/7. That's what I was.
The 24/7, when we used to be in the VC, right? And new people will come in, it'll be kind of like a process to get someone new to be able to speak to them. Here, it's just someone joins and we speak to them. It's automatic, you see?
Okay, yeah. There's a process over there. All right.
Yeah.
Kind of a process here, though.
Yeah, there is. It's just there's more. The flow of people is just of new people. It's
huge.
more here.
Yeah, it's huge. I think there's like 84,000 members in this Discord. Not necessarily, this server, but at any time they could just jump over, right? There's like, I'm pretty sure I saw 84,000. Right?
Yeah, member. A lot of members in this server. Yeah, about 80-something thousand. Yeah, I think so.
All kinds of topics. Like, when it got to a certain point, I just didn't want to do it anymore because, like earlier, I was just yelling at the dude because he's fucking retarded. I know when you come at retarded, you're gonna get my metabolism flowing, and the shit's gonna happen. I'm gonna start yelling at you. Can't help it. You can't talk to me like a human being and not lie to me. I'm gonna get pissed off. That's how I am. Always been.
But you were yelling. Yeah, I joined late, but were you yelling at AT for a little bit or something?
Oh, I was yelling at all kinds of people.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
Not a
but
big deal.
him just in the beginning, like I may have misheard something or whatever the fuck, and I called him a nigger or something. Whatever happened there. Yeah, it was not cool. But then it was resolved immediately, so it was all good.
Be careful with that, because be careful with that, because you might get timed out or banned
Yeah,
from VCs.
Yeah, they just told me to go have a cigarette and calm the fuck down. So I did. It's all good.
Yeah, that's all right. Because this obviously, I don't mind saying certain words, but based on the platform and the rules and that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
you gotta kind of
back in the
bite
day,
your.
when I first came into the FED, I called Gregory. You know who Gregory is? I call him Pope Gregory.
Oh yeah, Gregory.
Okay, Gregory. Yes, everyone knows Pope Gregory. So I used to argue with that dude because he's so full of shit. And he wasn't there this one night, right? And Enigma. Do you know who Enigma is? He was.
I've heard of him, but not sure. I haven't.
Yeah, he's over there on Earth Awakenings. I think he's in here somewhere too. I don't know. But I had been having a conversation and we were talking about Gregory, and I started like losing it because of the way he was doing, and I called him like N-word multiple times, like effing and and bang, I got banned. I was like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
So I went to Betty, I got reimbursed,
right.
So they said, just apologize to him. He wasn't even there. Like, he wasn't even there at the time. So I was so drunk at the time as well, I forgot what the hell happened. So I said, hey,
Okay, so that might be adding to the emotions, the alcohol levels.
Yeah, it did at the time. Sure it did. Yeah, absolutely. And so I went to Gregory and I said, dude, I'm sorry, man. I didn't, And he's like, what are you talking about? Because I thought he was there. And I said, because I called you. And he said, I don't know. I wasn't even there. I said, okay. So I got banned and you weren't even there. That's all good. But I'm still apologizing because I was calling you what I called you. So it's all good. He said, yeah, it's all good. But then, as we started talking after that, he's, not going to change my opinion. Not going to say the word, but I'm not changing my opinion. Because he thinks he knows, like he's a Dunning-Kruger beyond belief. He thinks believing and knowing are synonymous. Once you know something, I don't know if you're going to agree with this. Once you know something, you no longer believe it. You know it.
Well, it's a process. Just like you woke up every day. First, you open. First, you kind of feel the light. The sun comes up, and you feel the light, right? Then you kind of start breathing deep, and then you open your eyes. This step by step. So when you believe something, like I believe I'm gonna go to the store and buy rebuy. Once in the process that I'm going towards the store, I don't know yet if I'm gonna get that rebuy. Once I'm there and I buy it, and now I know that it was there, right? So my belief was correct, but what if I believed that I was gonna buy the rebuy, and when I go there, there's no rebuy? Then my belief was wrong.
Exactly.
So you can use the word believe for certain purposes, but not to say, I believe that I know the shape of the whole universe, therefore it's true.
Yeah, you can't believe that you know.
I believe the Earth is a spinning water ball. I mean, no. It is a belief. You don't know it. It's obviously, like you're saying, that's what I said is to your point. It's not the knowing part. It's getting there. Your belief that you might discover knowledge. Once you get there and you discover your belief was correct or was incorrect, once you know.
Right. So here's the actual definition, which everybody can realize and think about. At its core, knowledge is the understanding of a fact or truth that has been acquired through experience, observation, or study. It is a concept that is grounded in evidence and can be verified through objective means. Objective means. So you have to know all the definitions of these words, like objective. It's not subjective, it's objective, right? So belief, on the other hand, is the acceptance of an idea or proposition as true without necessarily having evidence to support it. Period. Why would you think you want to argue that and say you still can believe even though you know? That's ridiculous. That's Gregory. For the last 4 years, he has not changed his egotistical, arrogant fucking position.
Well, so what is it? So you're reading the definitions of belief means this and knowledge means that, and he's saying that there is a point in between, or they're the same thing. What is he
you
saying?
can still believe what you know. It's so goofy. I don't really know how to steel man him.
I'm gonna have to ask him because I wanna hear it. I wanna try to put it together.
Oh my God! Just let me know when. Maybe not, because he will fight you tooth and nail.
I'm not gonna fight him. I'm just gonna ask him.
I'm saying he will fight you tooth and nail because he's been doing this for 4 years.
Yeah.
And to not be able to look at a definition and understand it, and just to make your own definition override the actual definition is retarded, absurd. And this is what makes people ignorant. See, back in the day, the word ignorant would be replaced with that N-word. Understand? Not necessarily a color or a race or any of that shit. What they've done to us is just, fuck us right up the ass with no lube every day of the week. Change everything we've seen, everything we've heard. Level is curved. Go watch the movie Wag the Dog with Robert De Niro, Woody Harrelson, a bunch of people, right? The movie was based on the Monica missiles. Do you remember this? When Clinton had a problem because he was fucking Monica, and he, was. It depends on what your definition is, right? In the meantime,
he pressed the wrong button.
In the meantime, he shot missiles at Iran. So they're called the Monica missiles, right? So they made this movie called Wag the Dog, based on that happening in reality, that reality thing that happened with Clinton. And they show you how they go back in time, look at shit, they make up shit, put it back where it never existed. Here's a book, 1932, that we just created. This old shoe. And then we created a song. Willie Nelson wrote it, but it's from 1920, whatever. Right? This is what they do. They rewrite history and put it in the fucking library. And so you can never prove a goddamn thing except you're nuts. Me, I'm nuts, right?
Right now, there's people, they do interviews and they lie, they say stuff as it happened this way, and people take that reference. They interview that guy said that it happened this way, therefore it happened that way.
Right. That's called the victor writes the history. It's history or hertery. Somebody's bullshit. I just saw a meme earlier today, like, oh my God. So according to the history books, the good guy won every time. What are the odds? It's like, oh my God, that was cool. And I don't even know if I copied that.
Yeah, because good means you always wins. If you're good,
Exactly.
you always win.
The good guy always won. And, it's all good. It's all truth. It's all, there ain't no bullshit back there. Yeah, Indians, the Native Americans here, they were savages. They were fucking assholes. They all needed to be, eliminated. Genocide. In reality, they had the keys to this area. They had the keys to this United States that we now call United States. They knew what the fuck was up over here. And instead of learning, they knew that if we learned, we would be able to thrive like they did. They killed them. So that
Actually,
knowledge.
that story of that massacre of many nations, that happens all across the world. It wasn't just in the U.S. The destruction of cultures and nations and the massacre and disappearance of many nations, it happened in the last couple 200 years?
300 years.
100 years, yeah. A bunch of different nations just gone.
Destroying everything.
They've been replaced. There's other people there now. Other people.
And yeah, exactly. It's definitely not just the U.S. It's Babylon. It's all Iraq, Iran, all those places where all the culture's out. They don't want you to know the truth. Don't want you to even be able to discover the truth other than what they tell you. Period. And some people like to live their lives believing those, like it's the Stockholm syndrome. Period. That's all it is.
Well, for some people, it's convenient because if you're that guy getting that paycheck for drawing NASA cartoons, you're having a good living. You're a normal guy that's just doing designs on a computer.
But dude, hold on.
Many of those people, like they're gonna be like, you know what? I have a good life. I have a wife. I have children. I get paid, and that's it.
But that's not a normal guy because every guy you walk down the road, you draw cartoons for NASA. No, you're not going to find that anywhere. Only the chosen elite.
There's people out there that are physically and mentally kind of like just this, not designed, but kind of like broke down into be servants.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and they accept it.
Yeah. No doubt. But the people that rule this world are bred like dogs. They're interbred.
Are they? I always had that kind of question. Like, do they actually do that stuff? Like they kind of breed with animals and stuff? Is that an actual thing?
That's why these rich people are famous for breeding horses and dogs because they breed each other. It really is. It's
Are you saying that there's people out there that are half horse, half people?
Horses, like like the Rothschilds. Have you ever seen the way they breed horses? And have you ever looked into this shit?
No, I haven't.
Most people haven't. That's the thing, right? Because why would you? What the fuck is the reason to look into?
I gotta pay bills. Why would I look into that?
Exactly. Who the hell cares if they breed dogs or horses? That's the thing. These studies have to do with humans because they interbreed, and you can see it.
So if you breed a horse and a dog, you get what, a donkey?
You ain't going to get nothing except for a fucked up dog.
You get the donkey from Shrek?
Yeah. No, that doesn't work, bro. But humans.
Okay.
So when you breed dogs with dogs, horses with horses, you know, not evolution, just, you know, breeding.
Yeah, you mix you get dog with a dog, you get puppies.
Now, if
No,
you
it's not
mix a
complicated.
certain dog with another certain dog, you're going to get a puppy of a hybrid, whatever the hell comes out. You got two different breeds. You're making another breed. And then
But
they
you're talking
become-
about different like animals. You're saying how they do that in the lab, or they do that with?
Oh, no.
I mean, I don't.
Dude, dogs, really? Like purebred dogs? How do you have purebred dogs when they're bred from other species to get that breed?
You gotta go back in the code,
Generations.
and you gotta go back in the code, and then you're gonna find the original dog with the original code.
Exactly. That's how you find out where they came
Imagine
from.
we did that with people, like, and you follow, like, imagine we can kind of grab the original code and put it into a
Well,
newborn.
They say they can. They already have said they did. We all come from black people.
Because didn't people in the past live like 300, 800 years?
Well, I mean, that's what they say. You know,
That's what they say.
Methuselah, in the Bible, Methuselah lived 969 years, right?
Yeah. Why do we die so young?
Because we're fucking idiots. See, here's in the Bible, God said, you know, you're whatever, but you're spiritual. You know, 120 years, and you're good. I'm tired of you fucking idiot. You know, it's weird. The Bible is so fucking weird. It talks about the stars. It talks about the constellations. It has so many different meanings in the verses that you can never understand the Bible in your lifetime. People have taken verse 1. In the beginning, the earth was void, and the Spirit of God hovered above the waters, right? So you got this saying that the earth was void, but when you go into Hebrew, it seems to say that the earth became void. And
Became
so now
what?
they're going, became, not was. In other words, the earth didn't start out being void in this particular verse. It had become. It had become void and desolate. What the fuck?
Wait, you're saying the verse says what? That the earth became
Verse
void?
1. Genesis verse 1. Go read it. And
Hebrew,
what
you
it
said?
says, what it says in English is not what it says in Hebrew.
Okay.
The earth was void.
Okay.
But in Hebrew, it suggests that it became void and desolate.
I remember in Spanish they said that the earth came out of the waters.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So the thing is, before that, it says the earth had become void and desolate. That means the earth was here before. And this is a second creation, or maybe possibly a third or fourth or fifth. Who knows? But you're talking
You can
about
go to
all
many
human-
high mountains, even in the Caribbean. You're gonna find coral in the tip of the mountains, like sea shell, sea life stuff at the top of the mountains.
Have you ever seen that personally?
Yes,
Who said yes?
yes, me, the one that's saying that.
Oh, okay.
In the
For some
Caribbean,
reason you
in
sounded
Puerto
more-
Rico. In Puerto Rico, you go to the mountains and you're gonna find seashells, and you can make a hole, and you can
You've
find.
done this. You've actually done this.
Yeah, this is well known.
Okay, hold on. You've actually done this?
When I was a child and we went exploring up in the mountains, and people mention this stuff, and the old ones will say, yeah, this land has been under the water 3 times. People will say stories like that.
Ooh.
How do they
Damn,
know that?
3
I don't
times.
know. Yeah, how do they know that? They know that? I don't know. But how can you have sea stuff on top of the mountains? You make a hole and you find like that
Yeah, but they...
coral.
Well, dude, you just said they said 3 times. Why? How? Where the? Really?
Where? Yeah, I guess it was passed to them,
dude.
right? It was told to
Three
them.
times. This has been under the water 3 times. So this has been passed down to them through.
By who? I don't know. Someone told it to me, right? And then someone
Elders,
told
right?
it to that person.
So they're elders.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of times, your elders pass down the knowledge, and they keep passing it down, and that's a huge, really good thing. And that's what this organization of this fucked up world is trying to stop. Trying to stop all the information that's handed down from our ancestors. They kill it. They destroy it.
Yo, is this Speculation Sunday?
Yeah, man.
Are we speculating Sundays today? Wait.
Maybe.
This Sunday. Oh, let's speculate. I'm sorry. I should have speculated.
What's today? Hey! I got a question for you guys. What is today? What are we celebrating?
Is it today the first day of the year?
No.
Ishtar. We're celebrating Ishtar.
Spring. First day of spring started like fucking the 21st of March, man.
22nd or 19th or whatever.
I was saying something like that a week ago.
Look at so Ishtar is Easter. Easter is like a bunny, like fertile, the egg. It's fertilization. It has nothing to do with God, Jesus, or anything. It's to
A
do
lot
with
of
Ishtar.
people are born
God
around
of
this
fertility.
time.
Goddess of fertility. That's Ishtar.
So most of the people are born around this time of the year.
No, most people are born on September.
September. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that I know like 5 different people who were born within 3 days of my own birthday? They're all Aries, April. Because you know why? April is the first fucking month.
Oh, look at this guy. April what? Which April are you born?
April
April
13th. First month. April, Aries.
Ha!
April 13th.
I'm a better Aries, bro. I'm a way better Aries than you.
Day. What day?
The 6th. I am the Aries, my friend. No. You're on the cusp of some Taurus. You're Taurus cusping already.
On any kind of cusp, dude.
You're cusping Taurus, bro. I am the Aries. I am the Aries.
Go look it up.
Well, I am.
Cusp is
Buddy.
23, 24.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You're almost cusping. You're fucking 13.
I'm in the middle.
No, that's not the middle, man. That's 75% over. That's not the middle. The middle is the 6. I told you I'm the middle. I am the Aries. I am the peak. I am the apex. God damn. No, you don't understand. I am 6'5". I am a big fucking 200-pound Russian. You know what I mean? So God made me the way I am.
There you go.
I was born on the 6th. I'm telling you.
These motherfuckers are arrogant as piss.
Oh yeah. I am the fucking Aries, bro. You don't even know. I'm the most stubborn motherfucker. It's either my fucking way or the fucking highway, bitches. That's it. That's right.
Dude, I will rule your fucking ass all day long.
That's what you think, buddy.
That's what I know.
Is that a song from Puff Daddy?
Hey, the P Diddler's coming out. Oh shit. The P Diddler.
We rule your ass all day long.
He said he was gonna bruise my ass. Yeah, this guy's a P Diddy.
No.
Hey, no Diddy. No Diddy.
Dude, I didn't catch that right away.
Oh, no Diddy, bro.
No Diddy.
You must be an old Aries. You must be an older Aries, bro. You sound like you're older. You're like in your 50s. Maybe even the 60s. Oh, see, even the 60s. Hot dog. Hey, what year is that? What year? What Chinese zodiac?
1960 Aries. Chinese.
Yeah, but 1960. Yeah, because there's a 12-month cycle, right? 12 zodiacs, right? And then there's a 12-yearly cycle. The yearly cycle is the Chinese one. Yeah, that's a very important one to know. Doesn't matter. Listen, 1960, what would it be? Hold on, let me check for you.
I don't know, 46 years ago? 40.
No, 1960. Hold on.
1960. April 13th.
Fucking
They're
Aries,
all born
bro.
under Saturn too. It's weird. What are you typing in? What are you doing?
I'm trying to find your 1960. Hold on.
Your birth sign meaning, your code, the math that is inside of your
He's the rat.
foundations.
Yeah. He's the rat. He's just like Battle Mod. Have you ever met Battle Mod? You must have met Battle Mod. You guys are the same people. Yeah, you and him are exactly the same. It's crazy. All right.
But people say that when you're born, it has nothing to do with the sign you're born under. And you just proved, basically, that by my behavior and his behavior, to compare them, you can pretty much calculate that the stars do have shit to do with when you're born, don't they?
100%.
Absolutely.
It's
Now,
almost like when
horoscopes-
go ahead, horoscopes. Go ahead.
Horoscopes is another thing, right? But
Listen. The Earth is flat. Earth is flat with the stars above us rotating in a certain pattern constantly, right? It's circular. It never stops, and it always completes. So based on these patterns, people just figured shit out. It's that simple.
There you go.
It's that fucking simple. I don't see what's the problem. I don't see what the fucking problem is.
I don't understand why everybody doesn't fucking think like
Get
this.
outta here.
Like, here it is, and there it is.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm looking at myself doing certain things, and I look at what they're telling me I do, I compare it and go, "Son of a bitch, they're dead on." Hey, or whoever the fuck figured this out, right?
Hey, buddy, for thousands of years they've been looking at the sky, right? For thousands of years they've been writing shit down, right? So, I mean, the knowledge has been passed down. It's been passed down for thousands of years.
But no, it's the globe prediction.
No, definitely. No, fuck them. Fucking
They
idiots.
predict things, within a millisecond. Yeah, they don't. Because that past moon thing, they got it wrong. Yeah, they got it wrong. Let's see how well they do with this solar eclipse on the 8th. I want everybody to pay particular attention on how this fucking motherfucker, is predicted and what time it's coming in, and pay attention, because you're going to prove the Globers are wrong. They can't predict shit the way they say they can.
Hey, what's the event of the sky in March 31st? There's like a change in the movement. I think it's the sun is moving towards above the celestial equatorial line or something. There's some specifics about it.
Oh,
Vlad doesn't know. He's supposed to know, but he doesn't.
I should.
No, I don't know.
Damn.
I'll find it. I know there's some. Let's see if I find it.
A few minutes ago, I thought I knew everything.
Oh man, it's like if
Dude, when I was 30,
like
I
when
thought I knew everything.
Yeah. Well,
When I
yeah.
was 40, I was pretty sure I knew everything. And then when I was 50, I was going, oh, God damn it. I'm not so sure I know anything. And when I was
when
60,
did you become a flat earther?
when I took, 55.
Oh, so yeah, all that time you didn't know fuck all. That's true. That's true.
No, I didn't.
No, that's true. And see, the thing is, you don't start knowing the truth until you know that the Earth is flat, right? You need a foundation. You need a very strong foundation in order to build something, right?
And here's the thing, bro. My entire life, I was a Christian, and I was reading the Bible constantly. And every time I got to keystones and foundations and, pillars and four corners and all that, I couldn't figure out how that worked on a globe. And I was always going, what the hell? And, the answer is it's all metaphorical. The pillars are just the people, blah, blah, blah. And I was going, I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel right. The same thing is when I used to preach Jesus Christ, and I didn't like that name Jesus for some reason. I couldn't never figure it out. And then when I kind of became a Messianic, I learned that his name was Yeshua. And that kind of even came from Mel Gibson with Passion of the Christ. It's like, what the fuck, Yeshua? What? You kidding me? So you Christians can't pronounce the name Yeshua? You have to continue Jesus? Are you fucking kidding me? And then I thought, wow, this whole thing's a mess. Then I became a messianic. Yahweh, Yeshua, HaMashiach, blah, blah, blah. I just went through this earlier. And it's all bullshit. It's all dog shit. If Yeshua was anything, he was a prophet. He constantly referred to himself as Son of Man. So, if anything, he was a prophet. And we'll let it go at that.
I like what you just said. That's right. See, that's the one thing I have a problem with Christians is the ones that say Jesus is God. I'm like, guys, that's where you're making a big fucking mistake. Jesus is a dude. God created everything. You know what I mean? Including Jesus. All right, so let's stop
there. He says that all throughout. He says that all throughout. To the point where he was crucified and said, Allah, Allah, lama sabachthani, which meant, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Now, when I said that the other day, Islo said, so what did that come from? Is that something he just said? Or I said, no, that came from Psalm 22:1. I believe it was David saying, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? So he was literally quoting the Old Testament. And this is how, when you start learning what you're reading, just like the globe earth and the flat earth, you can see perspective was hijacked. So was the Bible.
Yes, sir. I keep explaining this to people. The translations after translations after translations, interpretation after interpretation. It's all fucking bullshit. Everything was written by men. All this King James shit, it's all fucking trash. Throw it in the fucking... It's not good. It's period. It's all fucking... King James was a sodomite. So, like, what the fuck? Okay, they're buds.
And not only that, but Sir Francis Bacon pretty much edited, right? Shakespeare.
The Sir Francis probably some fucking royalty fucking bloodline, right?
Who knows who he was? Yeah, he was definitely one of their editors. Shakespeare. I learned a couple other things, and now I forget. He did a lot of stuff, this motherfucker, Sir Francis Bacon. I learned a couple things, and now I fucking forget for some reason, but like a couple weeks ago, I learned something else he did. It's like, how can this dude do all these things? Ever hear of Ron Wyatt?
No.
Really?
No.
So Ron Wyatt is super Christian. Ron Wyatt is the guy who discovered every fucking thing that was in the Bible as far as Sodom and Gomorrah, the crossing of the Red Sea. He eventually got down to where he found the covenant, where the ark of the covenant was in. And at one point, like, I was watching his stuff and I was crying because I thought, oh my God. And then something sparked inside my little brain and went, really? This one dude discovering every single secret of the Bible? Really? I thought, oh, son of a bitch. I stopped crying and I thought to myself, you fucking idiot. And I started looking more into it instead of just believing the bullshit.
Right.
Found out he's a scammer from way back. And his fucking kids are scammers. And I started looking more in depth into it. I was like, okay, gotcha. There are still people out here to this day. J Metrics Media will defend Ron Wyatt. There are certain people out here that will defend Ron Wyatt, the scammer. Now, he discovered chariot wheels in the Red Sea, and they were still gold. How's that work? The wood was still good, and the gold was still gold. In the sea of salt. How's that work?
That doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, sea of salt could preserve the wood. It could petrify the wood if it's.
No. Opposite.
It would corrode the metal. It would corrode. Listen, It would corrode the metal, but it wouldn't corrode the
Would
the
petrify-
biological shit.
It would petrify the wood. That's correct. It would corrode the
Right.
metal. That's correct.
Yes. The wood would be petrified because that's how you pickle shit. Like if you do like salt pickling, right? And if you take it like the thing preserves pretty well in salt, like heavy amounts of salt.
Yeah, I know.
But that's like it has to be biological. It can't be metal. Metal will fucking degrade instantly.
Yep, especially gold in the water. In salt water.
Well, I don't know about gold. Gold and salt. I don't know about that one. I think gold is so resistant to everything. It's really hard to fucking destroy
They
gold.
really make gold chariot wheels, though? That's the thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's all bullshit. I mean, if anything, it was like brass or fucking
Absolutely.
some kind of metal
Why would you make
composite.
it out
Yeah.
of soft metal? Right. Why would you make it out of a soft metal, such as gold?
All right.
You wouldn't.
Bronze maybe.
Right,
Yeah, probably
exactly. You would
bronze.
add tin. Exactly. You would add tin or
Yeah.
iron or whatever. Yeah, absolutely.
So solidify that shit. Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, iron. I mean, smelting was a thing in the past. You know, smelting is such a fucking like I've seen people like do primitive smelting, just dirt fucking ovens, man. You know, you can just fucking find a hill, put a fucking hole with a vent, and buddy, you can make such crazy hot ovens in that motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Unbelievable. Dude, I have a
And you
server.
can
where I
smelt
put-
all
I
that shit.
post all this shit. Yeah, I post all these ancient ways of making these air ovens out of clay, like 6,000 years old worth of technology, and they just smelt iron from sand
Yeah.
and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy, eh?
Yes, it is. Right out of the earth. Everything comes from the earth.
Yes, sir.
It's just non-rotating.
Yeah, stationary for sure.
I don't know. Once somebody says to you, "Dude, really, is it a globe? Are we really spinning?" And you present that to them, and you expect them to go look. But a lot of these people out here now, it's all about the money. Now, that's not saying about these guys, these trolls that come in and we talk to, like Dave this or Dave that, McGeegan or Professor, or even the flat earthers. Aaron.
Yeah. Certain people are.
Right, so what I was saying was like even the flat earthers, like Jeranism will come out and say FTFE and McToon are liars, right? And they just blah 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 blah, and then the next thing you know, on the other side of his mouth, on comes Jared Debatism, where he has like the flat Earth and McToon on his show. So what the fuck?
Right. I agree
to
with
me,
that.
Is an
Kind of
asshole.
fucked up.
It's a double-speaking bitch. He was Jesuit trained, and once we found that out, he had to admit it back in the day. See, this is the thing. I was back in the day, I was fucking coming at these motherfuckers, and me and two other people, Flat Earth Reset and MGM, what the fuck was his name? I forget. There was three of us.
Yeah, what's his name? Pillbox, right?
Pillbox, I think that was another one, right? Right, but we
Well, I
were
don't know,
coming
you just said
at them.
MGM. I don't know. It's Pillbox, I think. It's
Yeah,
that fucking
I think it might be
Aries.
the same. This was such a long time ago, but these were the three of us. And we would come at these motherfuckers, and they would change their tunes, and they would just, shadow ban us, get rid of us, and then talk against us. And then they brought in the Convex Earth, which was a bunch of scammers. We tried to tell them that a bunch of scammers from Brazil, whatever. And fucking blah blah blah, and they come in, and then they have to fucking apologize for being idiots. And somehow that very day gained like 30,000 subscribers, and I was going, what the fuck just happened? They just promoted scammers, and then admitted they promoted scammers and gained 30,000 subscribers. This was the Globebusters. How the fuck did they just do that? Everybody who thinks they are telling us the truth or whatever, Globebusters, Jeranism, Rob Skiba, he's dead now. All these people from the past. There's one dude, remember?
They're controlled opposition. I agree with you, right? But it doesn't fucking. They're controlled opposition. It's a possibility because they were all over the fucking networks, right? They were like front page of everything in 2015, right?
Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, absolutely. Yep.
Right. So this was just a controlled opposition. You know what I mean?
And money making. I remember Jaron back in the day, in the first days, saying there's no money in flat Earth. Have you seen his house that he's bought with flat Earth money lately?
No, but I bet it's a lot because he probably has a lot of ad revenue from YouTube, eh?
Oh yeah. Well, even being demonetized and having to move to a different thing, he still gets money. The thing is, he now has a nice fucking house with a backyard. He's planting trees. He shows you. He literally shows you the money.
Good. Well, listen. Let him fucking do his thing. He did what he had to do to get there. You know what I mean? Fuck. Well, you can't hate on the guy for doing what he did.
Oh, I kind of can because he promoted lots of bullshit. And
well, I mean, what bullshit did he promote? Okay, because I've listened to a lot of Jeranism. I've listened to a lot of this shit. I know where the controlled opposition may come from, but you tell me where the bullshit is.
Right. So when they submitted to go and do the Netflix Beyond the Curve, and then when they did the Geo fucking Net Geo, they did all these things. They were being warned not to do it. See, because they were going to be hit pieces. And it's all good for flat Earth. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
See, one can argue. I was like that before. I was on that point before. But hold on. It's. Have you ever heard of even bad publicity is good publicity?
I did, but it's not true. It's bullshit.
But here, this is why it's good. Okay, so there's a lot of kids that are fucking seeing these fucking shows, right? And they got these ideas, right? And that's the first thing they do is come and tell us this shit, and that's where we crush them. Right? And there's a lot more fucking flat earthers that are starting to come out, bro. You know what I mean? There's more flat earthers because of this.
I have enough of your logic. Shut up.
Well, my logic is crazy, bro. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? You can't hate on the motherfucker for making the money. That's number one.
Look at.
Because,
it's all good. It's all good.
And number two, he was spreading information, right?
It's all good. I went through this with Crit earlier. Like, why do you fucking entertain these goddamn trolls, right? But he told me, you know, hey Geeks, could you be quiet for a second?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you. Apologies.
Yeah, okay, that's good. So Crit told me, you know, you just let them talk, and it's very hard for me to do. You know what I mean? They do. They crush themselves. And I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where Crit was coming from earlier. You know, I understand wherever he's. But sometimes I just don't have the patience to do it. You know?
Listen. When it's controlled opposition, right? The best thing you can do. No, but the best thing you can do is what are you gonna do? Is call them out? You can fight that war if you want, right? But I don't know if it's not gonna work, right? People, right? See, I've listened to a lot of this shit, right? And I was here for like over 10 years for sure. Right? I've learned about flat Earth through a friend, and then I did my research fucking, and then it fucking went crazy out of control. You know what I mean? After that,
you did your research fucking. That's how you did your research.
Buddy, the amount of fucking I've done in my life, guy, it's insane, bro. It's probably more than you. I guarantee you that. I'm like that.
Whoa. Hey, listen. Don't start challenging me to that.
Buddy, that's why my link tree's here, right? And my link tree is my fucking link to all my fucking social medias, and you can go on my Instagram and see exactly who the fuck you're. No, you can go look exactly who the fuck you're talking to before you start talking shit. Because I guarantee you, everybody that ever does this, they stop fucking talking shit right after. I guarantee you.
All right. I'll do it.
Geeks, go ahead. You know, here's another disingenuous dick, right? So Geeks here comes in here now. He comes here, fucking lies all the fucking time, pretends that the previous conversations nobody fucking remembers, right? And starts fucking rinsing the whole shit again.
Exactly, rinse and repeat.
So,
I'm not spoken to you. What are you on about?
Right, me and you have never spoken. But you don't know who the fuck you're talking to, brethren.
Oh my God, you've never spoken to Geeks?
Buddy, I know exactly who the fuck Geeks is, my guy.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't know who you are though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's
well,
the
it's
difference.
easy to understand who you are.
And that's the good part. I don't need you to know who the fuck I am. But here I have my link tree. Go ahead, go check it out.
Oh, we have spoken before.
Oh, we have, Geeks. See, this is how fucked up your memory is. You dumb
No, I just remember because you told me you told me to look at you told me to look at the Instagram before once. and
Geeks,
I
my
was
guy.
like,
My guy. You, my friend. My friend, you are really like. I don't know. I don't want to insult you, but like anything that comes out next would, so I'll be like, just stop it right here. I'm like, you, my
oh no,
friend.
dude! Listen, anything you say wouldn't insult or offend me. Say whatever you desire. I'm liking these dips. I'm liking these dips you're doing.
Okay. So what was the whole squared X, or what was it? The squared fucking meters. No, squared miles. Yeah, the squared miles thing.
I was wrong about that.
And you know how much of a prick this guy was every day coming in here saying our math was wrong, telling hundreds of fucking people that we are wrong about this math when we were doing this for over 10 fucking years. And this one guy has the audacity to come in here and fucking tell us with a straight face saying, you guys are all fucking wrong. And he was doing this for quite some fucking time until we had to repeat it, buddy. No, Geeks, you're fucking stupid. Go do the math again. Until he went and actually sat down and did the math, and he's like, oh, well, oops, guys, I apologize. And he had the sorriest fucking apology ever, bro. And Geeks, let me tell you, I'll fucking remember this for fucking ever, you prick. You're welcome.
I mean, I would have put it a little bit more polite than that, I suppose. But yeah, if you can remember that, I appreciate it.
You're dealing with the God of War.
Gigs, listen, you're dealing with the God of War, and Vlad, you're dealing with one of the gods of drunkenness, so it's not gonna match up.
Right. Was he trying to say that the 8 inches per mile squared was wrong?
Can't really hear you, dude. It's kind of
right. So, were you trying to say that the 8 inches per mile squared was wrong? In other words, your globe math, the Pythagorean theorem, is that wrong?
Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, the Pythagorean theorem.
I can explain where I went, where I misstepped, but it's a boring story. If you like, I can tell you. But do you want to hear it?
It's okay. No, it's okay. That's it. As long as he admits that he's wrong and he has to apologize to everybody every time he comes into this server, he has to apologize.
That's all I needed. Yeah, that's all I
That's
needed.
it.
I don't need to
Have
hear.
you ever?
I need you to say, I'm fucking sorry, Geeks. I just need you to come in here every time and say, I'm sorry, guys, for that
Happy to do that.
I know last night you
Have
guys
you ever
answered
admitted
all of
you're
my
wrong?
questions. I know last night
Have
you
you
guys,
ever admitted
and
you're
the
wrong?
night before that, you guys answer all of my questions. I get it, but I'm gonna apologize because I don't remember anything.
That's right.
Deacon Frost, have you ever admitted that you're wrong and said,
Yes.
I made a mistake?
Here's the thing. I wouldn't go into a server, right, full of fucking people that are telling them that he's fucking wrong, and then sit there for fucking days, coming in here for fucking days, saying the same shit that we are wrong without actually verifying the fucking matter. Right, so you have fucking egg on your face, yes, my friend. You have the most amount of egg I've ever fucking seen.
You've done it for 10 years, you said. You've been doing it for 10 years.
Oh. Now prove me wrong then. Prove me wrong.
That's the point, right? Like, you know.
Prove me wrong. No, prove me fucking wrong, because I have yet to be proven wrong, my guy, over 10 fucking years of doing this shit on Discord too.
So you haven't ever admitted that you're wrong. Okay.
No, about other things, sure. I'm not talking about this specific subject that we're talking about. About this. Buddy, show me the curvature. My guy, show me the curvature. I will show you a whole bunch of flat observations. I'll show you a bunch I fucking did. A whole fucking bunch that fucking crushes the globe. Show me curvature. Show
I
me
don't have.
curvature first.
I don't have.
Oh,
I don't
so
have.
so you have a positive claim, but you can't prove it, right?
I didn't have a claim.
Well, do you believe in the ball, right?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know now. You're agnostic to the ball now. After how many fucking days you've been in here? How many weeks now you're being agnostic?
God.
I don't know.
2. I don't know.
2 weeks now.
You've got
See how much
you've got
it is.
measurements?
You're not sure it's a ball. You're not sure it's a ball now, right? Are you sure it's a ball?
No. Have you got those measurements you talked about?
Yeah. We could the measurements I can fucking provide. Trust me, my fucking observations are one of the sickest of the sickest. Okay, so
yeah, we failed to observe that everybody in this voice chat is retarded and egging you on. So that's kind of fun.
Can you provide them? I'd love to see them.
They're contrarian losers. They don't actually believe in flat Earth. They're contrarian losers that fail.
Okay, somebody mute this asshole. Somebody's fucking like really fucking up the conversation, you know? Okay, so Geeks. All right, Geeks.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
I live in Toronto, right?
Oh,
if you want to Google it, Google it. Google it.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about
No,
that.
that's okay. You don't have to apologize for anything. You know?
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, it's okay. No, I am sorry for whatever you're going through. It's okay.
Hey, I'm apologize for him apologizing every other minute. Go ahead.
And I'm going to apologize for
okay.
him apologizing for me. Anyway, yeah, okay. You live in Toronto.
Geeks,
Yeah.
just make sure every time you come into the server, you fucking apologize for fucking up that formula, okay, buddy?
I've got it written down. I've got it written down. I've got it written down. It's
Okay,
gonna be
so let's
one of the
continue.
things I do.
Let's continue.
You're in Toronto.
Is this where the flat Earth idiots meet up? Holy shit! It's nice to meet you.
Let's continue. So Toronto is right on the shore of a lake. It's one of the
Wait,
great
are you
lakes.
half Italian, by the way? Because you've got all these pizzas. Like,
Hey, yo, you liking the pizza? Oh, hey, that's a pizza pie there over there. Oh, no, I'm a Russian, 100% pure-blooded fucking Russian, born in the USSR. Okay, so.
Okay, go.
I live in this fucking, right next to this fucking amazing lake, right? So if you want to verify these numbers, Lake Ontario, right? It has a span, it has a dimension to it, right? It's about 175 miles from east to west, and it's about 30 miles from north to south.
North to south.
It's oval. It's about oval, but I'm giving you like these
could you tell me what? I just so I can look at it on a map, so I can understand.
Google it.
What's it called? What's the lake called?
Toronto in Canada. Just Google Toronto in Canada.
Oh, okay. I won't be able to miss it, right? Okay.
No, the lake's right on the fucking city in the lake.
Gotcha.
Right. And this is where it's going to be fun, geeks. This is going to be very, very fun for us. You know why?
Lake Ontario.
Yeah, Lake Ontario. Yeah. Geeks,
Okay,
this is going to be very fun for me and you. We're going to apply that formula that you so fucked up, right? We're actually going to apply the proper one to this dimension that we're going to observe, right? So what's the distance from north to south? So I'm standing in Toronto, right? And I'm looking southbound towards St. Catharines. There's a little town called St. Catharines. Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
Here, so what's the distance across this motherfucker right here over here?
Between this motherfucker, what's the distance?
Yeah, the straight line from
yeah, I know. I'm trying to get the distance between the motherfucker. Hang on one second.
Okay, let's do this.
Hang on one second. Okay, get motherfucking distance.
Yeah, get motherfucking distance. Oh my god. Okay, there's a fucking scale at the bottom of the map, right? You can see it, right? Take a piece of paper, draw a line that same size, and just fucking put it on the screen. Just do not adjust the zoom, right? The scale is set. If you're gonna use the scale properly. Don't zoom out. If you zoom out, use that zoomed out scale. The scale always adjusts based on what you're zoomed in. That's a scale. It's a proper scale.
There's a clicky thing that you can do as well.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't really matter because it's going to be approximate distances. I can give you a shorter distance regardless because the observation is going to be the observation over a curvature, right? Over a hump of water.
So, okay, so let's say it's 5, 10, 15, I don't know, 25 miles. Yeah?
At the shortest. Like, that's because it's approximately 30 fucking miles across. You know what I mean? That's the minimum. Yeah, 30. But if you want 25, we can do 25. But I already did the 30 math.
30 it is. Go.
So, from point A to point B across that fucking lake, there should be about 600 feet of drop. If you apply it with the 4, yeah.
Now,
So
how-
8 inches,
how do-
8 inches times
You're using that.
30 miles times 30 miles squared. So you 30 times 30 times 8 gives you the answer in inches. Divide that shit by 12 gives you the answer in feet, which is 600 feet. Okay?
30 times 30.
30 times 8, yeah. Because the miles are always squared, remember that. That's the variable. That's the fucking adjusted thing.
It's not 8 times. No, it's not 8 times 8. Of course not. No.
No, it's not, because the 8 is the constant. It's always dropping 8 inches. When we're adjusting miles, that's the variable, and that's what's squared because of how it was derived.
Just trying to keep up.
I
7,200
know you're a little
inches.
slow. It's okay.
It's all right. I'm a bit slow. 7,200 inches. What's
Divide
that
by
feet?
12. Divide that
I
into
mean,
12.
I do. Sorry, I'm not used to this. I mean, it's
I know. 600 feet.
Feet.
Yeah, man. Okay, so now listen.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, right? So now listen to this. I'm standing in
182
Toronto.
meters.
That's a lot of fucking, yeah, that's a big drop. That's a huge drop, right? There should be skyscrapers fucking not visible.
Disappearing, yeah.
Oh, but guess what, my friend?
It doesn't do it.
I'm in Toronto, and I'm looking at St. Catharines, right? So St. Catharines is a small village with no skyscrapers, no towers. It has fucking like 3-story buildings at the most. You can actually go at Street View in Google Maps and actually check out exactly what I'm seeing across with Toronto. Now here comes the proof, my friend.
So if you argue with a flat
Here comes the proof. Listen, don't listen to this guy right here. The proof is coming. The proof is in the pudding, my guy.
Oh,
And here
I'm
it
looking
is.
forward to this, motherfucker. Go.
I got the photos, my guy. So you know what I have? It's called an S22 Ultra, right? This motherfucker has shots. It's a good phone. It's the Ultra 22 with the night shots, right? So if you understand how night photography works, then you'll understand these photos that I have for you.
Okay.
Oh.
You're going to put them in the side chat, yeah?
Yes, in the side chat, the first 5 photos. These were the most recent ones, my friends. Anybody too? Who else is listening, including that fucking troll trying to interrupt? So the first photo is this is for the fucking Globers too that come into this channel talking about, observer height, blah, blah, blah. They don't understand the math. But anyways, my observer height is 0 because I brought the phone down all the way down. Here's the first image to the water, to the point where the water's splashing my fucking camera. All right.
Yeah.
You see that? But that's a nice photo, right? That's a beautiful fucking photo. I like that shot.
That's fucking crazy, man.
I don't know what it's
That's good, right? So but you see that light? That's me looking towards the south. So that light, or that is being lit up by the lights. Nope. The sun is to the right of me, but it's fucking way far to the right. It's nighttime. This is like 2 in the morning or like 1 in the morning. There's no
What's the light of? What's the light?
That's what I'm about to show, because see, I brought the phone down way too low to the point where the water waves were too wavy and they were covering up, because I'm looking across 30 miles, they were obstructing a part of the horizon, right? So here, I brought the phone up just a little bit. Maybe 1 foot. Now you guys can see something almost. You guys see those 2 big lights starting to fucking appear? You see that?
On the bottom right there.
Yeah, you see that? Like it's almost, you see those, like it's the horizon, but then there's like 2 dots that are like bringing the horizon.
On the bottom right. What is that?
Yeah. Now watch. I'll show you exactly what that is. Now I bring it up a bit more. No, I zoom this one in just to emphasize those 2 dots. See?
Okay.
I emphasize those 2 dots, and then there's the other one to show you exactly what these 2 dots are. And now watch the finale, and I just show you. So I bring it up just a little bit more, just for you guys to see the finale with those two fucking white swans, just for the irony on top of that. You know what I mean? It goes right across the motherfucker. I see St. Catharines, my friend, over 30 miles, where there should be 600 feet of drop, and boom, I see everything. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wait, I'm not there yet. Whoa, slow down, back up. What are the lights?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Slow
What
down, back up.
the light means? Listen, the light means unobstructed line of sight. So when light is traveling, right? It's traveling in a straight path, line of sight. If there was a hump or any form of obstruction, my friend, that light would not come to us. Okay?
Unless it was 1,000 meters in the air. What is the light?
Buddy, the little town, bro. St. Catharines. Okay, you want another shot here? Here's another better shot for you. Here's another day that I did this. Because I do this over multiple days. And it's a crazy, nice little fucking band. I have all kinds of optical illusions and shit. Here's a good one here. Here's one where it's like, it's called miraging illuminating effects. What? What do you want to know? What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
What is that light?
That light? Which light? The one in the sky?
The one I thought was the sun. You said no, the sun is the other.
No, it's not the sun, bro. No, that's a plane in the
What
sky.
is it? What?
That's a plane.
What?
That's a plane.
That light is a plane. That light is a plane.
That's an aeroplane flying at me. Yes. Listen, my phone, you gotta understand the phone camera I'm using. This is a night vision mode camera, right? What it does, it opens up the fucking aperture more, increasing the amount of light coming into the optic, right? And then it takes multiple frames, right? Because I have to sit there for like 5 seconds still, and then it compiles all those frames of all the light that came into the sensor. You gotta understand how this camera fucking works. That's why it looks like that.
What you're saying?
Yeah, but what is that light? But but what is that light?
It's a plane, bro. I mean,
So it's not on the ground. So it's not on the ground.
It's not the sun. So it's not the sun. It's not the sun. It's not the sun.
It's not on the ground.
No, it's not on the ground. It's not the sun.
Okay, so that little thing that looks like the sun in the sky is not the sun. No, that's a plane flying. Yes.
That's a plane. So it's not on the ground, right?
Gigs, can you stop doing that? He's not even talking about that, and you keep.
Where's St. Catharines? In these photos?
The horizon. The horizon, bro. You don't see the horizon?
I can't see St. Catharines.
You can't see it.
I mean, you don't see the lights? You don't see the lights? Here, I'll show a better picture.
They're planes.
He doesn't see the people going inside the church. He doesn't see that.
Here, Geeks, here's a better photo. Here's a better photo. You like this photo here? That's St. Catharines. So you can take this photo, zoom in really closely on the horizon. You see those little individual lights sparkling at the fucking horizon?
Are they planes as well?
No, that's St. Catharines, my friend. That's the little village I've been saying so many fucking times, Geeks, and you've been avoiding this.
Yeah, but we don't see the Father giving the bread to the people and the wine.
You're joking. This is it?
What, this is it? That's supposed to be hidden behind 600 feet of drop. That light should not be there, my friend. It's over 30 miles. This is it.
The earth is flat. Shut up. The earth is flat, you fucking loser. Oh my god.
That's right. See, the spiral comes in. It's great, especially at the apex of the fucking, what do you call it? Of the conversation. It's great. I love it. Geeks, 600 feet of curvature missing. I see this on a daily fucking basis. Geeks, what's up?
I'm just gonna look at St. Catharines. I just want to see what it looks like.
Go ahead, because I've showed this to every fucking Glober and they avoid this like the plague now. They have no answer for this, and I'm talking about the most staunchest one with the best math.
With the best with the best
the best Yeah, Geeks, it's not compared to some of these motherfuckers.
You're messing around. Come on.
No, Geeks, buddy. I told you, you don't know who the fuck I am.
Hey, Vlad, just ignore what you posted, and you're messing around because she's just gonna be like, "Is that an airplane? Is that the sun?"
No. You already said it's an airplane. So we don't. Have to worry about that.
But that's not the point, and you're going towards something else. Can you concentrate on the point that he's trying to tell you?
I don't think you can concentrate on the point, sir. It's awful.
No, Jamsy's on point, Geeks. You're not on point. I know what kind of a snake you are. Relax.
This is awful, man. Don't use
It's awful. How dare you, Vlad? It's awful.
Oh, it's awful. Awful because I have no rebuttal for this. The globe is destroyed. It's awful. Oh my God, it's so awful. Hey, you know what's the crazy part? What you don't understand, geeks? Because I do live here, right? And I can do all kinds of different angular observations, right? When I raise my elevation, let's say I'm going this fucking bridge, sometimes, right, it's pretty high up. And I look towards that horizon at certain points. Guess what I can see further? Fucking hills behind the fucking city. Imagine that. Now, see, if you were on a fucking ball, that wouldn't happen because it'd be all hidden behind, guess what? 600 feet of fucking drop.
Yeah, but let me go with geeks. Is that hill on the ground or on the sky?
No, it's in the sky. It's being refracted by fucking magic fucking fairies.
Okay. So
Yeah, don't remember the magic fairy thing in unicorns. They fucking float and shit. That's what happens here.
Thanks for the explanation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Vlad.
Nice talking with you, sir. Appreciate it.
Hey,
go to sleep now.
Why isn't the buildings behind the curvature? Why not?
Oh, why not?
In the meantime,
You
after you
asking me?
posted those pictures,
Yeah,
you
asking
posted,
Gee. Go
I
ahead,
posted
Vlad.
pictures of-
Ask Gee why isn't the curvature there? Ask him that.
There's no curvature in the bridges I've just posted.
Because there isn't
There's no
any
curvature on that
curvature
light
because it's
ray
all
that
flat, right?
reaches straight across that flat water, is there? There's no curvature.
No curvature. You're right.
No
You're right.
curvature. Those bridges are going straight across flat water.
Oh shit! Nice one, Harp. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
That sun is reflecting straight across the flat water. If it was a
Yes, sir.
globe, if that water was curved, that
Be a hot spot.
would not stretch a straight line from the fucking horizon to the land that you're on. That would be impossible.
It would.
The light would
I'm
be
sold.
glowing
If it was
upward.
flat, wouldn't it be going through a lot more atmosphere?
Oh no, you can't fucking.
Go ahead. Atmosphere. What happened with the atmosphere?
There's no such
Well done,
thing
guys.
as an atmosphere. Show me a ball of gas.
Someone said atmosphere. Who was it?
You can create a ball of gas, can you? Let's see that. In the meantime, these straight things that go across the water are straight things, including the sun. The ray of the sun going across a flat plane of water is absolute proof there's no curve. Because it wouldn't be hitting the edges where we're at on the land. It would be going up in the air above our fucking heads. That's correct. You can't have any straight lines on a globe. But being retarded and all, I understand that you're fucking retarded.
Yeah, with these examples that Vlad and Harp gave, Gig is gonna come back tomorrow with no further questions about the topic. He's gonna be for sure this time.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Hey, you want to
Oh, is that
explain
what
how
you would
light
want?
stretches straight across the water?
Is that what you want? You don't want any challenges to your worldview? Or?
No, there's no worldview. This is just an observation on this photograph. It's just an observation.
No, I mean, you said that he's going to come back and he's going to have no more questions. I guess you mean on this.
And you already know that on this observation, the fact is that there is no curvature between point A to point B. You get that, right?
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Loud and
Yeah,
clear.
that's pretty simple. So tomorrow, when you come back asking about the same question, you're gonna be like, you know what? I remember yesterday there was no
Do you
curvature.
want me to not come back and challenge you anymore?
Oh, is that what I said?
Unless you're using your brain.
No, I'm just wondering. Is that what you would?
Yeah, you're wondering too much.
I mean, there's no challenge. That's the thing. As long as once you get it, right? So you're supposed to be able to repeat exactly what we're talking about. At that point, your brain
Absolutely.
should have sunk in. Well, right. So now, can you explain to us? Give us 3 reasons why it's flat.
Because everything you said.
No, that's not a reason.
I don't know what you want. I'm on your side
Well, see,
now.
there you go. See, there you go. So nothing registered. See, boys, just like I said before, all these Globers, they have guppy goldfish fucking memory. Doesn't matter how you describe this shit, no matter how stumped they get, the next day they come in, just fucking Groundhog's Day again. It fucking erases.
Wait,
You know what I mean? It's fucking, these motherfuckers are stupid.
Can I just ask just a good faith question? Is it possible that what you're describing is incorrect? Is it possible?
No.
Ew.
No?
Well, listen, buddy, where's the curve? It's your burden. You think it's a ball.
Dude,
There's
listen,
no curve. There's no curve. What could there be?
Why is the top of the sky blue but the bottom of the sky red?
Go ahead. Listen, last point about, my last point, and then Harp can give his point. It doesn't matter the photograph evidence that you're showing, right? Because it's photograph. Obviously, you're just showing a perspective. But if it's not showing the curve, it's wrong, Vlad. That's the perspective.
Right.
Go ahead, Geeks.
So how do you
Harp.
make up a photograph like that? How do you take a picture and there's a straight line from land to sun?
Which one are we talking about now?
I'm
Which
sorry,
one?
over curve. You want me to post this again? Come on.
Well, I don't know what the solar pillar on the ground. Yeah, I like that one actually because it's reflecting in like a pillar, like a straight pillar. Yeah, I get that. I get what you're saying about that one. I like it actually.
Straight across flat water. If it was curved and the sun was that close to the horizon, it should be hitting a curve and the light would stop reflecting off the water about midway, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Yes, it would.
yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah,
But it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It goes straight across the flat plane of the water.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. Oh, water is flat, even though we have waves and all that happy horse shit that you idiots continue. Like, Bev, try thinking. Dude, try thinking, you fucking retard. Yeah.
Yeah, Bev tried thinking he's retarded, yeah.
Flat, and the earth is not a globe. Yeah, I'm a retard. And the real thing,
Yeah. Bev is kind of stupid, yeah.
You are, babe.
Here's the thing, right? That's a cult. You want to fucking see a cult? Go hang out with those motherfuckers for a couple days.
They banned me from.
Why
their,
is the top
their
of
channel.
the sky blue but the bottom of the sky red?
Asses.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Why?
Who's asking? Who's why?
Asses.
Why, oh why?
Because it's
Asses.
about to rain. That's a cold front coming in. It's a pressure system coming in. So in Texas, whenever I see something like this, I'll put a pair of boots in my car with some fresh socks because I don't want my feet to get wet. So that means if you
Pressure
see something like
changes,
this,
yeah.
yeah. If you see something like this, it's going to rain the next 2 or 3 days.
You know what's funny, bro? These motherfuckers used to say, the sky's blue, it ain't orange, is it? And what are we looking at? Yeah, an orange sky. Yeah.
I think there's an old-timey saying that goes along with it, but I can't remember. Something like... Oh, I can't remember.
Doesn't the blue scatters more than other colors, so it's
Yeah, whatever.
scattering through the medium?
So what kind of
more?
gases are we talking about? What kind
Okay,
of
listen,
gases are we
what
talking
picture?
about?
What picture is the question about, though? Is it my picture? Is it my picture? Is he asking about my picture?
They're asking about the blue sky, the colors on the sky, which is different from your picture. Hey, God's Will, can you address the other picture, the one before that?
Looks photoshopped.
Which one?
The highway.
No, check the one before that one.
The
The one
highway across the water is
from
Photoshop?
oh god, Deck and Frost. the one that is from the lake. It's a lake from one side of the lake to the other side of the
I'm
lake.
asking about the sunset.
What
Already
sunset?
answered you. Did you
Or
not hear
sunrise.
me?
I don't know which one it is.
Did you not hear
There
me?
is no sunset. That's not a sunset. That's not a sunrise.
He's looking at a different
It
one. He's
doesn't
looking
matter.
at the.
Sunset,
He's looking at the.
sunrise.
Jesus Christ.
Which fucking picture are we looking at, boys? This guy's
Blue
asking a
one
question
with
and
the sun.
blue one with the sun.
I I mean, really? It's only just
Oh, the attenuation of light. Oh my God, yeah. Oh my God, the sun is moving away. The light is traveling further, so it's attenuating as it's traveling through. So you're seeing a gradient of wavelengths coming through because of the attenuation. Hot dog. That's an easy answer. My God, you don't know how light attenuates as it travels through a medium, my friend? That's a stupid fucking question. Because you asked that question, that's what you fucking actually is obvious that you don't know what fucking light does as it travels through a medium. It's okay. Globers.
Everybody calm down. Are you talking about this picture or just reposted?
How about that fucking blue one with the fucking sun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that is a light reflecting across a flat plane of water. If there were a curve, that light would stop going across the water because it would be curved upward.
That too.
There would not be a continuation of light from the source to the land. Ever. Cannot happen on a globe. If you think the light is bending down into straightness, even though you're looking over some kind of globe, you're retarded. Okay? So that light is coming straight across the fucking water like I've always seen it all my life. Flat as fuck. You want to bring some bevtards in here and talk about topographical mountains?
We're addressing God's will. We're not addressing those people that are not here. We're addressing the guy that is here.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying. There are people that just.
This guy hates Bev. Hey, listen, I'm not a fan of Bev either. I'm on your side. Don't worry, bro. Relax. You just gotta relax. I don't talk about that cocksucker. Just leave him alone. Every time he comes in, listen. Every time he comes in here, I and him have a discussion about the word flat, right? And Earth, right? That's all I do is me, and then I fucking destroy him on both these words, and that's it. And then he shuts the fuck up.
But they're supposed to be word specific and definition specific. So they are afraid of the very word Earth.
That's it.
I went over there, dude. I went over there and I hung out with them for 2 days. Okay, I know them motherfuckers. I watched them before I did that.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about them until the guy that has the questions
No.
leaves.
We're just saying. Why the people have to go like hyper specific and then they're dog shit. It's all dog shit.
More controlled opposition, my friend.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, man. There's no way to get around that light coming across the water straight at you. There's no way to put a globe in there. There's no way to have curvature in that
Mic
very
check.
picture.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Is it working?
Yes, James. Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Hey, God's will. Do you have any other questions for Vlad or?
Yeah. What is scattering?
Go ahead, guys.
Oh my God. Okay, you define scattering.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Define scattering. You said it. You fucking define it. How many definitions does scattering mean, right? Like fucking
Really?
moron.
That's a wide open question, bro.
This is a fucked up thing about fucking globers, especially when they're fucking uneducated or they're still in fucking college being propagandized, indoctrinated in some bullshit educational field. They're gonna fucking have to pay off for this fucking working in fucking McDonald's. I'm just saying.
You got it. Take a breath, he said. Now, go ahead and
Okay,
explain
I'm
yourself.
fine. I'm walking.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm walking here, man. I'm walking here.
God's will. I
I'm
think
sorry. I don't think you like my question, so
I answered your question. What is you define it?
Riley,
You define it.
But that's okay. I'll go.
Criteria.
We'll
Let me
define
check.
it, bro. Dumbass.
Riley.
What was your
Scattering.
question again?
What is scattering? He asked. You just have to Google it. Or maybe.
Dude, are you kidding me? Go look at the definition
What
for
is it?
scattering.
Come on.
Come back with your.
Are you guys gonna answer or just gonna make fun of him?
Are you a fucking
Make fun of
idiot?
him until he answers it.
Go back.
It's a fucking
Go
dumb
back.
question, buddy.
I mean, we can
Go
Google
back.
it, the definition of it.
Calm down,
Well,
everybody.
let him Google it. Let him Google it.
Jesus Christ. Go back and look up the definition for scattering and narrow
Let me
it down
check.
to what the fuck you mean. Which scattering? You
Yeah.
brain dead?
So
I'm really
it says
tired
right
of
here.
talking to brain dead assholes today. So
Okay, so
Point your
it says
shit.
here in Google, the scattering is a term used in physics to describe a wide range of physical processes where moving
Wide range,
particles
right?
or radiation
Wide
of
range.
some forms, such as light or sound, are forced to deviate from a straight trajectory by localized non-uniformities in the medium through which they pass. There you go. You got the answer now?
Nope.
No, the guy they asked the question. You didn't ask the question.
Post your fucking answer. And tell me there's only one definition of scattering, you fucking idiot.
Who's saying that there's only one
I
definition?
am Harp.
Oh, you are?
Post your fucking citation. And then
I
show me
posted
that
here.
that's the only definition of scattering.
Oh, that's not the only. Let's find another one. Who's saying that
not
that's the only one?
definition of scattering? You're an idiot.
Who said? I said that. When did I say that, Harp? When did I say that's the only definition?
No, somebody who's saying that the scattering...
Nobody said that, Harp. Nobody. No one said that. You said that.
Somebody's coming in
No,
here.
the kid that asked the question, the kid that asked the fucking question
Thank you.
said that by asking the
Thank you.
question, what is scattering?
He said that's the only definition. That's what he said.
Yes, that's what he said.
Let me check what he's
So
asking
he's
for.
an idiot. He's a troll. And we're wasting time.
Specifically
Quicker you
asked what
guys
is
start to
scattering.
realize who the fuck is a troll and who just comes in here to disrupt the conversation, the easier it will be.
It sounds like Harp. It sounds like you're trolling right now. It sounds like you're trolling.
Really?
It sounds like
Really?
you
Are
are a
a
troll.
Glober? I'll bet you're a Glober.
Bet
Bet
you
you're a
want to
fucking
bet?
Glober.
Let's bet $1,000.
You're telling me I'm trolling? You're a Glober.
It sounds like you're trolling.
Are you a Glober?
It sounds like you're a Glober.
Are you a Glober?
Are you a Glober?
Wow, what a fucking asshole, huh? So this is
You're
what
being
we
an
get here,
asshole.
assholes.
Why are you being such an asshole, Harp? Tell me. Please tell me. He trolled.
Oh, this is great.
He had like diarrhea of the mouth or something. I don't know what it was.
Okay, so scattering. We're back to scattering. One definition of scattering is there? Is that right?
A 0.5. There's not one. There is 0.5 definitions, Harp. Don't you know that?
Okay, all right. I would like to see one. That
No.
you were talking
0.5.
about.
You're not gonna see one. You're gonna see 0.5 definitions.
0.5.
Yeah. You got a problem with that?
Yeah,
Sounds like it.
yeah, I do. Yeah, I do, definitely.
What's the problem? With a 0.5 definition.
Because I could tell you all kinds of definitions of scattering. Are
No, you
kidding me?
can't. I bet you anything you
Bet you I
can't.
can.
I bet you
I
you
could
can't.
just- I could Google it and post it.
No. Don't Google it. You say you can
Oh, I'm
tell.
going to.
So tell me.
Scattering, right? A term in physics. Describe a wide range of physical processes where moving particles of a radiation of some form, such as light or sound, are forced to deviate from a straight trajectory by localized non-uniformities, including particles and radiation in medium through which they pass. Bullshit. Okay? Now, try again.
Actually, if you grab bullshit, it
Particles
wouldn't
and
look like that.
molecules and particles. Prove to me that there's any such thing. Please.
You know, bullshit looks different from what you read. It's different stuff.
Oh, that's what I first
Well,
came up with. I typed it in, and it's all bullshit.
So what's the
Please
correct
show
one? Because
me-
I want to read the correct one.
I don't
Vlad,
know.
what is the
Please
correct
show me-
definition?
Please show me photons or molecules or any type of that shit.
I'm trying to
Atoms,
learn. I'm trying to learn what scattering is, and Harp says it's
I don't know.
bullshit.
It's bullshit. Yeah, go look it up.
Hey, listen, Jesse, here's the definition. Hey, here's the definition.
Here, we just
when
posted it
kids,
here too, the same one.
hold on. You know when kids are playing or doing something, right? And they're doing something naughty, right? And then the parents come in abruptly into the room and the kids just fucking run everywhere. They're scattering, okay? That's what they're doing.
How can they run everywhere, bro? You can only run towards one direction. Running everywhere will be like a Glober statement.
No, it's a whole bunch of kids running
That's
in
a weird.
different
What you just said, James's weird. What the fuck did you just say? Say that again.
You said that when the mom comes into the room, the
Yeah.
kids run everywhere. That sounds like a globe plane.
What do you mean? How does that sound? Did I talk about anything about curvature? Yeah, everywhere is not curvature, my guy. The fuck are you talking about?
Turn the light on and the rodents scatter. Turn the
but they
light on
don't
and
go
the
down,
insects scatter.
right? They don't go down, or they don't go up. They go across, right? Not everywhere.
Yes, scatter.
Well, see, the thing is, everywhere they can possibly go, you know what I mean? Where they can. It's like they're not gonna fucking start floating in the sky. You know what I mean, Jamesy? That's what the difference of the fucking particle, what his particle scattering and fucking kids scattering. Like, buddy, I'm telling you, there's different definitions of scattering, and you're fucking trying to avoid the fucking actual definition of scattering, what actually scattering means.
I'm trying to learn.
Oh my
Come on, bro.
Fucking God, bro. I don't know. You fucking want to take sides with these kid globers that come in here fucking doing year one physics. You can go ahead, Jamesy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Vlad. Yeah. I'm
Well,
taking
I mean,
sides
that's what.
with the globers.
Listen, I don't know. That's what it sounded like for a second. You know what I mean? I'm with Harp on this one, Jamesy. I'm with Harp on this one,
Vlad,
Jamesy. I don't know.
you said that they are running everywhere. Come on, bro.
Well, fuck. Are you gonna be pedantic? Listen, Jamesy, are you gonna be Bev like the thinking guy where you're gonna be pedantic about everywhere like he's about Earth? You know what I mean? You know exactly what I mean about everywhere, but you're gonna try and twist my word everywhere, Jamesy. That's Bev like thinking pedantic bullshit. That's exactly what he does. And Jamesy, don't fucking do that shit to me because I'm gonna get very upset.
About Bev is not here. I don't talk to the guy. And
You just did exactly what he does. You just did exactly what he does.
Comparing you to him, though. He did.
Exactly what he does.
I was asking
And he's
about
a
scattering, and one guy says
gave you the
it's
answer.
bullshit. One guy says it's bullshit, and Vlad says that it's the mom coming to the room and the kids running everywhere. That's hilarious.
When kids do that thing in the moment, it's called scattering, my friend.
Right.
What they did, they scattered everywhere. And if you go and look up the definition of scattering everywhere, it'll actually give you that English word definition, not fucking physics.
Right. So here we have when sunlight travels through the atmosphere, which is an impossibility to even be, blue light scatters more than the other colors, leaving a dominant yellow-orange hue to the transmitted light. Real how Globers will tell you, is the sky orange? And there it is. So the scattered light makes the sky blue. Really? The transmitted light ultimately makes the sunset reddish orange. Fill the container with water, whatever that means. So they declare and they proclaim the answer that they have is absolute, like scientism always does. You have to, if it's not that, then what is it? Hey, dude, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't talked to the creator lately. Give me a few 1,000 years and I'll be back to you. Come on. These people think they know the fucking answer to everything. They're fucking idiots. If it ain't that, then what is it? Fuck you.
Are you just jealous because they know everything and you don't?
There you go. Yeah, I'm jealous. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm an idiot and I'm jealous. And I because I choose not to believe the stupidity that they tell me, I'm dumber than they are. Yeah, that's the answer.
Hey, if they know everything, you don't, That means they know
everything.
more.
They know everything. They can tell me why the sky is blue, and before they were telling me why it's not orange, now they're telling me why it is orange. So, let's see. The distance to the sun, 3 million, 3 million, 13 million. Oops! Weird. 3 million, 3 million, 13. That's 3,
So
3,
God's
13.
garbage.
Hold on, stop talking. Stop talking,
God's
please.
will.
Please stop talking.
So
Please.
God's will. Did your answer? Did you got an answer for your question? God's garbage.
I regret talking. I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm sorry.
You regret talking. He's regretting talking. Poor guy. Why you call yourself God's garbage?
Yeah, I mean, Globers often do regret talking after they get completely annihilated. To be fair. Seems to be standard.
I've been in here.
I want to know why the fuck you muted me in the middle of a fucking sentence. And until I get that fucking answer, you can all fuck yourselves. All right?
No, I can't do that. I'm gonna have to ask
Who
someone.
the fuck muted me in the middle of a sentence?
I
Which
did.
asshole
I
was
did.
that?
I did.
Oh my
So why are you being a fucking asshole?
Because I was speaking to someone else and you interrupted
I'm
me.
sorry, but I was telling you what the fuck up. And you
No, you were
muted
repeating yourself for the
Yeah,
20th
because you
time.
don't fucking
You know,
listen.
when everybody else is the asshole, maybe you are.
Because you
Just saying.
don't fucking listen. Hey, Mark, fuck off.
No.
Hey, if
don't
I was talking to someone and you jump in the middle of that, that's
You know
kind of
what? I don't give a
rude.
fuck. You're an idiot.
I get it.
Yeah. Do you?
I
I
mean,
love his Aries fire. No, this guy's a true Aries guy.
You are a
This is
fucking
very good guy.
pretender clown. Hopefully moderation will catch wind of you.
yeah.
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 Good job. I hope they're fucking listening, bro.
If they listen, fuck you.
Good job. But it's
Hey,
a
Harp.
bigger fuck you.
No, Harp, he is the moderator, my guy. Relax.
I don't give a fuck.
That's why this is funny.
It's hilarious.
Listen, Harp, you gotta listen. I do the same thing you do. It's. I love your passion and fire and your rage. I love it. I am your biggest fucking fan. I wish I grew up to be like you. I promise. Oh, I love it.
Well, how old are you?
Oh, I'm almost 40, my guy. I'm almost
All right,
there.
you
Don't
got
worry.
about 25 years, so that's cool.
Yeah, I know.
No,
I got a
he
lot
got
of time to.
65
got a
years.
lot of time to rage. I know. I got a lot of
Yeah,
time
brother.
to practice. Amen.
Here's the thing, right? So when you grow older and you get this wisdom, and you realize that the idiots that that are talking, you used to sound kind of pretty much like, you realize that they're just doing the dumb shit you used to do. You try to tell them, like I was trying to be told way back in the day, like not about flat Earth or anything, but just life shit by people, my elders. I was a builder. I learned a lot of stuff I was 20 years old. They were 65. You know what I mean? So they were 45 years older than me, and I was listening. See, that's the difference. Nowadays, they don't listen. They don't want to know. They think they know. I thought I knew. I will admit. When I was 25, I knew everything there was to know. And when I was 30, I figured, well, I know more now because, And then when I was 40, I kind of started knowing less. 50, fuck me, and by the time I was 60, I'm just a fucking idiot. So with wisdom comes the understanding of you don't know much unless you pay attention. If you don't pay attention, then you just regurgitate garbage. Best thing to do is when you realize that you've been regurgitating garbage, try to not do that anymore and, get a grip on reality. If you're going to just preach bullshit, go home. And I'm telling you this from experience because I preached bullshit. Takes a while. Takes a man or a woman, whatever the fuck, to understand they're wrong and to concede. When you concede, that's the first step.
What is a woman? Your mom.
What is a woman? What do you want me to define a woman?
No, I gave the answer. I said, your mom.
My mom was a woman, yeah.
Anyone's
I
mom.
thought you wanted me to define. I thought maybe you wanted me to define it.
No, I'm just answering my question because I want to make sure that I was.
All right, a lot of transgenders, they can't answer that. Transgenders can't answer that.
Anyways, moving on. What is it, Newt? Go ahead, Newt. Do you have any questions? No, you've been here before. Why, Newt? W?
Yeah, I've got a
I've
question.
seen you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, can men get pregnant?
Only on the weekends.
Only weekend.
I knew that was going to come. I knew it was coming. I set it up, right?
I thought, fuck it, why not? Let's go.
I don't know if they can, but they keep trying.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like Brenda's trying, I guess, right? Right? We all know who Brenda is.
I wish I did.
He can't figure out what sexy is, but he can debate.
We're not gonna
anything.
question that, but I don't know who she is or he, she. Well, she. What? She. Yeah, I don't know who she is.
Brenda's a he.
Yeah, Harp, I completely agree with you on that. I do find it interesting that someone who doesn't even know their own sex tries to tell you the nature of your reality. When
There you have it.
They don't even know the nature of their own. It's like, bro, come on.
They haven't figured it out yet,
right?
and they're gonna
Here's
tell
the
you.
craziest
Crypto.
thing
They
about
haven't
this.
figured it out yet. They're gonna tell you.
Here's the craziest thing about this. It's not just me listening to Brenda. This dude Kenny that I was telling about the globe when he was running around the table, sitting right next to me, a couple chairs away, is a transgender woman named Mary who wants to be called Xander. And she is trying to tell me what's up when she can't figure out what the fuck sex they are.
Why do you guys keep using the word sex?
Because what do you want me to use?
Gender.
Genre. What do you want me to use? Male, female,
Gender.
dude. There's two.
Gender.
There's male, there's female. The end.
That's true of sex, yes.
The
But
end.
not gender, right?
Yeah, I actually don't believe in the concept of gender at all, but that's a different
Are you
story.
a cat? Are you a cat? Should I call you a pussycat? You want to?
No, because nowhere in my brain does it tell me,
What do you
like,
want? Dude, do you have a
nowhere in
penis?
my brain is there like
Let me
this
ask you a
setup
question.
for
Do you have a
and not
fucking
humans.
penis?
But in my brain, there's this setup for male and female. So, like, my brain is different if I'm a man compared to a woman, right?
You have a penis.
Yeah, I do.
Do you have a penis?
I answered your fucking question, you belligerent old cunt. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Thank
I'm not a
you.
cunt.
That's
I have
better.
a penis. I have a penis.
No, you're a cunt. Yeah, you're being a fucking cunt, mate.
You're an
To answer your
asshole.
question,
So what? It
And you're a
doesn't matter if I'm
cunt.
a
Yeah,
cunt
are
or
we on
you're
the
an
same page
asshole.
now? Can we have a conversation?
Yo, Harp, just to answer your question, I don't think he does have a fucking penis because I don't think
either.
I don't think women go anywhere near dudes like that who are like really effeminate. So Definitely not
Mate,
to fuck.
I've been with my wife for over 10 years.
Metaphorically,
We've been
of course,
like together for 17 years. I've got two kids. Two kids. Where are you in your life, buddy? You married? You got kids? Yeah,
I'm
kids.
doing
Kids.
exactly what I want to do. My life's fine. I'm
Oh,
having a great
yeah,
time.
I know your life's great, but like you said, I'm like not married. Like women don't come near me. I've been married for years, mate. I found a woman. I locked her down. She loves me. We're happy. Suck shit, you fucking loser.
That's
I mean, who are you trying to convince, bro? Because I don't give a shit.
Well, you obviously give a shit because you guys were like, oh, I bet he's never touched you. I bet women don't touch him. You fucking projecting losers.
No, you just sound effeminate, bro. That's all I'm saying. You sound effeminate.
Hey, dogs are dog. Is that what you call? Is that what you call them these days? A wife? Is that what you call them these days?
Oh, the ultimate bug man.
A wife, yeah. Always have. Well, we weren't married before, but we are now. So, you guys still don't understand gender and sex differences, do you? I can ask you one simple question. You guys either won't answer.
I know that gender's a concept that no one's ever really proven, but biological sex you can actually demonstrate easily.
Okay, so if I was to take your brain and put it in a woman's body, how would you feel? Like a woman or a man?
Kidding me?
Go ahead and try and do that.
Why are you always in some fucking fantastical world of non-existence?
Because when we're talking about concepts that don't apply directly to us, so I'm not a transgender person.
Nobody's
I have to
taking my
have
brain and
other
putting it into
people's
a
views and feelings and ideas
gonna
and
magically
with
change the
empathy
chromosomes in
and
the brain
logic
when you
in order to
switch
change that. You don't, but that's the difference between gender and sex. You don't change your sex, you change your gender.
Okay, check it out, right? Listen very carefully to me, real quick.
I swear, humans are
Yeah,
the.
you're going to make an assertion, but not an
Check this
argument.
out.
I'm ready to go.
Listen, guys, listen to this real quick. And I want you to
I'm ready
go
to make
and
an
look into
assertion,
this.
not an argument.
You're not going to let me do it, are you? I want you
I'm
to
ready.
look into this. Listen to me. There are people that say, I was born this way. And then when they are questioned, they realize that they were taught and they were not born this way. Every single case I have ever seen has always come to the fucking surface where, son of a bitch, I kind of don't know. Wait a minute. George. Yeah. You're taught transgender. You are not. It's not in you from birth. You're not born with the shit. You're taught. And you're taught to suck a cock if you're a dude, and then you want to be a girl, because this is what happens. And what happens to a little kid especially. They raise
Why are you talking
a
about
lot of
little
them,
kids now?
like here's it.
Making
Listen,
like some weird narrative
erase it
story
from-
that isn't true.
Why
It's
are you?
just
Why are you
bullshit.
doing this? Why are you fucking interrupting me?
Because you just did some bullshit story. Make an argument, you fucking bitch.
Wow. So
I'm just using your words back at you like I'm just trying to match your energy, dude.
really good job. Have you ever gone through any of this shit? Have you ever gone through any of this shit? Have you ever experienced being molested or being around kids that were molested that couldn't remember until they were a certain age? Have you ever experienced any of what I'm talking about? And if
No, I've
you
read
haven't-
psychological papers and
if
talked to
you
psychiatrists and
haven't-
psychologists
if
that deal
you
with early
haven't-
childhood development,
blah,
including
blah,
all these
blah,
kids who were molested, not just a molester or a molested kid like you
haven't
talk to.
experienced, you're gonna just blah 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 and yak your fucking bullshit.
Sorry, buddy.
No, this is way off.
All I want to hear is somebody who's experienced this who can relate.
Buddy,
Why the fuck am I? Why?
All right, the moderator
just
spoke. It's done with the
You're just
topic.
running in there.
Done. The topic is done. It's done.
Yeah.
That's it. The end of
Need
it.
to get like a private room or something.
That's cool. Whatever.
Yeah. So we're just going to change the subject. I'm going to
Really
unmute
cool. It's
dogs.
stopping points, Joe. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, this is live stream. If it wasn't
So
live
they
stream,
have
okay.
There was a point I was being ridiculed, and then you just shut it down.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, but dogs and gods is a moron.
It's all good. It's all good.
You know,
It's all good.
you know
Move
that dogs
on.
and gods is a
Listen,
relentless
Harp,
moron.
is that your
Who
name,
gives
Harp?
a fuck? I'm probably the only one here that knows what they're saying about this shit anyway.
Oh, you know better than anybody else. Yeah, we get it. You know better than anyone else. We get it.
Have you experienced it?
Oh my God, Harp, you don't have to have first-hand experience of shit in order to
Really?
understand it. You can talk to like
Okay.
health professionals who deal with it every goddamn day of their
Whatever you
lives and
say,
have
bro.
thousands of interactions with people who've gone through
Whatever
this
you
shit, and
say,
they will
bro.
give you a better understanding than one dude's opinion.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that Dogs are Gods is a relentless moron, so I don't know why we're gonna like engage him on a pure like when you're talking about purely conceptual topics, there's no room for concession, right? The second you start
It's
to
not
talk about something
conceptual.
as soon as you talk about something like the Earth, then you can actually talk about something that's grounded in reality.
Oh yes, I popped a picture in chat a while back. That
No, that's
was
funny.
of I
Because
think
really,
Toronto skyline
molestation is
across
conceptual? Is
the
that right?
bay.
Sorry? Sorry, Hart, what were you saying? No one's talking. Okay, cool. Great conversation, guys.
Well, I mean, you guys want to move on from this discussion point, but I dropped a picture in chat, Amish, that like it's of Toronto skyline across from Stony Creek Lakeshore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 50 kilometres away.
Okay.
It shows a lot of like buildings that is hidden by earth curve.
So it's 50 kilometers away.
Uh-huh.
So how are you seeing those buildings at all?
Well, the highest building there is 51.53.
So 1.53 what?
Sorry, that's the distance to the CN Tower. Is 51.53. So it's the largest tower, and it's taken about 1 meter above water level. Now, if I find the height of that tower, would you be willing to try to do a calculation of how much should be hidden through the geometric curve and then add refraction in? Is that something you're capable of doing?
I could certainly do the maths, but I mean, I already know what the issue with your argument is going to be, so I'm not going to bother.
Yeah, go ahead. What's the issue with my argument?
You don't know what the refraction would have been on that day. You've absolutely no idea.
Is there any refractive index that could cause this observation on a flat Earth?
Well, I don't have the observation to hand, so I don't know.
Oh, well, I just popped a picture in. I've given you the distance to the tower. I've given you the height of the observer. So what's the amount that should be hidden through any refraction that has ever been measured on Earth?
I'll say it the fifth time. I'm driving, so I'm not gonna look in the chat while I'm driving.
That's a shame. Does anyone have any
You know what's
idea?
fucking crazy? Hold on one second, just real quick. I just gotta say this is really
You're
weird.
crazy?
Amish, right? You joined September 13th, which is my sister's fucking birthday. That is so weird.
Yeah,
So that wasn't September 11. What? Happy birthday, sis.
Yeah, half this is an alt because they my main account wasn't allowed because it was vaguely right wing. So I brought Starlin in and no problems, all good.
Yeah, I remember when I muted your ass.
I'm just saying it's weird that it's my fucking sister's birthday. And her birthday's 9/13, my birthday's 4/13. So imagine mom having 2 kids born on the 13th and on a Wednesday.
That's what a woman does. That's what a woman does.
Yeah, 2 different fathers.
Yeah, Larry, you were saying?
I remember when I muted you because I thought you were a communist.
Why would you
I
mute a
muted
communist?
I muted you because I thought you were a communist.
Yeah, but why would you mute him because he's a communist? That's weird.
Communists do deserve to be muted, to be fair.
Why wouldn't you want to mute a communist?
Well, because it doesn't matter if someone's ideology is wrong. Sometimes they have interesting input on subjects that aren't just like their ideology. I mean, I think you guys are all wrong about flat Earth, but I'm still willing to talk to you about other concepts.
I know you're just here to like waste our time. But communists, legit, I don't think I've ever had a conversation with a communist where they made any good points at all. That's
So
not
if
even
you think I'm just here to waste your time, do you have any arguments for the flat Earth, mate?
Oh, mate, I've been doing this 10 years. I've made tons of flat Earth arguments.
Yeah, I understand that's the story. But, like, what observation positively indicates the flat Earth?
Every day.
Have you ever heard of the ice swan?
The what?
Good
The
stuff.
ice swan?
Yeah.
What's that?
Okay, so yeah, you're not as knowledgeable as you think you are. So there was a test done over ice where they had 4 different coloured lights, and they wanted to see if there was the ice was curving, because obviously over ice, the refractive index is basically not there. On top of that, the water would have frozen into the shape of a curve if it was indeed curving. So they had lights 5, 6, 7, 8 miles away, virtually on the surface of the ice, and all 4 could be seen, which would be completely impossible on a globe.
Why is that completely impossible on a globe?
So the camera was virtually
Secular
at ground
fucking
level.
reflection.
So the camera was virtually at ground level, and the 4 lights were virtually at ground level. I forget the exact number, but over a distance of 8 miles, you wouldn't be able to see that light. Like, no chance.
Why? Why wouldn't you be able to see
Specular
it?
reflection, dude. If it was curved, it would be distorted. Get a brain.
Because you think that there's frozen water curving on the surface.
Yeah, but we also think that there's atmospheric refraction. We also think that there's diffraction of light, such that when you look at lights across a distance, then it will skew where the light actually is compared to where the beam of light is
Oh, you're
indicated.
full of shit.
It goes out in like a cone, and then that cone can also curve.
You have no understanding of how refraction works whatsoever. You have it completely
I can
backwards.
drop an article that will explain refraction
And
for
I
you.
know you will continue your dog shit. You have no understanding of refraction whatsoever. All right? Let's see your
That's not true.
refraction
I have a better
bring a
understanding than
fucking
you.
bend up into a straight horizon. Show me that in some kind of, earthly demonstration. Now, here's how you can do it, right? You can take a
I've got a
flat...
study for you. Will a study do,
Calm
mate?
down and shut the fuck up.
Study with
Because I'm
reciprocal.
going to show you how you can demonstrate your bullshit refraction where the curve is brought up to a flat line 15, 20 miles away. It's just brought up. So all you have to do is go out and get a wet hill, a nice wet grassy hill, and put something behind that hill, and you fucking simulate those conditions with the wet grassy hill, and you bring that motherfucker back from behind that hill. You're never going to do it because you're full of shit. Because that's not how refraction
So
works.
you haven't done this observation yourself?
Because it can't happen, you idiot.
Okay, so
What
you
did I
haven't done the
just tell
observation
you?
yourself.
What the
What do you
fuck
think
did
that
I
I'm
just
saying
tell
happens? You said that you think
You
that
have no
putting something behind a
clue
hill
how
can be brought
refraction
back in.
works. Let's start back here.
Okay,
You
let's
have no
how
clue.
about ask
Let's
you a
start
question,
here.
buddy.
Let's start
How
here.
about I
Forget
ask you a
everything I
question
said.
instead of your rambling old man
Now,
bullshit?
you just stop
Is it true?
talking over me.
Does refraction make things appear from behind the curve, from behind the horizon, or
You
does it
say
change
it
the
does.
distance to the
Yes, you
horizon?
say it does. You say it
Incorrect.
does.
Incorrect. What it does is change the distance
Black
to the
Swan.
horizon.
Black Swan. Motherfucker.
Changes the distance to the horizon, Harp. Close your mouth, open your ears, listen to what I'm saying, and now respond to what I just said. It changes the distance to the horizon.
Refraction does not change.
Or fuck, you can't
distance
even listen to
the
what someone else
horizon.
is saying and respond, can
You're
you,
gonna
buddy?
just keep fucking over talking me, right, asshole?
Nah, I'll be quiet now.
Yeah, shut the fuck up! Fucking asshole! So, show me how the fuck you bring a hill back up to a level surface with refraction. You have no clue how refraction even works.
Yeah, so refraction changes the distance to the horizon. What happens is that when something is heavily refracted, the horizon line is now behind that thing instead of in front of that thing. So that means if the hill, that hill won't necessarily be like brought back into view from behind another hill. It just means the distance to the horizon
I'm just going to keep over talking to you. You know why? Because you're an asshole
like an extra
and
10
you were
meters
unmuted
forward. You
because
might be able
some
to
reason
see the
I
same
wasn't done
observation
my
would
explanation,
with a
so I'm
heavier
not going to let you
refractive
get your
index than
explanation
the one that
out.
we
Do
generally
you
see.
understand that I'm going to keep over talking to you? Yes, because that's what you did. Without me getting my
that's true.
explanation out, you started over talking me just like a goddamn piece of shit that you are. Now, you have no clue how refraction works because you think it's bringing shit up into visibility. Oh my God. Don't
That's
unmute
not
him.
what I think. That's not what I
swear
think.
to God, I'm done. I'm done. Whoever fucking is unmuting him in the middle of my sentence, you can fuck off. You piece of shit. Both of you. Whoever's
Just
fucking
like you
doing
can't, all
this,
you have is weak dribbles and hot air.
shut up.
Grow up. How are you this old and still a fucking baby?
Grow up. You're not letting me finish my fucking thing, and you're going to tell me to grow up? Really?
I think refraction brings things into view, or does it change the distance to the horizon? What do I think?
You are a fucking idiot. Refraction does not help your visibility. It distorts your visibility. Never, ever, ever will you have a curve bringing back up 15 miles into a straight pin horizon. Cannot happen.
What it does is effectively change where you
Of
are.
refraction.
It effectively makes it seem like you're observing something from slightly closer by changing the distance to the horizon. It doesn't actually
you're an
change where
idiot.
you are. It changes where the horizon is. So let's say the geometric horizon is meant to be
Well, we're
starting
gonna
like
just let that talk. We're just gonna
1.22
let him
miles or
talk.
whatever you guys think off in the distance. Well, instead of it starting there, it starts 1.34 off in the distance, which has the same effect as if you just walked forward a little bit. So it turns out you don't know refraction, son. In fact, I'll put it to you that almost no one recognizes this is how you understand refraction. It changes distance to the horizon. It doesn't bring things from behind the horizon back into view.
I obviously didn't listen to a fucking word you said because they muted me. Whoever's muting me is an asshole. All right. So obviously you got assholes on your fucking mod side over there, right? So I want you to show me where refraction makes things clearer to see. I want you to show me one example, any example of refraction making something clearer to see.
Why would I do that? I don't believe that's what refraction does.
Okay, so show me your fucking example.
Yeah, I dropped a study into the chat. It was a reciprocal.
What study? You show me charts and bullshit?
No, it was a study done where they set up across a grassy field two different
So a study, yeah, charts
receivers,
and bullshit.
and they
So
they set it up so that those
blah, blah,
two different
Shut the fuck
whatever
up.
they are, like levels
Shut
or
the
whatever,
fuck up.
were sighted at each other, and then over the course of a day, without changing the sighting of the two instruments, they measured how much change there was in the position, which shows the curving of light dependent on different temperature values. No. The old man got scared away.
Charlie probably got frustrated because I had to mute him because he just overtalks, and you were overtalking too. It's like you guys need to learn how to talk as adults, one at a
what a
time.
shit show.
It's just
You're
a shit
correct,
show
Jerry. I'm
sometimes.
sorry.
It's all right, man. You gotta apologize to me.
Yeah, apologize to the audience.
I'm sorry, audience.
There you go. That was an honorable thing to do.
I'm just sitting there not talking.
The Amish did he dip out too?
You mean crypto? Oh yeah. You gotta change his name, right? To Amish something something. Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. I don't know if he's actually Amish or not, is he? Like, obviously he's not actually Amish, but maybe he came from an Amish family.
So what did you offer as your globe proof to Harp? Because I didn't even.
There was a picture from across the bay to Toronto, and you can clearly see like half the buildings are missing.
Right.
That's enough for me to believe the Earth is a globe. I don't know if you guys have anything that would change my mind.
Well, the thing I would ask is what do you imagine is causing the obstruction?
The Earth curve.
Yeah, but you can't say which way it's curving, though, right? Like, you won't say that the building's lower than you.
Lower in elevation, no, but if I have to look down to see the tops of the buildings, or at least, see the bits that are just above the horizon.
Right, but it's not lower than you.
Not in elevation, no, but I don't know if it's like a cult thing or a disability thing, but elevation isn't the same as like
When the Earth curves, that is a change in elevation. Like a hill, a mountain, like those are Earth curves.
No, it isn't, because elevation is measured off the center of the Earth.
I thought it was
So
a measurement from a point.
If you could tell me what you measure elevation off that would cause a curvature of the Earth to change elevation, I'd love to hear it.
You measure a change in elevation along a vertical axis.
Yeah. So that's giving a hypothetical, like just a whiteboard geometry lesson, without actually referencing what in reality you're measuring elevation off of.
Right. So you have an established point, and then you measure vertically up or down from that. It's like a tool, like a rod or a stick.
So what's the established point on the Earth?
What's up?
What's the established point on the Earth that you measure elevation of?
Sea level, or it could be any point you want.
Yeah, so long as it's consistently referenced to that. But we don't actually use that on Earth. We use elevation as the center of the Earth, right? Or sea level.
No one does that.
Well, sea level, right?
Well, yeah, sea level. That's not the center of the Earth, quote unquote, is it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't change my argument. If the sea curves, then sea level would curve as well, which means curvature would not change elevation. Done.
Well, the sea does curve. There's tides and waves and stuff. But when you're going to measure curvature of the Earth, you pick one point, and that's your zero.
How would you do that then? How would you measure the elevation of, say, a tree off in the distance compared to one point on the Earth?
The point would be zero, and then the vertical distance to the top of the tree would be the measurement.
Yeah, and then you go another 100 meters or 100 kilometers away, and you try to measure the elevation of something there, as opposed to just the 3 trees surrounding the one that you've picked. How would you then demonstrate that those trees are below, above, or even in elevation?
I would do a transversal, so you would transfer the zero to where you want to be very carefully with a level. That way you don't fuck up the measurements.
With like a physically stick level?
Yeah, they use triangles, big triangles, and they use like theodolites to make sure that the points are on the same plane. I could post a video for you.
When they do that, what's the finding of that?
They're not finding anything. They're just trying to measure shit.
Yeah, so they measure the angles, and then out of those angles, is it 180 degrees for the triangle, or is it slightly more?
They get 180 degrees. That's a triangle.
Incorrect.
Okay, so what do you imagine? Like, which point is higher than the other one? Do you
I'm
imagine
not talking
zero
about
is
imagination. I'm talking about, like, in reality, what the surveys find.
well, in reality, zero stays zero. Right?
That's
So zero
true.
doesn't
If you
go
transfer
higher
to another
or
point, it's no longer zero.
okay, then you had a change in elevation.
No, you're just imagining that zero is an
No, I'm
elevation,
not.
that you can reference everything to that same zero, and that zero is some arbitrary imaginary point that you've made instead of a point in reality. So when we speak about in reality, anytime you make a triangle, surveying, doing the thing that you think they do, they come up with greater than 180 degrees because they're measuring over a curved surface.
So zero is not zero. Is the second point lower or higher than the first one?
Weird, I never said zero wasn't zero, but zero is just an arbitrary thing that you're talking about. Give me a specific.
It's just a point.
Yeah, so if I draw that out on a whiteboard, it might be true on a whiteboard, but on the Earth, we're not just talking about whiteboard magic here. We're talking about a physical thing that we exist on. So you need to talk about actual points. Like, I can put the surveying manuals in, like the transcontinental arc, the parallel. They talk about real points on Earth.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about when you transfer a 0 point to another location. You're going to use a level, and that level does not bend.
What's the largest level that you know of?
You could use a water level, make it as long as you want. Or you could use a
Largest point on the
theodolite
Earth?
over a certain distance and get a angle. I posted a video for you in the chat there. 28 minutes
And water
past the hour.
levels, because they reference the shape of the Earth. Why would you think a water level would indicate a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
Water levels just establish a horizontal.
Based off the shape of the Earth. They have a vector, which is the downward acceleration on Earth. And then they just have an equidistant point from that center of downward acceleration.
Just points of
That's
equal
where-
elevation.
Yep. And again, if equal elevation is referencing the Earth, and the Earth is curved, then you can have points of equal elevation that aren't on the same horizontal plane.
No, you just get 1 point, and you fill up your level. You could anchor one end to like a post or something. You fill it up.
Oh wow!
And then you bring the other end wherever you want.
Yeah.
Given that it's long enough. And that's it. Then you have a straight line between those 2 points.
Oh, that's it. That's it. So it's just always going to be flat. If you have a water level, it has to be flat. Is that your supposition?
No, horizontal is what you're.
Oh, it has to be horizontal. Could you tell me how you establish that to be true?
Well, do you know what happens to the water if either end is higher than the other?
In elevation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if height is indicated off the center of a circle, then they can have equal elevation while existing on a curve, and that curve would not be horizontal.
No, there's no circles involved in this. It's just a straight line.
I'm sorry, I just gave you a perfect argument against your presupposition.
No, it's not a presupposition. It's just 2 points. That's straight line.
Could you address it, please?
No, because there's no circle involved in this.
Can you even repeat back to me anything I said to you?
You said blah 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 circle, blah 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 equal elevation, blah 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 Earth, blah 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 circle.
Yeah, so I said if the Earth, because remember, we're not just presupposing things. What we're doing is we're giving if statements and then we're testing them to see whether one is indicated over the other. That's why I said positively indicative. So if the Earth is a circle, and if the reference for the elevation comes off the center of the circle, or even sea level of the circle, and then you would have a water level that could be on a different horizontal plane at different points, but at the same elevation.
No, a water level references either end of itself.
Yeah, does it
Right.
reference elevation?
Not necessarily. It just establishes a horizontal.
No, of course, necessarily. If you don't have the same elevation, then your water level will spill.
Right. If either end is lower than the other, then you don't have a horizontal.
No, not a horizontal. You haven't established that. It's just elevation. That's how water levels work, not horizontal.
No, I don't know where we're going with this. It's pretty confusing.
Do you want me to draw your 5-year-old picture again?
No.
Wow. Because I was going to draw a circle, and then I was going to draw like a line on the circle where the water level would be, and it goes on like 2 different points of the circle. But the distance from the center of the circle up to those 2 different points is equal elevation. So the circle has no reason to drain one way or the other because they're at equal elevation.
I'll draw a picture for you if you want.
I'd love to see it.
Since you can't.
Because it might just be.
Yeah.
I can picture it. Of course, I can picture it. I could draw you a picture of how a water level would exist on a flat Earth. But then, where do you get vertical from on a flat Earth? Where do you get your elevation from?
We're not talking about flat Earth. We're just talking about, reality.
No, we're comparing the two propositions, the two hypotheticals here.
No, I'm not.
That's why I'm asking for an observation that positively indicates one over the other. Because if all observations you give me can work for both, then I don't see why you'd think anything is evidence.
No, I'm not arguing for a flat Earth.
You're arguing for a water level to not work on a curve.
No, the water level does work on a curve, except it won't be horizontal. So take a look at the.
So we agree. No, it's fine, Jerry. There's no point in posting the picture or talking to me anymore. You agree that the water level would work on a curved surface.
It would show you that the surface is not at equal elevation. Yes.
Why would it show not at equal elevation? Elevation is based off the center of the circle.
Because if either end is lower than the other, then the water's not going to stay in that tube, my friend.
Yeah, great. You agree. They're both at equal elevation.
There you go. And that is a straight line.
So on a curved surface, no, not necessarily. If elevation is just a distance from the center of the globe, then elevation would have nothing to do with a straight line.
No, just take a look at the picture that I posted.
Yeah, I did. It's 2 blokes holding up a water level. What does that show us?
There you go. That's a horizontal.
So you think 2 people a meter apart is somehow some like hypothetical how a water level would work on a flat Earth?
There's no flat Earth. Just reality.
And reality could be a flat Earth or a curved Earth. I'm just using flat Earth as a general term for a planar surface.
Well, when the Earth curves, the water flows. Would you agree with that?
No.
No.
Yeah, why would I agree with that?
Okay, well, it's. Have you ever seen a river?
I have seen a river, yes.
Right, or like a hill, and when it rains on the hill, what happens to the water?
It flows off the hill
Down the hill.
because the hill has different elevation levels. It is higher than the surrounding land.
Exactly.
But we're talking
there's a drop from horizontal.
If elevation is referencing the center of the Earth, then there wouldn't be different elevation levels for different bits of sea level on the Earth. At least not radically different. It would all have to do with like how rough the sea is and shit like that. But I'm going to draw you a 5-year-old picture, mate.
No, I don't really need it.
Well, you do, because you're struggling to understand a pretty easy, basic concept. I can understand your concept, and if you can't understand mine, then obviously you need some form of diagram.
No, I understand what you're trying to say, but you won't say that there's a drop, will you?
Because there is no drop. They're at equal elevation.
Okay, so that's a straight line.
Right. No, it's not.
No?
elevation. You're just saying elevation has to reference a straight line, and I'm saying elevation is based off the center of the Earth. Am I wrong?
Elevation is just a point on a vertical axis. That's all it is.
In like on whiteboard maths, yeah, but in reality, it's the center of the Earth.
Yeah, you can imagine anything you want. I can imagine that it's referenced from the center of the of a pretzel Earth.
Well, it could be potentially, and so the problem is that when you say that the water level working on the surface of the Earth means that it must be straight, then it's bullshit. It doesn't positively indicate any shape of the Earth.
Well, if there's no slope to that line, I mean, what is it? Horizontal.
And where is there evidence of there being no slope to any lines?
If there's no slope to a body of water and it's uncontained, what's going to happen to the water?
Where did you show that there's no slope?
Look, there's slopes all over the place. But when there's not, then you have a horizontal plane.
Okay, I've made it look like a bit of an owl for fun because I like owls. Or actually, maybe it looks like something else. Maybe more like a badger. I've just tried to put eyes on it to make it look fun. Isn't that nice? Okay, you ready? I might send this picture to my daughter. She likes like funny little animal faces. Come on. All right, has it turned up? Can you see it, Jerry?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, isn't it cute? It's got like a little face and a nose. So the point in the middle is the center of the circle, and then those two lines are both straight lines of equal distance. So if elevation on the Earth is based on distance to the center of the Earth, well then those 2 points, and every point in between is of equal elevation. And then so I've drawn like the water level line over the surface of the Earth, and then the two highest spots that'll have water in them. So those two endpoints would be of equal elevation. They're equidistant from the center of the Earth, but it's all curving. Look at that. Isn't that cute?
Yeah, you can't have a straight line in your model.
No, you can still draw straight lines.
There you go.
Why can't I draw a straight line? So why can't I like set up a theodolite and draw a straight line off a theodolite?
Yeah, that's a horizontal. Sure.
Uh-huh. Yep. Great. So we agree. I can have straight lines and I can have the curved Earth. So why did you say earlier that we can't have straight lines?
Can you connect 2 points of equal elevation with a straight line?
Yeah, you can. Doesn't mean that straight line will be equidistant from the center of the Earth, so of equal elevation the whole way along. Do you agree with that? Like I can draw it on my fun picture.
I don't talk about fantasy math. So just 2 points.
Of course you do. That's all you've talked about so far, Jerry. Yeah, look, so see, you've drawn a red line between those 2 points, right? That's a straight line. Yeah?
Yeah, I would call that horizontal, right? Well, what would you call it?
Yeah. Not horizontal, because if you look, it's not 90 degrees from either of those vertical points.
Well, it is perpendicular to vertical.
Not 90 degrees from either of the verticals. It's only perpendicular from the vertical in the very center, and you haven't drawn a center line. So if you want to draw a center line, you can, and that's where it'll be perpendicular from, but that doesn't match the shape of the Earth.
Every perpendicular to that line will be vertical.
Uh-huh. You keep going back to the script, Jerry, because I don't know, the 5-year-old pictures don't seem to be working for you.
I mean, it's simple, man. Like, just because you drew a circle doesn't mean that verticals tilt. I mean, wacky.
Why don't verticals tilt? Do you ever look like you look down at the horizon, right?
They just don't.
Okay.
I mean, it's like asking, why isn't a banana a watermelon? Well, it's just
So if you
not.
were to draw a line from you to the horizon, would that be a tilting line? Would it go downwards, or would it be perfectly 90-degree perpendicular from you?
It would from my head to the distant horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a slope downwards.
Yeah, it'd be sloped downwards. And then someone away from you could do the same thing, and you could have your line drawn to the same point. So it'd essentially be a straight line, but it'd never be perpendicular between the both of you. It'd only be perpendicular to the horizon.
It would make an X.
No. You could have two people at the correct distance away, both draw lines towards the horizon from different directions. Those lines would meet in the middle, still as straight lines. They would perfectly intersect and continue on each other's paths. And both people would be looking down.
Yeah, you could imagine.
When have you ever seen someone like do a theodolite test where they like set up 90 degrees from their vertical axis, and it actually like continues at the same elevation?
I've never seen anyone do that.
Yeah, awesome. How many times have you seen people like get the theodolite out and level it in across a lake or something, and suddenly the other end of the lake is lower on their crosshairs? Isn't that weird?
Are you going with lower now?
Yeah, lower than the crosshairs, but not lower in elevation.
Okay, so
see how you're trying to trap me all the time, but it never works because I'm like 3 steps ahead.
Well, yeah, because you say it's lower, but it's not lower.
Yeah, and then I specify what I'm referencing lower to. Like if I say I am lower than the moon right now, well, that could be true, right? If the moon's directly above my head, I'm lower than it. But I could also be lower than you because I'm in Australia and you're in the Northern Hemisphere. You've got to reference what you're talking about, Buckaroo. And you're not willing to reference anything. So can you reference what on the Earth you're tying your elevation to?
You're referencing a point. That's it.
What point on the Earth? An actual point, not your whiteboard imaginary mathematics. What point on the Earth?
Sea level, right? The average, the mean.
Great.
Between the high
so
and the low
sea level on a curved Earth, you'd be able to reference multiple points of sea level. They'd all be equal elevation, but they'd be on a curved surface of the Earth. Or the sea.
Mean sea level. Point. The point.
That's what I mean. You can reference multiple points on the Earth that are all mean sea level and all have equal elevation. Or you can have things around it that all have equal elevation, and they can all exist on a curved surface without being at different elevations just because it's curved. Because it's all referencing the center of the curved Earth.
You can imagine anything you want, sure. But like that's
what you're doing.
No, I'm not. Well, I mean,
yeah, you are. That's
away.
Give me 2 points of sea level that are at different elevation.
Yeah. So, like, sea level in Florida is different from sea level in, like, California or Washington or I don't know.
Oh, okay. So it's an undescribable amount. It's so small that it doesn't matter.
Well, they use different datums for different areas.
Yeah, it's just being pedantic at this point.
No, I'm telling you how it's done.
So how do you reference, say you want to build a tower that's 100 meters tall, and you're referencing your mean sea level. You draw that and you make that tower, it's 100 meters tall. Does that mean that if you were to transfer that tower, if you were to just like cut it off at the base, transfer it over to a different part of the world, and then reference it to that different sea level, would it be a different elevation?
It most likely would be, because tides are different.
It'd be a very, very small change, right?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you think you'd be able to measure stuff like the pressure to be the same at the top of the tower in both spots, assuming they're, say, similar climates?
Probably.
So those pilots that fly in those pressure bands, because that's how they achieve a set altitude, which is elevation. Do you think maybe they could fly over a curved surface?
Which way would they tilt the plane to account for the curvature?
Whichever way keeps it level.
Well, you can't keep level over a curve, right?
Yeah, you keep it in the pressure band.
No.
Yeah. So whichever direction keeps you in the pressure band, you'd have to tilt that way to keep it in the pressure band, right?
Well, if there's a mountain in front of you, you're going to tilt up to go over the mountain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd move
Or
into
a
a different
valley.
pressure band, no?
Okay.
Yeah. So to keep it in the same pressure band, all you got to do is keep your plane level. Keep it flying in that pressure band. Keep the wings level.
Right. So if you're not tilting up or down, then you're flying straight, right? Level.
I didn't say they're not tilting up or down.
Okay, so
You know,
which way do
planes
they
make
tilt?
corrections all the time. They make corrections all the time.
Okay. And do they
Yeah.
tilt the plane to account for this imagined curvature of the Earth?
No, they tilt the plane to keep within the pressure band at the same altitude.
Okay. So they stay straight, right?
No, they tilt the plane.
They
Because
tilt
they're
the plane now. You
referenced.
just said they didn't.
No, I never said that. I said they tilt the plane to keep the plane level within the same pressure band.
Okay, which way do they tilt it? Up or down?
It depends on whether the plane has dropped in altitude because it's been slowing down or pushed back by a different wind speed, or depends whether the plane has sped up too much. Depends if there's turbulence that has dropped the front or the back of the plane. But when they level it out, they're leveling it out to keep within the same pressure band. If that pressure band they're referencing is curved like the surface of the Earth, then they'd have to level it out to keep within that curve.
So they level it
Full of
out
shit.
to keep it curved. Is that what you said?
They would level it out to make sure it stays within the pressure band, which I think references the curve of the Earth, because I have evidence for that positively indicates that. You've given me no evidence that positively indicates the shape of the Earth yet.
Right. Because I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth.
Well, then what are we discussing?
Well, you're talking about this curvature, but then every time I ask you about up and down, you're like,
I'm asking what
no,
you
no,
are
no,
discussing.
I don't know what we're talking about.
So we're not talking about the shape of the Earth with all these pictures of the shape of the Earth?
No, I'm not.
Okay, great. Yeah,
I'm just
so you
talking
definitely
about-
don't put up those pictures all the time of the elevation of mountains being straight and level, which you think means that the Earth is straight and level. But that's fine. You have to run away from actually making this claim because, again, it's not positively indicative evidence.
Dude, that's a disproof of flat Earth. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
Why? Do you think those mountains
Because it's
are
pedantic.
flat?
It's pedantic
Oh.
to claim that topography means the Earth isn't flat. Flat Earth means that the Earth is a level topographical plane.
Are you arguing for a flat Earth now?
No, what I'm doing is I'm giving you an accurate description of the term flat Earth, while you want to use a pedantic description that doesn't reference what flat earthers believe or the definition they have for that term.
Yeah, I just talk about reality.
Did you not understand what I just said to you?
Yeah, you said flat Earthers think it's flat, but not flat.
No, that's not what I said. I said they have a definition for that term, flat Earth.
Yeah.
One that you don't want to use.
I don't know what
Why don't you want to use the term flat Earth correctly?
What's up?
Why don't you want to use the term flat Earth correctly?
Why don't I? Because it's not flat.
Yeah. What do you mean it's not flat?
Have you ever seen a mountain, sir? Or a river?
Doesn't mean it's not flat Earth. That just means there's topography. You use the term
You imagine that the topography is not the Earth. I say
Do you use the term?
topography is the Earth.
That's great. Do you use the term curved Earth, ball Earth, sphere, globe?
No, I don't use ball, sphere, but I do say curve.
Great. So curved Earth, isn't there topography?
Well, that is the topography. It curves up and down.
So you think that when people are talking about the curved Earth, they're just talking about topography?
It's different. Like changes from person to person. Some people say sphere, globe, spheroid, curved, round. Everyone has their own personal imaginatory model.
And is all of that referencing just topography?
Well, people seem to ignore mountains, and they just say flat or round.
So is that
I don't do
referencing
that.
just topography when people say flat or round?
Well, they seem to be imagining some type of Earth underneath the Earth that we see. I don't do that.
Referencing an average of
You
the
gotta
shape.
come back to
Whether
your
that
mic.
average
though.
would mean.
You're fading
So
away.
they're just referencing an average. So that average could be if you have equal elevation over 2 kilometers. That equal elevation will be on the same horizontal plane. That's a planar Earth with topography, which is what flat Earth generally references. Now, curved Earth is talking
It's
about
just a
one that
horizontal.
curves, one that will have equal elevation but won't be on the same horizontal line for the tops of those elevations, because the horizontal would be based off a vertical from the center of a sphere.
Yeah, those 2 points just make a horizontal line. There's nothing
No, they
indicated
don't.
about
That's
the
a
Earth.
lie. That's a lie, Jerry.
Okay, so what does a level establish?
Equal elevation or a horizontal off a single vertical
Right, so that would be a straight
in
line,
the
right?
center. A straight line off one vertical point.
No, between both ends of the level, right?
Incorrect.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Wow,
incorrect.
okay, so what happens when either end of a level is higher than the other?
The line doesn't match that one vertical point.
What happens to the bubble in the middle or the
Perpendicular at
water?
one vertical point.
What
The
happens to
line
the bubble
does
in the
not
middle?
match. The line does not match the one vertical reference that you're using.
What happens to the water?
The line does not match the one vertical reference that you're using.
Will the bubble stay in the middle if both points are not on the same horizontal, dogs?
The
Yes or no?
line no longer references that vertical point that you're using, which is the bubble. The bubble's a vertical point, and when you change the line, it's no longer referencing that vertical point.
No longer referencing the vertical point.
Yep, it's no longer
I don't know what that
referencing the
means.
vertical point.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
To draw a
It's just
horizontal, do you have to draw it off a reference 90 degrees to a
It's-
line, right?
it's just 2 points, dogs. I mean, I don't, you know.
No, it's 1 point. When you use a level, like a spirit level, it is referencing
if
a
it's-
single vertical point that it is
No, it's
perpendicular
not. You're a
to.
lying motherfucker. It's
That's
representing
not.
one
a
point.
line level, which is no point higher than the other.
Mate, go
Stop
wipe up your drippy
lying.
undercarriage.
You're such a piece of shit.
Dogs,
Yeah,
do you
I
imagine
know.
that
It's just a
you could
roll-up
just
play.
spin the level like a baton and it'll be like level because it's still there's still a vertical in like right in the center of that thing.
When you say spin like a baton, do you mean spin
You just
like
spin
on
it
the
along
vertical
that.
axis
You
or along
spin
its
it.
horizontal axis?
You spin it along the horizontal axis.
Yeah,
Will it
okay.
still
Here's
be-
a great test. Here's something you can do, Jerry. You get a stick, right? And you drive that into the ground plumb. And then you put a spirit level on it right at the center where the stick is right below the bubble. And then you keep that spirit level as level as you can and you just walk around in a circle. Now, it's not going to flail all over the place, is it?
No, if those 2 points on the end of the level stay at the same exact elevation, what you have established is a horizontal circle.
Off
A circle
one
on a horizontal plane.
vertical point. Off one vertical point.
No, that is a
Yeah.
plane.
Yeah, because you can do it with just
then
one
you would
stick.
have because then you would have a diameter of a circle.
And you get just like one stick, put it in the ground, and then reference your spirit level to that.
I don't know what we're talking about, man.
Like if you get it, you've used a speed square before, right? It's 90 degrees.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you get a stick, you drive it in the ground, you get your speed square, you set it up at 90, you put your spirit level on the speed square, so it's 90 degrees from that plumb stick that you've driven in the ground, and the spirit level on top of that, so long as that bubbles right above the stick, it'll be level, right?
That's right. So what you have made
great.
is a circle on a horizontal plane.
Referencing the downward plumb stick, the vertical. So it's not referencing the 2 points, it's referencing a single vertical point. And yes,
No.
it is actually done that way, I'm sorry.
Nobody ever uses a speed square when they're plumbing shit. So don't
no, they just use
lie.
the
I'm
plumb.
a
This is just a
builder,
show.
asshole. So don't bullshit me. Nobody
Yeah, listen.
uses a fucking speed square to find plumb or level. Stop.
Yes.
Right.
Listen, upsetty harpy boy. You use your
Where they
level
use a
off a
speed
single
square to
point.
find plumb or level, you lying piece of shit.
Is this the?
They don't. I never disagreed that they did. I never said they did.
Oh yes,
so
you
use
absolutely
your
did. You fucking
No, I didn't.
said the speed square gives you plumb.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
show me
the
how that
speed
works.
square. So, Harp, the speed square is just there, so you know that you're only using 1 point to get level. You're not using 2 points, the ends of the level. No one draws a horizontal line when they're building off the two ends. What they do is they might have like one single bit, and then they find out what's horizontal from that one upwards vertical line.
Harp, can you not ad hom, dude? What's your issue?
Dude, because he's lying, he has no clue what he's
You're
saying.
gaslighting right now, Harp. Chillax. Why don't you go smoke
Really?
another
What?
weed pen, dude?
Really? Okay.
Fucking
Yeah, that's
greenhead.
true. Maybe you need
Why
to
don't you
take a
mute
chill.
You need
some
a
more?
chillax, pothead.
And let
That
the
was another
fucking
doobie,
assholes
dude.
talk. That's a good job.
We got him
Good
to
job.
leave for you, so you're safe.
It's kind of right. You do need to chill out. You seem kind of tense. It's not that serious, Harp.
Seem pretty tight, like a.
Yeah, I get a little tight when people lie. You know what I'm saying?
Great. So, Harp, if you get a stick and you drive it in the ground plumb, and then you get your level and you pop it on top, you make sure that the bubble's in the center, and then you get a speed square and you hold it against your stick and against the bottom of the level, will that be a 90-degree angle?
You gotta have a really big speed square. Nobody uses speed square, is my point. Okay? That doesn't happen.
Okay, so
Don't
you can't
use
do
speed
this at home.
square to find plumb or level ever. You use a speed square to mark angles on a piece
90
of wood and
degrees.
make cuts.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that you get 90 degrees from the one vertical downward stick, so long as it's plumb, and you're level. You don't need 2 points. You only use 1 point
So what
when
the
you
hell
use
is
a
the
spirit
speed square
level. Is
about?
that correct? It's to measure whether it's 90 degrees off that 1 point instead of using 2 points. Hold up. Now, Harp, you interrupted me when I was explaining it to you, okay?
Okay, so
Can I
I'm
try again?
I heard you
Very
and I'm
quickly.
saying you're wrong.
What did I say then,
Nobody
Harp?
uses a speed square when they're fucking using plumb and level. Ever.
Mate, are you stupid?
Never.
Can you use a speed square to measure 90 degrees?
On a piece of wood, yes.
No, on anything. You can use
On a piece
fucking
of wood,
two
yes.
pieces of marking tape on a wall.
Also,
I
a
could
speed
figure out
square
if
is
they
called a
intersect at
pivot
90
square.
degrees.
Jesus Christ, you fucking idiot. Also, a speed square is called a pivot square. A pivot square
Don't
where
care.
you use to make... Keep interrupting me. That's good.
Yeah, because I don't care. This is away from the point. The point is
No,
you can
it's
use
not.
one to
You
figure
don't
out
use
a
a
90-degree
speed
angle, can't you?
Oh my God. You don't
You can use one to figure out a 90-degree angle, can't you? Just say yes.
on a
Be a big
piece of
boy.
wood. On a piece of
So
wood.
you can use a speed square to figure out 90 degrees, yes or no,
On a
Harp?
piece of wood.
Great. So if you get a piece of wood and you get your spirit level, and you have that piece of wood is like a piece of dowling or like a very thin piece of square wood, like
You're an
a
idiot.
wooden stake, and you drive that into the ground so that it's plumb, so that it's not deviating either way. And then you get your speed square and you hook that up against the side of that piece of wood, and then you get your level and you pop your level right on top, right in the middle, so the spirit level's bubble is right above that stake. Will it match up with the speed square at 90 degrees?
It might if you got a long enough one, yeah. But you don't use
You
it to do
agree,
that.
Harp. You agree that spirit levels only use a one
amazing.
downward reference.
This is incredible. You do not use ever a speed square to find plumb or level. Ever. In
What does that matter with my
ever,
argument?
ever,
I never
ever.
said you did. I never said you did,
Oh my
dickhead.
God.
I never said you did, dumbass.
Are you kidding me right now?
What are you fucking stupid, Harp? You can't even listen to what I'm saying and remember for 2 seconds?
Beat his ass, twin.
Wow.
Nah! Alright, buddy, so I never said use the speed square to figure out level. I'm just saying that you can figure out whether your leveling tool, your spirit level, is 90 degrees from the downward accelerated.
So right again,
Am I
now
hell-
you're saying plumb
Am
or
I
level.
lying, Mr. Upsetty?
So you're just again repeating the same bullshit.
I don't want to listen to the truth. I just want to whine and drum
He
and
does it again. Keep over talking me. As he says he didn't do it, he did it again. You do not use a speed square ever or a pivot square fucking to find level or plumb ever. You moron.
Okay, wipe the shit out of your fucking ears, you idiot. I never said you did.
This is what you said earlier. You involve
Is it? Go on.
a pivot square or a speed square to show plumb or level. You telling me
No,
you
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said you show 90 degrees between a plumb object and a level object,
Yeah,
you
you're
fucking idiot, which is what you can use it for, can't you? If you've got 2 pieces of wood and you want to check if they're 90 degrees, you can just pop your speed square in there quickly.
So I understand that you have absolutely no understanding.
Go on, Harp. Tell me it's not true that you can't get your speed square and just pop it between 2 pieces of wood to check if they're at 90 degrees.
Let's change the goalposts real quick. Yeah.
I'm not. That has been what I've been saying the whole time. The speed square isn't the tool that gives you level or vertical. Harp, the speed square isn't the tool that gives you vertical or level. All it does is show you that it's a 90 degree between
That's
the
what
vertical
I
and the
said.
level.
That's what the fuck I said. That's not what you
Yeah,
said.
because you got upset because you didn't hear, listen, understand what I was saying,
Yeah,
and you
I
got all
did.
upset
I was
spaghetti
listening,
thinking I'd
and
said
I was
something
not
different.
trying to even say anything. until you kept repeating.
What did I repeat? I never said you use the speed square to give you level or vertical.
What the hell was the
I just said
argument?
you
Let's
measure
go
90
back.
degrees,
All
you
right, all
fucking
right.
idiot.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's go back to what the hell you were saying. What were you saying? Since I have.
I'm saying.
Go ahead.
So listen carefully, okay? Let's restart. I'm saying that if you get a stake or you get like any straight stick and you make sure it's plumb when you drive it in the ground, you get your spirit level, and all you have to do is balance the bubble on top and both those arms of spirit level, either side of that stick that's driven plumb, will be 90 degrees. They'll be level 90 degrees from that stick, showing that a spirit level only needs one vertical point to get your horizontal line from.
So you just said that you drive a stick in the ground and then you stick a level on top of it?
Yes.
Find plumb?
No, not to find plumb, you degenerate. No, you make sure the stick is plumb,
Keep
and
fucking
then you put
ad-homing
the
me,
spirit level on
motherfucker.
top,
Keep
and
fucking
then you put
ad-homing me, motherfucker.
and then you put the spirit level on
said what
top,
I
and so
fucking
long as it's
heard.
right in the center,
said
you
put
can
the-
get.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, do it again.
Great. You make sure your stick is plumb, and you put the spirit level on top of the stick, right where the level, the bubble is, and either side will be 90 degrees from that vertical stick, right?
And yeah, go ahead.
Right, and that disagrees with what Furious Fusili Jerry says, which is that you need 2 points to get a level from a spirit level. You only need 1 point, right?
A point is not level. You need the either end, both of those ends. So you need 2 points to get that level. Yeah, he's right. So you're
So
wrong.
if I put that spirit
Absolutely.
level,
Point is not level ever. I mean, you might hover your level on a stick, but that doesn't conform to your. You need a point to have level. That's bullshit. You need 2 points to have level. He's correct.
No, you can create a horizontal level
No, you're
line
just saying
of
no.
only
You're just saying
one
no. Okay.
point.
So you use a water level. You ever use a water level, bro? You ever do a ceiling or any kind of anything? Like ever at all? Anything? Like in the
I've used
real
water
world?
levels at school, but yes,
In the
I've used
real
spirit
world, did
levels
you
lots of
ever
times building
do this?
things.
Bro, listen
Yes,
to me.
mate. Next week I have a lot of maintenance jobs. One of which is that I have to.
Retarded. This is so retarded.
One of which
Have
is
you
I have
ever
to
used
put
a
in
water
a
level,
garden
bro?
bed, and that
Have
garden
you
bed
ever
has to be
used a
level. So I've
water
got the spirit
level?
level out. I got to do some
God.
concreting
This
in a
is
couple
so
of weeks. I got to
pathetic.
put up a clothesline next week at a property
Yeah,
that's for
good for
sale,
you.
and I have
Have
to
you
use
ever used
level
a
for
water
that.
level? Yes or no?
I
Have
haven't
you
used a
ever
water
used a
level
water
for
level?
construction.
Yes or here you go. Keep talking.
Not
to
for
me.
construction, but I have at school.
Okay, so you've never been on the job. You're a carpenter.
See, this is why I preempted you with not at work, only at school have I used one, because I knew you were going to fucking equivocate. Do you know what that big word means?
Have you ever been on the job site working in reality? Or no?
Yes, I
or
did
no?
concreting for like 2 years.
Okay, so you know how to level shit with a fucking level, right? So
Yes.
it takes 2 points. So it takes 2 points from one side of the curb to the. Just say you're doing a little curb block, right? 3 foot by 3 foot curb block. Do you need 1 point level or the fucking whole thing from 2 points to 2 points on the corners? Or
You
just
can
a
use
point?
just 1 point. So if you were to box up a piece
you're
of
full of
land for
shit.
concreting, what you do is you drive your stake in, and then you mark off
You have to have
the level
another
from the
point.
stake, and you can use that with the string line to get yourself a straight line, and then you check
And is
this
that
string
2
line as you go.
points or no? So
It ends up being 2 points, but you start off with just a level sitting on a post.
No, very easy. See that? It was
You can
so
start
fucking
off with just a level sitting on the post. So one of the ways I used to do it, one of the ways I used to do it when I was boxing up on like ground on just rock is I'd get out my big, boxing lengths of wood, and I'd put in a stake at the corner, at the middle of the boxing of the wall, and I'd put the wood under it, and then I'd put rocks up against one side of the wood to get it roughly close to level.
Dude, stop. You start at 1 point, you go to another point to find level. Therefore, you have 2 points.
I'm telling you of a different way I did it.
Oh my God. You don't need rocks or any kind of whatever the fuck you were talking. Here's what you do.
But that was the way that I used to do it to start off with, to make it super easy, so that when it actually came to leveling out using the laser level that we had, I wouldn't have to like radically change where my boards were.
You're a disgusting human being, bro. You're
Yes, and you're like a drippy little butthole. You just keep dribbling out shit and hot wind.
Okay, that's good. In the meantime, you haven't answered a single question.
I answered every fucking one of your questions, you loser.
Except for, yes.
You just don't listen.
You keep fucking talking over me.
Yes, I do.
You're an idiot. Okay? So you start out with 1 point, you make a mark. You get the level, you have to have the second point to have the level line.
No, you can do it all from just 90 degrees from one point.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Have you ever used a water level? Do you know how to use a water level? I bet you don't. I'll bet you.
Why are you back asking me this? I answered correctly earlier that yes, I've used it, but only at school. I haven't used it on a construction site, but I've used laser levels on construction sites.
You're a full shit.
What, do you think concreters still use water levels? No, we use laser levels now.
That's great.
Set up the tripod, get the laser out, you get your referencing
so
sticker.
You don't know how to use a water level, do you?
Oh, fuck. I know how to use one. I used one at school, you fucking retard.
Really? So let's say you're doing a drop ceiling. Okay, what do? You want it 8 foot off the floor. 8 foot off the floor, but you don't want it parallel with the floor. You want it level. What do?
Parallel with the floor would be level if the floor is level, right?
Listen. I didn't say the floor was level. I said you don't necessarily want it parallel with the floor. You want it level. What do?
Right.
You have a water level. Go.
Yeah, you use your water level to check the elevation to a point
Yeah,
that you
how?
have already marked
How do
out
you
as the
do it?
correct elevation. Moving it
No,
along.
no.
You just make sure it's filled with water and you move it along.
Dude, you're not listening. I don't give a shit if
You
the
have
floor's
one
level or
end
not.
set and the other
Oh
end you
my
move,
God,
and the
oh
moving
my
end will
God,
reference the
shut
set end.
up! I don't care if your floor's level. I want you to take one
I
point
never
off the
said floor, mate.
Oh
I said
my
one
God.
end of the
You're
water
not gonna let
level
me
is
finish.
a set
You're just going to allow
point.
this, right? You're just going to allow this bullshit. If you interrupt me one more fucking time, I will understand that everybody in here is an asshole. Now,
Well, you keep saying stuff like I said not referencing the floor, but I never referenced the floor. One end of the
you
level
shut the
is where
fuck
you
up
want
and
it to
answer a
be,
question.
and the other end of the water
No,
level
you can't do it, right?
reference
You can't do it, can you?
the water inside to make sure
Oh
that
my
it's level,
God,
because
can
it will be
you
at the same
please
level
shut
as
the
the other
fuck
end.
up and answer a fucking question?
What
Now,
question haven't I answered?
shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ! How can you hear the question if you keep yakking like a little dick?
Well, I can't hear a question that never happens when someone's just screaming insults.
Shut the fuck up! Now, listen very carefully. You go onto a floor. It's not necessary level, okay? You go and you think you got the highest point, maybe you level that. You want to get the highest point of the floor. And then you make a mark at 8 foot for your drop ceiling, okay? Now, using a water level, how do you continue on getting that level mark for that drop ceiling?
You have one end of the level at 8 foot, and you have the other end of the level that you move. And anytime you move the other end of the level, so long as the water, so long as you have a water line in that other end of the level, it will be at 8 foot.
So it will be level. And
So the
then you
water
can-
line will always be at 8 foot. Yeah, it'll be level.
And then you can, no, it won't always be at 8 foot, because if the floor's dipping, it's going to be a little off. So what you're
What the
chewing
fuck are you
is-
talking about, mate?
Jesus
It'll always be at 8 foot in reference to the
No, it
other
won't.
side of the level.
No, it won't. No, it won't.
Yeah,
Because
it
if
will
your
be. It'll
floor's-
always be 8 foot in reference to the other side of
To that
whatever,
one
that
point.
where you
Yeah, to
establish
that
the
one point.
first 8
Yes,
foot.
yes. That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, awesome.
That's correct. That is correct. So now, what are you doing with that water level? Once you find your point, you get your 8 foot mark on that point. Now you stretch the water level across the room, right? What do you do then?
You draw lines to whatever marks you've made.
Well, no, you
that
don't draw a
reference that
line. You make
first
a
8
mark.
foot.
My God, you have no idea. So, okay.
No,
Good-
I just
good job.
fucking explained it to you. You draw lines between the marks you make for the
stop
other end of the level as you walk
over-talking me.
around the room.
You
So you
don't
have the
draw-
one point that's at 8 foot. You know
don't
it's at 8
draw
foot,
a
and the other
line.
point you
No,
make
you
marks
don't.
with, and then you draw lines between, and that'll give you the 8 foot. And from
No,
there,
you
you
don't
can end
draw
up having the
lines. How
ceiling.
do you
So
draw
long as it
a line?
reaches the same level as those marks, will be level even if the floor
How
is
do you
not.
draw a line on the wall for the ceiling? How do you draw that line? How do you
I don't know. You could do string lines are hard on walls, but you can
what? Say
fucking
what?
just draw straight lines with rulers, tape measures. I don't know what you got.
No, you use a string line.
Okay, great.
You use
You probably use a chalk line, right?
There you go. Very good. See, you're proving with every word that you have no clue what you're saying.
I told you I haven't used one of these while marking up a ceiling. I've
give me
used
a
it
break.
at school. I've used it at school, buddy.
So
And I don't know if you know this, mate. I don't know if you know this, but concreters don't do ceiling work.
Oh, well, I did concrete and walls and ceilings and, I do the whole thing.
Congratulations! Good on you, mate. Good on you. You've used that tool for your
I
specific
understand
industry.
how
I haven't.
buildings are built, and you don't.
Uh-huh.
You just know.
What's your argument,
whatever
mate?
the fuck it is. Dude,
What's your argument?
my argument is you have no clue what you're talking about. You
Mate, I answered all of your questions.
No,
what did I get
a
wrong?
whole lot of help. You had
No,
no
what did I get
idea
wrong?
what you were doing with a string line or a fucking water level. You didn't. You didn't.
What do you
know.
mean? I have no idea what I'm doing with either.
You had no idea what I was talking about. How do you
All right,
get
let me
a level
explain this
line?
to you again, fuckeroo. So,
my
if I was to
God,
drive in a
this is
post
fucking
while concreting, while boxing up, I find it much easier to get the
I never
boards,
used
the
the water
boxing
level
up,
for
and to shut the fuck up for a minute and to just whack a spirit level on that post, and then to bring the boards up to in line with the spirit level. And then I put in the other post, I put it a little bit higher, I then get out the laser level, and then I mark up the actual level with the laser level and from a point that I've already judged as being the correct elevation. That's the easiest way I found to do it. You start off with the spirit level on a single post, and then you work to the laser level after that.
Right. Whatever you're saying, but so no curve.
Since when? There's pictures of curve. Have you seen them, mate?
I'm sorry.
Or
Did we
videos?
just
Seen them?
discuss all straight lines? Where was the curve?
The curve is at level references.
The curve is in a straight line, is it? When you fucking chalk a straight line, is there a curve?
Hold up a sec. Curve is referencing an equidistant elevation from the center of the Earth. If the Earth is curved, that equidistant elevation would be along a curve.
Right, and it's not. So,
Oh, that's great. Got any measurements of that, Bucky?
when you chalk a line, is it straight or curved?
I don't know.
Really?
Depends how
So
long
you
the
know how
line
to
is.
use a water level, but you don't know how to chalk a line. You don't know how to snap a fucking chalk line. You just literally mentioned.
I do, but chalk lines dip in the middle if they're too long. Didn't you know that?
Dude.
I was taught that.
Are
Was
you
anyone else here taught
serious
that?
right
If you
now?
have a chalk line and you don't put enough tension on it, or it's too long, it'll dip in the middle.
So, do you not think that we understand that when the thing dips, you got to draw back? What you have to do is do no more than, like, the same as with when you're spotting things with a theodolite or a transit.
Yeah.
You can't go past what you're seeing, otherwise you're going to fuck up. So you do it in like 100-foot intervals.
Awesome. So you haven't established anything. You just think doing something really, really, really small means
So you
that you've
have no
accounted
idea
for
how to
the
build
tiny
anything, do you?
discrepancy over
You're a
distance.
fucking bullshitting liar, aren't you? You have no
Seen
idea
pictures
what
of the
building
curved
is
earth,
and
have you?
anything about building, do you? You're a lying
You had a
motherfucker,
picture,
ain't you?
mate. I just corrected you on the fucking using a string line, a
Really?
chalk line.
Did you? Really? Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Repeat
Yeah.
that again. Well, go ahead.
They dip in the center if you don't torsion them up enough, or if they're too
And
long.
here you go. And when I tell you, you don't use a chalk line with a dip. You fucking go back.
Oh, that's
to
good,
where
buddy.
the line is straight.
Yeah, that definitely shows you the flat Earth.
Wow, you're an idiot. So you have no idea about building. You just proved it.
What do you mean?
Never let your line sag and think you're going to strike a fucking flat line. Are you retarded?
No, I'm not. I'm not the one using a chalk line to indicate the shape of the Earth, champion.
Oh my god, you fucking retard. You keep the shit where it's straight. If you have to go
in your fucking gob. Maybe keep the shit in your gob instead of spewing it everywhere.
Keep interrupting me, bro. That's a good.
Oh, keep talking about building work instead of the pictures of the globe Earth.
Yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah. In the meantime, you have absolutely proved to me that you know nothing about building.
That's great.
Yeah, because I was a builder for 3/4 of my fucking life, and you know nothing about it.
No, I know stuff about it. I don't know everything.
Really? How do you lay a concrete pad?
I did concrete,
You said,
and now I do homemade.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You claim concrete pads. How do you do it?
Yeah.
How do you fucking lay a concrete pad? Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to go through that?
Here you go. Here, I'll give you an easy one.
Of aggregate, you can put down plastic if you want. You put down Rio, you steps in it, and then you lay the concrete after it's all boxed up, and then you wait a little bit till it starts setting, and then you can either get the helicopter out to smooth it, or you can hand trail it. And hand trailing takes forever. Then you can edge it if you want. Like you make sure you use your laser level to make sure everything is roughly level, and then you use pegs. Of course they fucking do. My boss did.
No, they don't.
And then you use pegs to make sure the elevation is correct in the center, so that you have a reference for when you're screeding.
Really?
And yeah,
really.
Yeah. Have you never used a laser level while concreting before? It's really, really handy.
You're full of shit.
Am I? How? What did I say that was full of shit?
I don't know, but everything you described was getting level, wasn't it?
So you don't put down the aggregate. You don't then put down. You can either put down plastic first, or you can just pop down the aggregate depending on your.
You're talking about aggregate. That's a whole different animal.
And then you throw on the Rio, and you make sure the Rio's tied. You make sure it's on stools.
Aggregate is a whole different
Then you
animal.
make sure that you have pegs in the center of any large pad, so you can get your level from
Eggs,
either
really?
end in the center, so you
I've
have a
never put
reference
a
when
peg
you're
in the
screeding.
fucking pot. Dude, you're a liar.
Yeah, you get a piece of Rio, you cut a piece of Rio so it's straight with maybe just a little T at the top, so you got something to grab
Put a
onto.
peg in
You
the center
drive
of a
that into the
fucking
ground
concrete
at the same
You're a
level
liar.
as your boxing, and then you know that when you're screeding, when that is
You're a
slightly
liar.
uncovered, you pull it
You're a
out,
liar.
you make sure to smooth it flat. Actually, you tend to do
You're a
that when you're
liar.
finishing, not even screeding.
Show me the citation where you put a peg in the center. Go ahead. Show me.
I don't know. I worked for 2 years as a concreter.
You're a liar.
The boss would, after I'd boxed up, I'd have to throw a peg in the middle of a pad if I was doing like a flat driveway, and then I'd have to make sure that
You're
the
a liar.
boxing was below the level
You're a
of
liar.
that peg,
Right outside,
so that you'd
you're a
know
liar.
that it would drain off the sides instead of draining
Show
into the
me.
middle.
Now you're talking about
Do you want me to come out to your
side
place and do
side
some
of crown?
concreting? I'll put in a driveway
You
for you.
switched from a peg to a crown. Stop it.
No,
You
I
are
didn't.
full of shit. You
When
just
did I switch from a peg to a crown? It's always been a peg. The peg is so that you know that it'll drain off either side of the driveway.
You even know what a crown is?
I don't know. You might have a different word for the stool than me.
You know what a crown is?
I don't know in America what it
Okay,
is.
then
No.
you don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Oh my god, I do. I did it for 2 years. We might have a different name for it. Is it what you put under the Rio to keep it elevated off the aggregate?
You mixed the concrete and dropped it where they wanted it. That's what you did. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I boxed up, mate. I used to box up. It was mainly
you built
domestic
little
houses as
forms.
well.
So you built forms, right? You built forms?
Yeah, we used to just call it
Good job.
boxing up.
Okay, that's it. Great job.
I built forms, pour the concrete, make sure the elevations were all
Never
correct.
stick a pig in the center. Never stuck
I
a pig in
wasn't.
the center.
What the fuck would you stick a peg in the center? How else are you going to make sure the center doesn't dip?
You kidding me?
Yeah, go on. Explain it to me. You're laying your concrete. You got your Rio down. You're filling from back to front. Yeah. And now what?
It's all forms. You go from one side to the other. If it's too much
Yeah.
of a span, you cut the span. You don't use pegs. You use a fucking another form. You split it.
What? Why would you do that? That's retarded. If you're doing like a massive shed and you want to lay concrete as the base of your massive shed, are you telling me you're going to do like 50 different fucking forms? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just peg up?
That's not what I said at all. No.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Explain to me why you wouldn't use a peg.
I've never used a peg.
The
Don't know
forms,
why you
fucking
would.
idiot. Because you're doing large spaces. If you're doing like a 2 or 3 car
I've done an entire house.
driveway up to a garage,
I've done an
even a
entire
house
house
slab's
with a
really
window.
good for this. You need to make sure the concrete isn't dipping in the middle, don't you?
So I've done entire houses where I've used the windmill, you know, the 3-foot windmill. You know what that is?
Yes, I do know what that is.
Yeah. Okay. Never
Yes,
used a
you
peg.
lift up the handles and it'll
Never
turn
used
right
a
if it's
peg.
going clockwise, and you pull down the handles and it'll go left. Yeah?
Very good. Well done.
Great.
So,
I fucking know what I'm talking
I
about,
never
buddy.
used a
Just
peg.
because you
Where
didn't
the
use
fuck-
pegs because you've only done like sidewalk concreting or you've never
No,
actually
I'm-
formed up.
What did I just say? I just did an entire house foundation. We did these
Okay.
twins side by side. It was a
How
big
did you make
flat-
sure the center of the slab it didn't dip?
Because when it dipped, we filled it in. It was simple.
But how did you make sure it wasn't dipping? Because we're talking about like a few mil worth of difference from the
because
boxing
when it-
to the center
because
can
when
cause a
it
massive
dips-
problem when you're putting in the
Calm down.
subfloor
You
and the
just asked
floor.
me a question, and then you just kept yakking. You said, "How do you know when it's dipping?" Because it dips. And you can tell because there's no concrete in that little part. Then you got to go out there with your wood and
How
step on
thick
the
are these
wood.
slabs you doing? Like
You're
fucking
not
5
letting me
mil?
finish once
Half inch?
again.
You're doing half-inch slabs.
Once
What the fuck's
again.
that going to hold up? What is it, like 4 inch at least?
So once again, you're not letting me finish at all. It's cool. That's all. It's good. So I literally leveled houses without.
How
pegs
did you
in the
make sure the center isn't dipping?
Oh my God. So will you please let me explain and stop yakking? So if you see a dip, you fill it with concrete. You use your eye.
Are you just doing it by eye? Yeah, it's just by eye. Mate, you must have been a shit-house fucking concreter. Like, I've had to lay, like, floating floor on top of concrete,
You're a
and
fucking
honestly,
asshole.
You must have been the one that did this concreting because I had to
I
film
put tile
a
floors
massive
on
dip
my
in the middle of
concrete.
the slab
I
because it
put
was
wet
just so
bags on.
fucking off from one end to the other. Like you could literally get like a long piece of 2x4 and run it across the whole room, and it would change from like a 2 mil difference to I think it was like
Basically
6
a
mil
fucking
difference right in
idiot,
the
aren't you?
center. Why wouldn't you just
have
put in
no eye,
pegs to
you
make
have no
sure that
concept
it's
of
an
building.
equal
You're just
level?
gonna yak. It's all good. You have never been on the job. I know you have never been on the job.
Fuck, you're dumb. I laid 25 meters of rock
Fuck
2
you,
weeks
blah,
ago.
blah, blah. Fuck you. You have
Yeah,
never
with a
been on a
bucket,
job where you
shovel,
lay
wheelbarrow,
flat concrete. You
25
have
meters of
never
rock.
been on a job where you lay a fucking flat span of concrete.
Well, no,
Nobody
you've never
puts
laid a
peg.
flat piece of concrete because you don't know how
Nobody
to make
puts
sure
a
the middle's
peg.
not dipping, you idiot.
Nobody puts a peg in the center, bro. It's easy to figure out the dip.
Well, of course they
You're an
fucking
idiot.
do. I did concreting. We put pegs in to make
You're a
sure that there
liar.
wasn't like
Show me.
a 2 to
Show me.
3 mil difference
Show me.
between the edging of the slab and the middle of the
Citation.
slab.
Citation,
Oh my fucking god! All right, I'll tell you what. I'll Google it right now.
Go ahead, Google it because you never did
Yeah.
it yourself. You fucking
Yeah.
idiot. You gotta Google it.
Oh my god!
Nobody
How
in
else
my
would you like me to
lifetime
prove
ever
that
put
I've
a
done
peg
it?
in the center of a concrete fucking
Huh?
never.
Shut the fuck up and listen for a sec.
Shut
How
the
else
fuck
would
up.
you like
Show
me to
me
prove
proof,
I've done
asshole.
it?
I ain't
How
listening
else would
to
you like me to prove it? How would you like me to prove it?
Show me where somebody puts a peg in the center of a fucking pad.
And how would you like me to do that?
I don't know. Video, something, anything. Your shit.
Right. So
Show
you
me
think
something.
that I walk around after the 10 years from when I last did concreting with
Show
a
me
video of
somebody.
me putting
Look
a
at
peg
YouTube
in the
videos
center
or
of a form
YouTube.
so that I can make sure the slab is
Okay,
level?
let me go and try and fucking steel man your stupid argument. Let me see. Eggs in the center of a concrete pad. Let's see. How to get grade pegs for a level footing. Building the farmhouse day 2. Okay, let's see what he's doing here. I don't think he's talking about the same thing I'm asking. He's got a footing surrounding. Hold on. How to set screen pegs. Screen pegs, that's different. Let's see. Screen pegs for the foundation for the pad. Let me see. Okay, hopefully this motherfucker's gonna prove you right. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, please get to it already. Show me the fucking pegs. Come on. Hold on, bro. I'm trying to prove you right. Okay, I don't see any pegs.
Yeah, level pegs. Here we go.
Oh, corners. Oh, hold on.
You ever seen them? You can buy them for like $70. A level peg, you just whack down on your substrate, make sure it's at the.
Hold on, I'm trying to
you don't
find
even
out
need
how
to
he's
measure it.
using these pegs.
Mark
Hold
out
on.
your
Hold
height,
on.
and then you know that the height from that substrate will be like right in the middle, and you can just bloody pull the damn thing out. But we used to just use pieces of Rio that we hammer in to the center of the slab.
I've never used it, so I'm trying to find out if you're right. You might be right. I understand how to concede when I'm wrong, so hold on. Still looking for a peg that's in the center of this pad. What they're doing is he's making lines across from point to point at the edges of the concrete or the foundation or the form. I'm still trying to figure out where that peg is in the center. Hold on. Oh,
Getting boring, man.
okay, here. I'm going to post what I'm watching right now. I could be wrong. I've been wrong. So how to set screen pins. There it is. watching it. So far,
Is it just for you to walk
I've
away
seen
from
just
the
lines,
fact that you
yeah,
only
just
need
lines.
like a single vertical point to get a level from?
okay, so what they're talking about is just setting lines and